From repetition to drive. What does the drive mean from a philosophical standpoint? In a vague general sense, there is a homology between the shift from Kant to Hegel and the shift from desire to drive. The Kantian universe is that of desire, of endlessly approaching the goal, which is why, in order to guarantee the meaningfulness of our ethical activity, Kant has to postulate the immortality of the soul. For Hegel, on the contrary, the thing in itself is not inaccessible, the impossible does happen here and now, not, of course, in the naive pre-critical sense of gaining access to the transcendent order of things, but in the properly dialectical sense of shifting the perspective and conceiving the gap as the real. With regard to satisfaction, this does not mean that, in contrast to desire which is constitutively non-satisfied, the drive achieves satisfaction by way of reaching the object which eludes desire. True, in contrast to desire, the drive is by definition satisfied, but this is because, in it, satisfaction is achieved in the repeated failure to reach the object, in repeatedly circling around the object. Following Jacques-Alain Miller, a distinction has to be introduced here between a lack and a whole. A lack is spatial, designating a void within a space, while a whole is more radical, it designates the point at which this spatial order itself breaks down. Point 47. Therein lies the difference between desire and drive. Desire is grounded in its constitutive lack, while the drive circulates around a hole, a gap in the order of being. In other words, the circular movement of the drive obeys the weird logic of the curved space in which the shortest distance between 2 points is not a straight line, but a curve. The drive knows that the quickest way to realize its aim is to circulate around its goal object. At the immediate level of addressing individuals, capitalism of course interpellates them as consumers, as subjects of desire, soliciting in them ever new perverse and excessive desires. Furthermore, it obviously also manipulates the desire to desire, celebrating the very desire to desire ever new objects and modes of pleasure. However, even if it already manipulates desire in a way which takes into account the fact that the most elementary desire is the desire to reproduce itself as desire, at this level, we do not yet reach the drive. The drive inheres in capitalism at a more fundamental, systemic, level. The drive is that which propels forward the entire capitalist machinery. It is the impersonal compulsion to engage in the endless circular movement of expanded self-reproduction. We enter the mode of the drive the moment the circulation of money as capital becomes an end in itself, since the expansion of value takes place only within this constantly renewed movement. The capitalist drive thus belongs to no particular individual, it is rather that those individuals who act as the direct agents of capital have to display it. Miller recently proposed a Benjaminian distinction between constituted anxiety and constituent anxiety, which is crucial with regard to the shift from desire to drive. While the first designates the standard notion of the terrifying and fascinating abyss of anxiety which haunts us, its infernal circle which threatens to draw us in, the second stands for the pure confrontation with the objet petit as constituted in its very loss. Point 48. Miller is right to emphasize here two features: the difference which separates constituted from constituent anxiety concerns the status of the object with regard to fantasy. In a case of constituted anxiety, the object dwells within the confines of a fantasy, while we get only the constituent anxiety when the subject traverses the fantasy and confronts the void, the gap, filled up by the phantasmatic object. Clear and convincing as it is, Miller's formula misses the true paradox, or, rather, ambiguity of the objet, the ambiguity which concerns the question: does the objet function as the object of desire or of the drive? That is to say, when Miller defines the objet as the object which overlaps with its loss, which emerges at the very moment of its loss, he remains within the horizon of desire. The true object cause of desire is the void filled in by its phantasmatic incarnations. While, as Lacan emphasizes, the objet is also the object of the drive, the relationship is here thoroughly different, although in both cases the link between object and loss is crucial. In the case of the objet as the object cause of desire, we have an object which is originally lost, which coincides with its own loss, which emerges as lost, while, in the case of the objet as the object of the drive, The object is directly the loss itself. In the shift from desire to drive, we pass from the lost object to loss itself as an object. That is to say, the weird movement called drive is not driven by the impossible quest for the lost object, it is a drive to directly enact the loss, the gap, cut, distance itself. There is thus a double distinction to be drawn here, not only between the objet in its phantasmatic and post-phantasmatic status, but also, within this post-phantasmatic domain itself, between the lost object cause of desire and the object loss of the drive. This is what Lacan means by the satisfaction of the drives. A drive does not bring satisfaction because its object is a stand-in for the thing, but because a drive, as it were, turns failure into triumph in it, the very failure to reach its goal, the repetition of this failure, the endless circulation around the object, generates a satisfaction of its own. To put it even more pointedly, the object of the drive is not related to the thing as a filler of its void. The drive is literally a counter-movement to desire, it does not strive towards impossible fullness and then, being forced to renounce it, get stuck onto a partial object as its remainder. The drive is quite literally the very drive to break the all of continuity in which we are embedded, to introduce a radical imbalance into it, and the difference between drive and desire is precisely that, in desire, this cut, this fixation onto a partial object, is as it were transcendentalized, transposed into a stand-in for the void of the thing. So, when Hegel concludes his encyclopedia with the claim that the eternal idea which exists in and for itself, eternally sets itself to work, engenders and enjoys itself as absolute spirit, does he not describe here a repetitive circular movement of alienating or losing oneself in order to regain oneself again, a movement which strangely recalls Lacan's definition of castration as a movement in which the object is lost in order to be regained on the ladder of desire? Is not the repetitive movement of losing and regaining oneself, of alienation and disalienation, a movement which, as Hegel explicitly claims, brings enjoyment, uncannily close to the circular movement of the drive? Gregor Motors' ebullient Hegel in Spinoza focuses on this most elementary opposition, lack or curvature. 50 In Freudian terms, this opposition appears as that between desire or drive. Desire is structured around its constitutive lack. Each determinate object of desire is, as Lacan put it, a metonymy of a lack, while the drive, instead of pursuing an impossible object which forever eludes the subject, finds satisfaction in its curved path, in circulating around its object. In more philosophical terms, applied to the notion of substance, this difference between lack and curvature can be formulated as the following alternative: substance is lacking, thwarted, organized around absence, and the subject is located in this lack. It is this lack. Substance is not lacking anything, there is no lack around which it is organized. Substance is just curved, inverted into itself, like a Mobius band. The ultimate lesson of psychoanalysis is that human life is never just life. Humans are not simply alive, they are possessed by the strange drive to enjoy life in excess, passionately attached to a surplus which sticks out and derails the ordinary run of things. The basic paradox here is that the specifically human dimension, drive as opposed to instinct, emerges precisely when what was originally a mere byproduct is elevated into an autonomous aim. Man is not more reflexive, on the contrary, man perceives as a direct goal what, for an animal, has no intrinsic value. In short, the zero degree of humanization is not a further mediation of animal activity, its reinscription as a subordinated moment of a higher totality, but a radical narrowing of focus, the elevation of a minor activity into an end in itself. We become humans when we get caught up in a closed, self-propelling loop of repeating the same gesture and finding satisfaction in it. We can all recall the archetypal cartoon scene: a cat jumps into the air and turns on its own axis, but instead of plunging back down in accordance with the normal laws of gravity, it remains suspended, turning around in the levitated position as if caught in a loop of time, repeating the same circular movement over and over again. 51 In such moments, the normal run of things, a being caught in the imbecilic inertia of material reality, is for a brief moment suspended. We enter the magical domain of suspended animation, of a kind of self-sustaining ethereal rotation. This rotary movement, in which the linear progress of time is suspended in a repetitive loop, is the drive at its most elementary. This, again, is humanization at its zero level, this self-propelling loop which suspends or disrupts the linear temporal enchainment. This shift from desire to drive is crucial if one is to grasp the true nature of the minimal difference. At its most fundamental, the minimal difference is not the unfathomable X which elevates an ordinary object into an object of desire, but, rather, the inner torsion which curves libidinal space and thus transforms instinct into drive. Consequently, the concept of drive makes the alternative either get burned by the thing or maintain a safe distance false. For a drive, the thing itself is a circulation around the void. The drive as such is the death drive, not in the sense of longing for universal negation or the dissolution of all particularity, but, on the contrary, in the sense of the spontaneous life flow of generation and corruption becoming stuck on some accidental particularity and circulating endlessly around it. If life is a song played on an old LP, the drive arises when, due to a scratch on the LP surface, the needle gets stuck and the same fragment is repeated over and over. The deepest speculative insight is that universality can only emerge when a particular flow gets stuck on a singular moment. This Freudian notion of drive brings us to the radical ambiguity of Hegel's dialectic: does it follow the logic of the drive or not? Hegel's logic is a logic of purification, of unsticking, even when a subject puts the whole of its libidinal investment into a contingent fragment of being. This contingent fragment, the Lacanian objet petit a, is, in its indifferent accidentality, an operator of purification, of unsticking from all particular content. In Lacanese, this object is a metonymy of lack. The subject's desire is here the transcendental void, and the object is a contingent ontic filler of this void. For the drive, in contrast, the objet is not only the metonymy of lack, but a kind of transcendental stain, irreducible and irreplaceable in its very contingent singularity, not just a contingent ontic filler of a lack. While the drive involves getting stuck on a contingent stain object, dialectical negativity involves a constant process of unsticking from all particular content. Jouissance leans on something, hanging on to its particularity, and this is what is missing in Hegel, but operative in Freud. The relationship between Hegel's negativity and Freud's death drive is thus a very specific one, well beyond their outright identity. What Freud was aiming at with his notion of death drive more precisely, the key dimension of this notion to which Freud himself was blind, unaware of the full significance of his discovery, is the non-dialectical core of Hegelian negativity, the pure drive to repeat without any movement of sublation or idealization. The paradox here is that pure repetition is sustained precisely by its impurity, by the persistence of a contingent pathological element to which the movement of repetition gets and remains stuck. The key question is thus, can Hegel think the indivisible remainder generated by every move of idealization or sublation? Before concluding too quickly that he cannot, we should bear in mind that, at its most radical, the Lacanian objet is not a substantial element disturbing the formal mechanism of symbolization, but a purely formal curvature of symbolization itself. The objet and pure repetition are thus closely linked. The is the excess which sets repetition in motion and simultaneously prevents its success. And, insofar as Hegel cannot think pure repetition, the objet is simultaneously the object missing in Hegel and the way in which this object is missing, in the same way that, according to Derrida, the difference between the Hegelian Aufhebung and his own notion of difference is barely perceptible, almost indistinguishable. The difference between Hegel and what Hegel misses is barely perceptible, not a positive difference, but just a pure difference, a barely perceptible shift in the virtual or spectral accent of what Hegel actually says. To produce this difference, then, one need only repeat Hegel. Paradoxically, repetition provides the Hegelian answer to Heidegger's critical point about how Hegel fails to deploy the phenomenological content of his central notion of negativity. At its zero level, negativity is not a destructive annihilation of whatever there is, it rather appears as a sudden immobilization of the normal flow of things at some point. Things get stuck, a singularity persists beyond its proper term. In his reading of a fragment of Anaximander on order and disorder, Heidegger considers the possibility that an entity may even insist upon its while solely to remain more present, in the sense of perduring. That which lingers persists in its presencing. In this way it extricates itself from its transitory while. It strikes the willful pose of persistence, no longer concerning itself with whatever else is present. It stiffens as if this were the only way to linger and aim solely for continuance and subsistence. 52. This is how, according to Deleuze, the new arises through repetition, things flow, they follow their usual course of incessant change, and then, all of a sudden, something gets stuck, interrupts the flow, imposing itself as new by way of its very persistence. It is thus as if the excessive attachment, the excessive yes to a partial object, is a reflexive determination of negativity, a moment of oppositional determination in which negativity encounters itself among its species. Is not the excess in Hegel, that which cannot be counted, to be located at the point where Hegel himself brings in the unaccountable? When, at the end of his great logic, he provides a kind of formal description of the dialectical process, he says that its moments can be counted as 3 or as 4. It is negativity which can be counted 2 times, as direct negation and as self-relating negation. This excess of negativity that is the death drive, the blind compulsion to repeat, that Hegel misses apropos sexuality as well as the rabble, perhaps accounts for his inability to think exploitation in the strict Marxist sense. Lacan had already drawn attention to the link between surplus value and surplus enjoyment. The decentered element which is exploited in the dialectical process is thus the third/fourth moment of self-relating negativity, this blind repetitive productive force. The underlying problem here is how we are to read Hegel's occasional and tentative but nevertheless unambiguous self-relativizations and/or self-historicizations, facts waiting to be discovered by the natural sciences, the impossibility of grasping the spiritual essence of countries like North America and Russia which will deploy their potential only in the next century, the consequences of his argumentation for the necessity of war, and the characterization of his own thought as the standpoint reached by spirit for the time being. Robert Pippin's solution, distinguishing between the eternal Hegel and the historical Hegel of the system, is the trap to be avoided insofar as it reintroduces a normative logic, a gap between the ideal Hegelian position and its historical realizations. The properly Hegelian move is to reject any trans-historical ideal which would enable us to measure and evaluate all empirical historical realizations of the Hegelian system, and to consider the changes in this ideal itself. Our starting point should be that absolute knowing involves a recognition of both radical historical closure and, simultaneously, of a radical openness of the future. Furthermore, the task is to think this radical openness with repetition. For Hegel, repetition is sublation or idealization, that is, he cannot think the pure repetition of Kierkegaard and Freud. Is not the excess of negativity over the reconciled social order also the excess of repetition over sublation? The task Hegel has left us with, the big gap in his thinking, is how to think this excess without falling back into a relativist historicism. This reference to the persistent excess of negativity from the ever-present possibility of madness as constitutive of subjectivity, to the necessity of war as the social form of the explosion of abstract universality is also crucial for understanding what Hegel means by reconciliation, which, in contrast to a critical attitude, characterizes the dimension of the absolute. Reconciliation does not mean that the subject finally succeeds in appropriating the otherness which threatens its self-identity, mediating or internalizing it. Quite the contrary, Hegelian reconciliation contains a resigned note. One has to reconcile oneself with the excess of negativity as a positive ground or condition of our freedom, to recognize our own substance in what appears to be an obstacle. In Kierkegaardian Freudian pure repetition, as we have seen, the dialectical movement of sublimation encounters itself, its own core, outside itself, in the guise of a blind compulsion to repeat. It is here that we should apply the great Hegelian motto concerning the internalizing of the external obstacle, in fighting its external opposite, blind non-sublatable repetition, the dialectical movement fights against its own abyssal ground, its own core. In other words, the ultimate gesture of reconciliation is to recognize in this threatening excess of negativity the core of the subject itself. This excess has different names in Hegel: the night of the world, the necessity of war, of madness, etc. Perhaps the same holds for the basic opposition between Hegelian and Freudian negativity. Precisely insofar as there is an unbridgeable gap between them, Freudian negativity provides the material basis for idealizing negativity. To put it in somewhat simplified terms, every idealizing/universalizing negativity has to be attached to a singular, contingent, pathological content which serves as its symptom in the Lacanian sense. The exemplary model for this link is Hegel's deduction of the necessity of hereditary monarchy. The rational state as a universal totality mediating all particular content has to be embodied in the contingent irrational figure of the monarch. This excess of the drive qua pure repetition is the disinterested source of value that Hegel could not conceptualize, the libidinal correlate of the labor power which produces surplus value. Does this mean that, once we have entered the Freudo-Kierkegaardian world of pure repetition, we can forget about Hegel? Claude Lévi-Strauss wrote that the prohibition of incest is not a question without an answer, but rather the opposite, an answer without a question, the solution of an unknown problem. The same goes for pure repetition. It is an answer to the Hegelian problem, its hidden core, which is why it can only be properly located within the Hegelian problematic once we enter the post-Hegelian world. The concept of repetition is renaturalized and loses its subversive edge. The relationship is similar to that between the finale of Mozart's Don Giovanni and post-Mozartian Romanticism. The scene of Don Giovanni's death generates a terrifying excess which disturbs the coordinates of Mozart's universe. However, although this excess points forward towards Romanticism, it loses its subversive edge and is renaturalized once we reach Romanticism proper. But does this not, paradoxically and unexpectedly, bring us back to the topic of Aufhebung, this time applied to the very relationship between Hegel and his post-Hegelian repetition? Deleuze once characterized his own thought as an essay in thinking as if Hegel had not existed, repeatedly making the point that Hegel was a philosopher who should be simply ignored, not worked through. What Deleuze missed was how his own thought of pure repetition only works as a weird sublation of Hegel. In this exemplary last revenge of Hegel, the great Hegelian motif of the path towards truth being part of the truth of how, in order to arrive at the right choice, one has to begin with the wrong choice reasserts itself. The point is not so much that we should not ignore Hegel, but that we can only afford to ignore him after a long and arduous working through Hegel. The time has thus come to repeat Hegel. Part 3. The Thing Itself, Lacan. Chapter 8. Lacan as a reader of Hegel. Question of the termination of an analysis is that of the moment at which the subject's satisfaction is achievable in the satisfaction of all that is, of all those it involves in a human undertaking. Of all the undertakings that have been proposed in this century, the psychoanalysts is perhaps the loftiest, because it mediates in our time between the care-ridden man and the subject of absolute knowledge. 1. This passage from Rapport de Rome contains in Nous Lacan's program of the early 1950s, a program that every professional philosopher would undoubtedly dismiss as nonsense, namely, to bring together Heidegger and Hegel. 2. The Lacanian analyst as a figure of absolute knowing? Is not this thesis restricted to a specific historical moment, when Hegel's influence on Lacan was at its peak? Did not Lacan soon move from Hegel to Kant, insisting on the inaccessible character of the real that forever resists symbolization, on the subject's unsurpassable separation from the cause of its desire? Is not the best description of Lacan's central project that of a critique of pure desire, where the term critique is to be understood in its precise Kantian sense, maintaining the gap that forever separates every empirical object of desire from its impossible object cause whose place has to remain empty? And is not what Lacan calls symbolic castration this very gap which renders every empirical object unsatisfactory? Indeed, in the following paragraphs of the Rapport de Rome itself, Lacan already outlines the limits within which it is impossible for our teaching to ignore the structuring moments of Hegel's phenomenology. But if there is still something prophetic in Hegel's insistence on the fundamental identity of the particular and the universal, an insistence that reveals the extent of his genius, it is certainly psychoanalysis that provides it with its paradigm by revealing the structure in which this identity is realized as disjunctive of the subject, and without appealing to the future. Let me simply say that this, in my view, constitutes an objection to any reference to totality in the individual, since the subject introduces division therein, as well as in the collectivity that is the equivalent of the individual. Psychoanalysis is what clearly relegates both the one and the other to the status of mirages. Point 3. We are thereby back in familiar waters, Hegelian self-consciousness, the subject of absolute notional self-mediation which supersedes or devours every alterity, versus the Lacanian divided subject of the unconscious, by definition separated from its cause. It is not enough, however, to reduce Hegel to his grand formulae and then to quickly reject him as the most extreme expression of the modern delirium of the total subjective notional mediation or appropriation of all reality. One should display, apropos Hegel himself, what the author of one of the best books on Hegel, Gerard Lebrun, called the patience of the notion, to read Hegel's theoretical practice and detail, in miniature, following all his dialectical cuts and turns. The wager of such an operation is double. It can ground the critique of Hegel, the immanent critique that measures him by his own standards, analyzing how he realizes his own program, but it can also serve as a means to redeem Hegel, to unearth the actual meaning of his great programmatic maxims as opposed to the standard understanding of them. The cunning of reason. Where then do we stand with regard to absolute knowing? When, in his writings around the Rapport de Rome, Lacan himself defines the conclusion of a treatment as the position of Hegelian absolute knowing, how are we to read this together with Lacan's insistence on human finitude, on the irreducible future and terror that pertains to the process of symbolization? Take the following passage: what is realized in my history is neither the past definite as what was, since it is no more, nor even the perfect of what has been in what I am, but the future anterior as what I will have been, given what I am in the process of becoming. For but the same goes for Hegel when he adopts the position of the end of history, presenting us with a coherent narrative about the entirety of history. He does not simply look at the past from the present position, although he prohibits philosophy from speculation about the future and restricts it to comprehending what is the case, past and present. The position from which he enacts the final reconciliation has a futural dimension of its own, that of a future perfect from which the present itself is seen from a minimal distance, in its accomplished form. It is a present that raises itself. It is essentially reconciled, brought to consummation through the negation of its immediacy, consummated in universality, but in a consummation that is not yet achieved, and which must therefore be grasped as future and now of the present that has consummation before its eyes. But because the community is posited now in the order of time, the consummation is distinguished from this now and is posited as future. Point 5. This future perfect is that of accomplished symbolization, which is why, in his Rapport de Rome, Lacan systematically identifies the conclusion of the analytic treatment with Hegelian absolute knowing. The aim of the treatment is to achieve the same future perfect of accomplished symbolization. Each day's edition of Le Monde, the most prestigious French daily newspaper, appears in the early afternoon of the previous day, as if the editors wanted to signal a simultaneous move of precipitation and delay. They write from eternity, observing events from a point later than that of other daily newspapers caught up in immediate live reporting. However, simultaneously, they are able to see the present itself from its immediate future. So, you can learn already in the afternoon of July 3rd how things look from the perspective of July 4th. No wonder Le Monde is accused of arrogance. This coincidence of delay and precipitation effectively betrays its pretense to standing for a kind of absolute knowing, in contrast to its rivals which merely report fleeting opinions. So when, in his Rapport de Rome, Lacan refers to absolute knowing, we should look closely at how he conceives this identification of the analyst with the Hegelian master, and not succumb to the temptation of quickly retranslating absolute knowing into the accomplished symbolization. For Lacan, The analyst stands for the Hegelian master, the embodiment of absolute knowing, insofar as he renounces all forcing of reality and, fully aware that the actual is already in itself rational, adopts the stance of a passive observer who does not intervene directly in the content, but merely manipulates the scene so that the content destroys itself, when confronted with its own inconsistencies. This is how one should read Lacan's indication that Hegel's work is precisely what we need to confer a meaning on so-called analytic neutrality other than that the analyst is simply in a stupor. 6. It is this neutrality which keeps the analyst on the path of non-action. 7. The Hegelian wager is that the best way to destroy an enemy is to leave the field free for him to deploy his potential, so that his success will be his failure, since the lack of any external obstacle will confront him with the absolutely inherent obstacle of the inconsistency of his own position. Cunning is something other than trickery. The most open activity is the greatest cunning. In other words, with his openness, a man exposes the other in himself, he makes him appear as he is in and for himself, and thereby does away with himself. Cunning is the great art of inducing others to be as they are in and for themselves, and to bring this out to the light of consciousness. Although others are in the right, they do not know how to defend it by means of speech. Muteness is bad, mean cunning. Consequently, a true master is at bottom only he who can provoke the other to transform himself through his act. 8. The wager of the Hegelian cunning of reason thus involves not so much a trust in the power of reason, as a trust in the power of unreason in every determinate agent which, left to itself, will destroy itself. If reason is as cunning as Hegel said it was, it will do its job without your help. 9. The cunning of reason thus in no way involves a faith in a secret guiding hand guaranteeing that all the apparent contingency of unreason will somehow contribute to the harmony of the totality of reason. If anything, it involves a trust in unreason, the certainty that, no matter how well planned things are, somehow they will go wrong. This is what Lacan meant by his statement that a letter always reaches its destination. There is no repression without the return of the repressed, every totality of meaning is always disturbed by its symptom. So what about the obvious counter-argument that this reference to Hegel is operative only in the early Lacan, for whom the goal of the psychoanalytic cure is the complete symbolization of symptoms, and no longer for the Lacan who becomes aware of the barred big other? For the Lacan of the 1950s, focused on the symbolic, the success of the analytic treatment relies on the liberating power of symbolic realization, of listening to and assuming the I, truth which speaks in and through the unconscious symptoms. In a Hegelian mode, Lacan asserts the link, identity even, between language and death. In language, immediate reality is mortified or idealized in its notional sublation, and insofar as the symbolic order is sustained by death drive beyond the pleasure principle, one has to subjectivize one's own death, to recognize in it the only master to be obeyed, and thereby to get rid of all other master figures. 10. The late Lacan, now focused on the real, introduces the irreducible tension between the symbolic and the real of death. It is possible that all language is made not to think death which, effectively, is the least thinkable thing. 11. Far from being the operator of death, language is here conceived as a defense against a screen protecting us from the confrontation with death. 12. Since this tension is irreducible, the goal of analysis is no longer Lacan's version of Hegelian absolute knowing, namely the ideal of a total symbolization in which the subject gets rid of its imaginary ego. It is now its very opposite, the subject's heroic forcing of the symbolic prohibition, his or her confrontation with the black sun of the real thing. Lacan's idea of the end or goal of the analytic treatment passes through three main phases which vaguely fit the triad of symbolic, real, and imaginary. First, the symbolization of the symptoms, then, the violent encounter with the real, finally, the modest amelioration of our daily psychic economy. Lacan's limitation is clearly discernible in how, in his last decades, he tends to oscillate between two poles which are both worse, as Stalin would have put it. Sometimes, he conceives of the ethical act as a kind of forcing, a violent act of transgression which cuts into imaginary and symbolic semblances and makes the subject confront the terrifying real in its blinding destructive power. Such traumatic encounters, Such penetrations into the forbidden or damned domain, in Antigone, are called ate, and can only be sustained for a brief moment. These authentic moments are rare, one can only survive them if one soon returns to the safe domain of semblances. Truth is too painful to be sustained for more than a passing moment. At other times, Lacan adopts the opposite attitude of wisdom. The analyst never knows what will happen when he pushes analysis too far and dissolves the analysand's symptoms too radically. One can get more than one expected. A local interpretive intervention into a particular symptomal formation can destabilize the subject's entire symbolic economy and bring about a catastrophic disintegration of his world. The analyst should thus remain modest and respect appearances without taking them too seriously. They are ultimately all we have, all that stands between us and the catastrophe. It is easy to see how these two stances complement each other. They rely on an image of human life as a continuous dwelling in inauthentic semblances, interrupted from time to time by violent encounters with the real. This modest approach of merely making life a little bit easier, of diminishing suffering and pain, forgetting about capitalized truth, makes the late Lacan almost Aurortian, and clearly reverses his earlier fidelity to the biblical prescription. But if God so clothes the grass of the field, which is alive today and tomorrow is thrown into the furnace, will he not much more clothe you? You of little faith? Do not worry then, saying, what will we eat, or what will we drink, or what will we wear for clothing? For the Gentiles eagerly seek all these things, for your heavenly Father knows that you need all these things. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. So do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will care for itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Lacan often refers to these lines in order to denigrate healing as the primary goal of psychoanalytic treatment. Health comes par circuit in addition or in excess, and by itself, as an unintended bonus. Insofar as health concerns the organism and its homeostasis, not truth, its status is pathological in the Kantian sense, so that Lacan's motto can also be expressed in terms of focusing on ethical duty and ignoring utilitarian concerns. Do your duty, and happiness and the good will take care of themselves. There are many variations of this attitude, best rendered by the saying take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves, which should be inverted into, take care of the sounds, and the sense will take care of itself. Lacan aims at the heroic stance of take care of the truth, and the healing will take care of itself. Confront the truth, risk everything, ignore the consequences, and health will come par circuit. In short, confront the real, and reality will take care of itself. Do not compromise your desire, and your needs and demands will be provided for. There is, however, a fundamental ambiguity which pertains to this attitude. Does it mean that one should ignore health and focus on the essential, on the patient's articulation and assumption of the truth of his or her desire, or does it mean, in a more refined way, that psychic health is essentially a byproduct? In the latter case, health remains the true goal of the treatment. The point is simply that it is counterproductive, self-destructive even. To make it a direct goal, one should work on other things and count on health emerging as a byproduct. But if this is the case, should we not also invert the motto accordingly, take care of the pathological reality, and the real will take care of itself? Be modest, try to help the patient by easing his suffering, and the truth will emerge by itself. Furthermore, this biblical formula can also be considered a denial of the unconscious. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. By whom? By God, who will do the work behind the scenes. In the same way he clothes the grass of the field. 13 Lacan's thesis that God is unconscious is endowed here with a new meaning. Do your duty, and God will be the mole, the agent of that subterranean unconscious weaving of the spirit which will create the conditions for my act to succeed. In other words, does Lacan himself not rely here on some kind of cunning of reason which will help the patient achieve health without directly looking for it? The Lacanian prosopopoeia. The mode of appearance of this cunning of reason is irony, which for Hegel lies at the very core of dialectics. All dialectics lets hold that which should hold, treats it as if it fully holds, and, in this way, it lets it destroy itself. The general irony of the world. 14. With his method of questioning, Socrates merely pushes his opponent partner to make his abstract idea more concrete, and, in this way, lets him reveal the inconsistency of his position and lets this position destroy itself. The method does not impose external standards onto an idea, it measures the idea by its own standards and lets it destroy itself through its own self-explication. When Hegel writes that womankind is the everlasting irony of the community, 15. Does he thereby not assert the feminine character of irony or dialectics? 16. What this means is that the very presence of Socrates, his questioning attitude, transforms the speech of his partner into prosopopoeia. When the participants in a conversation are confronted with Socrates, their words all of a sudden start to sound like quotes and clichés, like borrowed voices. The participants are confronted with the abyss of what authorizes them in their speech, and the moment they try to rely on the usual supports of authorization, authorization fails. It is as if an inaudible echo of irony adds itself to their speech, an echo which hollows out their words and their voice appears as borrowed and expropriated. 17. Recall the proverbial scene of a man making a speech in front of his wife, boasting of his great exploits, evoking high ideals, etc., and his wife silently observing him with a barely concealed mocking smile. Her silent presence has the effect of ruining the pathos of his speech, of unmasking him in all his misery. It is in this sense that, for Lacan, the Socratic irony announces the subjective position of the analyst. Does not the same hold also for the analytic session? Recall Umberto Eco's analysis of Casablanca, where he draws attention to a strange habit of the resistance hero Victor Laszlo. In every scene, he orders a different drink, a Pernod, a cognac, a whiskey. But why? Is this to be read as an indication that, beneath the image of a heroic anti-fascist fighter, there dwells a refined, decadent hedonist? No, it is simply that the script writers did not treat Victor Laszlo as a psychologically consistent personality, but as a composite of multiple clichés. And it is the same in subjective reality. The mysterious depth of personality has to be demystified as the illusory effect of prosopopoeia, of the fact that the subject's discourse is a bricolage of fragments from different sources. The status of prosopopoeia in Lacan changes radically with the shift in the status of the analyst from being the stand-in for the big other to being the small other. The analyst who occupies the place of the big other is himself the medium of prosopopoeia. When he speaks, it is the big other who speaks through him. In the intersubjective economy of the analytic process, he is not just another subject, he occupies the empty place of death. The patient talks, and the analyst's silence stands for the absent meaning of the patient's talk, the meaning supposed to be contained in the big other. The process ends when the patient can himself assume the meaning of his speech. The analyst as the small other, on the contrary, magically transforms the words of the analysand into prosopopoeia, desubjectivizing his words, depriving them of the quality of being an expression of the consistent subject and his intention to mean. The goal is no longer for the analysand to assume the meaning of his speech, but for him to assume its non-meaning, its nonsensical inconsistency, which implies, with regard to his own status, his desubjectivization, or what Lacan calls subjective destitution. Prosopopoeia is defined as a figure of speech in which an absent or imaginary person is represented as speaking or acting. The attribution of speech to an entity commonly perceived to be unable to speak is for Lacan the condition of speech as such, not only its secondary complication. Does not Lacan's distinction between the subject of the enunciation and the subject of the enunciated point in this direction? When I speak, it is never directly myself who speaks. I have to have recourse to a fiction which is my symbolic identity. In this sense, all speech is indirect. I love you has the structure of, my identity as lover is telling you that it loves you. 18. The implication of prosopopoeia is thus a weird split of which Robert Musil was aware. The man without properties has to be supplemented with properties without man, without a subject to whom they are attributed. There are two correlative traps to be avoided here, the rightist and the leftist deviations. The first, of course, is the pseudo-Hegelian notion that this gap stands for a self-alienation which I should strive to abolish ideally and then fully assume my speech as directly my own. Against this version, one should insist that there is no I which can, even ideally, assume its speech directly, bypassing the detour of prosopopoeia. Wearing a mask can thus be a strange thing. Sometimes, more often than we tend to believe, there is more truth in the mask than in what we assume to be our real self. Think of the proverbial shy and impotent man who, while playing an interactive video game, adopts the screen identity of a sadistic murderer and irresistible seducer. It is all too simple to say that this identity is just an imaginary supplement, a temporary escape from his real-life impotence. The point is rather that, since he knows that the video game is just a game, he can reveal his true self, do things he would never do in real-life interactions in the guise of a fiction. The truth about himself is articulated. Therein lies the truth of a charming story like Alexander Dumas's The Man in the Iron Mask. What if we invert the topic according to which, in our social interactions, we wear masks to cover our true face? What if, on the contrary, in order for us to interact in public with our true face, we have to have a mask hidden somewhere, a mask which renders our unbearable excess, what is in us more than ourselves, a mask which we can put on only exceptionally, in those carnivalesque moments when the standard rules of interaction are suspended? In short, what if the true function of the mask is not to be worn, but to be kept hidden? 19. The opposite trap is to elevate that through which I speak into an authentic side of truth, so that something in me deeper than myself, the truth itself, speaks through me. This is the Jungian version, involving a distinction between my ego and the self, a much broader ground of my subjectivity, with the task being to progress from my ego to my true self. Against this version, one should assert that that which speaks through me is fundamentally a lie. 20. The temptation here, of course, is to say that it is not the other through whom I speak, but that the other itself speaks through me. The ultimate prosopopoeia is the one in which I myself am the other, the means used by X to speak. Does, then, the key dialectical reversal apropos prosopopoeia go from the subject talking through others to the subject itself as the side through which the other speaks? The shift from me speaking through some figure of the other to the I itself as prosopopoeia? From I cannot tell the truth about myself directly. This most intimate truth is so painful that I can only articulate it through another, by adopting the mask, talking through the mask, of another entity, to truth itself is talking through me. This reversal involves the dialectical shift from predicate to subject, from what I am saying is true to truth is talking through me. And, furthermore, is not this shift also clearly sexualized? Woman is man's prosopopoeia, she is man's symptom, she has no substance of her own, she is a mask through which man speaks. Woman cannot relate to truth as an inherent value, she cannot tell the truth, however, truth can speak in or through her. The reversal from I speak the truth to I, the truth, speak occurs with woman's identification with the truth. Men tell the truth, while in woman, truth itself speaks. The primordial prosopopoeia is effectively that of the symbolic order itself, of the subject assuming a symbolic mandate, or, as Lichtenberg put it in one of his aphorisms, there is a transcendent ventriloquism that makes people believe that something that was said on earth came from heaven. In one of the Marx Brothers films, Groucho, caught telling a lie, answers angrily, "Whom do you believe, your eyes or my words?" This apparently absurd logic renders perfectly the functioning of the symbolic order in which the symbolic mask matters more than the direct reality of the individual who wears it. It involves the by now familiar structure of what Freud called fetishistic disavowal. I know very well that things are the way I see them, that the person in front of me is a corrupt weakling, but I nonetheless treat him respectfully, since he wears the insignia of a judge, so that when he speaks, it is the law itself which speaks through him. So, in a way, I really do believe his words, not my eyes. This is where the cynic who believes only hard facts falls short. When a judge speaks, there is in a way more truth in his words than in the direct reality of the person of judge. If one limits oneself to what one sees, one simply misses the point. This paradox is what Lacan aims at with his Les non-dupes errant, those who refuse to let themselves get caught in the symbolic fiction and believe only what they see with their own eyes are those who err most. What the cynic misses here is the efficiency of the symbolic fiction, the way it structures our reality. A corrupt priest preaching on goodness may be a hypocrite, but if people endow his words with the authority of the church, they may inspire them to perform good deeds. Here one should take note of a certain paradox. It is precisely when I speak, when I perceive myself as the agent of my speech that, effectively, the big other speaks through me, that I am spoken, since my speech acts are totally regulated by the symbolic order in which I dwell. And, conversely, the only way for me to bring my subjective position of enunciation into words is to let myself be surprised by what I say, to experience my own words as a case of it speaks in / through me. This is what happens in the case of a symptom. In it, my true subjective position finds a way to articulate itself against my will and intention. The opposition is thus not directly between I speak and the other speaks through me, since these are the two sides of the same coin. When it speaks through me, it is not the big other which speaks. The truth that articulates itself is the truth about the failures, gaps, and inconsistencies of the big other. 21. The Talmud says, the one who quotes properly brings redemption to the world. Is this not literally the formula of Stalinist argumentation? Freud also emphasizes that the unconscious in dreams can only quote. Dreams are like a parrot, they are the ultimate prosopopoeia, just repeating speech fragments qua remnants of the day, while also, of course, submitting them to cruel cuts and rearrangements in order to squeeze its message into them. This, and not the ridiculous notion of some mysterious spirit secretly pulling the strings to guarantee a happy outcome, is what the Hegelian cunning of reason amounts to. I hide nothing from you, I renounce all hermeneutics of suspicion, I do not impute any dark motives to you, I just leave the field free for you to deploy your potential and thus destroy yourself. There is more than superficial wordplay in the resonance between List der Vernunft and Lust der Vernunft. The cunning of reason only works, the subject only allows itself to get caught in the trap of reason, if it is bribed by some surplus pleasure, and it is the surplus that is brought out by the analytic stance. It is easy to discern here the unexpected proximity of the Hegelian master to the analyst, to which Lacan alludes. The Hegelian cunning of reason means that the idea realizes itself in and through the very failure of its realization. It is worth recalling the sublime reversal found in Charles Dickens's Great Expectations, when, as a young man, Pip is described as a fellow of great expectations. Everybody perceives this as a prediction of his future worldly success. At the novel's end, however, when Pip abandons London and returns to his modest childhood community, we realize that he lived up to the prediction that marked his life only by finding the strength to leave behind the vain thrill of London's high society, and thereby authenticate the notion of his being a man of great expectations. Furthermore, as befits a Hegelian novel, the ending of Great Expectations is deeply ambiguous in a way which evokes the radical ambiguity of the Hegelian reconciliation. Here is the novel's last paragraph, describing Pip and Estella meeting again at the ruins of Satis house. "We are friends," said I, rising and bending over her, as she rose from the bench. "And will continue friends apart," said Estella. I took her hand in mine, and we went out of the ruined place, and, as the morning mists had risen long ago when I first left the forge, so the evening mists were rising now, and in all the broad expanse of tranquil light they showed to me, I saw no shadow of another parting from her. How are we to read the last words, "I saw no shadow of another parting from her"? Do they mean that Estella and Pip will never part, that they will stay together forever, or that it is only at this moment that Pip did not see the shadow of a future parting? Even more interestingly, we now know that this ending was a revised second version. In the original ending, Estella has remarried and Pip remains single. Following the advice of certain friends, Dickens wrote a more upbeat ending, suggesting that Estella and Pip would marry. Many critics not only found this new ending a concession to popular taste, some even proposed their own new ending. Here is G.B. Shaw's version, describing what happens after Estella and Pip run into one another and then part again. "Since that parting, I have been able to think of her without the old unhappiness, but I have never tried to see her again, and I know I never shall. There is an ambiguity here again, I know I never shall what? See Estella again or try to see her again. Another attempt was made by Douglas Brooks Davies, who resolved the ambiguity of Dickens's second ending by opting for the pessimistic version. When Estella and Pip are leaving the garden together, the evening sunlight of the moment when I left Satis holding Estella's hand was so bright that it banished all shadows, even the metaphorical shadow of the parting that we were soon to endure. However, this dispelling of the ambiguity does not work because, in a way, it is superfluous. It says too much in an exact parallel with Hegel's absolute knowing, where we also see no shadow of another parting from it. It, of course, includes its own historicity. However, to say this explicitly is already to say too much and involves a regression to historicism. The denouement of Great Expectations thus relies on a kind of Hegelian reflexivity. What changes in the course of the hero's ordeal is not only his character, but also the very ethical standard by which we measure his character. In his review of Badiou's Ethics, Terry Eagleton wrote, "There is a paradox in the idea of transformation. If a transformation is deep-seated enough, it might also transform the very criteria by which we could identify it, thus making it unintelligible to us. But if it is intelligible, it might be because the transformation was not radical enough. If we can talk about the change, then it is not full-blooded enough, but if it is full-blooded enough, it threatens to fall outside our comprehension. Change must presuppose continuity as subject to whom the alteration occurs if we are not to be left merely with two incommensurable states. But how can such continuity be compatible with revolutionary upheaval? 22. The properly Hegelian solution to this dilemma is that a truly radical change is self-relating. It changes the very coordinates by means of which we measure change. In other words, a true change sets its own standards. It can only be measured by criteria that result from it. This is what the negation of negation is, a shift of perspective which turns failure into true success. And does the same not go for the Freudian Fehlleistung, act which succeeds in its very failure? Robert Pippin is right to emphasize that the realization that only in such failure is there success is an achievement like no other in the history of philosophy. 23. This is where the standard reproach to Hegel falls short. The story of the Hegelian dialectical reversal is not the story of failure as a blessing in disguise, as a step or detour towards the final triumph that retroactively redeems it, but, on the contrary, the story of the necessary failure of every success, the story of how the only success the subject can gain is the reflexive shift of perspective which recognizes success in failure itself. Lacan, Marx, Heidegger. Such a shift also lies at the very heart of the Hegelian relationship between lies and truth. Winston Churchill was right when he characterized truth not as something we search for, but as something upon which, occasionally, we accidentally stumble. Men stumble over the truth from time to time, but most pick themselves up and hurry off as if nothing happened. A psychologically intuitive person may be able to recognize immediately from a slight change of tone or of gesture when somebody has started to lie, but perhaps what one needs much more is someone able to recognize when, in the generalized babble of daily communication, a person stumbles upon truth, not, of course, factual truth, but subjective truth, which can also express itself in the guise of a lie. The reason is that, at their most radical, lies are not a simple denial of truth, they serve a much more refined protective function, to render the truth palpable, tolerable. During World War II, Churchill quipped, "In wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies." And since, in a way, life itself, especially love, is permanent warfare, lying is what keeps the world together. Joseph de Maistre wrote, "If we want to teach an error, we should always begin with the truth." 24. De Maistre had in mind how even the most cruel sacrificial rituals of pagan religion implicitly harbor a correct insight into the efficacy of sacrifice brought out in its true form by Christianity. However, from a Hegelian standpoint, we should invert the statement: if we want to teach a truth, we should always begin with an error. The basic strategy of Brecht's celebrated adaptive cunning, exemplified by his behavior during his interview by the House Un-American Activities Committee, is to lie with truth. While all Brecht's answers to the committee were factually true, he tailored the facts to create a false overall impression. The principle underlying Brecht's strategy is best expressed in his cynical reply to the reproach that he acted like a coward: "My profession is not a hero, but a writer." The problem here, of course, is that being a hero, that is, having courage, is precisely not a profession, but a characteristic that can be displayed in any situation where what is at stake is what Badiou calls fidelity to a truth event. Brecht's stance should be contrasted to that of Dashiell Hammett, who found himself in a similar predicament at the same time. Called to testify before the HUAC, he was asked if he really was a trustee for a fund that the Communist Party of the USA had organized to protect its persecuted members and sympathizers. The truth was that he knew nothing about the fund, but he was too proud to answer truthfully, since this would have implied that he recognized the authority of the HUAC and accepted the need to defend himself, so he refused to answer. Both Brecht and Hammett lied, but where Brecht lied with truth, Hammett lied to save his dignity and truthfulness. Point 25. No wonder that George Lukács, Brecht's great Marxist opponent, displayed more ethical courage than Brecht when, after the crushing of the Hungarian rebellion at the end of 1956, he was arrested by the Soviets, who offered him freedom on one condition: they had tapes of his phone conversations with the other members of the Imre Nagy government, and they knew that he had expressed his disagreement with some of the government's anti-socialist measures. All the Soviets wanted from him was to restate these disagreements publicly. Lukács declined, knowing perfectly well that to state the factual truth under such conditions would have been to lie. In his first seminar, Lacan defines error as a habitual embodiment of truth, as long as the truth will not be revealed in its entirety, that is to say, in all probability till the end of time, it will be in its nature to propagate itself in the guise of error. Error is thus a constitutive structure of the revelation of being as such. 26. The reference here, of course, is to the Freudian universe in which truth articulates itself as a rupture of the normal or regular flow of our speech or activity. The truth leaks out in the guise of slips of the tongue, failures to act, etc. Lacan wants to draw a strict distinction between this Freudian procedure and the Hegelian dialectic, in which truth also arises out of errors, through the self-sublation of the latter. Hegelian truth is the absolute disclosure which can only be formulated at the end of history, when the historical process is fully actualized, while Freudian truth is partial, fragmentary, always just a rupture in the flow of ignorance, never the revealed totality. The problem here is that since psychoanalysis thus lacks the final point of total revelation which would enable it to firmly distinguish truth from error, how can it be sure that the other discourse which the psychoanalytic interpretation discerns beneath the discourse of méprise is not just another discourse of misrecognition? Aware of the problem, for a couple of years Lacan effectively insisted on a homology between psychoanalysis and Hegelian absolute knowing, the only difference being that the psychoanalyst is more modest, aware that we cannot ever reach the point of accomplished symbolization/revelation. However, such a reading of Lacan as a weak Hegelian, still faithful to the Hegelian goal and merely postponing indefinitely the final reconciliation, is stricto sensu wrong, that is, wrong with regard to Hegel. In other words, the very notion of absolute knowing as accomplished symbolization, the full revelation of being, etc., totally misses the point of the Hegelian reconciliation by turning it into an ideal to be reached, rather than something that is always already here and should merely be assumed. Hegelian temporality is crucial here. We enact reconciliation not by way of a miraculous healing of wounds, and so forth, but by recognizing the rose in the cross of the present, by realizing that reconciliation is already accomplished in what we perceived as alienation. Consequently, Hegel does deal with symptoms in the sense that every universality in its actualization generates an excess which undermines it. The Hegelian totality is by definition self-contradictory, antagonistic, inconsistent. The whole which is the true is the whole plus its symptoms, the unintended consequences which betray its untruth. For Marx, the totality of capitalism includes crises as its integral moments. For Freud, the totality of a human subject includes pathological symptoms as indicators of what is repressed in the official image of the subject. The underlying premise is that the whole is never truly whole, every notion of the whole leaves something out, and the dialectical effort is precisely the effort to include this excess, to account for it. Symptoms are never just secondary failures or distortions of the basically sound system, they are indicators that there is something rotten in the very heart of the system. This is why the anti-Hegelian rhetoric which insists on how Hegel's totality misses the details which stick out and destroy its equilibrium misses the point. The space of the Hegelian totality is the very space of the interaction between the whole and the details that elude its grasp, although they are generated by it. So what if Hegel's thought is not a metaphysics, but a form of pataphysics in Alfred Jarry's sense, a thinking of pathological incidents which inevitably disturb the inner logic of a process? The paradigmatic case of understanding, of its abstract reasoning, is thus not primarily the isolated analysis of objects and processes, or a blindness to the complex dynamic whole within which an object is located, but rather a blindness to the structural role of symptoms, of excesses and obstacles, a blindness to the productive role of these obstacles. For example, at the level of understanding, crises appear as obstacles to capitalism's smooth functioning, obstacles that can and should be avoided by the adoption of intelligent economic policies. Likewise, for understanding, the totalitarian character of the communist regimes of the 20th century appears as a regrettable consequence of neglecting the central role of democratic decision-making, not as a necessary feature of the 20th century communist project as such. Understanding is thus inherently utopian, it dreams of, say, a society based on money, but in which money would not be an instrument of fetishistic alienation and exploitation, but would simply mediate the exchange between free individuals, or of a society based on parliamentary democracy which would fully and effectively represent the people's will, and so on. So Hegel cannot think the symptom insofar as we understand the cunning of reason in its traditional teleological sense, as a hidden rational order controlling historical contingency, manipulatively exploiting particular moments in order to realize its hidden universal goal. However, the moment we take into account the retroactivity of universal necessity, the fact that each use of particular moments for some universal goal, as well as this goal itself, emerge retroactively in order, precisely, to rationalize the symptomal excess, we can no longer accept the Hegelian cunning of reason in its standard sense. In his early, Maoist phase theory of contradiction, Badiou wrote, "To the nothing new under the sun, the thinking of revolt opposes the ever-new insurgent red sun, under the emblem of which the unlimited affirmative hope of rebellious producers engenders ruptures." This upbeat statement is supplemented by a much more ominous-sounding one: "There is the radically new only because there are corpses that no trumpet of judgment will ever reawaken." 27. The shocking brutality of this last statement should not blind us to its truth. If we really want to assert a radical break, we must abandon the Benjaminian notion of retroactive redemption, of a revolutionary act which redeems all past suffering and defeats, as the Christians say, the dead should be left to bury the dead. No cunning of reason can retroactively justify present suffering, as in the Stalinist idea, elaborated by Merleau-Ponty in Humanism and Terror, that the good life of the communist future will justify the cruelty of the contemporary revolutionary process. Robert Pippin is the only thinker today who heroically defines his goal as the promotion of bourgeois philosophy, that is, the philosophy of legitimizing and analyzing the bourgeois way of life centered on the notion of autonomous and responsible individuals leading a safe life within the confines of civil society. The problem, of course, comes back to the skeleton in the closet of every bourgeois society. Pippin as a Hegelian should know that, for Hegel, modern bourgeois society could only have arisen through the mediation of revolutionary terror. Furthermore, Hegel is also aware that, in order to prevent its own death by habituation, every bourgeois society needs to be shattered from time to time by war. A problem such as: can excesses like Auschwitz be justified, economized, as necessary detours on the road towards a free society? Can they be aufgehoben as moments of historical progress? Is, therefore, From a strict Hegelian perspective, badly posed, it presupposes a position of external substantial teleology that is precluded by Hegel. There is no substantial historical spirit weighing up in advance the costs and benefits of a prospective historical catastrophe. It is only actual humans, caught up in a historical process, who generate a catastrophe which can then give birth to new ethico-political awareness, without any claim that this unintended result in any way justifies or legitimizes the enormous suffering that led to it. Measured in this way, no historical progress is worth the price. All one can say is that the ultimate outcome of historical catastrophes is sometimes a higher ethical awareness which one should accept with humility and in memory of the blood spilled on the path to realizing it. Such blessings in disguise are never guaranteed in advance, which is why, insofar as a symptom is the point of irrationality of the existing totality, a point which cannot be subsumed under any figure of totalizing reason, we should invert Marx's famous formula of recovering the rational core of Hegel's dialectic and boldly propose to recover its irrational core. But, again, are we not contradicting here Lacan's explicit critique of the Hegelian cunning of reason? Does not Lacan advocate Marx's materialist reversal of Hegel? What Hegel cannot think is the radical sense of a symptom which undermines from within any cunning of reason. For Marx, the totality of reason is undermined in its symptom. This dimension of the symptom as the return of truth as such into the gap of a certain knowledge, is highly differentiated in Marx's critique, even if it is not made explicit there. And one can say that a part of the reversal of Hegel that he carries out is constituted by the return of the question of truth. The latter actually forces itself upon us, not by taking up the thread of the ruse of reason, a subtle form with which Hegel sends it packing, but by upsetting these ruses which are merely dressed up with reason. 28. Marx invents the symptom when he conceptualizes the position of the proletariat as the material figure and body which gives body to the unreason of the totality of reason conceptualized and legitimized by Hegelian knowledge. Marx thus sees through the Hegelian trick of legitimizing exploitation and other horrors as necessary moments of the progress of reason, denouncing it as the legitimization of a miserable social reality which is merely dressed up with reason. As such, the message of the symptom is, men, listen, I am telling you the secret. I, truth, speak. 29. In a symptom, it speaks, the subject is surprised by it, taken aback, caught with his pants down. A symptom is thus something that cannot be attributed to any subject or agent. The temptation to be resisted here, the very temptation of the cunning of reason, is to surmise another meta-subject or agent who organizes these apparent failures and mistakes, turning them into steps towards the final truth. The cunning of reason is the desperate wager of trusting in history, the belief that the big other guarantees its final happy outcome, or, as Lacan put it in his acerbic way, the discourse of error, its articulation in action, could bear witness to the truth against the apparent facts themselves. It was then that one of them tried to get the cunning of reason accepted into the rank of objects deemed worthy of study. Unfortunately, he was a professor. Remain content, then, with your vague sense of history and leave it to clever people to found the world market in lies, the trade in all-out war, and the new law of self-criticism on the guarantee of my future firm. If reason is as cunning as Hegel said it was, it will do its job without your help. 30. A symptom is, on the contrary, that which undermines the big other, that in which the big other reveals its gaps, inconsistency, failure, impotence. When Lacan writes, I, truth, speak, this does not mean that the substantial big other in me speaks, but, on the contrary, that the big other's failure breaks through. Error is the partial untruth which can be sublated into a subordinate moment of the truth of totality, while a symptom is a partial breakthrough of the repressed truth of the totality, a truth which belies totality. Lacan here opposes error and mistake, while, in the Hegelian dialectical process, truth arises through error. In the psychoanalytic process, it arises from a mistake. Truth says, whether you flee from me in deceit or think you can catch me in error, I will catch up with you in the mistake from which you cannot hide. 31. When I am in error, I hold as true something that is not true. In a symptom, on the contrary, Truth appears in what I hold as least true, most contingent, unworthy of universality. Again, truth says, I wander about in what you regard as least true by its very nature, in dreams, in the way the most far-fetched witticisms and the most grotesque nonsense of jokes defy meaning, and in chance not in its law, but rather in its contingency. And I never more surely proceed to change the face of the world than when I give it the profile of Cleopatra's nose. 32. The implications of such a radical notion of the symptom are much more far-reaching than it may appear. The symptom is not a secondary expression of some substantial content already dwelling deep in the subject. On the contrary, the symptom is open, coming from the future, pointing towards a content that will only come to be through the symptom. 33. Recall Lacan's statement that woman is a symptom of man. Does this mean that, vulgari eloquentia, a woman comes to exist only when a man selects her as a potential object of libidinal investment? So what is she prior to this investment? What if we conceive the idea of a symptom that pre-exists what it is a symptom of, so that we can consider women as symptoms wandering around in search of something to attach themselves to as symptoms, or even just being satisfied with their role as empty symptoms? 34. One can effectively claim that a woman who withdraws from sexual contact with men is a symptom at its purest, a zero-level symptom. A nun, for example, who, in rejecting becoming the symptom of a particular man, posits herself as the symptom of Christ, the man. This notion of the paradoxical pre-existence of a symptom can also be given a Benjaminian twist. In the middle of Tchaikovsky's Francesca da Rimini, there is a passage which sounds almost like Bernard Herrmann, a kind of flight into the future. Then the standard romanticism recovers itself. It is really as if Tchaikovsky produced here a symptom in the early Lacanian sense of a message from the future, something that its own time lacked the proper means to hear or understand. No wonder that this is the music used for the ballet sequence at the end of Torn Curtain, a kind of revenge of Herrmann, whose score Hitchcock discarded, a scene in which the repressed returns. 35. There is a nice anecdote about a Latin American poet who modified the political tenor of his poetry according to whoever was his most recent mistress. When she was a proto-fascist rightist, he celebrated military discipline and patriotic sacrifice. When he got involved with a pro-communist woman, he started to celebrate guerrilla warfare. Later, he moved on to a hippie mistress and wrote about drugs and transcendental meditation. This is what woman as a symptom of man means, not merely that a man uses a woman to articulate his message. On the contrary, woman is the determining factor. Man orients himself towards his symptom, he clings to it to give consistency to his life. And the Hegelian cunning of reason works in a similar way. It is not that reason is a secret force behind the scenes using human agents for its purposes. There are nothing but agents following their particular purposes, and what they do autopoetically organizes itself into a larger pattern. But did not Heidegger propose a much more radical critique of the Hegelian cunning of reason, in a way which differs radically from Marx's critique? For the cunning of reason to be operative, there is no need to resuscitate any transcendent rational agency. Particular contingent finite facts must be accounted for not in terms of any such higher power, but in terms of their own intelligibility, which is the true infinite immanent to the finite itself. The contrast with Heidegger's own full assertion of finitude could not be clearer. Heidegger deploys all the consequences of such a radical assertion of finitude, up to and including a series of self-referential paradoxes. His claim is that the ultimate failure, the breakdown of the entire structure of meaning, the withdrawal from engagement and care, in other words the possibility that the totality of Dasein's involvements collapses into itself, the world has the character of completely lacking significance. 37 is the innermost possibility of Dasein, that Dasein can succeed in its engagement only against the background of a possible failure. The interrelational structure of the world of care can fail in such a catastrophic way that Dasein will appear not as the world embedded, open to meaning, engaged agent in a shared world that it is, but, all at once as it were, the null basis of a nullity. 38 Here Heidegger is not just making the decisionist existentialist point about how being a subject means being able to fail to be one, how the choice is ours and utterly contingent. with no guarantee of success. 39 His point is rather that the historical totality of meaning into which we are thrown is always already, constitutively, thwarted from within by the possibility of its utmost impossibility. Death, the collapse of the structure of meaning and care, is not an external limit which, as such, would enable Dasein to totalize its meaningful engagement. It is not the final quilting point that dots the eye of one's lifespan, enabling us to totalize a life story into a consistent, meaningful narrative. Death is precisely that which cannot be included in any meaningful totality. Its meaningless facticity is a permanent threat to meaning, its prospect a reminder that there is no final way out. 40 The consequence of this is that the choice is not a direct choice between success and failure, between authentic and inauthentic modes of existence, since the very notion that one can successfully totalize one's life within an all-encompassing structure of meaning is the ultimate inauthentic betrayal. The only true success Dasein can have is to heroically confront and accept its ultimate failure. The magical force of reversal. The contrast with Hegel is thus striking. If Hegel's underlying axiom is that the result of an untrue mode of knowledge must not be allowed to run away into an empty nothing, 41, i.e., that, through the work of tarrying with the negative, every outbreak of negativity can be accounted for in a narrative of meaning and thus aufgehoben in an encompassing infinite totality for Heidegger, it is a formal characteristic of Dasein's finitude that every meaningful engagement will finally run away into an empty nothing. All are meaningful. Engagements are just so many contingent attempts to postpone the inevitable, heroic acts against the background of the ultimate nullity of all human endeavor. Does this critique of Hegel hold up, however? On a first approach, it may well appear justified, as Pippin has noted, when, in a famous passage from the Foreword to the Phenomenology, Hegel provides the most outstanding formulation of the reversal of the negative into a higher positivity, of the resurrection of the infinite life after death. He has recourse to a very strange term: spirit is this power only by looking the negative in the face, and tarrying with it. This tarrying with the negative is the magical force that converts it into being. 42 Effectively, it is as if Hegel cannot help giving away his dodge and his own uncertainty with that revealing word or Freudian slip, Zauberkraft. 43 An admission that there is something magical, something like the intervention of a deus ex machina, in the dialectical reversal of the negative into the positive. This is why we need to be very precise in circumscribing this reversal. It is a commonplace about Hegel that he criticized the idea of the Crusades for confounding the possession of the spiritual truth of Christianity with the possession of the physical site of Christ's tomb, the place of his crucifixion and resurrection. However, here again, the choice is not an immediate one. In order to experience the spiritual truth of Christianity, one has to first occupy the tomb and experience its emptiness. Only in this disappointment, through this failure in triumph, does one reach the insight that, in order to live in Christ, it is not necessary to travel to faraway lands and occupy empty tombs, since Christ is already here whenever there is love between his followers. To recast this experience in the terms of the Rubinovich joke: we are going to Jerusalem to find Christ's tomb and to dwell in the presence of divinity. But what you will discover in Jerusalem is that the tomb is empty, that there is nothing to find, that all you have is yourselves, the community of visiting Christians. Well, this community of spirit is the living Christ, and this is what we were really looking for. The same goes for the resurrection itself. Christ will be resurrected. But we, his followers who wait for him, see nothing. True, you don't see, but what you don't see is that the spirit of this community of yours, the love that bonds you, is the resurrected Christ. And likewise, even more so for the topic of the second coming, nothing will really happen, no God will miraculously appear, people will just realize that God is already here, in the spirit of their collective. Christopher Nolan's film The Prestige, a story about the deadly rivalry between two magicians, the lower-class Alfred Borden and the upper-class Robert Angier, in fin de siècle London, can, surprisingly, help us to grasp clearly this magical aspect of Hegelian dialectics. The film can be read as an allegory of the struggle for Hegel's legacy between right and left Hegelians. The two magicians compete over who can deliver the best performance of the transported man trick. Borden, the first to perform it, disappears into a box, bounces a ball to another box across the stage, and instantly reappears within the second box to catch the ball. Blackmailed into revealing the source of his trick to Angier, Borden gives him one clue, the name of an inventor, Tesla. Angier travels to Colorado Springs to meet Nikola Tesla and learn the secret of Borden's illusion. Tesla constructs a teleportation machine, but the device fails to work. Angier then learns from Borden's notebook that he has been sent on a wild goose chase. Feeling he has wasted his money, he returns to Tesla's lab and discovers that the machine can in fact create and teleport a duplicate of any item placed in it. When Tesla is forced to leave Colorado Springs, Angier is left with the machine. In a letter, Tesla warns Angier to destroy it. Angier refuses to do so and returns to London to begin a final set of 100 performances with his new act, The Real Transported Man, in which he disappears under huge arcs of electricity and teleports 50 yards from the stage to the balcony in a second. Borden attends Angier's performance and is baffled. He slips backstage and finds Angier inside a water tank, with a padlock on the latch that prevents his escape. At the film's end, the mortally wounded Angier reveals his secret to Borden. Each time he disappeared during the illusion, he fell through a trapdoor into the tank and drowned. The machine created a duplicate who teleported to the balcony and basked in the applause. Angier says he suffered to become great, a philosophy Borden thought Angier had never learned. The class rivalry between the upper-class Angier and the lower-class Borden is reflected in, among other things, the different ways in which they organize the illusion. Borden uses his twin brother to replace him, while Angier does it with the help of true scientific wizardry. There is a celebration of the aristocratic ethic of sacrifice at work here. For the sake of his art, Angier undergoes the terrible pain of drowning during each performance. Therein resides Angier's revenge. Borden thinks that only he is ready to truly suffer to become great. However, at the end, he is forced to admit that beneath Angier's corrupted aristocrat attitude there is a much more terrible sacrifice. Each performance is paid for with a suicide. Early in the film, when a magician performs a trick with a small bird which disappears in a cage on the table, a small boy in the audience starts to cry, claiming that the bird has been killed. The magician approaches him and finishes the trick, gently producing a live bird out of his hand, but the boy is not satisfied, insisting that this must be another bird, the dead one's brother. After the show, we see the magician in a room behind the stage, bringing in a flattened cage and throwing a squashed bird into a trash bin. The boy was indeed correct. The film describes the three stages of a magic performance: the setup, or the pledge, where the magician shows the audience something that appears ordinary but is probably not, making use of misdirection; the turn, where the magician makes the ordinary act extraordinary; and the prestige, where the effect of the illusion is produced. Is not this triple movement the Hegelian triad at its purest? The thesis, its catastrophic negation, and the magical resolution of the catastrophe. The catch, as Hegel was well aware, is that in order for the miracle of the prestige to occur, somewhere there must be a squashed bird in the prestige. It is Angier's drowned body. We should thus have no qualms about admitting that there is something of the cheap magician about Hegel, in his trick of synthesis, of Aufhebung. Ultimately, there are only two ways to account for this trick, like the two versions of the vulgar bad news/good news medical joke. The good news is good, but it concerns another subject; the good news is bad news for the subject, but from a different perspective. The true Hegelian synthesis is the synthesis of these two options. The good news is the bad news itself, but in order for us to see that, we have to shift to a different agent. In other words, the dead bird remains dead, it really dies. Likewise in the case of Christ, who is reborn as another subject, as the Holy Ghost. We are dealing here with jokes in which we arrive at the final line only through a dialogic undermining of a preceding position, an undermining which unexpectedly involves our subjective standpoint. 44 The basic idea of Hegel's dialectic is, on the contrary, that this dialogic process is not just subjective but is inscribed in the reality of the thing itself. The tension which is reflected in the dialogue is constitutive of reality. This is how Hegel's thesis that the path to truth is part of truth itself should be conceived. Even the remark allegedly made by Brecht in Sidney Hook's apartment, apropos the accused at the Moscow show trials in the 1930s, can be recast in these terms. In 1935 Brecht visited Hook's house in Manhattan. When Hook raised the question of the recent arrest and imprisonment of Zinoviev, Kamina, and thousands of others, Brecht is alleged by Hook to have replied calmly in German, "The more innocent they are, the more they deserve to be shot." As Hook tells it, he then handed Brecht his hat and coat. Brecht left with a sickly smile. 45. Brecht's statement is thoroughly ambiguous. It can be read as a standard assertion of radical Stalinism, or it can be read in a radically anti-Stalinist manner. If they were in a position to plot the assassination of Stalin and his entourage, and were innocent, then they really deserve to die for having failed to rid us of Stalin. The true guilt of the accused is thus that, instead of rejecting the very ideological framework of Stalinism and ruthlessly acting against Stalin, they narcissistically fell in love with their victimization and either protested their innocence or became fascinated by the ultimate sacrifice they could make for the party by confessing to non-existent crimes. The properly dialectical way to grasp the imbrication of these two meanings would be to start with the first reading, followed by the common-sense moralistic reaction to Brecht. But how can you say something so ruthless? Surely such a logic, demanding a blind self-sacrifice to satisfy the accusatory whims of the leader, can only function within a terrifying and criminal totalitarian system. It is surely the duty of every ethical subject to fight such a system with all means possible, including the physical removal, murder if necessary, of the totalitarian leadership. Yes, so you can see how, if the accused were innocent, they deserve all the more to be shot. They effectively were in a position to rid us of Stalin and his henchmen, and missed this unique opportunity to spare humanity from his terrible crimes. 46. The same ambiguity can be discerned in the infamous statement attributed to various Nazi leaders, "When I hear the word culture, I reach for my pistol." The Nazis' intended meaning was probably that he was ready to defend High German culture with arms, if necessary, against the Jews and other barbarians. The true meaning, however, is that he is himself a barbarian who explodes with violence when confronted with true works of culture. 47. Hegel's version of infinite judgment is thus different from Kant's. There is a negation of negation at work in its most famous example: "The spirit is a bone, the spirit is a bone." This is nonsense. There is an absolute contradiction between these two terms. Well, the spirit is this contradiction. One can see the opposition between this procedure and the paradox of identity as identified by Hegel, where the very occurrence of an identical term causes surprise. A rose is a rose. The Hegelian move is to treat this surprise/paradox as constitutive of identity. There is surprise in both cases, but of a different kind. 48. This in turn means that Heidegger's notion of death as the ultimate point of impossibility that cannot be dialectically sublated or included in a higher totality is no argument against Hegel. The Hegelian response is just to shift the perspective in order to recognize this negativity itself in its positive aspect. As a condition of possibility, what appears as the ultimate obstacle is in itself a positive condition of possibility, for the universe of meaning can only arise against the background of its annihilation. Furthermore, the properly dialectical reversal is not only the reversal of negative into positive, of the condition of impossibility into the condition of possibility, of obstacle into enabling agency, but, simultaneously, the reversal of transcendence into immanence, and the inclusion of the subject of enunciation in the enunciated content. This reversal into itself, the shift in the status of what is at stake from sign to thing, from predicate to subject, is crucial for the dialectical process. What first appears as a mere sign of the thing turns out to be the thing itself. If the idea cannot adequately represent itself, if its representation is distorted or deficient, then this simultaneously signals a limitation or deficiency of the idea itself. Furthermore, not only does the universal idea always appear in a distorted or displaced way, This idea is nothing but the distortion or displacement, the self-inadequacy, of the particular with regard to itself. This brings us to the most radical dimension of the famous identity of opposites. Insofar as contradiction is the Hegelian name for the real, this means that the real is simultaneously the thing to which direct access is impossible and the obstacle which prevents this direct access, the thing which eludes our grasp and the distorting screen which makes us miss the thing. Is this not how trauma works? On the one hand, trauma is the X that the subject is unable to approach directly, that can only be perceived in a distorted way, through some kind of protective lens, that can only be alluded to in a roundabout way, never confronted head-on, etc. On the other hand, however, for a subject who has experienced a traumatic shock, the trauma also functions as the very opposite of the inaccessible thing in itself which eludes its grasp. It functions as something here, in me, that distorts and disturbs my perspective on reality, twisting it in a particular way. A woman who has been brutally raped and humiliated not only cannot directly recall the rape scene, the repressed memory of the rape also distorts her approach to reality, making her oversensitive to some of its aspects, ignoring others, and so on. And is not this shift structurally homologous to that of the Rubinovich joke quoted above? The very problem retroactively appears as its own solution, since what prevents us from directly accessing the thing is the thing itself. The only change here lies in the shift of perspective. In exactly the same way, the final twist in Kafka's parable before the law relies on a mere shift of perspective. The man from the country, confronted with the door of the law that prevents his access to the terrifying thing, is told that from the very beginning the door was there only for him, in other words that he was from the beginning included in the law. The law was not just the thing which fascinated his gaze, it always already returned his gaze. And, to go a step further, the gap that separates me from God is the gap that separates God from himself. The distance is not abolished, it is merely displaced into God himself. Yet another way to articulate this key moment is in the more traditional terms of the dialectical tension between the epistemological and the ontological dimensions. The gap that separates the knowing subject from the known object is inherent to the object itself. My knowing a thing is part of a process internal to the thing, which is why the standard epistemological problem should be turned around, not how is my knowledge of the thing possible, but how is it that knowledge appears within the thing as a mode of the things relating to itself. With regard to God, the problem is not how can I know God, but how and why does God generate in humans knowledge about himself, that is, how does my knowledge of God function within God himself? Our alienation from God is God's self-alienation. When we lose God, it is not only that God abandons us, God abandons himself. Reflection and supposition. Hegelian reflection is thus the opposite of the transcendental approach which reflexively regresses from the object to its subjective conditions of possibility. Even the philosophy of the linguistic turn remains at this transcendental level, addressing the transcendental dimension of language, that is, how the horizon of possible meaning sustained by language in which we dwell functions as the transcendental condition of possibility for all our experience of reality. Here, then, the signified falls into the signifier, for the signified is an effect of the signifier. It is accounted for in the terms of the symbolic order as its transcendentally constitutive condition. Point 49. What dialectical reflection adds to this is another reflexive twist which grounds the very subjective transcendental side of enunciation in the self-movement of the thing itself. Here, the signifier falls into the signified, the act of enunciation falls into the enunciated, the sign of the thing falls into the thing itself. When asked to explain the meaning of a term X to someone who, while more or less fluent in our language, does not know this specific term, we invariably respond with a potentially endless series of synonyms, paraphrases, or descriptions of situations in which the use of the term would be appropriate. In this way, through the very failure of our endeavor, we circumscribe an empty place, the place of the right word, precisely the word we are trying to explain. So at some point, after our paraphrases fail, all we can do is to conclude in exasperation, in short, it is X. Far from functioning as a simple admission of failure, however, this can effectively generate an insight if, that is, through our failed paraphrases we have successfully circumscribed the place of the term to be explained. At this point, as Lacan would have put it, the signifier falls into the signified, the term becomes part of its own definition. It is a little bit like listening to old mono recordings. The very crackling sounds that filter and disturb the pure reproduction of the human voice generate an effect of authenticity, the impression that we are listening to a real person singing, while the very perfection of modern recordings, with their stereo and other effects, strangely derealize what we hear. This is why the enlightened New Ager who implores us to fully realize or express our true self cannot but appear as its opposite, as a mechanical, depthless subject blindly repeating his or her mantra. To recapitulate, dialectical reversal is more complex than it may appear. At its most radical, it is not only the reversal of a predicate, but the shift of the predicate itself into the position of the subject. This key feature of the Hegelian dialectic can be clarified by way of the well-known male chauvinist notion of how, in contrast to man's firm self-identity, the essence of woman is dispersed, elusive, displaced. The appropriate response here is to move from this claim that the essence of woman is forever dispersed to the more radical claim that this dispersion or displacement as such is the essence of femininity. This is a shift which, once again, can be retold in terms of the Rubinovich formula, I have found the essence of femininity. But one cannot find it, femininity is dispersed, displaced. Well, this dispersion is the essence of femininity. One should again insist here on the irreducible character of this dialogical process, the fact that one cannot directly pass to the essence of femininity, but must pass through the illusory assertion I have found the essence of femininity, and its failure, is not only a necessity which affects our cognitive approach, but constitutes the thing itself. And the subject is not just an example here, but the name for a formal structure. The subject as such is a subjectivized predicate. The subject is not only always already displaced, and so on, it is this displacement. What this means is, again, that the above described dialogical structure is inscribed into the very being of subject. The subject aims at representing itself, this representation fails, the subject is this failure of its own representation. The supreme case of this shift constitutive of the dimension of subjectivity is that of supposition. Lacan began with the notion of the analyst as the subject supposed to know, which arises through transference. However, he soon realized that he was dealing with a more general structure of supposition, in which a figure of the other is not only supposed to know, but can also believe, enjoy, cry, and laugh, or even not know for us. This structure of presupposition is not infinite, it is strictly limited, constrained by the four elements of the discourse. S1 the subject supposed to believe, S2 the subject supposed to know, A the subject supposed to enjoy, and, what about dollar? Is it a subject supposed to be a subject? What would this mean? What if we read it as standing for the very structure of supposition? It is not only that the subject is supposed to have a quality, to do or undergo something. The subject itself is a supposition, for the subject is never directly given, as a positive substantial entity, we never directly encounter it, it is merely a flickering void supposed between the two signifiers. That is to say, what, precisely, is a subject? Think of a proposition, a statement. How, when, does this statement become subjectivized? It becomes so when some reflexive feature inscribes into it the subjective attitude. In this precise sense, a signifier represents the subject for another signifier. The subject is the absent X that has to be supposed in order to account for this reflexive twist, for this distortion. And Lacan pushes on here to the end. The subject is not only supposed by the external observer-listener of a signifying chain, it is in itself a supposition. The subject is inaccessible to itself as a thing, in its noumenal identity, and, as such, it is forever haunted by itself as object. What are all doppelganger figures if not figures of myself as an object that haunts me? In other words, not only are others a supposition for me, I myself am no less a supposition for myself, something to be presumed and never directly accessible. Hume's famous observation that, no matter how closely or deeply I look into myself, all I will find are specific ideas, particular mental states, perceptions, emotions, etc., never a self, misses the point. This non-accessibility of the subject to itself as an object is constitutive of being a self. One could even claim that, formally, this reversal from the subject supposed to the subject itself as a supposition defines subjectivity. Substance appears in phenomena, while a subject is nothing but its own appearance. This does not mean that the subject is the stupid tautology of the real, but, much more precisely, that the subject is nothing but its own appearing, the appearing reflected into itself. 50 A paradoxical torsion in which a thing starts to function as a substitute for itself. As Robert Fowler observes apropos the substitution, what is substituted can also appear itself, in a 1:1 scale. In the role of the substitute there only must be some feature ensuring that it is not taken to be itself. Such a feature is provided for by the threshold which separates the place of what is substituting from what is being substituted or symbolizes their detachment. Everything that appears in front of the threshold is then assumed to be the ersatz, as everything that lies behind it is taken to be what is being substituted. There are scores of examples of such concealments that are obtained not by miniaturization but only by means of clever localization. As Freud observed, the very acts that are forbidden by religion are practiced in the name of religion. In such cases as, for instance, murder in the name of religion, religion also can do entirely without miniaturization. Those adamantly militant advocates of human life, for example, who oppose abortion, will not stop short of actually murdering clinic personnel. Radical right-wing opponents of male homosexuality in the USA act in a similar way. They organize so-called gay bashings in the course of which they beat up and finally rape gays. The ultimate homicidal or homosexual gratification of drives can therefore also be attained, if it only fulfills the condition of evoking the semblance of a countermeasure. What seems to be opposition then has the effect that the X to be fended off can appear itself and be taken for a non-X. 51. What we encounter here yet again is the Hegelian oppositional determination. In the figure of the gay basher raping a gay man, the gay encounters himself in his oppositional determination, that is, tautology appears as the highest contradiction. 52 In other words, the structure is again that of the Mobius band. If we progress far enough on one side, we reach our starting point again, but on the other side of the band. Lewis Carroll was therefore right. A country can serve as its own map insofar as the model or map is the thing itself in its oppositional determination, that is, insofar as an invisible screen ensures that the thing is not taken to be itself. In this precise sense, the primordial difference is not between things themselves, also not between things and their signs, but between the thing and the void of an invisible screen which distorts our perception of the thing so that we do not take the thing for itself. The movement from things to their signs is not that of a replacement of the thing by its sign, but that of the thing itself becoming the sign of not another thing, but itself, the void at its very core. 53. This paradox brings us to the relationship between man and Christ. The tautology man is to be read as a Hegelian infinite judgment, as the encounter of man with its oppositional determination, with its counterpart on the other side of the Mobius band. In the same way that, already in our everyday understanding, the law is the law means its opposite, the coincidence of law with arbitrary violence, man is man signals the non-coincidence of man with man, the properly inhuman excess which disturbs its self-identity, and what, ultimately, is Christ but the name of this excess inherent to man, man's extimate kernel, the monstrous surplus which, following the unfortunate Pontius Pilatus, one of the few ethical heroes of the Bible, can only be designated as ecce homo. Beyond intersubjectivity. What is the status of this inhuman excess? In his attempt to describe the genesis of our search for meaning, Wolfram Haugerb claims that the subject's relation to objectivity has to be grounded in intersubjectivity, without a dark U, we do not have a chance to begin developing objective relations with things. 54 Objectivity can only arise as the notion of an X that remains the same under different subjective perspectives or descriptions. It is the result of such abstraction from subjective standpoints. What precedes it is the mantic animist experience of reality as meaningful, full of unknown meaning. It is not that I begin with the encounter with objects around me, and then notice how some of these objects have an inner life like me, so transfer onto them my inner life. On the contrary, the transference comes first, objectivization comes after. Against this background, Hegel interprets popular culture figures like vampires, zombies, aliens, and replicants as uncanny figures of intelligent beings deprived of emotions and of a horizon of meaning, lacking the searching for meaning attitude, properly worldless beings. As Marcus Gabriel points out, there is a shift here from romanticism, in which uncanny monstrous doubles stand for the inhuman abyss of the subject itself, to our own time in which replicants, etc., stand for worldless thinking machines. 55 But is there not an ambiguity present also in today's replicants or robots, from Terminators onwards? Are they not, beneath the appearance of desubjectivized thinking machines, figures of the subject in its pure inhuman state? Is not the alien or Terminator today's image of the dark eye beyond human empathy? One of the strategies for taming this dark eye is a kiss. Sandor Marai's Embers ends with a definition of the kiss as an answer, a clumsy but tender answer to a question that eludes the power of language. 56 This short definition effectively circumscribes the key dimension of a kiss. Crucially, it is given by the mouth, the very organ of speech, depriving it of its ability to talk, shutting it off. As such, the kiss is an answer to the question that eludes the power of language, which is nothing other than what Lacan calls chevoe, the question which concerns the abyss of the other's desire, the abyss opened up by speech but for which every word fails. A kiss is a clumsy and desperate measure to pacify this abyss by way of closing off its source through a direct intervention into the bodily real. Shut up. Let my closeness to you close the gap which threatens to ruin our relationship. This is the truth in the cliché about prostitutes who allow their customers to penetrate them but not to kiss them on the mouth, a signal that they do not want to surrender the abyss of their subjectivity to the closeness of a stranger. Is the traumatic encounter with the divine in the guise of a meaningless absolute which triggers, as a reaction, the search for meaning effectively the primordial fact? Psychoanalysis provides a key insight here. Let us approach it through the perplexity of Harriya Hercules, an extraordinary short novel by Manohar Shyam Joshi, and one of the classics of 20th century Indian literature. 57 Set in Delhi around 1960, the novel tells the story of Harihar Dutt Twari, an infinitely patient, unmarried, middle-aged man who spends all his time attending to his blind, infirm, and chronically constipated old father, who was once a pillar of society. Hariya's care for his father includes regularly cleansing his rectum to clean out the dried excrement. One day, while visiting a relative, Hariya hears that there is a town called Gumaling in Australia. He hallucinates that his own double lives there. The word Gumaling, a signifier of father's desire, thus disturbs Hariya's inner peace and triggers his perplexity, not only about his father but about all things sexual. Having up to now simply ignored sexuality, he becomes intrigued by how and why the sexual act brings pleasure, and tries to learn from his older female relatives all about it. When his father dies soon afterwards, Hariya inherits one of his most precious possessions, a trunk containing jewelry, pornographic pictures of group sex acts in which his father participated, and a letter from a Tibetan Lama. The letter describes the curse brought by the father upon a Twari family when, in the mythic Himalayan town of Gumaling, he stole the trunk that belonged to the terrible deity of Gumaling. As a dutiful son, Hariya goes looking for Gumaling to return the trunk to the deity. After he mysteriously vanishes, members of his community back in Delhi compose a multitude of stories, some describing him as a self-sacrificing saint, others as a victim of manipulation and robbery. In spite of all the disgusting details, this novel is one of the most beautiful and touching stories about the rise of desire out of an encounter with what Jean Laplanche would have called an enigmatic signifier, a signifier which condenses the mystery of the other's desire. As we know from Freud and Lacan, the father is not simply a bearer of prohibition. The price he has to pay for occupying this place is that he himself gets prohibited, and what triggers Harry's desire is this dark, prohibited side of the father. Furthermore, a similar self-reflexive reversal of subject into object affects Harry himself. After he becomes perplexed by the mystery, he himself turns into an object of mystery, for his disappearance triggers a multitude of inconsistent narratives concerning his fate. However, from a strict materialist standpoint, Laplanche's notion of the enigmatic signifier should be critically supplemented. It is not a primordial fact, an original trauma which sets the human animal on the path of subjectivization. It is, rather, a secondary phenomenon, a reaction to the primordial fact of the overproximity of the other, of his or her intrusive presence or bodily material too muchness. It is this intrusive presence which is then interpreted as an enigma, as an obscure message from the other who wants something from me. In this sense, the neighbor refers not primarily to the abyss of the other's desire, the enigma of che vuoi, of what do you really want from me, but to an intruder who is always and by definition too near. This is why for Hitler the Jew was a neighbor. No matter how far away the Jews were, they were always too close. No matter how many were killed, the remnants were always too strong. 58 As usual, Chesterton made this point with utmost clarity. The Bible tells us to love our neighbors, and also to love our enemies, probably because they are generally the same people. There is a problem to be clarified here. No matter how intrusively one touches a dog or a cat, the intrusion will never be interpreted by it as an enigmatic signifier, which means that something, some radical change, must have already happened in a living being for it to experience something as an intrusion. It seems obvious that a violation is always a violation with regard to some presupposed norm. Should one then say that, in order for something to be experienced by the body as intrusion, a kind of primordial ego already has to be constituted, implying a line of division between the inside and the outside? Is it then the homeostasis of the primordial ego which is disturbed, derailed, by the intrusion of the drive, so that the opposition between ego and drive is the opposition between life and death? Which norm is violated in too muchness? The properly Freudian materialist solution would be to turn this relationship around and to posit the paradox of an original excess, an excess in itself rather than in relation to a presupposed norm. The Freudian drive is just such an excess in itself. There is no normal drive. The formation of the ego with its borderline between inside and outside is already a defense formation, a reaction against the excess of the drive. In short, it is not the excess of the drive which violates the norm of the ego, it is the norm itself which is a defense against the excess of the drive. It is for this reason that intersubjectivity is not a primordial or natural state of human being. To find traces of a dimension beyond intersubjectivity in Hegel, one should look for them in the very place which is the central reference for the partisans of recognition, the famous chapter on servitude and domination from the Phenomenology. Malebou has noted perceptively that, in spite of the precise logical deduction of the plurality of subjects out of the notion of life, there is an irreducible scandal, something traumatic and unexpected, in the encounter with another subject, that is, in the fact that the subject encounters outside itself, in front of it, another living being in the world which also claims to be a subject. 59 As a subject, I am by definition alone, a singularity opposed to the entire world of things, a punctuality to which all the world appears, and no amount of phenomenological description of how I am always already together with others can cover up the scandal of another such singularity existing in the world. In the guise of the living being in front of me who claims to be also a self-consciousness, infinity assumes a determinate form, and this coincidence of opposites points towards the infinite judgment. The spirit is a bone, which concludes the section on observing reason in the Phenomenology. The source of this scandal is that self-consciousness breaks with the oscillation between attachment and detachment that characterizes the process of life. Life is at the same time the life of the species which reproduces itself through the life and death of its members, and the life of each member. Each member's attachment is thus split, divided between an attachment to its own particular finite being and an attachment to its species. Once we enter spirit proper, however, this dialectic of attachment and detachment which characterizes the life of a species radically changes. In the life of spirit, a singularity interposes itself between the species and its individual members. This means that an individual can no longer be reduced to being a particular member of its species, subordinated to its higher universal interest. A spiritual individual has the infinite right to universality, because his singular existence is not merely that of a member of the species in it. The universality of the species becomes for itself, assumes a determinate form. So when I encounter in front of me another self-consciousness, there is something in me which resists the reduction of both myself and the opposed self-consciousness to simple members of the human species. What makes the encounter shocking is that in it, two universalities meet where there is room only for 1.60. In the original encounter, the other is thus not simply another subject with whom I share the intersubjective space of recognition, but a traumatic thing. This is why this excess cannot be properly counted. Subjects are never 1 plus 1 plus 1, there is always an objectal excess which adds itself to the series. We find an echo of this excess in those science fiction or horror stories where strange things start to happen among a group of people in an isolated place and everything points to something else being present, not another human, all of whom can be counted without ever grasping the excess, but an alien monster which is less than 1 but more than 0. This excessive spectral object is, of course, a stand-in for the subject itself as object, the subject's impossible real objectal counterpart. Drive versus will. The Freudian name for this excessive attachment to the objectal excess is the drive, which brings us to the key question: can Hegel think the drive? Hegel comes close to the Freudian drive in his elaboration of the notion of force. 61 The dialectic of the thing and its properties dissolves into the unconditioned universal beneath the flow of phenomena. This universal gives a positive form to the void at the heart of everything, the void that accounts for the oneness of the thing and that can only be accounted for by the thing's name. In itself, this void is already the subject, the universal dimension of subjectivity. However, it is still an object of consciousness. The result has to be given an objective significance for consciousness. Consciousness does not yet know that there is nothing behind the veil of appearances, nothing but what consciousness itself puts there. This feature captures the acephalous character of the drive. It is not mine, the subject's, it is the very core of my being insisting out there, as a partial object which is not me. This remaining split between consciousness and objective being has to be reflected into the object itself. It appears there in the guise of the distinction between form and content, the form of universality and its content, multiple particular independent elements. The two moments of this distinction, of course, are not fixed opposites, but are caught in an endless process of passing into each other, in an oscillation typical of spurious infinity. The matters posited as independent directly pass over into their unity, and their unity directly unfolds its diversity, and this once again reduces itself to unity. But this movement is what is called force. One of its moments, the dispersal of the independent matters in their being, is the expression of force, but force, taken as that in which they have disappeared, is force proper, force which has been driven back into itself from its expression. First, however, the force which is driven back into itself must express itself, and, secondly, it is still force remaining within itself, just as much as it is expression in the self-containedness. 62. Does this being driven back into itself of the force already point towards the Freudo-Lacanian drive? Is the drive a force in its being driven back into itself? Does the rhythm of force point towards the repetitive movement of the drive? Hegel's force is driven back into itself as the very power of annihilating the appearances in which it expresses itself. It is not yet the potentiality of virtual power which retains its authority only as virtual, as the thread of its actualization. More precisely, the drive is not power, but also not force. It is a force thwarted in its goal, finding its aim in repeating the very failure to reach its goal. The drive does not express itself. It stumbles upon an external element or obstacle, it does not pass from one to another of its manifestations or expressions, it gets stuck on one of them. It is not driven back to itself through overcoming or annihilating its expressions, but through not being able to do so. The drive has nothing whatsoever to do with psychology. The death drive is not a psychic striving for death and destruction as Lacan emphasizes repeatedly. The death drive is an ontological concept, and it is this properly ontological dimension of the death drive which is so difficult to think. Freud defined Trieb as a limit concept situated between biology and psychology, or nature and culture, a natural force known only through its psychic representatives. But we should take a step further here and read Freud more radically. The drive is natural, but the natural thrown out of joint, distorted or deformed by culture, it is culture in its natural state. This is why the drive is a kind of imaginary focus, or meeting place, between psychoanalysis and cognitive brain sciences, the paradox of the self-propelling loop on which the entire Freudian edifice is based and which the brain sciences approach in metaphoric formulations, without being able to define it precisely. Due to this in-between status, the insistence of the drive is immortal, an undead striving that insists beyond life and death. In the classic German poem about two naughty children, Wilhelm Busch's Max und Moritz, the children continually act in a disgraceful way towards respected authorities, until finally they both fall into a wheat mill and come out cut up into tiny grains. But when the grains fall on the floor, they form into the shapes of the two boys. Rickaruk. Rickaruk. Jet die Mool mit Genaka. Hier kann man sie noch erblicken. Feingeschritten und in Stucken. In the original illustration, the shapes are sneering obscenely, insisting in their evil even after death. The formula of the drive is thus the same as Kant's formula of duty, du kannst, denn du sollst. A deeply ambiguous formula that can be read in two ways which may appear to overlap, but are in fact very different. No matter how hard or impossible the task appears, you simply have to do it, since you should do it, although you really cannot. You are forever condemned to feel guilty for not having done it. The first version is the formula of the unconditional drive which insists beyond life and death, the second is its superego perversion. This obstinacy can also be embodied in a particular organ, like a fist or the feet, as in Hans Christian Andersen's Red Shoes, the story of Karen, a poor little girl adopted by a rich old lady after her mother's death. Growing up vain, she buys a pair of red shoes and wears them to church, where she pays no attention to the service. When her adoptive mother becomes ill, Karen deserts her, preferring to attend a party in her red shoes. But once she begins dancing, she cannot stop the shoes take over, she cannot control them, they are stuck to her feet and continue to dance, through fields and meadows, come rain or shine, night and day. She cannot even attend her adoptive mother's funeral. An angel appears to her, condemning her to dance until she grows cold and pale, as a warning to vain children everywhere. Karen then asks the executioner to chop off her feet. He does so and gives her a pair of wooden feet and crutches. Thinking that she has suffered enough for the red shoes, Karen decides to go to church, but the chopped off feet still wearing the red shoes dance before her, barring the way. The following Sunday she tries again, thinking herself at least as good as the others in church, but again the dancing shoes bar the way. Karen then goes to do service in the parsonage, and when Sunday comes she dares not go to church. As she sits alone at home and prays to God, it is as though the church comes home to her and her heart becomes so filled with peace and joy that it bursts. She dies, and her soul flies on rays of sunlight to heaven, where no one asks her about the red shoes. 63. In his film The Red Shoes, Michael Powell transposed Andersen's fairy tale into a modern ballet company setting, but with a strange twist. The dancing shoes bring death to the heroine not because they enact her fidelity to her vocation, but because they push her towards the suicidal act of sabotaging her return to a dancing career. Towards the film's end, Vicky is torn between the charismatic demoniac Lermontov, the director of the ballet company, and Julian, a young composer for whom she gave up her career. Lermontov convinces her to return to the company to dance in a revival of the Red Shoes, Julian's ballet based on Andersen's fairy tale. On the opening night, as she is preparing to perform, Julian appears in her dressing room to take her back with him. Lermontov arrives, and he and Julian contend for Vicky's soul. Torn between her love for Julian and her need to dance, she cannot decide what to do. Julian, realizing that he has lost her, leaves for the railway station, while Lermontov consoles Vicky, "Sorrow will pass, believe me. Life is so unimportant. And from now onwards, you will dance like nobody ever before." However, while being escorted to the stage by her dresser, and wearing the red shoes, Vicky is suddenly seized by an irresistible impulse and runs out of the theater. Julian, on the platform at the train station, sees her and runs helplessly towards her. Vicky jumps from a balcony and falls in front of an approaching train. While lying on a stretcher, bloody and battered, Vicky asks Julian to remove the red shoes. Shaken by Vicky's death and broken in spirit, Lermontov appears before the audience to announce that Miss Page is unable to dance tonight, nor indeed any other night. Nevertheless, the company performs the red shoes with a spotlight on the empty space where Vicky would have been. This ending is deeply ambiguous with regard to the role of the shoes. Did Vicky run out of the theater to join Julian against the red shoes, and the shoes merely sabotage the reunion of lovers by causing her deadly fall, or did the shoes also lead her to run away? The key to this ambiguity is provided by the difference between the drive and the will. It is not that drive suggests an unfocused pressure or impulse, while will implies concentration and domination. For Freud, the drive is no less focused than the will. It always has an object, the X onto which it is stuck and to which it repetitively returns, around which it circulates. The drive is in many ways almost a photographic negative of the will. It is the push to eject its object, to lose it, to introduce a gap, not to overcome it. Thus, we could even say that the will is a counter-movement to the drive, an attempt to reinscribe the objectal drive into the economy of the ego as the agency of control and domination. In the standard description of the circular process of alienation and reappropriation, the subject loses itself in its otherness in order to reappropriate its alienated substantial content. The drive is, at its most fundamental, this gesture of loss itself, not as externally imposed, but as willed by the subject. In every heroic narrative of recuperation, there is a moment of loss or betrayal which enables the later redemption. Adam and Eve had to fall in order for Christ to redeem us, Judas had to betray Christ in order for Christ to fulfill his mission, and so on. There is a perverse core that we always stumble upon in these narratives. Was the fall not a felix culpa? Did not God play a perverse game with humans, provoking the fall so that he would then be able to display his mercy and love for fallen humanity? Was not Christ's betrayal by Judas a key moment that enabled humanity's redemption through Christ's crucifixion, that is, an act that had to happen and that was clearly, if ambiguously, willed by Christ? This negative act is the manifestation of the drive at its purest. This, perhaps, is what Nietzsche had in mind when he insisted that the will was unconditional, a matter of willing it all. We should also will, fully assume as what we wanted, the dirty work that we prefer to leave to others in order to enjoy the result while hypocritically condemning the way it was obtained. The pure will to will means that Christ willed Judas to betray him, that God willed Adam and Eve to fall. On the other hand, we should also avoid the perverse temptation of willing the fall in order to cast oneself as the savior, like the nanny from Patricia Highsmith's very first short story The Heroine, who sets the house on fire in order to be able to save the children from death and thus earn the love and respect of their parents. There lies the thin line that separates the drive from perversion. In the drive proper, the loss is willed as such, in itself, not on account of its instrumentalization. One could thus venture the hypothesis that, if desire is as such, in its innermost essence, hysterical, that is, marked by the hysterical, this is not that then the drive is as such perverse. This is where Lacan's reading of Antigone as exemplifying the ethics of desire should be corrected. In his acrid subversion of the subject and dialectics of desire, Lacan proposes $D as the formula of the drive. Instead of moving beyond demand to its gaps, to what is in demand more than demand. The drive insists on the literality of the demand, which is exactly what Antigone does. Her unconditional demand is for the proper symbolic burial of her brother, and she insists on it up to Periat Mundus. Whatever she is not hysterical, she wants what she wants literally. As such, her act is beyond the opposition between consciousness and the unconscious, and also beyond any figure of the big other, inclusive of the eternal unwritten laws. It is an act of abyssal freedom and, as such, political. Lacan proposes as the true formula of atheism: God is unconscious, God could be unconscious. The hypothesis of the unconsciousness of God reflects the hypothesis that knowledge is not gifted with reflexivity of consciousness. 64. How, precisely, are we to grasp this ambiguous formula? Is it that God is our unconscious, or is it that God in himself has an unconscious, that his activity and knowledge are not transparent to himself? Does not the tradition from Boma to Schelling point in this second, more radical, direction? Insofar as Deus sub natura, the encompassing universe of reality, is unconscious, and insofar as the Freudian unconscious belongs to the pre-ontological level, this leads us to the conclusion that reality is in itself not fully ontologically constituted, non-all. 65. Furthermore, should we not read the thesis God is the unconscious together with the thesis the unconscious is politics? I am not even saying politics is the unconscious, but only the unconscious is politics. 66. The difference is crucial here. In the first case, the unconscious is elevated into the big other which exists. It is posited as a substance which really dominates and regulates political activity, in the sense of the true mobilizers of our political activity are not ideology or interests, but unconscious libidinal motivations. In the second case, the big other itself loses its substantial character. It is no longer the unconscious, it changes into a fragile inconsistent field overdetermined by political struggles. The unconscious of self-consciousness. It is along these lines that we can discern the contours of the theologico-political in Lacan. The political nature of the unconscious means that it is not an underlying deeper force secretly governing what appear as contingencies, expressing itself through them. Contingencies are irreducible, primary, they really are contingencies, and the unconscious is strictly parasitic, opportunistically exploiting unexpected contingencies to deliver its message. Freud is here radically opposed to that Jungian New Age obscurantism for which, precisely, there are no accidents, and everything has a deeper meaning. Therein resides the difference between idealism and materialism. This is why the Lacanian decentered subject does not imply the kind of decentering usually associated with psychoanalysis. There is something in me more than myself, some foreign power which runs the show, so that I am not responsible for my acts. If anything, Lacan insists on the subject's total responsibility. I am responsible even for acts and decisions of which I am not aware. Apropos the fear that the brain sciences will eventually demonstrate that humans are in reality merely neurobiological mechanisms, that there is nobody home beneath the surface of our phenomenal experience, one should fully accept this fear and avoid the primordial idealist lure which tempts us to substantialize our consciousness in some determinate component of reality. There effectively is nothing beneath or behind, since consciousness is entirely phenomenal. The moment one brackets the phenomenal level of awareness and limits oneself to reality, consciousness by definition disappears. It is as if one were to take a close look at a rainbow in order to locate some mysterious X in reality that corresponds to rainbow in itself. Consciousness thus confronts us with the hard task of grasping the effectiveness, the causal power, of the appearance as such, and the Freudian unconscious should also be understood along these lines, not as a substance behind the appearances of consciousness, but as itself a mode of appearing. In other words, the term unconscious must be understood in terms of the Kantian infinite judgment rather than negative judgment. It is not that what it designates is not conscious, it is rather that what it designates is unconscious. This is what differentiates the Freudian unconscious from the neuronal unconscious of the material processes going on in our brain when we think. The neuronal unconscious is merely not conscious, while the Freudian unconscious is like the undead, it is inherent to the psyche. Here the Freudian hypothesis of the unconscious confronts us with the limits of any torture or truth serum procedure designed to extract from the subject his true position, what he really thinks. A truth serum may get results if there is an ultimate truth the subject is trying to conceal. It may work if we are dealing with facts the subject knows and is trying to hide, but what if the subject is radically divided? For example, what if I pretend to believe in God, while sincerely thinking that there is no God, but this sincere conviction of mine is itself mistaken, and the truth lies in the external rituals I follow? In other words, what if I believe more than I believe I believe? Or, what if, while loving a person, I hate loving her? What would the truth serum make me say? We can see from this last example that the division of the subject is not to be taken as a simple separation into two parts where the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. The division rather relies on a kind of reflexivity. When I hate to love someone, my love is reflexively mediated by hatred. Pippin indicates this reflexivity when he provides a concise definition of what Hegel means by spiritual being, that is, of how the subject is a spiritual entity. The subject taking itself to be a certain way is the object to be such a way. 67 Spirit means that a human being, in its specific being human, ultimately is what it takes itself to be. The key problem, of course, is how, exactly, we are to understand this taking oneself. Perhaps Pippin all too quickly reduces it to a normative dimension. Taking myself to be a father means that a behavior which follows certain norms is expected of me. But is it not more appropriate to conceive this taking as the act of assuming a certain symbolic identity conferred upon me, as the symbolic registration of my identity? A father is someone who takes himself as a father. Normative demands or expectations are here secondary. Even if I do not meet or follow them, I am still a father, just a bad father, one who fails to act the way his title obliges him to act. In other words, for the normative dimension to be operative, the big other, the scene of symbolic inscriptions and actions different from my immediate physical or psychic identity, already has to be in place, and for Lacan, it is this reflexive giving account, the inscription of what a subject does in the symbolic texture, which is the proper locus of the unconscious. There is thus a reflexivity inscribed into the very heart of psychoanalysis. What Pippin fails to take into account is how the Freudian unconscious is not raw stuff to be mediated, reflexively appropriated, by the subject, but the very site of this reflective inscription. No wonder, then, that in his critical remarks on psychoanalysis Pippin reduces it to yet another mode of the substantial determination of the subject which misses the Kantian Hegelian dimension of reflexivity that sustains the subject's autonomy and self-responsibility. As a subject, I cannot refer to the unconscious that determines me as a direct motivation. If unconscious motives effectively determine me as an autonomous subject, I should be the one who freely endorses the force of such motifs, who accepts them as motives. In short, every reference to the irresistible force of such motives has to involve a minimum of what Sartre called mauvaise foi. What if, however, it is Pippin himself who misses a crucial homology between the reflexivity inscribed into the very heart of Kantian Hegelian subjectivity and the reflexivity of desire elaborated in detail by Lacan? What we have in mind here with regard to Kant is the so-called incorporation thesis, the inextricable normativity of even the most elementary perceptions. Even when I merely state the obvious, making the most basic statement of fact, a table is there in front of me, I am not purely passive, I also declare a fact, I reflectively signal that I uphold this statement. This, however, is exactly what Lacan has in mind when he insists that, in every statement, the subject's position of enunciation is inscribed. When I state, I wear stone-washed jeans, my statement always also renders how I relate to this fact. This inherent reflexive moment of declaration is what Heidegger designated as the as such that specifies the properly human dimension. An animal perceives a stone, but it does not perceive the stone as such. This is the reflexivity of the signifier. Every utterance not only transmits some content, but, simultaneously, renders how the subject relates to this content. 68. Pippin is sympathetic to Manfred Frank's rejection of neo-structuralism as unable to account for subjectivity or meaning, but critical of Frank's version of pre-reflexive self-acquaintance as a crucial dimension of subjectivity. Pippin sees this dimension in Kantian Hegelian reflexivity/autonomy/self-responsibility, but what he fails to see is how this Kantian reflexivity opens up a space for the Lacanian subject of the unconscious. 69 The Freudian unconscious is inscribed into this very reflexivity. Take, for example, someone I love to hate, such as a villain in a Hitchcock film. Consciously, I just hate his guts, yet unconsciously I love to hate him. That is, what is unconscious here is the way I reflexively relate to my conscious attitude. This is what Lacan means when he says that man's desire is always a desire to desire. In an exact formal replica of Kantian reflexivity, I never simply and directly desire an object, I always reflexively relate to this desire. I can desire to desire it, I can hate to desire it, I can be indifferent to this desire of mine, just tolerating it neutrally. The philosophical consequence of this reflexivity of desire is crucial. It tells us how the opposition between the conscious and the unconscious is related to the opposition between consciousness and self-consciousness. The unconscious is not some kind of pre-reflexive, prethetic, primitive substrate later elaborated upon by conscious reflexivity. Quite the contrary, what is most radically unconscious in a subject is his self-consciousness itself, the way he reflexively relates to his conscious attitudes. The Freudian subject is thus identical to the Cartesian cogito, or, more precisely, to its later elaboration in Kantian Hegelian self-consciousness. During a recent multilingual public debate in Spain, Johnny Vadimo's remarks were by mistake translated back to him in English, to which he mockingly replied, "I don't need a translator to understand myself." The Freudian divided subject is someone who, precisely, does need a translator to understand him or herself, which is exactly the role the psychoanalyst plays for them. There is a joke which tells us more about what Lacan means with regard to the divided subject than pages and pages of theoretical elaboration. Two men, having had a drink or two, go to the theater, where they become thoroughly bored with the play. One of them feels an urgent need to urinate, so he tells his friend to mind his seat while he goes to find a toilet. "I think I saw one down the corridor outside." The man wanders down the corridor, but finds no WC. Wandering ever further into the recesses of the theater, he walks through a door and sees a plant pot. After copiously urinating into it and returning to his seat, his friend says to him, "What a pity. You missed the best part. Some fellow just walked on stage and pissed in that plant pot." 70 The subject necessarily misses its own act, it is never there to see its own appearance on the stage, its own intervention is the blind spot of its gaze. What, then, divides the subject? Lacan's answer is simple and radical: its identity itself. Prior to being divided between different psychic spheres, the subject is divided between the void of its cogito and the symbolic features which identify it in or for the big other. In Agnieszka Holland's Europa, the hero asks a fellow soldier who had been an actor prior to the war, "Is it hard to play someone else?" The actor answers, "It's much easier than playing oneself." We encounter this otherness at its purest when we experience the other as a neighbor, as the impenetrable abyss beyond any symbolic identity. When a person I have known for a long time does something totally unexpected, disturbingly evil, so that I have to ask myself, did I really ever know him? Does he not effectively become another person with the same name? One strategy for coping with this gap that separates me from my name is to add another name designed to capture the core of my being which eludes my public name. In a German film about high school delinquency, a gang member says to his apprentice, "My name is Jack. But you can call me Jack." A nice play with tautology. In the closed gang universe, the norm is that one is only allowed to call the boss by his nickname. "My name is Jack, but you can call me Jacko." The pseudo-intimacy of this invitation to use the nickname implies an injunction to accept and participate in the relations of domination and servitude that characterize the gang universe. The permission to address the boss directly by his proper name is thus the highest privilege. Imagine God telling you, "My name is God, but you can call me God." Something definitely much more frightening than my name is God, but you can call me the old one in the sky. Interlude 4. Borrowing from the future, changing the past. In his wonderful Le Plagiat par Anticipation, Pierre Bayard developed in detail the idea that writers can plagiarize not only works from the past, but also works from the future. Point 1. The accusation of plagiarism is grounded on a resemblance between two works which is so strong that it cannot be dismissed as a mere coincidence or a sharing of the same style. So when we have two works from different periods which very closely resemble each other, what is the key argument for taking this as a paradoxical case of the earlier work plagiarizing the not yet existing work from its future, and not, as in the standard approach, treating the latter as plagiarizing the former? Bayard proposes the criterion of dissonance, if we can clearly establish that, in relation to the features shared by the two works, the later one contains these features in a more fully developed form, while the earlier one contains only undeveloped fragments which do not fit into the totality of the work, but appear to strike a dissonant tone, then we can assume with reasonable certainty that the earlier work is a plagiarism of the later one. Among other amusing references, Bayard's great example is from a lesser-known novel by Guy de Maupassant which contains an uncannily Proustian passage on how a contingent encounter with an everyday object can trigger a multiplicity of half-forgotten memories about the past. This novel was written 3 decades before Proust began to publish his great cycle, and the passage is clearly out of sync with the rest of the novel, so it really is as if Maupassant plagiarized Proust, as if, in a weird rupture of the linear temporal continuum, a door into the future momentarily opened up, giving Maupassant a glimpse into what lay ahead in literature. There is an uncanny moment of plagiarizing the future in Hitchcock's work. Vertigo contains an enigmatic episode in which Madeline is seen by Scotty as she opens a window and then inexplicably disappears from the house. Does this scene not point forward to Psycho, to the appearance of the mother's silhouette in the window? In both cases, a body appears out of nowhere and disappears back into the void. The fact that in Vertigo this episode remains unexplained tempts one to read it in a kind of futur and terror, as already pointing towards Psycho. Is not the old lady who is the hotel clerk of the house in Vertigo a kind of strange condensation of Norman Bates and his mother, the clerk who is at the same time the old lady, thus providing in advance a clue to their identity, which is the great mystery of the film? The question which immediately arises here is, of course, how seriously we should take these claims. Surely not too seriously, since, in this case, we would have to embrace the New Age topic of synchronicity and mystical communion between spirits from different epochs, able to converse with each other in an eternal present. Nonetheless, the idea of a plagiarism by anticipation should not to be dismissed as a mere provocation, still less so does it imply any kind of a hidden teleology in which the present points towards a future determined in advance. On the contrary, this idea is profoundly anti-teleological and materialist. All that needs adding to it is the key concept of retroactivity. Italo Calvino's story A Beautiful March Day offers an idiosyncratic description of the conspiracy against Julius Caesar. Calvino focuses on the unintended consequences of the act of killing Caesar. While the conspirators' intention was to kill a tyrant and thereby restore Rome to its republican glory, their act effectively abolishes the very conditions which sustained its intended meaning. As Molly Rothenberg explains, the very world in which it made sense to get rid of Caesar also vanishes with those dagger strokes, not because Caesar held that world together, but because the assassins could not foresee that their act would also transform the way the act would be judged. They could not factor in the historicity of their action. Neither they nor anyone else could predict or govern how the future would interpret the assassination. Put another way, we could say that there simply was no way for them to take into account the retroversive effect of future interpretations. Point 2. Here we encounter the key feature of the symbolic, the fundamental openness it introduces into a closed order of reality. Once we enter the symbolic, things never simply are, they all will have been, they as it were borrow their being from the future. Rothenberg employs a simple example of a tender statement. Karl smiled as he gently stroked the velvety skin of his lover, which continues with a supplement that brutally changes the meaning of the first part, with the keen edge of a steak knife. The cause of this irreducible openness of the symbolic is not its excessive complexity, but the much more refined, properly dialectical impossibility of taking into account the way our own intervention will transform the field. The speaking subject cannot take into account the way it is itself counted in the signifying series. With regard to its own inclusion, it is irreducibly split, redoubled. How, then, to resolve this enigma without resorting to New Age obscurantism? The key is the properly dialectical notion of repetition through which things become what they are. Maupassant becomes a plagiarist in advance of Proust, he becomes what he is, only once Proust arrives. In Hegelace, the shift is from in itself to for itself. Through his repetition in Proust, Maupassant retroactively becomes Proustian. This means that we have to introduce a radical split between Maupassant's book as it is in itself and his book as it is when read retroactively, after Proust, i.e., the fact of Proust's text generates another Maupassant, the Proustian one. We are thus dealing with three texts here, Maupassant's original novel, Proust's cycle of novels, and the Proustian Maupassant. But why talk like this? Why not simply say that Proust influences our reading of Maupassant? Because such a retroactive reading does not simply add another dimension to how we receive Maupassant, rather, we need to grasp Maupassant's text as not all, as open towards the future, as full of gaps and inconsistencies waiting to be filled in. Bayard himself retreats here with regard to his own theory when, in an all too naive way, he tries to outline the future Kafka was plagiarizing by anticipation. What should make us suspicious of his attempt is the image of Kafka's universe to which he refers the boring standard image of Kafka as the precursor of 20th-century totalitarianism. Invoking the even greater oppression of women described in Kafka's texts, Bayard engages in a ridiculously politically correct speculation that Kafka had plagiarized a future novel about an oppressed Muslim woman. This is Bayard at his worst, ignoring all the profound ambiguities concerning the role of women in Kafka's texts. They are not only servants, but also corrupted with lust, helping those in power to harass the hero. As Reinhard Stuck demonstrated long ago, Kafka's image of women is deeply indebted to Otto Weininger, the ultimate anti-feminist. In outlining his ridiculous proposal, Bayard ignores his own basic rule. Instead of looking for dissonances in Kafka's work, he simply extrapolates the contours of the future work from the standard clichés about Kafka. The great dissonances in Kafka's work are constituted by his animal stories, which clearly stand apart from the cliched image of the hero caught up in a totalitarian machine. Among them, one should especially focus on the very last literary text he was writing while close to death, the story about the singing mouse Josephine. In this dissonant image of the role of the artist in a communist society, we find a woman of the future different from all the corrupted seductive heroines from Kafka's great novels. Point 3. Another version of the same retroactive mechanism is at work in cases where a substantial decision, involving the rise of a new master signifier which rearranges the agent's entire symbolic economy, is taken and then undone, like sending a letter which commits me to a new relationship and then, when I discover that the letter was lost in the post, reneging on the commitment. A case of undoing can be found in Two Lovers, a film loosely based on Dostoevsky's White Nights, which takes place in the Russian Jewish part of the Brighton Beach suburb of New York. The hero, Leonard, emotionally unstable, makes several unsuccessful suicide attempts. At the start of the film, he jumps into the water in an attempted suicide, then changes his mind and surfaces to be helped by a passerby. He is split between two women. His parents set him up with Sandra, the daughter of their potential business partner, who is loving and caring, but conventional. The other woman is Michelle, his outrageously daring and unconventional new neighbor. When he learns that Michelle is dating Ronald, a married partner in her law firm, he tries to break all contact with her and becomes more deeply involved with Sandra. However, when a desperate Michelle calls him from the hospital where she is being treated for a miscarriage, they become attached again. Disappointed with Ronald for not helping her enough in her distress, Michelle informs Leonard that she has broken off the relationship and is going to San Francisco. Deciding to go with her, Leonard buys 2 tickets online, purchases an engagement ring, and packs for his trip. At a party the next day, Sandra's father, believing that Leonard is planning to marry Sandra, offers him a partnership in the soon-to-be merged family businesses. Leonard ducks out to meet Michelle, who tells him that she is not going to San Francisco after all because Ronald has left his wife and will marry her. Distraught, Leonard goes to the beach to kill himself. However, as he steps in the ocean, he drops a glove that Sandra had bought for him earlier. Picking it up, he returns to the party and gives Sandra the engagement ring he bought for Michelle. The movie deals with the standard theme of the choice between a secure, emotionally stable marriage and a wild, passionate bond destined to end in catastrophe. It is a choice between happiness and what Lacan calls jouissance, excessive enjoyment beyond the pleasure principle, with the underlying implication that, against the excess of jouissance, hedonism and law are on the same side. To be able to put everything at risk and jump into the unknown waters of a passionate affair requires an act which may irreparably change the most basic coordinates of a subject's life. However, the true interest and originality of the plot lies elsewhere, in the precise temporality of the hero's decision and its retroactive cancellation. After making the fateful decision and thus apparently reaching the point of no return, Leonard learns that his decision has been rendered meaningless, and so undoes it. Since Sandra knows none of this, Leonard just acts as if nothing has happened, as if there was no decision, and even opportunistically gives her the ring meant for Michelle. The appearance of a smooth and seamless relationship with Sandra is restored. To get at the core of this situation, we can imagine three different versions of the same plot, three what-ifs. What if, even after learning that Michelle will return to Ronald, Leonard were to stick to his decision and drop Sandra, in recognition of the authenticity of his love for Michelle? Perhaps, this would have been a true act. What if, after the decision is taken, Leonard is overcome with anxiety as he becomes fully aware of the consequences of his act? In a panic, he would then desperately search for a way out and find that he can undo the decision, retroactively erasing its traces. Finally, what if, secretly knowing about Leonard's distress and his commitment to Michelle, Sandra helped him by feigning ignorance? Let us imagine that Leonard had written Sandra a letter informing her of his decision to leave with Michelle, but Sandra pretended that she missed the letter, thus giving him the chance to undo his mad decision with grace and without a scandal. Such an act of ignoring, of pretending not to know, is what is usually referred to as wisdom. The circular relationship between the future and the past that we encounter here goes all the way down, to the very emergence of the speaking subject out of the human animal. In Lacan's account of this emergence, it sometimes appears that the primordial fact is the encounter with the symbolic order, the parasitic intrusion of the signifier which upsets the balance of the human animal, introducing a gap into it, engendering a pathological excess of undead life over mere biological life. Sometimes, it appears that it is, on the contrary, the derailment of life itself, the emergence of a traumatic excess of more than life, which is the primordial fact, and the symbolic order's function is rather to normalize and tame this excess. The solution to this alternative is retroactive causality. The excess of life comes first, but it can be recognized as such only retroactively, once the symbolic order is already there. Without this after effect, the excess of life is merely a natural accident. On a first approach, it may appear that the first account is the idealist one, while the second narrative is the materialist one. However, the properly Hegelian solution is more complex as it involves retroactivity. True, there is first an excess, a derailing, of the natural circuit of instincts. However, this derailment is confirmed as the foundation of being human only by its effect, by the rise of the symbolic order which endeavors to normalize it. Without the symbolic order, the excess remains an aberration of nature, a meaningless freakish accident. The search for this pure excess of life not yet contaminated/obfuscated by the symbolic order is thus a mythical search for a phantasmatic entity. It is not that such a search is condemned to failure. We may well succeed in isolating this excess, but there would be nothing human about it. It would be just a meaningless deformation. We encounter here yet again the innermost paradox of the symbolic order, namely its retroactivity. The symbolic order is not a cause which intervenes from the outside, violently derailing the human animal and thus setting in motion its becoming human. It is an effect, but a paradoxical effect which retroactively posits its presupposition, its own cause point. For this temporal paradox holds even more strongly for the relationship between a literary text and real life. In his Tomorrow is Written, written before plagiarizing the future, Bayard prefigures the analyses of the later book, focusing on those literary texts in which the author seems to predict his own future, especially the mode of his death. 5 Here it is not a future text which is plagiarized, but reality itself which is described before it has happened. Apart from the obvious case of Oscar Wilde, who, in his The Picture of Dorian Gray, displayed an uncanny awareness of the catastrophe which awaited him years later, the most interesting example here is Jack London's Martin Eden, with its description of the writer's suicide by drowning, a weird case of an autobiography which stretches into the writer's future. An author usually writes his autobiography in old age, when his life has come full circle, recapitulating his trajectory from the perspective of maturity which allows him to see it in its totality, assigning each event to its proper place. The extraordinary thing about Martin Eden is that Jack London wrote it in the middle of his life, at the height of his success and creative powers. At this point, instead of ending in the present, he did not stop but courageously went on, continuing his life story into the future, right up to its tragic end. 6. Perhaps a little prematurely, Bayard opposes his approach to that of psychoanalysis, which sees the roots of the present narrative in the real of a past trauma which can only be described après coup, retroactively. Here, by contrast, the trauma lies not in the past but in the future, from where it mysteriously casts its shadow over the present writing. In his conceptual elaborations which follow the analyses of literary cases, Bayard proposes two new grammatical temporal categories in order to account for such strange occurrences: the past to come and the future which already happened, that is, which belongs to the past. What, then, changes in the passage from the real of an accident to its inscription into a narrative as a part of the subject's fate? The real accident is purely contingent, while its symbolic inscription into a life narrative makes it not so much necessary as an expression of the subject's will. Even if the future is that of a terrifying catastrophe, the subject wills it in the sense of willingly accepting the coming catastrophe, of freely assuming its necessity. 7 Bayard is not a spiritual obscurantist. When he talks about the future being already written, he is not invoking some kind of divine big other able to see across time into the past as well as the future. On the contrary, he emphasizes human finitude and contingency, which means that the gap between the symbolic and the real is irreducible. The future that has a retroactive causality on the present can also not happen, due to some totally unforeseen contingency. What then happens with the events, and which is the world that is sufficiently generous to gather them, for which the writing shows that they should have been produced, but which were in the last moment stopped in their path towards realization? The life of Kafka, the very symbol of the precursor, bears witness to how an entire human existence can be organized in such a way that it points towards an event which should take place, but is finally thwarted. 8. The future real which causes its present literary registration may be a catastrophe that will befall the author, but may also be a happy culmination of his efforts. The subject can thus relate in two ways to the future event: he can fully engage in bringing it about, in realizing his fate, but be thwarted by a pure external contingency, or, aware of his fate as the catastrophe awaiting him at the end of the path, he works desperately to thwart its arrival until, as in the well-known twist of the Oedipus myth or the appointment in Samara, he discovers that the very effort to avoid his fate ensures that it will actually be realized. This basic temporal paradox of the symbolic order, its borrowing from the future or how the goal towards which our activity is directed does not precede it but emerges through this very activity of trying to reach it, brings us back to Hegel, to the link between intention and act which lies at the core of his literary references. One of the enigmas of Hegel's phenomenology is how, in roughly the middle of the book, there is a sudden surge in references to literary examples, which had been absent up to that point. Alan Spate was right to identify as the key factor the topic of agency, of the subject as an autonomous agent who has to justify its acts with reasons and then assume their unexpected consequences, and the narrative is ultimately always the drama of the subject's action, relating the subject's experience of the unintended consequences set in motion by his action. Point 9. A story is the story of things gone wrong, of intervening to achieve A and getting B. This is why literary references arise not only in the long section on spirit, the quantitative and qualitative center of the entire book, but already in the preceding section on reason, with its second division on the actualization of rational self-consciousness through its own activity, which follows the weird climax on observing reason, the notorious subdivision on physiognomy and phrenology. As Spate perceptively notices, the passage is announced in Hegel's brief reference to Hamlet's Meditations on Yorick's skull, in contrast to the section on phrenology, where the skull as a dead object, in its immediate material being, is supposed to provide the key to the human mind. Yorick's skull is for Hamlet a self-erasing sign, a reminder of all the past acts and experiences of the dead subject. The three main figures from literature that are then referred to are Goethe's Faust, Schiller's Karl Moor, and Cervantes's Don Quixote. In all these cases, it is as if spirit casts its shadow backwards onto the chapter on reason, the literary references contained in the latter point forward, towards their proper form in spirit. In other words, at the level of reason, we do not yet have a proper spiritual substance, a historical totality which exists as an actual form of life, but just abstract forms of subjective life, forms which can appear within different historical epochs. It is only with spirit that the succession of figures reproduces the succession of actual historical formations from Greek antiquity through Rome and the medieval self-alienation of spirit, up to the struggle of the Enlightenment against belief. The French Revolution and the post-revolutionary morality of the emerging bourgeois order. In short, the section on spirit is Hegel's first systematic exposition of a philosophy of history. The inner structure of the section on spirit is, as expected, triadic. It starts with the ancient Greek substantial order of customs, and the reading of Antigone confronts us with the subterranean antagonism which leads to the collapse of this order, to the split of its substantial unity into abstract individuals opposed to the alienated objectivity. The next stage, culture, or self-alienated spirit, deals with the painful process of the subject's gradual overcoming of this alienation through the hard work of Bildung, of the self-sacrificing education destined to elevate the subject to the level of universality. To become a universal subject reconciled with substance, one has to renounce any direct identification with the particular nature of one's identity. The reading of Diderot's Rameau's Nephew then shows how the self-renouncing sacrifice of serving a noble cause shifts into a different self-alienation, the sacrifice of one's ethical substance itself in the vain flattery of the monarch. The logic is again that of the immanent self-relating reversal. One begins with a sincere readiness to sacrifice everything for the honor of serving a noble cause, and one ends by sacrificing this cause itself, of losing the honor itself. Point 10. Finally, the third part describes the post-revolutionary spirit certain of itself, the rise of the subject who directly knows itself as the bearer of the universal moral law. This direct identification with the universal again leads to an antagonism, the conflict between the acting subject who, as is the case with every act, imposes on objectivity its partial project, and the judging subject who condemns the acting subject, but whose position is no less unilateral and false. The judging subject refuses to see how he participates in the corrupted world he so vigorously condemns as Hegel deploys it through implicit references to Rousseau and Jacobi. Evil is also in the eye of those who perceive evil everywhere around them. Spate develops in detail how each of the three epochs has its own literary genre which articulates the core of its socio-ethical antagonism, as well as a notion which formulates the lesson of this antagonism. The lesson of the antagonisms which lead to the hero's tragic fate in Greek drama is the immanent retrospectivity of the true meaning of our acts. It is only retrospectively, through accomplishing the act, that the subject becomes aware of its true dimension. The lesson of comedy is the inherent theatricality of our social lives. Every act is acting, even when we just are who we are, we act ourselves, we play a socially mediated role. And, Finally, the lesson of the Romantic novel concerns evil and its forgiveness, namely the possibility of reconciliation, while in Greek tragedy reconciliation was only possible in the guise of amor fati, as the tragic heroic acceptance of fate. The Romantic universe opens up the possibility of resolving the conflict not with the agent's destruction, but with the mutual reconciliation between the agent and its judge, both sides admitting their fatal limitation. We can now also see how referring to literature is an imminent part of the Hegelian procedure. The way Hegel undermines a certain shape of consciousness is by first presenting it in itself, in its abstract notion, and then problematizing it, not by measuring it against a pre-existing higher standard nor by submitting it to an abstract logical analysis which would unearth its contradictions, but by staging it as a concrete stance of subjectivity in a historical life world. In today's terminology, Hegel is not interested only in logical contradictions, but more so in pragmatic contradictions, in the tension between what we claim we are doing and what we are actually doing. Antigone describes what happens when a subject effectively acts upon the premises of the ethics of immediate substantial customs, and thereby brings out the inconsistency of this ethical figure, the inconsistency which leads to its self-destruction. The reference to Antigone provides a model of Hegel's reading. He begins with Antigone before her act of disobedience to Creon's prohibition. Her starting point is the simple substantial ethical awareness that there are higher laws than the public laws of the city, laws which are irrational, coming from nowhere, but nonetheless have to be obeyed unconditionally. Zeus did not announce those laws to me. And justice living with the gods below sent no such laws for men. I did not think anything which you proclaimed strong enough to let a mortal override the gods and their unwritten and unchanging laws. They're not just for today or yesterday, but exist forever, and no one knows where they first appeared. So I did not mean to let a fear of any human will lead to my punishment among the gods. But once she engages in the forbidden act and faces the consequences, the threat that she will die while still alive, only then does she become aware of the actual rule that guided her. What law do I appeal to, claiming this? If my husband died, there'd be another one. And if I were to lose a child of mine, I'd have another with some other man. But since my father and my mother, too, are hidden away in Hades' house, I'll never have another living brother. That was the law I used to honor you. How are we to read this descent from the highly principled appeal to universal eternal unwritten laws to the apparently contingent and prudential reasoning which refers to quite precise particular pragmatic considerations? 11 These scandalous lines, which have bothered interpreters up to and including Judith Butler, are crucial for the concrete universality Hegel is aiming at. For a sister, the brother is the particular which directly stands for the universal. He is a pure other not marked by any interest, and love for him is pure love. 12 It is this anchoring of her persistence in the figure of the brother that provides Antigone with the highest intuition of ethical essence, and it is crucial that Antigone was able to formulate this insight only after she accomplished her act. Only then did she become aware of what she had done, of what had really motivated her. There is no prior goal or norm which is merely executed in the act. We should not read this retroactivity as Antigone simply becoming aware of what was already there in her unconscious, of what unconsciously she always already knew, but in a more radically dissenter fashion. The very norm that effectively guided her comes to be only through its actualization, for the act generates its own norm. The passage from intention to act is the passage from the abstract universality of the law to the concrete universality which exposes the particular content that sustains the universality of the law. At the level of speech, this means that our thought, our intention to mean what we want to say is dependent on the process of its expression. I discover what I want to say only by saying it. In today's cognitive sciences, this dependence of thought on the linguistic process of its articulation was most clearly pointed out by Daniel Dennett, who quotes Lincoln's famous line, "You can fool all the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all of the time," drawing attention to its logical ambiguity. Does it mean that there are some people who can always be fooled, or that, on every occasion, someone or other is bound to be fooled. His point is that it is wrong to ask, what did Lincoln really mean? In all probability, Lincoln himself was not aware of the ambiguity. Point 13. He simply wanted to make a witty point, and the phrase imposed itself on him because it sounded good. Here we have an exemplary case of how, when the subject has a vague intention to signify and is looking for the right expression, the influence goes both ways. It is not only that, among the multitude of contenders, the best expression wins, but some expression might impose itself which changes more or less considerably the very intention to signify. Is this not what Lincoln referred to as the efficacy of the signifier? The thought itself formulates itself through the process of its articulation. We don't first apprehend our experience in the Cartesian theater and then, on the basis of that acquired knowledge, have the ability to frame reports to express. The emergence of the expression is precisely what creates or fixes the content of the higher order thought expressed. There need be no additional episodic thought. The higher order state literally causally depends on the expression of the speech act. Point 14. The perfect example is a situation in which I become aware of a deep attitude of mine, when, in a totally unexpected way, without any premeditation, I simply blurt something out. Dennett himself refers to the famous passage from one of Bertrand Russell's letters to Lady Autoline in which he recalls the circumstances of his declaration of love to her. I did not know I loved you till I heard myself telling you so. For one instant I thought, good God, what have I said? And then I knew it was the truth. 15. For Dennett, this is not an exceptional feature but the basic mechanism which generates meaning. A word or a phrase forces itself upon us, and thereby imposes a semblance of narrative order on our confused experience. There is no pre-existing deep awareness expressed in this phrase. It is, on the contrary, this very phrase which organizes our experience into a deep awareness. In literature, an outstanding example is provided by the very last lines of Patricia Highsmith's Strangers on a Train. In contrast to Hitchcock's film version, Guy does also kill Bruno's father, and, at the end of the novel, the detectives who have been closely monitoring him for some time finally approach him to take him in for questioning. Guy, who has been preparing for this moment for a long time and has memorized his alibi in detail, reacts with a confessionary gesture of surrender which takes even him by surprise. Guy tried to speak, and said something entirely different from what he had intended. Take me. 16. Again, Dennett's point would be that it is wrong to substantialize the attitude expressed in Guy's last words, as if, deep within himself, he was all the time aware of his guilt and nourished a desire to be arrested and punished for it. There was, of course, a confessional disposition in Guy, but it was competing with other dispositions, ambiguous, not clearly defined, and it won out due to a concrete contingent constellation not unlike Kieslowski's early film Blind Chance, which deals with three different outcomes of a man running for a train. He catches it and becomes a communist official, he misses it and becomes a dissident, there is no train and he settles down to a mundane life. This notion of mere chance determining the course of a man's life was unacceptable to both communists and dissidents. The point is that in all three cases, the contingency which gave the spin to his life is repressed, that is, the hero constructs his life story as a narrative leading to its final result with a deep necessity. Is this not what Lacan referred to as the futur and terror of the unconscious which will have been? In Hegel's own time, this properly dialectical self-relating in which meaning emerges through the retroactive influence of its expression was formulated in an unsurpassable way by Heinrich von Kleist, in his essay on the gradual formation of thoughts in the process of speech, which deserves to be quoted in full. The French say l'appétit vient en mangeant, and this empirical maxim remains true if one makes a parody of it and says l'idée vient en parlant. Often I sit over my papers and I try to find out from what angle a given conflict has to be judged. Usually, I look into the light, as the brightest spot I can find, as I try to enlighten my inner being. Or else I seek out the first approach, the first equation which expresses the obtaining relations, and from which the solution may be derived simply through plain arithmetic. And look what happens, as soon as I talk to my sister who is sitting and working behind me about this matter, I realize what hours of hard thinking have not been able to make clear to me. It isn't as if she was telling me in any direct sense. She does not know the law, and has never studied her Euler and her Kastner. Neither is that what she leads me to the crucial point through deft questions, although this latter case may occasionally occur. But since I have some vague thoughts that are in some way connected with what I am looking for, then once I have embarked on the formulation of the thought, it is as if the need to lead what has been begun to some conclusion transforms my hazy imaginations into complete clarity in such a way that my insight is completed together with my rambling sentence. I mix in inarticulate noises, I draw out my sentence connectives, I use appositions where they are not strictly necessary, and I use other rhetorical tricks that will draw out speech. In this way I gain the time to fabricate my idea in this workshop of reason. Nothing in all this is more useful than some movement on the part of my sister, a movement indicating that she intends to interrupt me. For my strained mind becomes even more excited by the need to defend this inherent right to speak against attack from the outside. The mind's abilities grow like those of a great general who is faced with a very difficult situation. It is against this background that I understand how useful Molière found his maid. For if, as he claims, he trusted her judgment more than his own, this would indicate a degree of modesty on his part which I refuse to believe was there. The other person's face is a curious source of inspiration for a person who speaks. A single glance which indicates that a half-expressed thought is already understood, bestows on us the other half of the formulation. I believe that many a great orator, before he opened his mouth, did not know what he was going to say. But the conviction that the necessary wealth of thought would be naturally inspired by the conditions surrounding his speech and his resulting excitement, causes him to be bold enough to make a beginning with his speech. This makes me think of that thunderbolt of Mirabeau. Mirabeau sent the master of ceremonies packing when the latter, after the last national meeting led by the king on June 23, in which the king had ordered the members of the assembly to disperse, returned to the meeting room where the assembly had not dispersed, and asked whether they had received the king's orders. Yes, Mirabeau replied, we have understood the king's orders. I am convinced that when he made this humane start he did not think of those bayonets with which he closed his speech. Yes, sir, he repeated, we have understood them. One can see that he has no idea of where he is going. However, on what authority do you think you are entitled, he continues, and a sudden source of amazing thoughts began to flow for him, to address orders to us? We are the representatives of the nation. Ah, this was what he needed. The nation gives orders. It does not receive orders. And he surges up the heights of hubris. And to make everything perfectly plain to you, and only at this point he finds the proper expression for the act of defiance for which his soul is prepared, you should go and tell your king that we shall not leave our places here except when forced with bayonets. Upon which he settled, utterly satisfied, into a chair. Thinking about the master of ceremonies, it is impossible to visualize him except in a state of complete spiritual bankruptcy. The law is the same as that by which an electrically neutral body, when entering the atmosphere of a charged body, will acquire the opposite electrical charge. And just as the energy charge in the charged body is strengthened through interaction, so in the case of this annihilation of the opponent, Mirabeau's enthusiasm knew no bounds. Perhaps it was just the twitching of the upper lip or an ambiguously uncertain movement about the sleeves that caused the change of the course of events in France. One reads that Mirabeau stood up, as soon as the master of ceremonies had left, and proposed that the assembly should constitute itself as the National Assembly and as inviolable. For since he had lost his charge, like a Clysthian bottle, he had become neutralized, and he gave room in his mind to fear of the judiciary at Châtelet and to carefulness in political action. This is a curious convergence between the phenomena of the natural and the moral world which, if one wished to pursue the matter, could be shown to apply even in the minor subplots of this episode. But I shall leave my simile, and I shall return to my subject. Even La Fontaine gives a very fine example of the gradual constitution of thought in the process of speaking in his fable entitled Les Animaux Malades de la Peste. In this fable the fox is forced to give a speech in defense of the lion without knowing where on earth he should find support for his defense. The well-rounded idea is born from a beginning which is dictated by necessity. The fable is well known. The plague is ravaging the animal kingdom. The lion assembles the important animals and explains that it must be offered heaven with a sacrifice in order to get it to relent. The lion maintained that there were many sinners among the animals, and the greatest of these would have to be sacrificed for the survival of the others. He therefore suggested that everyone should confess their sins to him. He, for his part, had to admit that in the heat of hunger he had killed many a sheep and even some dogs who had come too close. Moreover, he had once by chance in a gourmet mood feasted on a shepherd. If no one else could show greater weaknesses he was ready to die. "Sir," said the fox, who was trying to avert disaster from himself, "you are too generous. Your honest endeavor leads you too far. What's wrong with strangling a sheep? Or a dog, worthless creature?" And then, quant au burger he continues, for this is the main point, on put dire although he has no idea what to say about him, "Chu il meritate tout mal," he says that on the off chance that he can think of something, and now he is in trouble. Atent he continues, a poor phrase to use, but it does give him time, de ces gens là, and only at this point does he hit that thought which gets him out of trouble, qui sur les animaux se font un chimeric empire. And now for the demonstration that the ass, the bloodthirsty one, that the ass was the proper sacrificial victim. And everyone pounces on the ass, tears him to pieces. Such speech is truly thought in the vocal medium. The sequences of thoughts and expressions go alongside each other, and the underlying psychological realities converge. Language, under these conditions, is not monoclese, it is not like some impediment on the will of the spirit. Language is a second will on the same axle. The situation is quite different if the mind is finished already with the thought before the speaking starts. Then the spirit stays back in the process of mere articulation, and this business of articulation, far from exciting the spirit, on the contrary reduces the mental intensity. If therefore a thought is expressed in a fuzzy way, then it does not at all follow that this thought was conceived in a confused way. On the contrary, it is quite possible that the ideas that are expressed in the most confusing fashion are the ones that were thought out most clearly. One often sees, in social company where congenial conversation inspires everyone with continuous fresh ideas, that people who usually feel linguistically inept feel inspired to break into flickering of unstable articulation, to take hold of language and produce something utterly incomprehensible. And when these people have the other's attention, they show through their embarrassed gestures that they have no idea what they were really trying to say. It is quite probable that these people have thought up something quite apt and clear. But the abrupt change in activity, the passage of the mind from thinking to articulation, this abrupt change dampened that very excitement which was necessary for keeping the thought in mind as well as for putting it into words. In such cases it is all the more necessary that language is available to us with facility and ease, so that what we have just thought and are unable to articulate at that very same time, can at least be put into words as soon as possible afterwards. Quite generally, someone who with the same degree of clarity speaks faster than his opponent, will have a distinct advantage over him. The reason is that the fast talker is leading more troops into the field. When, in examinations, one abruptly examines open-minded and well-educated people, without introduction, on questions like what is the state, or what is property, one realizes how necessary it is that the mind be excited in a certain way for us to be able to recreate in our minds even thoughts that we have had before. If the same people whom we examine in this way are found in congenial company where the talk has been about questions of the state and of property for a while, then perhaps these people would have no trouble through comparisons, contrasts and summary of the concepts concerned to find acceptable definitions. But under examination conditions, where the preparation of the mind is missing, one finds that they falter. Only an ignorant examiner will conclude that they do not know. For it is not we who know. It is a certain state of us that knows. Only truly vulgar spirits, People who have learned by heart yesterday what the state is supposed to be and who have forgotten it tomorrow, will have a ready answer. Perhaps there is no more inappropriate occasion to show oneself in a positive light than a public examination. I disregard the fact that public examinations are disgusting and hurtful to the sensitive mind. I disregard the fact that it is provoking to be faced with a hack who looks at our knowledge in order to decide whether to buy us if the number is 5 and to send us away if the number is 6. It is very hard to play on the instrument of the human mind, to elicit its proper sound from it. The mind gets so easily out of tune under clumsy hands. So much so, that the greatest connoisseur of men, the consummate specialist in the midwifery of thoughts as Kant calls it, might well commit serious mistakes with the young soul entrusted to him. What ensures good results for such young people, by the way, even the most ignorant among them, is the circumstance that the examiners' minds, in the case of public examinations, are far too preoccupied to be able to pass a free judgment. Not only do they often feel the indecency of the whole procedure, it would be indecent enough to ask someone to open his purse before our eyes, but how much more indecent it is to ask him to open up his soul for examination. There is another thing: the examiners themselves have to pass a severe test in these examinations, and they may often thank the Lord for being able to leave examinations without showing weaknesses that are greater, perhaps, than those disclosed in the youth that has just emerged from the university and whom they have examined. Point 17. Kleist thus inverts the common wisdom according to which one should open one's mouth and say something only when one has a clear idea of what one wants to say. If therefore a thought is expressed in a fuzzy way, then it does not at all follow that this thought was conceived in a confused way. On the contrary, it is quite possible that the ideas that are expressed in the most confusing fashion are the ones that were thought out most clearly. Let us return to his comment on the famous episode from the French Revolution which occurred on June 23, 1789, when the king ordered the members of the assembly to disperse and then left. The members refused to leave, so the king sent the master of ceremonies back to the assembly, asking the members whether they had received the king's orders. Yes, Mirabeau replied, we have understood the king's orders. I am convinced that when he made this humane start he did not think of those bayonets with which he closed his speech. Yes, sir, he repeated, we have understood them. One can see that he has no idea of where he is going. However, on what authority do you think you are entitled, he continues, and a sudden source of amazing thoughts began to flow for him, to address orders to us? We are the representatives of the nation. Ah, this was what he needed. The nation gives orders. It does not receive orders. And he surges up the heights of hubris. And to make everything perfectly plain to you, and only at this point he finds the proper expression for the act of defiance for which his soul is prepared, you should go and tell your king that we shall not leave our places here except when forced with bayonets. Upon which he settled, utterly satisfied, into a chair. Point 18. What Kleist makes clear is the presence, in the Hegelian space, of another ver which supplements the Freudian list of ver as, the ver of versprechen, of saying more than one wanted to say. Is not the same mechanism, the same panicky reversal from impasse into passé, at work in many legendary revolutionary gestures? In a famous speech in Assemblée Nationale, Robespierre claimed that there were traitors of the revolution even in the very hall, and then went on, I say that anyone who trembles at this moment is guilty, for innocence never fears public scrutiny. We can imagine his reasoning. After the first statement, he noticed signs of unrest and fear among the listeners. He quickly thought about how to exploit this fear should he offer a carrot by adding something like, if you are innocent, you have nothing to fear? No, better to use this fear itself as an argument for guilt. Perhaps the same goes for the late Lenin's programmatic note, what if the complete hopelessness of the situation, by stimulating the efforts of the workers and peasants tenfold, offered us the opportunity to create the fundamental requisites of civilization in a different way from that of the West European countries. 19. After conceding the complete hopelessness of the situation in which the Bolshevik state found itself in 1922, with no realistic option of building socialism, Lenin thought in panic about how to block the obvious conclusion, and, Suddenly, the idea came to him of presenting this hopeless situation itself as offering an unexpected opportunity. There is a passage in one of Stalin's speeches from the early 1930s where he proposes radical measures against all those who even secretly oppose the collectivization of farms. We should detect and fight without mercy even those who oppose collectivization only in their thoughts. Yes, I mean this, we should fight even people's thoughts. One can safely presume that this passage was not prepared in advance. Stalin got caught up in his rhetorical enthusiasm and was spontaneously carried away into adding that even people's private thoughts should be controlled and fought. Then he immediately became aware of what he had just said, but, instead of admitting that he had gotten carried away, quickly decided to stick heroically to his hyperbole. Looking further back, does not exactly the same hold for Antigone's confrontation with Creon? At the outset, Antigone grounds her insistence on the proper burial for Polynices in the simple substantial ethical awareness that there are higher laws than the public laws of the city. It is only through her act that she becomes aware of the specific motive that guided her. Mirabeau and Antigone, two exemplary cases of how truth is an effect of surprise triggered by its enunciation. 20 or, as Althusser put it, referring to the wordplay between prize and surprise, every authentic grasping of some content comes as a surprise to the one who accomplishes it. Althusser locates this insight in the same Kierkegaardian opposition between the open contingent process of becoming and the retroactive systemic illusion. The world is an accomplished fact. Once it is accomplished, sense etc. take over in it. But the accomplishment of the fact is an effect of contingency. 21. The irony is that, for Althusser as for Kierkegaard, Hegel is the systemic philosopher of the fait accompli, while, as we have just seen, the point of Hegelian dialectical analysis is not to reduce the chaotic flow of events to a deeper necessity, but to unearth the contingency of the rise of necessity itself. This is what it means to grasp things in their becoming. So when, in his late text The Subterranean Current of the Materialism of Encounter, Althusser endeavors to discern, beneath the hegemonic idealist orientation of origin/sense, etc., the subterranean tradition of aleatory materialism, Epicurus versus Plato, Machiavelli versus Descartes, Spinoza versus Kant and Hegel, Marx, Heidegger, the least one can say is that he is wrong to locate Hegel in the hegemonic idealist line. Everything is thus here, in Kleist's refined description, up to and including the temporal dialectic of transference and the proto-Lacanian invocation of the cut into the flow of analysan's rambling as generative of the sudden emergence of new meaning. Nothing in all this is more useful than some movement on the part of my sister, a movement indicating that she intends to interrupt me. For my strained mind becomes even more excited by the need to defend this inherent right to speak against attack from the outside. It is easy to miss the complexity of Kleist's point. It is not simply that the effort to put one's thought into words clarifies and forms it, but that, for this to happen, my speech should be addressed to another who, in the transferential illusion, is presupposed to already know the meaning I struggle to formulate. In order to formulate a thought, we must presuppose that this thought already exists in the other's mind. The other person's face is a curious source of inspiration for a person who speaks. A single glance which indicates that a half-expressed thought is already understood, bestows on us the other half of the formulation. This, then, brings us back to Hegel. The structure of the Hegelian dialectical process is not the automatic deployment of consequences regulated by an inexorable conceptual necessity, but precisely the process of getting lost and then improvising an invention described by Kleist. One plans to say something, things go wrong, one gets lost and, to escape the deadlock, one invents an improvised solution. And one should go to the end here. Does not exactly the same hold for the crucifixion itself? Christ's plan was to give himself up to the Roman authorities via the delicate negotiations carried out by Judas. However, things took an unexpected turn for the worse and, in a truly Kleistian twist, as a desperate attempt to get something out of the fiasco, the story of redemption through death was duly concocted. And, in exactly the same way, it was only Creon's interruption which made Antigone aware of her true intention. There is, however, a limitation in this figure of the brother as the stand-in for the universality of a human being deserving funeral rites. The brother as other is deprived of all personal features, for Antigone's deed no longer concerns the living but the dead, the individual who, after a long succession of separate disconnected experiences, concentrates himself into a single completed shape, and has raised himself out of the unrest of the accidents of life into the calm of simple universality. 22 Spate is right to add wryly that to love someone for what he is, for his being, is to love him in his inaction, is to love a corpse. 23 This limitation is the necessary result of Antigone's immediate immersion in the ethical substance. There is no call of duty here exerting pressure on us, so that, in order to act upon it, we have to fight our spontaneous pathological impulses. Antigone's pathos is directly substantially ethical. This is why, as Hegel puts it, experiencing the limited character of this ethical identity can only happen through suffering. In experiencing the contingency of this identity, the subject has to separate itself from its very ethical nature. However, in an exemplarily Hegelian way, this utter tragedy, this loss of our very ethical ground, turns into comedy. In other words, Hegel noticed something weird happening to Antigone after she pathetically assumes her fate. To put it bluntly, she starts to act, for her statements display a level of self-awareness and reflexivity about her role which undermine her immediate ethical spontaneity from within. I've heard about a guest of ours, daughter of Tantalus, from Phrygia. She went to an excruciating death in Sipylus, right on the mountain peak. The stone there, just like clinging ivy, wore her down, and now, so people say, the snow and rain never leave her there. As she laments, below her weeping eyes, her neck is wet with tears. God brings me to a final rest which most resembles hers. Antigone is using metaphors to designate herself. Do not these lines display a self-consciously artistic ability involved in playing the role of a character? 24 Antigone is acting here, modeling her predicament on mythical examples. In short, she is aware of the imminent theatricality of her tragic predicament, a theatricality which by definition confers on it a minimal touch of comedy. One can imagine her interrupting her pathetic complaint, worrying briefly whether her outburst of spontaneous passion is well acted. Indeed, the tragic characters are artists, who do not express with unconscious naturalness and naivete the external aspect of their resolves and enterprises, as happens in the language accompanying ordinary actions in actual life. On the contrary, they give utterance to the inner essence, they prove the rightness of their action, and the pathos which moves them is soberly asserted and definitely expressed in its universal individuality, free from the accidents of circumstance and personal idiosyncrasies. 25. The lesson concerns the inherent theatricality involved in self-knowledge and action. No action or motivation of is directly his own, but must be assessed in the light of others' reactions to it. He understands himself by constantly looking at his actions in the light of the mask that he wears in them. 26. In other words, the lesson concerns the mediation of desire and feeling by the imagination or fiction inherent in the relation between actor and spectator, namely the inherently socially mediated character of desire formation itself. 27. What Lacan calls the big other is this agency of social rules and appearances which confers on everything we do a minimal aspect of theatricality. No matter how passionately we act, our desire is always a desire of the other, mediated by the other. We are not directly ourselves, we play the role of ourselves, we imitate a fiction of what we are. We should link this topic with Hegel's lectures on aesthetics, where he describes how the passage from tragedy to comedy concerns overcoming the limits of representation. While in a tragedy the individual actor represents the universal character he plays, in a comedy he immediately is this character. The gap of representation is thus closed, which, however, does not mean that, in a comedy, the actor coincides with the person he plays in the way that he plays himself on the stage, that there he just is what he really is. It is rather that, in a properly Hegelian way, the gap which separates the actor from his stage persona in a tragedy is transposed into the stage persona itself, A comic character is never fully identified with his role, he always retains the ability to observe himself from outside, making fun of himself. 28 Spate notices the inversion of theatricality that occurs in modernity, when the alienating process of Bildung reaches its climax. In ancient comedy, it was the recognition of real life coming onto the stage that was at issue in the comic actor's dropping of his mask. Whereas here we will be concerned with how the theatrical comes into life. The artificial social world of modernity confronts us with roles and imitation in social life itself. 29 This reversal is in itself deeply dialectical. The intrusion of reality onto the stage is paid for by the theatricalization of real life itself. You start claiming that we should not get caught up in the theatrical fiction, that we should be aware of how theater is part of our real lives, and you end up claiming that real life itself is a theater. Chapter 9. Suture and Pure Difference. More than 40 years ago, a short debate between Jacques-Alain Miller and Alain Badiou took place in Cahiers pour l'analyse, a journal that stands for everything in French theory that resists being incorporated into deconstruction. The debate focused on the notion of suture. To Miller's seminal text Suture, Badiou replied with the mark and the lack. Lurking in the background was the status of the subject, the relationship between the subject/lack and structure, and one can say that this was the key problem of the entire field of structuralism. Its founding gesture is to assert the differential or self-relational structure in its formal purity, purifying it of all pathological imaginary elements. Here is Lacan's classic formulation. It is the specific law of chain which governs those psychoanalytic effects that are decisive for the subject, such as foreclosure, repression, denial itself, specifying with appropriate emphasis that these effects follow so faithfully the displacement of the signifier that imaginary factors, despite their inertia, figure only as shadows and reflections in the process. 1. The question is, after this purification, is there a subject to this structure? The predominant answer was a resounding no. Even post-structuralist deconstruction, with its emphasis on gaps, ruptures, differences, and deferrals, etc., conceived the subject as the culmination of the metaphysics of self-presence, and its self-identity as something to be deconstructed. Derrida's early analyses of Husserl's phenomenology are exemplary here. The subject's self-presence and self-identity, whose supreme and founding case is the experience of s'entendre parler, is always already undermined by the process of writing, which stands for the deferral of self-identity, for the dead letter in the very heart of the living spirit. Although deconstruction endlessly insists on the gap, rupture, deferral, lack, failure, etc., it conceives the subject as the agent and result of the obfuscation of this lack. So what were the positions taken up in this struggle? The ultimate reason for the breathtaking resonance of Miller's suture was that, by systematizing Lacan's dispersed statements, Miller for the first time proposed and elaborated the concept of a subject which belongs to the very abstract, purely differential notion of structure. In fierce and rigorous opposition to this notion of a subjectivized structure, Badiou insisted on the anonymous or asubjective structure. Structure renders the knowledge of the real, there is no lack in it, so the concept of the subject should be strictly limited to the level of imaginary misrecognition. It is the way we illusorily live or experience anonymous structural causality. From differentiality to the phallic signifier. In order to elaborate on the idea of a subjectivized structure, we need to radicalize the notion of differentiality, bringing it to self-referentiality. Ferdinand de Saussure was the first to formulate the notion of differentiality, pointing out that the identity of a signifier resides only in a series of differences. There is no positivity in a signifier, it is only a series of what it is not. The crucial consequence of differential identity is that the very absence of a feature can itself count as a feature, as a positive fact. If every presence arises only against the background of potential absence, then we can also talk about the presence of absence as such. For example, something not happening can also be a positive event. Recall the famous dialogue from Silver Blaze between Scotland Yard detective Gregory and Sherlock Holmes about the curious incident of the dog in the night time. Is there any other point to which you would wish to draw my attention? To the curious incident of the dog in the night time. The dog did nothing in the night time. That was the curious incident. This positive existence of the absence itself, the fact that the absence of a feature is itself a positive feature which defines the thing in question, is what characterizes a differential order, and, in this precise sense, differentiality is the core feature of dialectics proper. Consequently, Jameson was right to emphasize, against the standard Hegelian Marxist rejection of structuralism as undialectical, that the role of the structuralist explosion in the 1960s was to signal a reawakening or a rediscovery of the dialectic too. This is also why, in a nice jab at cultural studies' fashionable rejection of binary logic, Jameson calls for a generalized celebration of the binary opposition which, brought to self-referentiality, is the very matrix of structural relationality or differentiality. Point 3. Furthermore, insofar as Hegel is the dialectician and his phenomenology of spirit is the unsurpassed model of dialectical analysis, Jameson is fully justified in drawing his non-intuitive conclusion. It is certain that the phenomenology is a profoundly structuralist work avant la lettre. For this background should be borne in mind when considering Adorno's very last course on the Introduction to Sociology from 1968, where Adorno twice signals his interest in French structuralism. Point 5. First, after opposing the methods of Weber and Durkheim and endorsing the then current cliché about the French Durkheimian tradition as Chaussisme, he says, traces of this notion survive today in French structuralism, to which, by the way, I plan to dedicate one of the next main seminars, because I think German students of sociology should be able to obtain a first-hand knowledge of precisely these things. 640 pages later, Adorno makes it clear that sociological theory deals with phenomena which cannot be reduced to the purely social. To refer to a recent phenomenon within social thinking, structuralism, French structuralism, which is linked above all to the names of Levi Strauss and Lacan, and which influences very strongly sociological thinking. I hope I will be able to hold a seminar on structuralism in the semester after the next one for essential reasons, fully justified by the development of its theory. This structuralism takes its material above all from anthropology and, over and above that, from a very specific orientation of language research, phonology, whose main representative was Trubetskoy in Vienna. When one wants to separate structuralism, which understands itself essentially as a theory of society, from this ethnological or anthropological material, then basically nothing at all remains from its conception. Point 7. Is not this announcement that the topic for a later semester will be Claude Lévi-Strauss and Jacques Lacan a clear sign of Adorno's awareness that something important was going on in France at that moment? Without casting him as a German John the Baptist with regard to Lacan, and without speculating on his reading of the latter, we can nevertheless assume that Adorno's confrontation would have been much more substantial than was either Alfred Schmitt's or Jürgen Habermas's facile dismissal of structuralism as a regression to an unhistorical and non-dialectical mode of thinking. The very term Chaussisme should make us suspicious. If there is a purely relational thought which dispenses with any reference to the positivity of things, it is structuralism with its basic notion of the identity of X as reducible to a phasio of its differences from other elements, which is why the absence of a feature can itself function as a positive property. But if absence itself can function as presence or as a positive fact, if, for example, woman's lack of a penis is in itself a curious incident, then presence can also arise only against the background of its absence. But how, precisely? Here we need to introduce self-reflexivity into the signifying order. If the identity of a signifier is nothing but the series of its constitutive differences, then every signifying series has to be supplemented sutured by a reflexive signifier which has no determinate meaning, since it stands only for the presence of meaning as such. The first to fully articulate the necessity of such a signifier was Levi Strauss. In his famous interpretation of mana, his achievement was to demystify mana, reducing its irrational connotation of a mythic or magical power to a precise symbolic function. Levi Strauss's starting point is that language as a bearer of meaning by definition arises at once, covering the entire horizon, whatever may have been the moment and the circumstances of its appearance in the ascent of animal life. Language can only have arisen all at once. Things cannot have begun to signify gradually. 8. This sudden emergence, however, introduces an imbalance between the two orders of the signifier and the signified. Since the signifying network is finite, it cannot adequately cover the endless field of the signified in its entirety. In this way, a fundamental situation perseveres which arises out of the human condition, namely, that man has from the start had at his disposition a signifier totality which he is at a loss to know how to allocate to a signified, given as such, but no less unknown for being given. There is always a non-equivalence or inadequation between the two, a non-fit and overspill which divine understanding alone can soak up. This generates a signifier surfeit relative to the signifieds to which it can be fitted. So, in man's effort to understand the world, he always disposes of a surplus of signification. That distribution of a supplementary ration is absolutely necessary to ensure that, in total, the available signifier and the mapped-out signified may remain in the relationship of complementarity, which is the very condition of the exercise of symbolic thinking. Point 9. Every signifying field thus has to be sutured by a supplementary zero signifier, a zero symbolic value, that is, a sign marking the necessity of a supplementary symbolic content over and above that which the signified already contains. 10. This signifier is a symbol in its pure state, lacking any determinate meaning. It stands for the presence of meaning as such in contrast to its absence. In a further dialectical twist, the mode of appearance of this supplementary signifier which stands for meaning as such is nonsense. Notions like mana thus represent nothing more or less than that floating signifier which is the disability of all finite thought. 11. The first thing to note here is Levi Strauss's commitment to scientific positivism. He grounds the necessity of mana in the gap between the constraints of our language and infinite reality. Like the early Badiou and Althusser, he excludes science from the dialectics of lack that generates the need for a suturing element. For Levi Strauss, mana stands for the poetic excess which compensates for the constraints of our finite predicament, while the effort of science is precisely to suspend mana and provide direct adequate knowledge. Following Althusser, one can claim that mana is an elementary operator of ideology which reverses the lack of our knowledge into the imaginary experience of the ineffable surplus of meaning. The next step towards suture proper consists of three interconnected gestures: the universalization of mana, its subjectivization, and its temporalization. 12. With this subjectivization, the standard Althusserian difference between science and ideology is left behind. No wonder Badiou introduces the truth event and the subject as the agent of fidelity to the truth event in terms which strangely resemble Althusser's analysis of ideological interpellation as the transformation of individuals into subjects. The truth event is the big other which requires the fidelity of the subject who recognizes itself in it. This triple gesture, a crucial step from mana to suture, was gradually accomplished by Lacan, starting with his articulation of the concept of the point de capitan, whose apparent reference obviously points towards suture. As in Levi Strauss, the quilting point sutures the two fields, that of the signifier and that of the signified, acting as the point at which, as Lacan put it in a precise way, the signifier falls into the signified. 13. This is how one should read the tautology. Socialism is socialism. Recall the old Polish anti-communist joke: socialism is the synthesis of the highest achievements of all previous historical epochs. From tribal society, it took barbarism; from antiquity, it took slavery; from feudalism, it took relations of domination; from capitalism, it took exploitation; and from socialism, it took the name. Does not the same hold for the anti-Semitic image of the Jew? From the rich bankers, it took financial speculation; from capitalists, it took exploitation; from lawyers, it took legal trickery; from corrupt journalists, it took media manipulation; from the poor, it took indifference towards hygiene; from sexual libertines it took promiscuity; and from the Jews it took the name. Or take the shark in Spielberg's Jaws: from immigrants, it took the threat to small-town daily life; from natural catastrophes, it took their blind destructive rage; from big capital, it took the ravaging effects of an unknown cause on the daily lives of ordinary people; and from the shark it took its image. In all these cases, the signifier falls into the signified in the precise sense that the name is included in the object it designates. The signifier has to intervene into the signified to enact the unity of meaning. What unites a multitude of features or properties into a single object is ultimately its name. Point 14. This is why every name is ultimately tautological. A rose designates an object with a series of properties, but what holds all these properties together, what makes them the properties of the same one, is ultimately the name itself. Imagine a situation of social disintegration and confusion in which the cohesive power of ideology loses its efficacy. In such a situation, the master is the one who invents a new signifier, the famous quilting point, which stabilizes the situation and makes it readable. The university discourse that then elaborates the network of knowledge which sustains this readability by definition presupposes and relies on the initial gesture of the master. The master adds no new positive content, he merely adds a signifier which all of a sudden turns disorder into order, into a new harmony, as Rimbaud would have put it. Take anti-Semitism in the Germany of the 1920s, following their undeserved military defeat, the German people were disoriented, thrown into a situation of economic crisis, political inefficiency, and moral degeneration, and the Nazis offered a single agent which accounted for it all, the Jew. The Jewish plot. Therein resides the magic of a master. Although there is nothing new at the level of positive content, nothing is quite the same after he pronounces his word. Recall how, to illustrate the point de Capitan, Lacan quotes the famous lines from Racine's Atelier, J.E. Crane's Dieu, Cher Abner, etjenai. D'autres crainte, all fears are exchanged for one fear. It is the very fear of God which makes me fearless in all worldly matters. The same reversal that gives rise to a new master signifier is at work in ideology. In anti-Semitism, all fears are exchanged for the fear of the Jew. J.E. Crane's Le Juif, Cher citoyen, etjenai. D'autres crainte. 15. Lacan is here a radical Hegelian. There is multiplicity because the one does not coincide with itself. We can now see the precise sense of Lacan's thesis, according to which what is primordially repressed is the binary signifier. What the symbolic order precludes is the full harmonious presence of the couple of master signifiers, S1 S2, as yin-yang or any other two symmetrical fundamental principles. The fact that there is no sexual relationship means precisely that the secondary signifier is primordially repressed, and what we get in place of this repression, what fills the gap, are the multiple returns of the repressed, the series of ordinary signifiers. Watching Woody Allen's parody of Tolstoy's War and Peace, the first association that springs to mind is, of course, if this is Tolstoy, where is Dostoevsky? In the film, Dostoevsky remains repressed. However, the price to be paid for that appears in a conversation in the middle of the film which, accidentally as it were, includes the titles of all Dostoevsky's main novels. Is that man still in the underground? You mean one of the Karamazov brothers? Yes, that idiot. Well, he did commit his crime and was punished for it. I know, he was a gambler who always risked too much, and so on. Here we encounter the return of the repressed, the series of signifiers which fills in the gap of the repressed binary signifier Dostoevsky. This is why the standard deconstructionist criticism according to which Lacan's theory of sexual difference falls foul of binary logic totally misses the point. Lacan's La Femme n'existe pas aims precisely at undermining the binary polar couple of masculine and feminine. The original split is not between the one and the other, but is strictly inherent to the one, as the split between the one and its empty place of inscription. This is also how one should conceive the link between the split inherent to the one and the explosion of the multiple. The multiple is not the primordial ontological fact. The transcendental genesis of the multiple resides in the lack of the binary signifier, that is, the multiple emerges as a series of attempts to fill in the gap of the missing binary signifier. The difference between S1 and S2 is thus not the difference of two opposed poles within the same field, but, rather, the cut within this field inherent to the one term. The original couple is not that of two signifiers, but that of the signifier and its reduplicatio, the minimal difference between a signifier and the place of its inscription, between 1 and 0. According to Thomas Schelling, Real human interactions are governed not only by a pure strategic calculus, but also by focal points that are invisible under a mathematical formulation of the problem. Schelling did not believe that game theory was useless, merely that most human interactions were so shot through with ambiguity that these focal points could be the ultimate guide to what might or should happen. 16. Here is Schelling's most famous example: I arrange with a friend to meet him the next day in New York, but, due to a breakdown of all communication systems, neither of us knows where and when to meet. When Schelling asked his students what to do, the majority suggested going to the clock at the Grand Central Station at noon. It is the meeting point which imposed itself as the most obvious one independently of all strategic calculations. The reasoning is here more complex than it may appear. In choosing a focal point, I do not merely try to guess which will be the most obvious point for both of us. The question I try to answer is, what do I expect the other to expect that I will expect of him? In other words, when I go to the Grand Central clock at noon, I do so because I expect that my friend expects me to expect him to go there. In negotiations, the focal point can be an irrational commitment which fixes a non-negotiable feature. For the State of Israel, control over the whole of Jerusalem is non-negotiable. Ahead of salary negotiations, a trade union leader announces that he will never settle for a pay raise of less than 5%, and so on. While there are, of course, always ways to compromise while sticking to the letter of one's engagement, such an engagement rises the stakes. One cannot abandon it altogether without losing face. In contrast to purely strategic reasoning, such commitment is not psychological but properly symbolic. It is performative, grounded in itself. As such, the focal point is another name for what Lacan called the quilting point and, later, the master signifier. We can also say that, in contrast to the particular features of a thing, a name is a symptom of the thing it names. Insofar as it is a signifier which falls into the signified, it stands for objet, the X, the gene quoi, which makes a thing a thing. The name names the universality of a thing in its impossible objectal counterpoint. Recall again Lacan's precise reading of Freud's concept of Vorstellungsrepräsentanz, not simply a mental representation or idea which is the psychic representative of the biological instinct, but the representative of a missing representation. Every name is in the sense of Vorstellungsrepräsentanz, the signifying representative of that dimension in the designated object which eludes representation, that which cannot be covered by our ideas' representations of the positive properties of this object. There is something in you more than yourself, the elusive gene quoi which makes you what you are, which accounts for your specific flavor, and the name, far from referring to the collection of your properties, ultimately refers to that elusive X. An act does have a cause. It is caused by the objet, by the gene quoi which pushes me to do it. The moment one asks, what to do, this cause is lost. Point 17. Does not the formula of love you are, you, rely on the split which is at the core of every tautology? You, this empirical person, full of defects, are you, the sublime object of love, for the tautology itself renders visible the radical split or gap. This tautology surprises the lover again and again. How can you be you? 18. But we should take a step further here and recall that Lacan defines Vorstellungsrepräsentanz as the representative of the missing binary signifier, the feminine master signifier, which would be the counterpart of the phallic master signifier, guaranteeing the complementarity of the two sexes, each at its own place, yin and yang, etc. Lacan's thesis is that the starting point is the self-deferral of the one, its non-coincidence with itself, and that the two sexes are two ways of dealing with this deadlock. It is in this precise sense that one can agree with Brecht when he wrote that there is no dialectics without humor. Dialectical reversals are deeply connected to comical twists and unexpected shifts of perspective. In his book on jokes, Freud refers to the well-known story of a go-between who tries to convince a young man to marry a woman he represents. His strategy is to turn every objection into a positive feature. When the man says, "But the woman is ugly," he answers, "So you will not have to worry about her deceiving you with others. She is poor. So she will be used to not spending lots of your money," and so on until, finally, When the young man formulates a reproach impossible to reinterpret in this way, the middleman explodes, "What do you want? Perfection. Nobody is totally without faults." Is it not also possible to discern in this joke the underlying structure of the legitimization of a really existing socialist regime? There is too little meat and rich food in the stores. So you don't have to worry about getting fat and suffering a heart attack. There are not enough interesting films or good books available. So you are all the more able to cultivate a rich social life, visiting friends and neighbors. The secret police exert total control over my life. So you can just relax and lead a life safe from worries, and so on, until. But the air is so polluted from the nearby factory that all my children have life-threatening lung diseases. What do you want? No system is without its faults. 19 For Lacan, the phallic signifier is such a suturing element. Lacan's concept of the phallus is exemplary of the dialectic of the priority of lack over the element that fills it in and, as Lacan points out, for a very precise reason, the phallus is the very signifier of this lack. The nature of the phallus itself is nothing but the side of the lack it indicates in the subject. A lack in being provided in its index, in its signifier, is presented to us then as the ultimate nature of the phallus. Also, to define it as lack in being in Lacan's clinical practice makes it equivalent to the barred subject. This radical position of the nature of the phallus as lack in being allows for the equivalence between this lacking phallus and subjective lack itself. Point 20. Insofar as the phallic master signifier is the point of the subject's symbolic identification, identification is ultimately always identification with a lack. Sometimes, mentioning the so-called excesses of political correctness is justified not to make cheap jibes about it, but to identify at its purest the logic which underlies our social space. Take the case of deaf nation. Today deaf activists, who argue that being deaf is not a disability but a distinguishing mark of separateness, are in the process of creating a deaf nation. They resist medical interventions, such as cochlear implants, or attempts to train deaf children to speak and insist that sign language is a fully fledged language in its own right. Capitalizing the D in deaf symbolizes the view that deafness is a culture and not simply the loss of hearing. Point 21. The entire academic identity politics machine is thus set in motion. Scholars give courses and publish books on deaf history dealing with the oppression of the deaf and celebrating victims of oralism, organize deaf conventions, denounce speech therapists and hearing aid manufacturers as a powerful lobby which wants to grind the deaf minority down, and so on and so forth. It is easy to make fun of this case, and one can imagine going several steps further. If deaf nation, why not blind nation, fighting the tyranny of visualism? Why not impotent and frigid nation, oppressed by sexualism? Why not the fat nation, terrorized by the health food and the fitness lobbies? Why not stupid nation, brutally oppressed by the academic lobby? The sky is the limit here. However, it is much more interesting to see the formation of the deaf nation as a repetition of the very matrix of the rise of a specifically human community as an attempt to elevate a lack into a distinguishing feature of collective identification, and then to mobilize creative energy to invent new modes of supplanting this lack. In a way, we humans are a deaf nation. Lacan's name for the deafness constitutive of being human is, of course, symbolic castration. This brings us to the paradox of how sexual difference relates to the phallic signifier. The moment we conceive the phallus as signifier and not only as an image of potency, fertility, or whatever, we should conceive it primarily as something that, due to the very fact that a woman lacks a penis, belongs to her. It is thus not that, in a first moment, man has it and woman does not, and, in a second moment, woman fantasizes about having it. As Lacan puts it on the very last page of his Écrits, the lack of penis in the mother is where the nature of the phallus is revealed. We must give all its importance to this indication, which distinguishes precisely the function of the phallus and its nature. 22 And it is here that we should rehabilitate Freud's deceptively naive notion of the fetish as the last thing the subject sees before it sees the lack of a penis in a woman. What a fetish covers up is not simply the absence of a penis in a woman, but the fact that this very structure of presence/absence is differential in the strict structuralist sense. Point 23. What makes the phallic signifier such a complex notion is not only that, in it, the symbolic, imaginary, and real dimensions are intertwined, but also that, in a double self-reflexive step which uncannily imitates the process of the negation, it condenses three levels: position, the signifier of the lost part, of what the subject loses and lacks with its entry into the signifying order; negation, the signifier of lack, and negation of the negation, the lacking/missing. Signifier itself. Point 24. The phallus is the part which is lost with the entry into the symbolic order and, simultaneously, the signifier of this loss. Point 25. Why is this the case? Why should the prohibition itself be prohibited? The answer is, because there is no meta-language. The idea of a symbolic order which clearly and explicitly states its prohibitions presupposes a level at which prohibitions that ground the symbolic space are cancelled, a level free of prohibitions at which we can, in this space of communication free of domination, establish the very rules of domination. It is as if we are not fully caught up in relations of domination but are able to occupy the neutral position of a meta-language from which we can view domination from the outside, observing it without our position of enunciation already being affected by it. Recall a typical child's strategy when confronted with his father's stern prohibition. In a gesture of trying to ensure a level of basic solidarity above their conflict, he tries to address the father as an equal partner, to secure the conditions under which he will accept the paternal prohibition. At his show trial, Nikolai Bukharin found himself in exactly the same predicament when he heroically insisted that the core of his subjectivity should be exempted from his confessions. In his letter to Stalin of December 10, 1937, while making clear that he would obey the ritual of confession in public, he desperately addressed Stalin as a person, professing his innocence. Bukharin's fatal mistake was to think that he could in a sense have his cake and eat it, to the very end. While professing utter devotion to the party and to Stalin personally, he was not ready to renounce the minimum of subjective autonomy. He was ready to plead guilty in public if the party needed his confession, but in the inner circle, among comrades, he wanted it to be made clear that he was not really guilty, but just willing to play the necessary role in the public ritual. This, precisely, the party could not allow him. The ritual loses its performative power the moment it is explicitly designated as a mere ritual. Far from being a symbol of power and fertility, the phallic signifier thus gives body to the structural fault of the system, that is, it stands for the point at which a fault can no longer be recast as a positive feature, the point of what do you want? No system is without faults, the point at which castration is inscribed into a system. This is why it has to be covered up. Its disclosure equals the disclosure of castration. This covering up has two essential recourses: the wall, which is the phobic solution, or the veil, which is the fetishistic solution. 27. We can even take a step further and conceive the veil as a painted wall, like the Berlin Wall, which was painted on its western side, or the wall that separates the West Bank from Israel proper. The dream that underlies this politics of painting the wall is best illustrated by a wall that separates a Jewish settlers' town from the Palestinian town on a nearby hill somewhere in the West Bank. The Israeli side of the wall is painted with the image of the countryside beyond the wall but minus the Palestinian town. Is this not ethnic cleansing at its purest, imagining the outside beyond the wall as it should be, empty, virginal, waiting to be settled? Who is devouring whom here? Afraid of being devoured by the Arabs surrounding it, Israel is effectively gradually devouring the West Bank. 28. And the same goes for the so-called non-castrated omnipotent devouring mother. Apropos the real mother, Lacan noted that not only is there an unsatisfied mother but also an all-powerful one. And the terrifying aspect of this figure of the Lacanian mother is that she is all-powerful and unsatisfied at the same time. 29. Therein resides the paradox: the more omnipotent a mother appears, the more unsatisfied she is. The Lacanian mother corresponds to the formula querens quem devoret, she looks for someone to devour, and so Lacan presents her then as the crocodile, the subject with the open mouth. 30 This devouring mother does not respond, and it is as such that she appears omnipotent. Since the mother does not respond, she is transformed into the real mother, that is to say, into power. If the other does not respond, he is transformed into a devouring power. 31 The lesson from all this is a surprisingly feminist one. Being a mother is not the ultimate destiny or path of fulfillment for a woman, but a secondary substitute. Being a mother makes a woman the one who has, it obfuscates her lack, but behind the mother there is always a media. This is always in the order of the possible. And even if the mother is exemplary, the child is only a substitute, to such a point that one must assume the question which is presented here: is maternity the only path or the privileged path of the realization of the female? Lacan surely had the idea that maternity is not the path, it is a metaphorical part for the woman, to the point that I think that the ethics of psychoanalysis cannot really impose this ideal that is more on the side of substitution, even for Freud himself. 32 The good mother fills in her lack with a child fetish, the evil devouring mother fills it in with her phobic terrifying figure. Again, two modes of obfuscating the void that is subjectivity. 33 But this description opens up the space for a standard reproach to the Lacanian notions of the phallus and castration, which is that they involve an ahistorical short circuit. Lacan directly links the limitation of human existence as such to a particular threat which relies on a specific patriarchal gender constellation. The next move is usually to try to get rid of the idea of castration, this ridiculous Freudian notion, by claiming that the threat of castration is, at best, just a local expression of the global limitation of the human condition, which is that of human finitude, experienced in a whole series of constraints. This move from castration to an anxiety grounded in the finitude of the human condition is, of course, the standard existential philosophical move of saving Freud by getting rid of the embarrassing topic of castration and penis envy. Psychoanalysis is thus redeemed, magically transformed into a respectable academic discipline that deals with how suffering human subjects cope with the anxieties of finitude. The famous advice given to Freud by Jung as their boat was approaching the U.S. coast in 1912 that Freud should leave out or at least limit his emphasis on sexuality, in order to render psychoanalysis more acceptable to the American medical establishment, is resuscitated here. Why, then, is it not sufficient to emphasize how castration is just a particular instance of the general limitation of the human condition? Or, to put it in a slightly different way, how should one cut the link between the universal symbolic structure and the particular corporeal economy? The old reproach against Lacan is that he conflates two levels, the allegedly neutral universal formal symbolic structure and the particular gendered bodily reference. True, he emphasizes that the phallus is not the penis as an organ, but a signifier, even a pure signifier, so why then call this pure signifier a phallus? However, as was clear to Deleuze, the notion of castration answers a very specific question: how does the universal symbolic process detach itself from its corporeal roots? How does it emerge in its relative autonomy? Castration designates the violent bodily cut which enables us to enter the domain of the incorporeal. And the same goes for the topic of finitude. Castration is not simply one local case of the experience of finitude. The concept of castration tries to answer a more fundamental archi-transcendental question, namely, how do we, as humans, experience ourselves as marked by finitude in the first place? This fact is not self-evident. Heidegger was right to emphasize that only humans exist in the mode of being towards death. Of course, animals are also somehow aware of their limitations, of their limited power, and so on. The hare does try to escape the fox. And yet, this is not the same as human finitude, which emerges against the background of the small child's narcissistic attitude of illusory omnipotence. What lurks behind this narcissistic attitude is, however, the Freudian death drive, a kind of undead stubbornness denounced already by Kant as a violent excess absent in animals, which is why, for Kant, only humans need education through discipline. The symbolic law does not tame and regulate nature, but, precisely, applies itself to an unnatural excess. Or, to approach the same complex from another direction. At its most radical, the helplessness of the small child about which Freud speaks is not physical helplessness, the inability to provide for one's own needs, but a helplessness in the face of the enigma of the other's desire, a helpless fascination with the excess of the other's enjoyment, and the ensuing inability to account for its meaning in the terms available. So what is symbolic castration, with the phallus as its signifier? We should begin by conceiving of the phallus as a signifier, which means what? From the traditional rituals of investiture, we know the objects which not only symbolize power, but put the subject who acquires them into the position of effectively exercising power. If a king holds the scepter and wears the crown, his words will be taken as the words of a king. Such insignia are external, not part of my nature. I don them, wear them in order to exert power. As such, they castrate me, they introduce a gap between what I immediately am and the function that I exercise. This is what the infamous symbolic castration means, not castration as symbolic, as just symbolically enacted, but the castration which occurs by the very fact of being caught up in the symbolic order, assuming a symbolic mandate. Castration is the gap between what I immediately am and the symbolic mandate which confers on me this authority. In this precise sense, far from being the opposite of power, it is synonymous with power, it is that which confers power on me. And, one has to think of the phallus not as the organ which immediately expresses the vital force of my being, my virility, and so on, but precisely as such an insignia, as a mask which I put on in the same way a king or judge puts on his insignia. The phallus is an organ without a body which I put on, which gets attached to my body, without ever becoming its organic part, forever sticking out as an incoherent, excessive supplement. But the fact remains that the notion of the phallic signifier enacts a short circuit between pure difference and a contingent bodily element. How to justify this? The point is, precisely, that the short circuit is thoroughly contingent. To become operative, pure difference, its pure form, has to attach itself to a contingent bodily element. This short circuit between the opposites is the same as that of the rational order of the state, which only acquires full actuality in the contingent monarch's body, which is thereby transubstantiated/aufgehoben, turned into a reflexive determination of its opposite. One should recall here the phenomenon of the phantom limb, the sensation that an amputated limb or organ, like a hand, is still attached to the body and moving appropriately with other body parts. In contrast to the phantom organ, the phallus is the organ which men effectively possess, but they do not feel it as such, always experiencing it as missing, cut off, separated. Can this identity between pure form and a contingent bodily element be broken? Can the contingent objectal moment be separated from the symbolic form of a pure signifier? This, for Lacan, is precisely what happens in what he calls separation, the separation of the object from the signifier, which renders visible the utter contingency of their link. From the phallic signifier to objet. The concept of point de capitan underwent many transformations in Lacan's later work before finding its definite form in the notion of the master signifier. This, finally, brings us back to Miller, in Suture, first delivered as an intervention at Jacques Lacan's seminar on February 24, 1965. He elevated a casual word that occurs once in Lacan into a concept designating the relationship between the signifying structure and the subject of the signifier. Miller's implicit starting point is Lacan's definition of the signifier as that which represents the subject for another signifier. All signifiers are not on the same level since no structure is complete, since there is, in a structure, always a lack. This lack is filled in, remarked, sustained even, by a reflexive signifier which is the signifier of the lack of the signifier. Identifying the subject with the lack, we can thus say that the reflexive signifier of the lack represents the subject for the other signifiers. If this sounds abstract, recall numerous examples from the history of science, from phlogiston to Marx's Asiatic mode of production. Miller generates the notion of the subject without any reference to the imaginary level. This subject of the signifier involves no lived experience, consciousness, or any other predicates we usually associate with subjectivity. 34. The basic operation of suture is thus that 0 is counted as 1, the absence of a determination is counted as a positive determination of its own, as in Borges's famous classification of dogs, which includes, as a species, all the dogs not included among the previous species, in other words, the part of no part of the canine genus. While all this is well known, what is usually left out of consideration is the formal homology between this reflexive logic of the master signifier, the signifier of the lack of the signifier which functions as a stand-in of a lack, and the logic of the objet patia, which is also repeatedly defined by Lacan as the filler of a lack, an object whose status is purely virtual, with no positive consistency of its own, only a positivization of a lack in the symbolic order. Something escapes the symbolic order, and this X is positivized as the objet, the je sais quoi, which makes me desire a certain thing or person. It is all too easy to counter the hermeneutic circle of meaning with reference to the external reality of the voice itself, emphasizing how the presence of this external reality is an a priori condition of every representation. Every hermeneutician will fully endorse this point, adding only that we should repeat the same move in the opposite direction and concede that every such presence always already appears to us within a certain symbolic horizon of understanding, never in its virgin factuality. The true task is to see how meaning is corroded from within by an extimate object, an object inherent to it, a stranger within. However, this formal parallel between the master signifier and the objet patia should not deceive us, although, in both cases, we seem to be dealing with an entity which fills in the lack. What differentiates the objet from the master signifier is that, in the case of the former, the lack is redoubled, that is, the objet is the result of the overlapping of the two lacks, the lack in the other and the lack in the object in the visual field. Say, the objet is what we cannot see, our blind spot in relation to the picture. Each of the two lacks can operate independently of the other. We can have the lack of the signifier, as when we have a rich experience for which words are missing, or we can have the lack in the visible for which, precisely, there is a signifier, namely the master signifier, the mysterious signifier which seems to recapture the invisible dimension of the object. Therein resides the illusion of the master signifier. It coalesces with the objet, so that it appears that the subject's other/master possesses what the subject lacks. This is what Lacan calls alienation, the confrontation of the subject with a figure of the other possessing what the subject lacks. In separation, which follows alienation, the objet is separated also from the other, from the master signifier, that is, the subject discovers that the other also does not have what he is lacking. The axiom Lacan follows is no I without a. Wherever an I emerges, it is followed by an a, the stand-in for what was lost in the signification of the real. 35. Is, then, the objet the signified of the S1, of the master signifier? It may appear so, since the master signifier signifies precisely that imponderable X which eludes the series of positive properties signified by the chain of ordinary signifiers. But, upon a closer look, we see that the relationship is exactly the inverse. With regard to the division between signifier and signified, the objet is on the side of the signifier, it fills in the lack in/ of the signifier, while the master signifier is the quilting point between the signifier and the signified, the point at which the signifier falls into the signified. How, then, does one divide into two? Gilbert Ryle once played with the idea that the only way to bring to an end the interminable division of an entity into smaller and smaller parts would be to reach the point of the last division, the point at which one no longer divides into two positive parts, but into a part and nothingness. For Lacan, this nothingness positivizes itself as the objet. This nothingness which supplements every positive identity is not to be confused with the differentiality constitutive of every identity. The relation between the one and the objet is not that of differentiality, but that of diffraction at its most elementary, the one plus its teleosis, its blurred virtual supplement, more than one but less than 236. This two-ness, the doubling of an entity into itself and its teleosis, the nothingness of its objectal shadow, precedes any relationship to the big other as well as to a complementary other. The objet is not complementary to the one, but its supplement, a strange supplement which makes the one to which it is attached not so much more as less than one, corroding it from within. It is an excess which subtracts. 37. This nothingness which attaches itself to every entity as its shadowy double is the zero level of negativity and is as such inaccessible to Hegel, as the non-thematized presupposition of his entire deployment of negativity. Hegel does formulate the overlapping of two lacks, the subject's lack and the lack of / in the substance itself. However, he does not see this overlapping as separation, but as a cancellation of the lack. For example, if my distance from God is God's distance from himself, then there is a reconciliation between me and God. In other words, what Hegel misses is the objet, the object produced by the overlapping of the two lacks. Furthermore, it is because of his inability to think the objet that Hegel cannot conceive pure repetition. Pure repetition is sustained by the nothingness of the objet which haunts everyone, for the one repeats itself in the attempt to recapture its shadow. Although the objet is the non-signifying glitch within a symbolic edifice, it can thus only be conceived against the background of the gap that separates a formal structure from the elements that fill in its places. Jacques Alain Miller recently elaborated this gap apropos the topic of structure and change. He took Lacan's matrix of the four discourses in which, in an anti-clockwise movement, each of the four terms gradually occupies all four places in the structure as the exemplary case of how something remains constant and, at the same time, something changes. What remains constant? The places, the relationships, and the relationships between the places. What changes are the terms that occupy these places? This is what allows us to say that precisely in the structure the transformation is a permutation, that speaking of permutation is the attempt, the way of making the structure dynamic and, I would say, it is a certain structural solution for the articulation of one and of multiple. The places are fixed and, with the permutation of terms, we obtain the variance. 38. This difference between structural places and the terms that occupy these places is crucial in order to break the fetishistic coagulation of a term with its place, to make us aware of the extent to which the aura emanating from an object hinges not on the object's direct properties, but on the place it occupies. The classic example of this dependency on place is, of course, Marcel Duchamp's well-known urinal, which became an art object by being exhibited as such. Duchamp's achievement was not just to extend the scope of what counts as a work of art, but as a formal condition of such universalization to introduce the distinction between an object and the place it occupies. What makes a urinal a work of art is not its immanent properties, but the place it occupies, or, as Marx put it long ago apropos commodity fetishism, people do not treat a person as a king because he is a king because people treat him as such. 39 In everyday life, we are victims of a kind of reification. We misperceive a purely formal or structural determination as a direct property of an object. This is why one can imagine a quite justified provocation at a Duchamp exhibition. A spectator starts to urinate into the urinal, when the shocked bystanders remind him that this is an art gallery, not a toilet. He replies, "No, you don't get it. When I entered the space of the art object, my activity also became an art performance. What I did was not vulgar desublimation, I merely filled the sublime space of art with new content." This logic was taken to an extreme in Hal Ashby's film Being There, in which Peter Sellers plays the U.S. president's autistic, socially isolated gardener. When the president dies unexpectedly, Sellers is mistaken for the president's wise confidant. His naive sayings about how to cultivate a garden are taken as encoded deep insights into how to run international affairs simply because he is there finds himself in the wrong place, like Roger O. Thornhill, who is mistaken for the inexistent George Kaplan at the beginning of Hitchcock's North by Northwest. 40. This purely formal boundary between daily life in which we engage with objects and the aesthetic stance in which we suspend the functional use of objects can also be registered in non-artistic ways. Recall Chindogu, the Japanese movement popular a decade or more ago, devoted to inventing objects which are useless in their very overfunctionality. Through this procedure, a kind of technological counterpart to ideological over-identification, our engagement with technology itself is turned into a means of releasing ourselves from its grip. Although the shift from a sexual to an aesthetic attitude towards a naked body is often taken as a model for such disengagement, one should not forget the fundamental lesson of psychoanalysis, namely that sexuality itself emerges from a similar disengagement, the disengagement from the procreative functionality of mating. Sexuality proper occurs only when the process of mating is cut off from its procreative goal and posited as an end in itself, caught in the vicious cycle of repetitive insistence which cannot ever be fully satisfied. 41. This difference between place and term opens up the possibility of an empty place lacking any element to fill it in. For this place to occur, it must itself be marked as empty, in other words, within it, form and content are mediated. This place is not simply empty or without content, emptiness is its content. We thus get two emptinesses, direct pre-symbolic emptiness and emptiness marked as such within the symbolic space, or, in terms of music, we get two silences, direct silence and marked silence, a silence heard as such, the sound of silence. In the old days of the jukebox, some diners offered a simple solution for those guests who preferred silence to the noisy music. The machine would contain a disc with nothing recorded on it lasting the length of an average song, so the customer who wanted peace just had to slip in the appropriate coins and select the silent disc, a nice structural mechanism for marking silence itself as present. After the empty disc was selected, not only was there no longer music playing, but, in a way, silence itself was playing. But does this difference between place and content not remain too formalistic? Do we not, as card-carrying Hegelians, have to take a further step towards the full dialectical overlapping of form and content? Here is Miller's concise description of this overlapping apropos what one can only call Levi-Strauss's Hegelianism. It is a matter of a logic of detail, it is a matter of assuming some details. Levi-Strauss had already said it, long ago, that it was the superiority of structuralism over formalism. He said it in an introduction to Vladimir Propp, who had proposed a formalization of fairy tales. He said, for the formalist there is a form, and the details are like an amorphous material that does not count. For a structuralist, on the contrary, there is no distinction between material and form and the structure is found in the things themselves, so everything counts. One cannot be satisfied with an abstract formula. 42. We are dealing here with the properly dialectical paradox of an object which is only its formal structure, a paradox that offers a solution to the problem of structural change stronger than the permutation of terms within a fixed set of places. Permutations come to an end when an element intervenes whose emergence changes the structure itself. Such an element is the Lacanian objet, an element to which, since its status is thoroughly non-substantial, the form itself is linked as to its umbilical cord. At the level of social dynamics, such an element is what Badiou calls the symptomal torsion of the social edifice, its Rancierian part of no part. This element cannot just be submitted to permutation and made to occupy different places within the same formal edifice. The change in its position necessarily brings about a radical transformation of the entire edifice itself. One can only talk about the part of no part against the background of the topic of suture. This brings us, finally, to the most speculative aspect of the notion of suture. The purely formal difference between an element and its place functions as a pure difference which is no longer a difference between two positive entities, and, as we have already seen, this pure difference is the condition of symbolic differentiality. The paradox is thus that what sutures a field is not a unifying feature but the pure difference itself. How? Sibelius's silence. One aspect of the difference between modernism and postmodernism, not only in music, is that modernism involves a logic of prohibition and or limitation. What is dodecaphony if not a self-imposed set of limitations on and prohibitions of harmonies? The paradox here, noted already by Adorno, is that the liberation from the chains of tonality assumes the form of a self-imposed set of limitations and prohibitions which demand a strict discipline. Postmodernism, on the contrary, stands for a massive return to the stance of everything is permitted. But why? Our awareness that the authentic thing is irrevocably lost, that no substantial relationship towards it is possible, generates an attitude of playfulness in which the old forms can be reenacted in the form of pastiche, deprived of their substantial content. In this sense, was not Stravinsky the first postmodern composer, playing freely with all inherited styles? 43. If the couple of Schoenberg and Stravinsky exemplifies the opposition of modernity and postmodernity, who then is emblematic of the missing third option, that of a persistent traditionalism? The answer is the third S, Sibelius, so utterly despised by Adorno, not any old Sibelius, but Sibelius once he had outgrown the influence of Tchaikovsky, the Sibelius of the Fourth Symphony. Here one encounters the notion of substance, of being immersed in the ethnic substance of one's being at its most radical, beyond all cheap late romantic nationalism. And here we should counterpose Sibelius and Mahler, in particular, the two similar movements from their symphonies, Mahler's notorious Adagietto from his Fifth Symphony, and what is arguably Sibelius's supreme achievement, the third movement from his Fourth Symphony. In spite of the striking similarity, one can feel here the gap succinctly expressed in the famous dialogue between the two composers that took place during Mahler's visit to Helsinki. Mahler emphasized how a symphony has to encompass the entire world, while Sibelius pleaded for restraint and reserve. 44. The proof of Sibelius's artistic integrity, the proof that his case is not straightforwardly that of a phony conservative, lies in his ultimate failure, his silence from the mid-1920s onwards when, for 30 years, he composed practically nothing. 45. At what precise point in his development did Sibelius fall into silence? At the point when the parallax that provided the basic tension of his work collapsed, when the distance between the two lines of his music, symphonic and narrative, dissolved. His last two substantial compositions are the Seventh Symphony and the tone poem Tapiola, and their crucial feature is their similarity, as if Sibelius approached the same ideal impossible point of encounter from two different directions. This impossible/ideal Sibelius composition is the one which would sublate the tension between absolute music and programmatic music, between music as representing a determinate content and music as rendering its spiritual content directly by means of its formal articulation, between the wealth of personal experience and the void of subjectivity. This synthesis, of course, is a priori impossible, the failure is structural, and Sibelius, to retain his artistic integrity, had to remain silent. But it is precisely on account of this uncanny proximity and resemblance that the difference between absolute and programmatic music, between symphony and tone poem, becomes more palpable than ever. The last symphony renders a state of inner calm and satisfaction, of a battle finally won, of the assertion of life, while Tapiola, far from falling into the romantic trap of an immersion in the healing flux of nature, renders the restlessness and horror at the raw power of nature, man's vain attempt to resist the power of nature and his ultimate breakdown. The final outcome of the cycle of symphonies is thus assertion and reconciliation, and of the tone poems failure and loss, with no further mediation possible between these two poles. The third movement of Sibelius's Fourth Symphony exemplifies his intense relationship towards musical stuff. It is a kind of musical counterpart to the statues of Rodin, in which the shape of the body painfully, with strenuous effort, endeavors to emerge from the inert captivity of the stone, never quite getting rid of the oppressive weight of material inertia. The great effort of this movement is to give birth to the central melodic motif, which occurs only a couple of times towards the end of the movement. This procedure offers the greatest possible contrast to Viennese classicism, in which the motif, the main melodic line, is directly given and rendered. If we reach even further back in time, we enter a period in which there was no melody in the strict sense of the term. Take a popular Baroque piece like Pachelbel's Canon. Today, the first notes are automatically perceived as the accompaniment, so that we wait for the moment when the melody proper will emerge. Since we get no melody but only a more and more intricate polyphonic variation of the pre-melodic accompaniment, we somehow feel disappointed. Where does this horizon of expectation, which sustains our feeling that the melody proper is missing, come from? The moment of the birth of a melody proper is, of course, the event of Viennese classicism, Suffice it to recall again the third movement of the Grand Partita Serenade. After the first notes, whose status is uncertain, the melody proper enters as if from above, from the heavenly heights. And where does then the melody proper end? The answer is also clear, in late Beethoven, in Romanticism proper, whose true breakthrough resides precisely in rendering the melody proper impossible, in marking it with a bar of impossibility. So we have an apparently universal phenomenon which is, as such, nonetheless constrained, limited to a precisely defined historical period. What is perhaps the ultimate achievement of late Romantic expressionism is precisely the notion of the melodic line, of the main motif, as something which has to be wrought out, sculpted, extracted from the inertia of vocal material by means of painful labor, far from functioning as the starting point for a series of variations which then form the main part of the piece. The main musical motif results from the painful perlaboration of the musical matter which forms the main body of the piece. Perhaps this intense relationship towards the inertia of stuff or matter is what brings together Sibelius and Tarkovsky, for whom, also, the earth, in its inert, humid nature, is not opposed to spirituality but is its very medium. In this respect, the third movement of Sibelius's Fourth Symphony has to be contrasted with its concluding fourth movement. Each of them renders a specific mode of failure. As we have just seen, the third movement displays a painful effort to extract the main melody, an effort which twice comes to the very verge of succeeding, yet ultimately fails. What purports to be the main theme, as the movement evolves, tries twice to achieve the status of a fully fashioned melody, but backs off each time, first when dissuaded by the return of the opening motif, secondly when crushed by the brass 46. This failure, this inherent blockage which prevented the ultimate assertion of the melody, must have been especially difficult to bear for Sibelius, who is otherwise known for his capacity to build tension slowly and then release it with the final emergence of the full melodic motif. Suffice it to recall the triumphant finales of his Second and Fifth Symphony. The fourth movement fails in a much more disturbing way. The first part of the finale appears to be on the point of releasing melodic and impulsive generosities, as though the principle of laying longer, more pliable sentences alongside the concentrated thematic nuclei is about to be honored. But it does not come out like that. Before long an unnerving process of disintegration begins which by the end has become total and irreconcilable. The last pages die away into a kind of resigned nothingness, with a thrice repeated figure from a solo oboe as of some mythical creature uttering a cry of infinite loneliness in the frozen wastes of the spirit. 47. The last part of this appreciation is not only pseudo-poetically awkward, but stricto sensu false. What effectively happens in the last part of the finale of Sibelius's Fourth is something much more uncanny than the standard expressionist rendering of the utterly isolated individual scream heard by no one in the void of an empty wasteland. We rather witness a kind of musical cancer or virus triggering the gradual progressive decomposition of the very musical texture, as if the very foundation, the stuff of reality, loses its consistency, as if, to use another poetic metaphor, the world we live in is gradually losing its color, its depth, its definite shape, its most fundamental ontological consistency. What happens in the last movement of Sibelius's Fourth is thus something homologous to the scene towards the end of Joseph Rusnak's The 13th Floor, when Hall, the film's hero, drives to a place he would never have considered going to otherwise. At a given point during the trip, he stops the car after seeing that everything within it has been replaced with wireframe models. He has approached the limit of our world, the domain where our dense reality dissolves into abstract digital coordinates, and he finally grasps the truth, that 1990s Los Angeles, his world, is a simulation. So, instead of becoming engaged, like the third movement, in a struggle to wrest out the melody, the fourth movement begins as if everything is all right, as if the melodic starting point is already at our disposal, and the full organic deployment of its potential is promised. But what happens next is that the material does not resist our effort to mold it properly, it rather directly disintegrates, slips away, gradually losing its material substance, turning into a void. We can do anything we want with it, the problem is that the stuff on which we work progressively implodes, collapses, simply fading out. Is not this tension between third and fourth movement of the Fourth Symphony comparable to the tension between Hitchcock's Vertigo and his Psycho? 48. It is the difference between the human and the inhuman, or rather the post-human. While the third movement renders the human dimension at its most melancholic, the fourth movement shifts into a dimension beyond, in which a mad post-human playfulness coincides with subjective destitution. The pure difference. Deleuze often varies the motif of how, in becoming post-human, we should learn to practice a perception as it was before men, released from their human coordinates. 49. Those who fully endorse the Nietzschean return of the same are strong enough to sustain a vision of the iridescent chaos of a world before man. 50. Although Deleuze openly resorts here to Kantian language, talking about the direct access to things in themselves, his point is precisely that one should subtract the opposition between phenomena and things in themselves, between the phenomenal and the noumenal, from its Kantian context, where noumena are transcendent things that forever elude our grasp. What Deleuze refers to as things in themselves are in a way even more phenomenal than our shared phenomenal reality. They are the impossible phenomena, the phenomena excluded from our symbolically constituted reality. The gap that separates us from noumena is thus primarily not epistemological, but practico-ethical and libidinal. There is no true reality behind or beneath phenomena. Noumena are phenomenal things which are too strong, too intense or intensive, for our perceptual apparatus, attuned as it is to constituted reality. Here, epistemological failure is a secondary effect of libidinal terror, its underlying logic a reversal of Kant's you can, because you must, you cannot, because you must not. Think of someone being forced to witness terrifying acts of torture. In a way, the monstrosity of what they see would make this an experience of the noumenal impossible real that shatters the coordinates of our common reality. In this sense, if we were to discover films shot in a concentration camp among the Musulmanen, showing scenes from their daily life, how they were systematically mistreated and deprived of all dignity, we would have seen too much, seen the prohibited, we would have entered a forbidden territory of what should have remained unseen. Is this not an example of intensity growing so strong that it undermines or explodes the very transcendental coordinates of the world in which it occurs? This, perhaps, is what is missing in Badiou's notion of intensity as a feature of all entities that belong to a world. They participate in this world with more or less intensity, down to the minimum of the part of no part, of the element which is formally part of a world, but deprived of any intense participation in it. 51. But what about the idea of excessive intensity? Such an intensity explodes a world, but not from outside, as a simple external catastrophe, it explodes it from within, overburdening its inherent or constitutive intensity. This is also what makes it so unbearable to witness the last moments of people who know they are about to die and are in this sense already living dead. Again, imagine that we discovered intact, among the ruins of the Twin Towers, a video camera from one of the planes containing footage of what went on among the passengers in the minutes before the plane crashed into one of the towers. 52. In all these cases, we would effectively see things as they are in themselves, outside human coordinates, outside our human reality. We would see the world with inhuman eyes. It is against this background that we should also locate Claude Lanzmann's famous statement that, if by chance he were to stumble upon some documentary footage depicting the actual process of Jews being killed in Auschwitz, he would destroy it immediately. This is Jewish iconoclasm at its purest, as a prohibition on showing images of the raw real. The lesson here is profoundly Hegelian. The difference between the phenomenal and the noumenal has to be reflected or transposed back into the phenomenal, as the split between the normal gentrified phenomenon and the impossible phenomenon. Robert Altman's universe, best exemplified in his masterpiece Shortcuts, is effectively one of contingent encounters between a multitude of series, a universe in which different series communicate and resonate at the level of what Altman himself refers to as subliminal reality. One should thus avoid the temptation to reduce Altman to a poet of American alienation, rendering the silent despair of everyday lives. There is another Altman, for whom the focus is on opening oneself up to joyful aleatory encounters. Just as Deleuze and Guattari read the absence of the inaccessible and elusive transcendent center in Kafka as the presence of multiple passages and transformations, One is tempted to read Altmanian despair and anxiety as the deceptive obverse of a more affirmative immersion in a multitude of subliminal intensities. The difference is precisely that between human and inhuman, the story read as one of despair and alienation is the story reduced to its human coordinates, while the same story appears as an interplay of contingent encounters between a multitude of series when it is released from those coordinates and read as part of the iridescent chaos of a world before man. This iridescent chaos is pure life as the flux of virtual creativity, the flux in which Spinoza's substance as causa sui overlaps with the Fichtean self-positing of the pure absolute I. The concept posits itself to the same extent that it is created. What depends on a free creative activity is also that which, independently and necessarily, posits itself in itself. The most subjective will be the most objective. 53. Consequently, the most succinct definition of Deleuze's late philosophy would be that it amounts to a Fichteanized Spinozism, and we should just bear in mind that Fichte was the absolute anti-Spinozist. The purely virtual self-referential act of creation moves at infinite speed, since it needs no externality through which to mediate its self-positing movement. Infinite speed thus describes a movement that no longer has anything to do with actual movement, a purely virtual movement that has always reached its destination, whose moving is itself its own destination. 54. This is why Deleuze insists that desire has no object. Desire itself is a purely virtual movement that has always reached its destination, whose moving is its own destination. This is also the thrust of Deleuze's reading of masochism and courtly love. In both cases what is at stake is not the logic of sacrifice, but rather how to sustain desire. According to the standard reading of masochism, the masochist, like everyone else, is also looking for pleasure. His problem is that, because of his internalized superego, he has to access pleasure with pain, to pacify the oppressive agency which finds pleasure intolerable. For Deleuze, on the contrary, the masochist chooses pain in order to dissolve the pseudo-link of desire with pleasure as its extrinsic measure. Pleasure is in no way something that can only be reached via the detour of pain, but that which has to be delayed to the maximum, since it is something which interrupts the continuous process of the positive desire. There is an immanent joy of desire, as if desire fills itself with itself and its contemplations, and which does not imply any lack, any impossibility. 55. And the same goes for courtly love. Its eternal postponement of fulfillment does not obey a law of lack or an ideal of transcendence. Here also, it signals a desire which lacks nothing, since it finds its fulfillment in itself, in its own immanence. Every pleasure is, on the contrary, already a reterritorialization of the free flux of desire. 56. Therein resides the ultimate irony of Deleuze's critique of Hegel, when, against Hegel, Deleuze claims that creation is immediately creative. There is no transcendent or negating subject of creation that might need time in order to become conscious of itself or otherwise catch up with itself. He thereby imputes to Hegel a substantialization reification which was never there, and, in this way, obliterates precisely that dimension in Hegel which is closest to Deleuze himself. 57. Hegel repeatedly insists that spirit is a product of itself. It is not a pre-existing subject intervening into objectivity, sublating mediating it, but the result of its own movement. That is, pure processuality. As such, it needs time not to catch up with itself, but simply to generate itself. 58. Deleuze's second reproach to Hegel is the obverse of this first misreading, whereas according to Hegel any given thing differs with itself because it differs first with all that it is not, namely with all the objects to which it relates. Deleuze's Bergson affirms that a thing differs with itself first, immediately, on account of the internal explosive force it carries within itself. 59. If ever there was a straw man, it is Deleuze's. Hegel, is not Hegel's basic insight precisely that every external opposition is grounded in the thing's immanent self-opposition, that every external difference implies self-difference? A finite being differs from other things because it is already not identical with itself. When Deleuze talks about a process which creates and sees in a single movement, he thereby consciously evokes the formula of intellectual intuition, the prerogative of God alone. Deleuze pursues a pre-critical agenda, passionately defending Spinoza's and Leibniz's metaphysical realism against Kant's critical limitation of our knowledge to the domain of phenomenal representations. However, the Hegelian reply to this would be as follows: what if the distance of representation, the distance that renders the thing inaccessible to us, is inscribed into the heart of the thing itself, so that the very gap that separates us from the thing includes us in it? Therein lies the core of Hegelian Christology, in which our alienation from God coincides with the alienation of God from himself. Deleuze says that propositions do not describe things but are the verbal actualization of those things, namely these things themselves in their verbal mode. Would not Hegel claim, in the same way, that our representation of God is God himself in the mode of representation, that our erroneous perception of God is God himself in erroneous mode? 60. The exemplary case of such a creative process is art, which allows for an absolute and genuinely transformative liberation expression, precisely because what it liberates is nothing other than the liberating itself, the movement of pure spiritualization or dematerialization. 61. What has to be liberated is ultimately liberation itself, the movement of deterritorializing all actual entities. This self-relating move is crucial and, along the same lines, what desire desires is not a determinate object but the unconditional assertion of desiring itself. Another name for this process is individuation, as a relation conceived as a pure or absolute between, a between understood as fully independent of or external to its terms, and thus a between that can just as well be described as between nothing at all. 62. The status of this absolute between is that of a pure antagonism. Its structure was deployed by Lacan apropos sexual difference, which, as a difference, precedes the two terms between which it is the difference. The point of Lacan's formulae of sexuation is that both masculine and feminine positions are ways of avoiding the deadlock of the difference as such. This is why Lacan's claim that sexual difference is real impossible is strictly synonymous with his claim that there is no sexual relationship. Sexual difference is for Lacan not a firm set of static symbolic oppositions and inclusions or exclusions, but the name of a deadlock, of a trauma, of an open question, of something that resists every attempt at its symbolization. Every translation of sexual difference into a set of symbolic opposition is doomed to fail, and it is this very impossibility that opens up the terrain of the hegemonic struggle for what sexual difference will mean. And the same goes for political difference. The difference between left and right is not only the difference between the two terms within a shared field, it is real since a neutral description of it is not possible. The difference between left and right appears differently if perceived from the left or from the right. For the first, it signals the antagonism which cuts across the entire social field, while the right perceives itself as a force of moderation, social stability, and organic unity. With the left reduced to the position of an intruder disturbing the organic stability of the social body for the right, the left is as such extreme. In this precise sense, sexual difference is the dark precursor, never present, a purely virtual pseudo-cause, the X which always lacks at its own place and, as such, distributes the two actual series. In this sense, Lacan advocates a non-relational concept of the phallus. The phallic signifier founds sexuality in its entirety as system or structure, it is in relation to the phallic object. That the variety of terms and the variation of differential relations are determined in each case. The relative places of the terms in the structure depend first on the absolute place of each, at each moment, in relation to the object equals X that is always circulating, always displaced in relation to itself. Distributing the differences through the entire structure, making the differential relations vary with its displacements, the object equals X constitutes the differentiating element of difference itself. 63. Here, however, one should be careful to avoid the same trap that lurks apropos Deleuze's notion of the pure past, this fixed element which, as the absent cause, distributes the elements is a purely virtual element which is present only in its effects and is, as such, retroactively posited by its effects. It has no substantial independent existence prior to this process. 64. It is because of this minimalist, purely formal and insubstantial status of the real that, for Lacan, repetition precedes repression, or, as Deleuze put it succinctly, we do not repeat because we repress, we repress because we repeat. 65 It is not that, first, we repress some traumatic content, and then, since we are unable to remember it and thus to clarify our relationship to it, this content continues to haunt us, repeating itself in disguised forms. If the real is a minimal difference, then repetition is primordial. The primacy of repression emerges with the reification of the real into a thing that resists symbolization. Only then does it appear that the excluded or repressed real insists and repeats itself. The real is primordially nothing but the gap that separates a thing from itself, the gap of repetition. 66. Deleuzian pure difference at its purest, if we may put it in this tautological way, is the purely virtual difference of an entity which repeats itself as totally identical with regard to its actual properties. There are significant differences in the virtual intensities expressed in our actual sensations. These differences do not correspond to actual recognizable differences. That the shade of pink has changed in an identifiable way is not all important. It is that the change is a sign of a rearrangement of an infinity of other actual and virtual relations. 67 Does not such a pure difference take place in the repetition of the same actual melodic line in Robert Schumann's Humoresque? This piece is to be read against the background of the gradual loss of the voice in Schumann's songs. It is not a simple piano piece, but a song without the vocal line, with the vocal line reduced to silence, so that all we actually hear is the piano accompaniment. This is how one should read the famous inner voice added by Schumann as a third line between the two piano lines, higher and lower, as the vocal melodic line which remains a non-vocalized inner voice. This absent melody is to be reconstructed on the basis of the fact that the first and third levels do not relate to each other directly, that is, their relationship is not that of an immediate mirroring. In order to account for their interconnection, one is thus compelled to construct a third, virtual intermediate level which, for structural reasons, cannot be played. Schumann takes this use of the absent melody to an apparently absurd level of self-reference when, later in the same fragment of Humoresque, he repeats the same two actually played melodic lines, yet this time the score contains no third absent melodic line, no inner voice, so that what is absent here is the absent melody, absence itself. How are we to play these notes when, at the level of what is actually to be played, they repeat the previous notes exactly? The actually played notes are deprived only of what is not there, of their constitutive lack, or, to refer to the Bible, they lose even that which they never had. 68 Consequently, when we suspend the symbolic efficiency of the inexistent third melody, we do not simply return to the explicit line. What we get is a double negation in the terms of the Lubitsch joke. We do not get straight coffee, but a no milk coffee. 69 In terms of Schumann's piece, we do not get a straight melody, but a melody which lacks the lack itself, in which the lacking third line is itself lacking. On a closer analysis, we could say that Humoresque can be played in four ways: simply ignoring the third line, playing it so that the absent line resonates in the other two lines, playing it without the resonance of the third line, but so that this absence of resonance is felt, that is, playing the two lines with active ignorance of the third, playing the piece so that the third absent line resonates in it, but in an active and reflected way, generating the impression that the third line does not just organically resonate, but somehow imposes itself. This last option is, of course, the most difficult. 70. In Natsume Sosky's The Three-Cornered World, a painter, wandering over the mountains, finds himself drawn to Onami, the strange and beautiful daughter of an innkeeper rumored to have abandoned her husband after falling in love with a priest at a nearby temple. He wants to paint her, but, troubled by a certain quality in her expression which condenses the enigma of her life, fails to capture it. I could paint it now really. But it's just that there's something missing, and I think it would be a pity to paint you without that something. What do you mean, something missing? Since this is the face I was born with, there is nothing I can do about it, is there? Even the face you were born with can be varied in many ways. 71. Towards the end of the novel, the painter observes Onami giving some money to a destitute bearded soldier who, she later tells him, is her ex-husband. The soldier then departs on a train to the front. The narrator sees how, and these are the very last lines of the novel. The soldier, filled with the sadness of parting, was taking one last look out of the window. Just then, he and Onami happened to catch sight of each other, but the engine continued to chug on, and very soon his face disappeared from view. Onami gazed after the train abstractedly, but strangely enough the look of abstraction was suffused with that compassion which had hitherto been lacking. "That's it? That's it? Now that you can express that feeling, you are worth painting," I whispered, patting her on the shoulder. It was at that very moment that the picture in my mind received its final touch. 72. Is not this story a beautiful parable of a pure parallax shift, a shift which does not relate to the change in any of the object's positive properties? Badiou's name for this shift is a minimal difference. In Lacanese, what occurs is the addition or subtraction of the objet from the thing, of that unfathomable X which stands for the inscription of the subject itself into the object. This minimal difference can only be detected at the moment of shortest shadow when, as Nietzsche put it in Beyond Good and Evil, at midday it happened, at midday one became two. This logic of virtual difference can also be discerned in another paradox. The cinema version of Dr. O's Billy Bathgate is basically a failure, but an interesting one, a failure which nonetheless evokes in the viewer the specter of a much better novel. However, when one then goes on to read the novel on which the film is based, one is disappointed. This is not the novel the film evoked as the standard with regard to which it failed. The repetition thus gives rise to a third, purely virtual, element, the better novel. This is an exemplary case of what Deleuze describes in a crucial passage from Difference and Repetition. While it may seem that the two presents are successive, at a variable distance apart in the series of reals, in fact they form, rather, two real series which coexist in relation to a virtual object of another kind, one which constantly circulates and is displaced in them. Repetition is constituted not from one present to another, but between the two coexistent series that these presents form in function of the virtual object. 73. With regard to Billy Bathgate, the film does not repeat the novel on which it is based, rather, they both repeat the unrepeatable virtual X, the true novel whose specter is engendered in the passage from the actual novel to the film. This virtual point of reference, although unreal, is in a way more real than reality. It is the absolute point of reference of the failed real attempts. This is how, from the perspective of materialist theology, the divine emerges from the repetition of terrestrial material elements, as their cause retroactively posited by them. Deleuze is right to refer to Lacan here. This better book is what Lacan calls the objet petit, the object cause of desire that one cannot recapture in the present, except by capturing it in its consequences, the two really existing works, the book and the film. Why is structuralism serious? For the serious to be truly serious, there must be the serial, which is made up of elements, of results, of configurations, of homologies, of repetitions. What is serious for Lacan is the logic of the signifier, that is to say the opposite of a philosophy, inasmuch as every philosophy rests on the appropriateness, transparency, agreement, harmony of thought with itself. There is always some part hidden, in a philosophy, an I equals I, which constitutes what Lacan called at some moment the initial error in philosophy, which consists in privileging this equality and thus making one believe that the I is contemporary with itself, while its constitution is always after the emergence of its cause, of petit. The unconscious means that thought is caused by the non-thought that one cannot recapture in the present, except by capturing it in its consequences. This is how Georges Dandin recaptures the consequence of stop time when he stops to say, "Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin." He makes time stop to recapture in the consequence what was caused by the non-thought. 74. The only thing with which one cannot fully agree in this quoted passage concerns Miller's all too quick and slick condemnation of philosophy. Fichte, the very German idealist who articulated the infamous I equals I, the formula of the I self-identity from which Lacan is distancing himself, also made clear the subject's dependence on a cause which is decentered with regard to the subject. The subject needs an absolutely contingent object cause, what Fichte called Anstoß, obstacle, or solicitation. The temporality of the subject's cause is not that of the linear deployment of time, it is the temporality of a circular time in which time stops when, in a convoluted self-relating, the subject posits its own presupposed cause. Miller himself concedes this when he points out that the cause of desire is a cause moreover which is posed by retroaction 75. It is in this precise sense that subject and object are correlative. The subject's emergence, its breaking of the linear causality of reality has a cause, but a cause which is retroactively posited by its own effect. It is this minimal retroactivity, not just some kind of structural complexity, which allows us to pass from linear natural causality, no matter how complex it is, to structural causality proper. You wanted it, Georges Dandin, quoted by Miller, is a line from Molière in which the subject is reminded that the deadlock he finds himself in is the unintended consequence of his own past acts. Miller gives it an additional twist: the subject should recapture in the consequences he encounters in reality the results of their absent and non-thought cause. In the case of Billy Bathgate, he should recapture in the two real objects, the novel and the film, the consequences of their virtual cause, the spectral better novel. The underlying movement is thus here more complex than it may appear. It is not that we should simply conceive the starting point as an open work, full of possibilities which can later be deployed, actualized in other versions, or even worse that we should conceive the original work as a pretext to be later incorporated in other contexts and given a meaning totally different from the original one. What is missing here is the retroactive, backwards movement. The film inserts back into the novel the possibility of a different, much better novel. And the irony is that this logic of repetition, elaborated by Deleuze, the anti-Hegelian, lies at the very core of the Hegelian dialectic. It relies on the properly dialectical relationship between temporal reality and the eternal absolute. The eternal absolute is the immobile point of reference around which temporal figurations circulate. Their presupposition, however, precisely as such, it is posited by these temporal figurations. Since it does not pre-exist them, it emerges in the gap between the first and the second one in the case of Billy Bathgate, between the novel and its repetition in the film. Or, to return to Schumann's humoresque, the eternal absolute is the third unplayed melodic line, the point of reference of the two lines played in reality. It is absolute, but fragile. If the two positive lines are played wrongly, it disappears. This is what one is tempted to call materialist theology. Temporal succession creates eternity. It is along these lines that one should interpret the weird impassivity of the figure of Christ, its sterility. What if Christ is an event in the Deleuzian sense, an occurrence of pure individuality without proper causal power? Which is why Christ suffers, but in a thoroughly impassive way. Christ is individual in the Deleuzian sense. He is a pure individual, not characterized by positive properties which would make him more than an ordinary human. The difference between Christ and other humans is purely virtual. Christ is, at the level of actuality, the same as other humans, only the unplayed virtual melody that accompanies him is added. And with the Holy Spirit, we get this virtual melody on its own. The Holy Spirit is a collective field of pure virtuality, with no causal power of its own. Christ's death and resurrection is the death of the actual person which confronts us directly with the virtual field that sustained it. The Christian name for this virtual force is love. When Christ says to his worried followers after his death, "Where two or more are gathered in my name, I will be there," he thereby asserts his virtual status. Does this virtual dimension which sustains actuality allow us to bring together Lacan and Deleuze? The starting point for a Lacanian reading of Deleuze should be a brutal and direct substitution. Whenever Deleuze and Guattari talk about desiring machines, we should replace this term with drive. The Lacanian drive, this anonymous/acephalous immortal insistence to repeat of an organ without a body which precedes the Oedipal triangulation and its dialectic of the prohibitory law and its transgression, fits perfectly what Deleuze tries to circumscribe as the pre-Oedipal nomadic machines of desire. In the chapter dedicated to the drive in his Seminar 11, Lacan himself emphasizes the machinal character of a drive, its anti-organic nature of an artificial composite or montage of Heterogeneous parts. 76. However, this should be only the starting point. What immediately complicates the issue is the fact that, in this substitution, something gets lost, the very irreducible difference between drive and desire, the parallax nature of this difference which makes it impossible to deduce or generate one from the other. In other words, what is totally foreign to Lacan is Deleuze's anti-representationalist notion of desire as the primordial flux which itself creates its scene of representation or repression. This is also why Deleuze talks about the liberation of desire, of liberating desire from its representationalist frame, something which is totally meaningless within Lacan's horizon. For Deleuze, desire at its purest stands for the free flow of the libido, while the Lacanian drive is constitutively marked by a basic insoluble deadlock. The drive is an impasse, which finds satisfaction in the very repetition of the impasse. To put it in Deleuze's own terms, his flux of desire is a BWO, a body without organs, while Lacan's drive is an AUB, an organ without body. Desire is not a partial object, while the drive is such an object. As Deleuze emphasizes, what he is fighting against are not organs but organism, the articulation of a body into a hierarchical harmonious whole of organs, each in its place, with its function. The BWO is in no way the contrary of the organs. Its enemies are not organs. The enemy is the organism. 77. He is fighting corporatism/organicism. For him, Spinoza's substance is the ultimate BWO, the non-hierarchical space in which a chaotic multitude, all equal, float. Nonetheless, there is a strategic choice made here. Why BWO, why not AUB? Why not the body as the space in which autonomous organs freely float? Is it because organs evoke a function within a wider whole, a subordination to a goal? But does not this very fact make their autonomization, AUB, all the more subversive? The price Deleuze pays for his preference of the body over organs is clearly discernible in his acceptance of the Leibnizian hierarchy of monads. The difference between monads is ultimately quantitative, for every monad is substantially the same, it expresses the whole infinite world, but with a different, always specific, quantitative intensity and adequacy. At the one extreme, the lowest, there are darkened monads with only one clear perception, their hatred of God. At the highest extreme, there are reasonable monads which can open themselves to reflect the entire universe. What, in a monad, resists the full expression of God is its stubborn attachment to its creatural delusion, to its particular identity. Humanity occupies here the place of the highest tension. On the one hand, humans are, even more than other living beings, caught up in the thrall of absolute egotism, obstinately focused on the preservation of the identity of their self. On the other hand, Deleuze agrees with Bergson that man stands for a unique breakthrough and the highest point in the evolution of life. With the emergence of consciousness, a living being is finally able to bypass its material limitations and advance to a purely spiritual plane of unity with the divine all. From a Hegelian standpoint, what Deleuze fails to fully perceive is what Schelling, among others, saw clearly, the ultimate identity of these two features, of the lowest and the highest. It is precisely through its stubborn attachment to its singular self that a human subject is able to extract itself from the particular convolutions of actual life and enter into relation with virtual eternity. This is why evil is a formal condition of the rise of the good, it literally creates the space for the good. And do we not encounter here the ultimate case of suture? In order to retain its consistency, the field of the good has to be sutured by the singularity of evil? The rest, as they say, is history. Already in the late 1960s, the concept of suture was imported into cinema theory by Jean-Pierre Audard. 78 later, when it was again taken over and elaborated by the English screen theorists, it became a global concept within cinema theory, the subject of wide discussion. Finally, years later, it lost its specific mooring in cinema theory and became part of the deconstructionist jargon, functioning as a vague notion rather than a strict concept. As synonymous with closure, suture signaled that the gap, the opening, of a structure was obliterated. enabling the structure to perceive itself as a self-enclosed totality of representation. Miller's suture thus made history, while Badiou's reply was largely ignored, or, rather, drowned out by the Althusserian orthodoxy. Furthermore, soon after the Caillas debate, Badiou shifted his position, introducing his own theory of the subject. In a crucial difference from Lacan and Miller, Badiou's subject is not universal, but a rarity, something which arises only in exceptional conditions when a truth event disrupts the ordinary run of things. Although Badiou's notion of the subject involves a reflexivity which is vaguely homologous to the reflexivity of the subject of the signifier, the gap that separates Badiou from Miller thus remained after Badiou introduced his concept of the subject. So did Miller win in the debate? The catch here is that the very triumph of Miller's concept of suture was inextricably mixed up with a radical misunderstanding of the concept. Paradoxically, what won out was a kind of perverted synthesis of the two positions, Althusser's and Lacan's. As we have seen, what triumphed was the Althusserian notion of the subject as the site of an imaginary or ideological recognition of structural necessity, and the notion of suture was, in its predominant popular reception and use, interpreted as the very operator of this misrecognition, that is, it designated the operation by means of which the field of ideological experience gets sutured, its circle closed, and the decentered structural necessity rendered invisible. In this reading, suturing means that all disturbing traces of the radical outside within the field of ideological experience are obliterated, so that this field is perceived as a seamless continuity. A grand historical process, say, is determined by a complex network of anonymous structural causes, and this complexity is obfuscated when we posit a subject which dominates and directs the process. This misunderstanding emerges when one reads suture against the background of the conceptual couple presence/representation. Where do we stand today, then, with regard to the debate between Miller and Badiou? In contrast to Badiou, we should insist on a universal subject, since anxiety is coextensive with the human condition, and it is this anxiety which is the site of primordial subjectivization. Subjective fidelity to a truth event comes later. There is, however, also a crucial limitation to Miller's position. For Miller, anxiety remains the only effect which does not cheat, which means that there is in every enthusiasm for a cause an element of imaginary misrecognition. As Miller has insisted especially in the last few years, politics is a domain of imaginary or symbolic identifications and as such the domain of illusions. Such a position unavoidably ends up in some kind of cynical pessimism. All collective enthusiastic engagement ends in fiasco. The truth can only be experienced momentarily, in self-blinding acts of tragic authenticity in which we traverse the fantasy. These moments cannot be sustained permanently, so the only thing we can do is to play the game, aware that it is ultimately a mere game of illusions. Badiou enables us to break out of this ennobled tragic cynicism. Enthusiasm is no less authentic than anxiety. A collective political engagement does not eo ipso involve imaginary misrecognition. This difference is absolutely crucial today. It is the difference between political death and life, between endorsing the reigning post-political cynicism and gathering the courage for a radical emancipatory engagement. Interlude 5. Correlationism and its discontents. Quentin Melassu, in his After Finitude, made a forceful return to the naive question of the existence and cognizability of reality in its independence from our mind. 1. Melassu's argumentation often sounds like a repetition of Lenin's ill-famed materialism and empirio-criticism. Indeed, After Finitude can effectively be read as materialism and empirio-criticism rewritten for the 21st century. This is why Melassu starts with the naive but urgent question of the status of so-called ancestrality. How can transcendental philosophy account for statements about natural processes which occurred prior to the rise of humanity, from the beginning of our universe to fossils from the early stages of life on Earth? Within the transcendental approach, the ultimate horizon of subjectivity is that of our finitude, for we cannot reach beyond our engagement with the world. Here is Heidegger's ambiguous formulation of this obscure point: I often ask myself, this has for a long time been a fundamental question for me: what nature would be without man? Must it not resonate through him in order to attain its own most potency too? Malasu is well aware of the finesses of the transcendental approach, that is, he is well aware that Kant's transcendental constitution is not the same as the pre-transcendental Berkeleyan notion of the observer who directly creates what it observes. He is furthermore well aware that the minimal feature of the position he is attacking is so-called correlationism, the idea that subject and object only exist as correlated, in their interrelationship. There is no subject outside its engagement with reality, we are beings in the world, and, for this very reason, every reality disclosed to us is always already a reality disclosed within a certain life world, or, as the young George Lukács put it in Marxist terms, nature is always already a social historical category. This correlationism can be further grounded in a multitude of positions: subjectivism, the positing of the subject-object relation itself as the absolute, and, finally, the standard 20th century position, involving an acceptance of the correlation itself as the unsurpassable horizon, the mark of the finitude of the human condition. However, what all these positions share is their inability to provide a satisfying account of the status of ancestrality, a cosmological description of what occurred millions of years ago, before the formation of our solar system, is not really what it claims to be, i.e., a description of what went on millions of years ago, before the rise of humanity, but a description of how this past appears within the horizon of our human existence. Our position is always already included in what is described. Against this background, Malasu convincingly argues that the recent rise of irrational religious orientations within philosophy is not a regression to pre-modern times, but a necessary outcome of Western critical reason. In the Kantian version of the Enlightenment, the critical use of reason was always aimed also at reason itself. The critique of religion ended up as the critique of reason, as reason's self-limitation, which again opened up a space for religious faith, only this time not for the God of philosophers, the God whose existence or features can be demonstrated or at least circumscribed by our reasoning, but for the paradoxically abyssal God, quaradical otherness, totally beyond logos. The first to make this move was Kant himself, when he famously claimed that he had to limit reason to create the space for morality. Today, the emblematic figure of this orientation is, of course, Levinas, the central point of reference for all postmodern deconstructionist theologies of a God beyond being. Derrida's theological turn brought this orientation to its climax. The radical deconstruction of the entire metaphysical tradition has to accomplish a reflexive turn and render thematic its own undeconstructible conditions. The presupposition of this death of the death of God is thus that the Enlightenment, to be consistent, leads to its self-negation. The critique which first targets religious and all other metaphysical superstitions has to end up by negating its own metaphysical presuppositions, its own trust in a rational deterministic world which inexorably leads to progress. In Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, the world of Enlightenment reason and Hegelian absolute knowledge is left far behind. They each foresee in his own way the madness of the 20th century, whose genocidal violence made a mockery of Hegel's sanguine view of history as the autobiography of the spirit of time. 3. In this way, as one might expect, even Nietzsche, the fiercest critic of Christianity, can be enlisted in support of the postmodern theological turn. When Nietzsche says God is dead, he's saying that there is no center, no single, overarching principle that explains things. There's just a multiplicity of fictions or interpretations. Well, if there's no single overarching principle, that means science is also one more interpretation, and it doesn't have an exclusive right to absolute truth. But, if that's true, then non-scientific ways of thinking about the world, including religious ways, resurface. Point 4. It is indeed true that the now predominant skepticism about the secular narratives of the Enlightenment is the obverse of the so-called post-secular turn, in which religion appears as a key site of resistance against the alienations of what is perceived as a singularly Western modernity. Religion stands here for an oratic belief in God, a word here deprived of any positive onto teleological status. God is no longer the highest being watching over our destiny, but a name for radical openness, for the hope of change, for the otherness always to come, etc. According to Malassu, what lies at the origin of this death of God is the mistake inherent in the Kantian criticism. Kant confused the rejection of philosophical dogmaticism with the rejection of all philosophical reference to the absolute, as if the absolute and radical contingency were incompatible. When Kant prohibits us to think the absolute itself does not thereby disappear. Such a critical delimitation of human knowledge opens up a new discursive space for the access to the absolute, the only proviso being that nothing in these discourses resembles a rational justification of its validity. 5. In this way, the victorious critique of ideologies has been transformed into a renewed argument for blind faith. 6. The ruthless critique of every dogmaticism culminated in an unexpected resurgence of credo qua absurdum. However, when Malassu sarcastically notes how the Kantian critique of idealist rational metaphysics opens up the space for irrational fideism, he strangely overlooks how the same is true of his own position. Does not his materialist critique of correlationism also open up the path to a new divinity? We will have to leave aside here many wonderful lines of thought in After Finitude. For example, Malassu's precise and perspicuous deduction of why it follows from the assertion of the radical contingency of being that there is something and not nothing. The jump from universal notion to actual empirical reality is always contingent, that is, the actual existence of an entity cannot be deduced from the inner necessity of its notion. What this means is that, if a being is necessary, then it can always not exist. If, however, a being is radically contingent, then something has to exist. 7. This insight is connected to Malassu's reversal of the ontological proof of God. It is the radical contingency of being itself which allows us to make a jump from notion to reality, to prove that some entity necessarily has to exist. And, in contrast to the standard opinion on Hegel, Hegel's rehabilitation of the ontological proof of God in no way also rehabilitates the illegitimate jump from notion to actual existence. Hegel can pass to the existence of something and not nothing precisely because his starting point is the pure contingency of being. In another ambiguous reading of Hegel, Malassu claims that the dialectical principle of contradiction excludes any change. Change means a transformation of P into non-P, of a feature into its opposite, but since, in a contradiction, a thing already is its opposite, it has nowhere to develop into. The universe which fully embodied the reality of contradiction would be an immovable self-identical universe in which contradictory features would immediately coincide. In the actual universe, things move, change in time, precisely because they cannot be directly A and non-A. They can only gradually change from A to non-A. There is time because the principle of identity, of non-contradiction, resists the direct assertion of contradiction. This is why Hegel is not a philosopher of evolution, of movement and development. Hegel's system is static. Every evolution is contained in the atemporal self-identity of a notion. Here, however, Malassu misses the point of Hegelian dialectical movement. Contradiction is necessary and at the same time impossible, that is, a finite thing precisely cannot be simultaneously A and non-A, which is why the process through which it is compelled to assume contradiction equals its annihilation. No wonder, then, that Hegel was the first to outline the contours of a logical temporality. Even in the sphere of pure conceptual reasoning, the succession of moves does not work as an atemporal chain of consequences. Some logical moves can be made only after other moves have been done. Malassu thus reads the atemporality of the dialectical process in an all too immediate way. He fails to grasp how, for Hegel, contradiction is not opposed to identity, but is its very core. Contradiction is not only the real impossible on account of which no entity can be fully self-identical, contradiction is pure self-identity as such, the tautological coincidence of form and content, of genus and species, in the assertion of identity. There is time, there is development, precisely because opposites cannot directly coincide. Therein resides already the lesson of the very beginning of the logic. How do we pass from the first identity of opposites, being and nothing, to becoming? If being and nothing are identical, if they overlap, why move forward at all? Precisely because being and nothing are not directly identical. Being is a form, the first formal notional determination, whose only content is nothing, the couple being / nothing forms the highest contradiction which is impossible, and to resolve this impossibility, this deadlock, one passes into becoming, into oscillation between the two poles. But let us return to the crux of after finitude, the mutual implication of the contingency of necessity and the necessity of contingency. Not only is every necessity contingent, but, even more strongly, the only thing that is absolutely necessary is the contingency. The beauty and strength of Malasua's argument is that the conclusion he draws from this unconditional assertion of contingency is not some kind of universalized agnostic relativism, but, on the contrary, the assertion of the cognitive accessibility of reality in itself, the way it is independently of human existence. The finitude to which the book's title alludes is the finitude of the Kantian transcendental subject which constitutes the phenomenal objective reality. Malasua's aim is no less than to demonstrate after Kant, taking into account the Kantian revolution, the possibility of the cognition of the noumenal in itself. He rehabilitates the old distinction between the primary properties of objects and their secondary properties, which exist only in human perception. The basic criterion of this distinction is a scientific one, namely the possibility of describing an object in mathematics' terms. All those aspects of the object that can be formulated in mathematical terms can be meaningfully conceived as properties of the object in itself. According to Malasu, the greatest irony in the entire history of philosophy is the naming of the Kantian turn as a Copernican revolution. His turn is, on the contrary, a Ptolemaic counter-revolution against the Galilean decentering of the universe from the meaningful medieval earth-centered and teleologically ordered whole to the grey infinite universe of science adequately rendered only in mathematicist formulae. Although Kant's original task was to provide ontological grounding for the universal validity of modern science, his grounding is nothing but the negation of the most basic ontological premise of modern science. While natural science purports to describe reality the way it really is, independently of our observations and of the meanings we introject into it on account of the interested character of those observations, the transcendental grounding of the natural sciences claims that the very objective reality described by sciences hinges on a subjective transcendental frame, is subjectively constituted, or that the disinterested, neutral character of science is itself sustained by certain interests or practical attitudes. Malasu is very clear about how his primary target here is not so much Kant himself as those 20th-century philosophers, from Husserl to Heidegger, who emphasize the naivete of the natural sciences, their crude naturalism, the abstract character of their description of reality. As was exemplarily asserted by the late Husserl and early Heidegger, the scientific objective approach to reality is always already grounded in our immersion into a concrete historical life world, for we do not encounter things primarily as objects of neutral observation, but as something ready at hand, something which belongs to the whole of our practical engaged existence. Point 9. The dilemma that arises here can also be expressed in terms of the traditional distinction between genesis and value. A partisan of scientific objectivism would in all probability accept most of the claims about how science is always already rooted in a concrete historical life world, and so on. He would simply add that, while these claims adequately describe the empirical genesis of the natural sciences, it is epistemologically illegitimate to see them as affecting also their cognitive validity. A somewhat simplified example: while it is probably true that Galilean physics could not have arisen outside of the development of the capitalist market economy and of the prospect of technological domination over nature, this fact does not invalidate the objective truth of Galileo's scientific discoveries. They hold independently of their contingent origins. For a transcendental philosopher, however, the link between scientific knowledge and its historical presuppositions concerns the very epistemological status of scientific knowledge. The natural sciences do not describe and/or explain reality the way it is independently of us. They describe and/or explain reality the way it appears only from within a certain historically specified horizon of meaning and are therefore stricto sensu meaningless outside of this horizon. However, are things as clear as all that with regard to Kant's Ptolemaic counter-revolution? Both Kant and Freud claim to repeat the Copernican turn in their respective domains. With regard to Freud, the meaning of this reference seems simple enough, in the same way that Copernicus demonstrated that our Earth is not the center of the universe, but a planet revolving around the Sun, and in this sense decentered, turning around another center. Freud also demonstrated that the ego is not the center of the human psyche, but ultimately an epiphenomenon, a satellite turning around the true center, the unconscious or the ID. With Kant, things are more ambiguous in a first approach. It appears that he actually did the exact opposite of the Copernican turn. Is not the key premise of his transcendental philosophy that the conditions of possibility of our experience of objects are at the same time the conditions of possibility of these objects themselves, so that, instead of a subject who, in his cognition, has to accommodate itself to some external, decentered measure of truth, the objects have to follow the subject. For it is the subject itself who, from its central position, constitutes the objects of knowledge. However, if one reads Kant's reference to Copernicus closely, it becomes clear that his emphasis is not on the shift of the substantial fixed center, but on something quite different, on the status of the subject itself. We here propose to do just what Copernicus did in attempting to explain the celestial movements. When he found that he could make no progress by assuming that all the heavenly bodies revolved round the spectator, he reversed the process, and tried the experiment of assuming that the spectator revolved, while the stars remained at rest. Point 10. The precise German terms make it clear what interests Kant. The subject loses its substantial stability or identity and is reduced to the pure substanceless void of the self-rotating abyssal vortex called transcendental apperception. And it is against this background that one can locate Lacan's return to Freud. To put it as succinctly as possible, Lacan reads the Freudian reference to the Copernican turn in the original Kantian sense, as asserting not the simple displacement of the center from the ego to the ID or the unconscious as the true substantial focus of the human psyche, but as the transformation of the subject itself from the self-identical substantial ego, the psychological subject full of emotions, instincts, dispositions, etc., into what Lacan calls the barred subject, the vortex of the self-relating negativity of desire. In this precise sense, the subject of the unconscious is none other than the Cartesian cogito. How, then, does Malassu accomplish the shift, the reversal, from transcendental correlationist closure to the opening of our knowledge towards the in itself, to the accessibility of the in itself? The ultimate horizon of transcendental correlationism is that of facticity. Things are the way they are oni verum, as Angela Silsous put it. Our unsurpassable finitude means that, ultimately, things appear to us the way they do for no reason. There is no necessity in the specific mode of their appearing, there is always the possibility that they could turn otherwise. It was Heidegger who pushed this line of reasoning to the extreme, a line which has a long history in modern thought, from its beginnings in Duns Scotus and Descartes through to figures like the late Schelling. There is a link here between the apparent opposites of the irrational assertion of radical contingency and of the scientific universe of natural laws. For modern mathematicist science, every necessity is contingent, there is no necessity of the necessity itself. Heidegger's Erinus, the event/arrival of a new historical epoch, of a new mode of the disclosure of being, or, to put it in inadequate but nonetheless appropriate terms, of a new transcendental horizon of meaning, asserts the radical facticity or contingency of the transcendental. There is no necessity, no reason, no why in why reality is disclosed to us within this and not another transcendental horizon of meaning, no deeper logical process which regulates the succession of the epochs of being. The history of being is an abyssal game, that is, Erinus is not a deeper ground or agent regulating the succession of the historical appearances of being. It is these appearances themselves as abyssal events, as things which, in the most radical sense imaginable, just happen. The mistake of transcendental correlationism does not reside in this full assertion of facticity, but, on the contrary, in the limitation of this facticity. Correlationism reads the ultimate facticity, the oni verum, of our reality, as the indelible mark of our finitude, on account of which we are forever condemned to remain trapped behind the veil of ignorance separating us from the unknowable absolute. It is here that Malassu pulls off a properly speculative Hegelian tour de force, demonstrating how the way out of this deadlock is not to bypass it by claiming that we can nonetheless penetrate the veil of ignorance and reach the absolute, but to assert it and extrapolate all its consequences. The problem with transcendental agnosticism concerning the in itself is not that it is too radically skeptical, that it goes too far, but, on the contrary, that it remains stuck halfway. In what, then, does Malassu's operation consist? The very problem, the obstacle, retroactively appears as its own solution, since what prevents us from directly accessing the thing is the thing itself. Is the logic of the final reversal not exactly the same as that of Adorno's analysis of the antagonistic character of the notion of society? On a first approach, the split between the two notions of society seems irreducible. We seem to be dealing with a true Kantian antinomy which cannot be resolved via a higher dialectical synthesis and which elevates society into an inaccessible thing in itself. On a second approach, however, one merely need take note of how this radical antinomy, which seems to preclude our access to the thing already, is the thing itself. The fundamental feature of today's society is the irreconcilable antagonism between totality and the individual. Malassu does exactly the same with regard to the experience of facticity and or absolute contingency. He transposes what appears to transcendental partisans of finitude as the limitation of our knowledge into the most basic positive ontological property of reality itself. The absolute is simply the capacity to be other as such, as theorized by the agnostic. The absolute is the possible transition, devoid of reason, of my state towards any other state whatsoever. But this possibility is no longer a possibility of ignorance, viz., a possibility that is merely the result of my inability to know. Rather, it is the knowledge of the very real possibility 12 in the heart of the in itself. We must show why thought, far from experiencing its intrinsic limits through facticity, experiences rather its knowledge of the absolute through facticity. We must grasp in fact not the inaccessibility of the absolute but the unveiling of the in itself and the eternal property of what is, as opposed to the perennial deficiency in the thought of what is. Facticity will be revealed to be a knowledge of the absolute because we are going to put back into the thing itself what we mistakenly mistook to be an incapacity in thought. In other words, instead of construing the absence of reason inherent in everything as a limit that thought encounters in its search for the ultimate reason, we must understand that this absence of reason is, and can only be, the ultimate property of the entity. Point 13. The paradox of this quasi-magical reversal of epistemological obstacle into ontological premise is that it is through facticity, and through facticity alone, that we are able to make our way towards the absolute. 14. The radical contingency of reality, this open possibility, this everything is equally possible, is an absolute that cannot be deabsolutized without being thought as absolute once more. 15. Here, one should also establish a link with the great conflict over how to interpret indeterminacy in quantum physics. For the orthodox quantum physicists, this epistemological indeterminacy is simultaneously ontological, a property of reality itself which is in itself indeterminate, while for those, from Einstein onwards, who hold to the classical realism of necessity, the epistemological indeterminacy can only mean that quantum physics does not offer a complete description of reality. That there must be some hidden variables it does not take into account. To put it in a somewhat problematic and exaggerated way, the Einsteinian critics try to rekantianize quantum physics, excluding from its grasp reality in itself. Malassu is well aware that quantum physics, with its uncertainty principle and emphasis on the role the observer plays in the collapse of the wave function, seems to undermine the notion of objective reality independent of any observer and thus give an unexpected boost to Kantian transcendentalism. However, as he points out, their similarity is deceptive, and obfuscates a fundamental difference. Certainly, the presence of an observer may eventually affect the effectuation of a physical law, as is the case for some of the laws of quantum physics, but the very fact that an observer can influence the law is itself a property of the law which is not supposed to depend upon the existence of an observer. 16. In short, while in Kant's transcendentalism the observer-subject constitutes what he observes, in quantum physics, the observer's active role itself is reinscribed into physical reality. How, then, can this access to the absolute be reconciled with the obvious limitation of our knowledge of reality? A reference to Brecht may be of some use here. In one of his reflections about the stage, Brecht ferociously opposed the idea that the background of the stage should render the impenetrable depth of the all of reality as the obscure origin of things out of which everything we see and know appear as fragments. For Brecht, the background of a stage should ideally be empty, white, signaling that, behind what we see and experience, there is no secret origin or ground. This in no way implies that reality is transparent to us, that we know all. Of course there are infinite blanks, but the point is that these blanks are just that, blanks, things we simply do not know, not a substantial deeper reality. Now we come to the properly speculative crux of Malasua's argument, how to justify this passage from epistemological limitation to positive ontological feature. As we have seen, the transcendental criticism conceives facticity as the mark of our finitude, of our cognitive limitations, of our inability to access the absolute in itself. To us, to our finite reason, reality appears contingent, oni verum, but considered in itself, it may well be true that reality is non-contingent, so that we are mere puppets of a transcendent mechanism, or that our self is itself generating the reality it perceives, etc. In other words, for the transcendentalist, there is always the radical possibility of ignorance. 17 We are ignorant of how reality really is. There is always the possibility that reality is radically other than how it appears to us. How, then, does Malasu make the step from this epistemological limitation to the unique access to the absolute? In a deeply Hegelian way, he locates in this very point the paradoxical overlapping of possibility and actuality. How are you able to think this possibility of ignorance? The truth is that you are only able to think this possibility of ignorance because you have actually thought the absoluteness of this possibility, which is to say, its non-correlational character. 18 The ontological proof of God is here inverted in a materialist way. It is not that the very fact that we can think the possibility of a supreme being entails its actuality, it is, on the contrary, that the very fact that we can think the possibility of the absolute contingency of reality, the possibility of its being other, of the radical gap between the way reality appears to us and the way it is in itself, entails its actuality, that is, entails that reality in itself is radically contingent. In both cases, we are dealing with the direct passage from the notion of existence to existence which is part of the notion. However, in the case of the ontological proof of God, the term that mediates between possibility and actuality is perfection, while in the case of Malasua's passage from notion to existence, the mediating term is imperfection. If we can think our knowledge of reality as having radically failed, as radically different from the absolute, then this gap must be part of the absolute itself, so that the very feature that seemed forever to keep us away from the absolute is the only feature which directly unites us with the absolute. And does not exactly the same shift lie at the very core of the Christian experience? It is the radical separation of man from God which unites us with God, since, in the figure of Christ, God is thoroughly separated from itself. The point is thus not to overcome the gap which separates us from God, but to take note of how this gap is internal to God himself. Only when I experience the infinite pain of separation from God do I share an experience with God himself. Two things must be noted here. First, when Malasu asserts contingency as the only necessity, his mistake is to conceive this assertion according to the masculine side of Lacan's formulae of sexuation, that is, according to the logic of universality and its constitutive exception. Everything is contingent with the exception of contingency itself, which is absolutely necessary. Necessity thus becomes the external guarantee of the universal contingency. But what about the non-all of contingency? There is nothing which is not contingent, which is why not all is contingent. Simultaneously, there is the non-all of necessity. There is nothing which is not necessary, which is why not all is necessary. Not all is necessary, which means that, from time to time, a contingent encounter occurs which undermines the predominant necessity, so that in it, the impossible happens. 19 How do these two non-alls relate? Since reality is contingent, we should begin with the non-all of contingency. It is out of contingency that, contingently, necessities arise. Second, we should take note of Malasua's frequent and systematic use of Hegelian terms, even in his critique of Hegel. For example, he repeatedly characterizes his own position as speculative in contrast to metaphysical precritical dogmatism. Paradoxically, Hegel counts for him as metaphysical, although it was precisely Hegel who deployed the metaphysical, the critical, and the speculative as the three basic stances of thought towards reality, making it clear that his own speculative stance can only arise when one has fully accepted the lesson of the critical stance. No wonder that Malasu, following Hegel, designates his own position as that of absolute knowledge, characterized in a thoroughly Hegelian way as the principle of an auto-limitation or auto-normalization of the omnipotence of chaos. 20 In short, as the rise of necessity out of contingency. We can only hope to develop an absolute knowledge, a knowledge of chaos which would not simply keep repeating that everything is possible on condition that we produce necessary propositions about it besides that of its omnipotence. But this requires that we discover norms or laws to which chaos itself is subject. Yet there is nothing over and above the power of chaos that could constrain it to submit to a norm. If chaos is subject to constraints, then this can only be a constraint which comes from the nature of chaos itself, from its own omnipotence. In order for an entity to be contingent and unnecessary in this way, it cannot be anything whatsoever. This is to say that in order to be contingent and unnecessary, the entity must conform to certain determinate conditions, which can then be construed as so many absolute properties of what is. Point 21. Is this not exactly Hegel's program? For Hegel, necessary laws are contingent in the simple sense that they are because they are. There is no question of why. In a Hegelian speculative manner, the regularities of nature are precisely the highest assertion of contingency. The more nature behaves regularly, following its necessary laws, the more contingent is this necessity. Radical contingency not only does not preclude, but even prefers the stability of laws. The highest contingency is when laws are eternal, unchangeable but contingently so, for no reason at all. At the beginning of Hegel's logic, we have the process of becoming, which is the thoroughly contingent process of generating the multiplicity of somethings. The spurious infinity of somethings and something others is chaos at its purest, with no necessity whatsoever underlying or regulating it, and the entire development of Hegel's logic is the deployment of the immanent process of auto-limitation or auto-normalization of the omnipotence of chaos. We then begin to understand what the rational discourse about unreason and unreason which is not irrational would consist in. It would be discourse that aims to establish the constraints to which the entity must submit in order to exercise its capacity not to be and its capacity to be other. 22. This capacity to be other, as expressed in the gap that separates for us and in itself, is the self-distance of the in itself, the negativity in the very heart of being. This is what Malasu signals in his wonderfully dense proposition that the thing in itself is nothing other than the facticity of the transcendental forms of representation, nothing other than the radically contingent character of our frame of reality. Point 23. To see reality the way it really is not to see another deeper reality beneath it, but to see the same reality in its thorough contingency. So why does Malasu not openly acknowledge the Hegelian nature of his breakthrough? The first reason, at least, is a simple one. He endorses the standard reading of Hegelian dialectics as the description of the necessary self-deployment of the notion. Hegelian metaphysics maintains the necessity of a moment of irremediable contingency in the unfolding of the absolute, a moment which occurs in the midst of nature as the pure contingency, the reality devoid of actuality, the sheer finitude whose chaos and gratuitousness are recalcitrant to the labor of the notion. But this contingency is deduced from the unfolding of the absolute, which in itself, qua rational totality, is devoid of contingency. Thus, in Hegel, the necessity of contingency is not derived from contingency as such and contingency alone, but from a whole that is ontologically superior to the latter. Point 24. Malasu here crucially simplifies the properly Hegelian relationship between necessity and contingency. On a first approach, it appears that their encompassing unity is necessity, that necessity itself posits and mediates contingency as the external field in which it expresses or actualizes itself. Contingency itself is necessary, the result of the self-externalization and self-mediation of notional necessity. However, it is crucial to supplement this unity with the opposite, with contingency as the encompassing unity of itself and necessity. The very elevation of a necessity into the structuring principle of the contingent field of multiplicity is a contingent act, one can almost say, the outcome of a contingent struggle for hegemony. This shift corresponds to the shift from S to dollar, from substance to subject. The starting point is a contingent multitude. Through its self-mediation, contingency engenders or posits its immanent necessity, in the same way that essence is the result of the self-mediation of being. Once essence emerges, it retroactively posits its own presuppositions, that is, it sublates its presuppositions into subordinated moments of its self-reproduction. However, this positing is retroactive. This brings us to Malassa's basic strategic move from the gap that separates us from the in itself to the gap that is immanent to the in itself. This move is strictly correlative to Lacan's move from desire to drive. The drive is transcendental, its space is that of the fantasy which fills in the void of the lost primordial object. In short, desire is Kantian, the drive is Hegelian. The Lacanian objet as the object which overlaps with its loss, which emerges at the very moment of its loss, remains within the horizon of desire. The true object cause of desire is the void filled in by its phantasmatic incarnations. While, as Lacan emphasizes, the objet is also the object of the drive, the relationship is here thoroughly different, although, in both cases, the link between object and loss is crucial. In the case of the objet as the object cause of desire, we have an object which is originally lost, which coincides with its own loss, which emerges as lost, while, in the case of the objet as the object of the drive, the object is directly the loss itself. In the shift from desire to drive, we pass from the lost object to loss itself as an object. In other words, the weird movement called drive is not driven by the impossible quest for the lost object, it is a push to directly enact the loss, the gap, cut, distance itself. There is thus a double distinction to be drawn here, not only between the objet in its phantasmatic and post-phantasmatic status, but also, within this post-phantasmatic domain itself, between the lost object cause of desire and the object loss of the drive. It is thus wrong to claim that the pure death drive would be the impossible total will to destruction, an ecstatic self-annihilation in which the subject would rejoin the fullness of the maternal thing, but that this will is not realizable, that it gets blocked, stuck to a partial object. Such a notion retranslates the death drive into the terms of desire and its lost object. It is in desire that the positive object is a metonymic stand-in for the void of the impossible thing. It is in desire that the aspiration to fullness is transferred to partial objects. This is what Lacan called the metonymy of desire. We have to be very precise here in order not to miss Lacan's point. The drive is not an infinite longing for the thing which gets fixated onto a partial object. The drive is this fixation itself in which resides the death dimension of every drive. The drive is not a universal thrust checked and broken up, it is this break itself, a break on instinct, its stuckness. As Eric Santner would put it. Point 25 The elementary matrix of the drive is not that of transcending all particular objects towards the void of the thing, but that of our libido getting stuck onto a particular object, condemned to circulate around it forever. Consequently, as we have seen, the concept of drive makes the alternative either get burned by the thing or maintain a safe distance false. In a drive, the thing itself is a circulation around the void. To put it even more pointedly, the object of the drive is not related to the thing as a filler of its void. The drive is literally a counter-movement to desire. It does not strive towards impossible fullness and, being forced to renounce it, get stuck onto a partial object as its remainder. The drive is quite literally the very drive to break the all of continuity in which we are embedded, to introduce a radical imbalance into it, and the difference between drive and desire is precisely that. In desire, this cut, this fixation onto a partial object, is as it were transcendentalized, transposed into a stand-in for the void of the thing. From this paradox of the drive, we can discern the limitation of speculative realism, a limitation signaled in the fact that it immediately split into four orientations which form a kind of Grahamian semiotic square: Malasua's speculative materialism, Harman's object-oriented philosophy, 26 Grant's neo-vitalism 27 and Brassier's radical nihilism. The two axes along which these four positions are placed are divine/secular and scientific/metaphysical. Although both Malasu and Brassier advocate a scientific view of reality as radically contingent and apprehensible through formalized science, Brassier also endorses scientific reductionism, while Malasu leaves the space open for a non-existent divinity which will redress all past injustices. On the other side, both Harman and Grant advocate a non-scientific metaphysical approach, with Harman opting for a directly religious panpsychism, outlining a program of investigating the cosmic layers of psyche and ferreting out the specific psychic reality of earthworms, dust, armies, chalk, and stone, while Grant, in Deleuzian fashion, locates the metaphysical dimension in nature itself, conceiving the world of objects as the products of a more primordial process of becoming. What stands out in this square are the two positions which unsettle the expected overlapping of the two axes: Malasua's scientistic assertion of radical contingency which nonetheless leaves open the space for a non-existing God who may emerge in order to redress past injustices, and Grant's anti-scientistic vitalist metaphysics which nonetheless remains naturalist/materialist. The gap filled in by these two additional options signals that the price speculative realism pays for leaving behind transcendental correlationism is that it remains caught up in the traditional precritical antinomies, i.e., that a dimension is missing in the basic opposition which defines speculative realism, realism versus correlationism. What is this dimension? Ray Brassier was right with his programmatic slogan of nihil unbound. One should definitely go all the way in unbounding nothingness, or, in other words, pushing secularization to the end. One of the names of the enemy today is post-secular thought, the idea that the process of disenchantment has reached its limit and that a new, post-metaphysical, return of the sacred is on the way, no longer grounded in the access to an infinite absolute, but in our very finitude, in our irreducible rootedness in the finite Lebenswelt with its concrete experience of bodily life permeated with meaning. In order to overturn this tendency, we should begin at the very beginning, with the reversal of the identity of being and logos first formulated by Parmenides in what is the inaugural gesture of philosophy: being and thinking/speaking are the same. This sameness should be conceived as negative, contrary to Plato's notion that what one talks about has to exist in some way. One can only talk about what is not, for there is no speech without a hole in the texture of the real. The very fact of affirming something locates the something against the background of its potential disappearance, or, to paraphrase Parmenides, thinking/speaking and non-being are the same. Furthermore, this hole in the texture of the real can only arise if the real itself is ultimately nothing but a void, if all there is, precisely, not all, a distorted fragment which is ultimately a metonymy of nothing. The problem here is how we compound this full deployment of nothingness with the big dilemma of contemporary thought, which is, do we conceive the scientific explanation of reality as grounded in our concrete experience of reality, in our Lebenswelt, or do we endorse a version of scientific reductionism which tries to explain our very experience of reality in scientific terms? The first approach is a version of what Malasu calls correlationism, which can also have a pointedly materialist accent, so the problem is, again, how to break out of the correlationist constraints. In short, can science think radical nothingness? Malasu claims that my positions consist at bottom in making of materialism a misfired correlationism. Ever since Derrida in particular, materialism seems to have taken the form of a sickened correlationism. It refuses both the return to a naive precritical stage of thought and any investigation of what prevents the circle of the subject from harmoniously closing in on itself. Whether it be the Freudian unconscious, Marxist ideology, Derridian dissemination, the undecidability of the event, the Lacanian real considered as the impossible, etc., these are all supposed to detect the trace of an impossible coincidence of the subject with itself, and thus of an extra-correlational residue in which one could localize a materialist moment of thought. But in fact, such misfires are only further correlations among others. It is always for a subject that there is an undecidable event or a failure of signification. Unless we fall back on naive realism, we cannot treat these misfires as effects of a cause that could definitely be established as external to the subject or even to consciousness. In any case, a correlationist would have no difficulty in retorting that this genre of materialism is either a disingenuous idealism or a dogmatic realism of the old style. When a chair is wobbly, the wobbly exists only in relation to the chair, not independently of it. When one clogs up the subject, one does not go outside it. Instead, one merely constructs a transcendental or speculative wobbly subject, a subject that is assured a priori, and according to a properly absolute knowing, for which things always turn out badly in its world of representations. Point 28. As usual with Malassu, this argumentation is precise and to the point. My dream is that if Lenin were alive and had time to read my parallax view, something like this would have been his reaction to my dialectical materialism. Beneath the rhetorical materialist surface, there lies good old-fashioned subjective idealism. But is this really the case? On the face of it, the argument is convincing. Do I not claim that, beneath the transcendental correlation between subject and reality, there is the correlative between the subject and its real/impossible objectal counterpoint, SA? Strange as this correlation is, it still makes sense only if a subject is already there, that is, it does not enable us to think reality without a subject. But, again, is this truly the case? The point Malassu misses is that this impossible/real object is the very mode of inscription of the subject into transsubjective reality. As such, it is not transcendental, but archi-transcendental, an attempt to circumscribe the subject in becoming, the transsubjective process of the emergence of the subject. The critical implication with regard to Malassu is that the true problem is not to think pre-subjective reality, but to think how something like a subject could have emerged within it. Without this gesture, any objectivism will remain correlationist in a hidden way. Its image of reality in itself remains correlated with subjectivity. To make this gesture, it is not enough to posit the subject as a contingent emergence. While this is true, one should locate traces of this contingency in a kind of umbilical cord which links the subject to its pre-subjective real, and thus breaks the circle of transcendental correlationism. In other words, what Malassu calls sickened or failed correlationism, far from being a half-hearted breakout from the correlationist constraint, is the key component of any true escape. It is not enough to oppose to transcendental correlation a vision of reality in itself. Transcendental correlation itself has to be grounded in reality in itself, i.e., its possibility has to be accounted for in the terms of this reality. As Niels Bohr liked to repeat, at the level of the physics of microparticles, there is no objective measurement, no access to objective reality, not because we constitutes reality, but because we are part of the reality which we measure, and thus lack an objective distance towards it. It is against this background of the radical asymmetry or non-correlation between subject and object that one can clearly see where Malassu's critique of correlationism falls short. In his very anti-transcendentalism, Malassu remains caught up in the Kantian topic of the accessibility of the thing in itself. Is what we experience as reality fully determined by our subjective transcendental horizon, or can we get to know something about the way reality is independently of our subjectivity? Malassu's claim is to have achieved the breakthrough into independent objective reality. But there is a third Hegelian option. The true problem that follows from Malassu's basic speculative gesture is not so much what more we can say about reality in itself, but how our subjective standpoint and subjectivity itself fit into reality. The problem is not can we penetrate the veil of subjectively constituted phenomena to things in themselves, but how do phenomena themselves arise within the flat stupidity of reality which just is. How does reality redouble itself and start to appear to itself? For this, we need a theory of the subject which involves neither transcendental subjectivity nor a reduction of the subject to a part of objective reality. Such a theory also enables us to formulate in a new way what Malassu calls the problem of correlationism. Here, Both Lacan and Hegel are anti-Leninists, for their problem is not how to reach objective reality which is independent of subjectivity, but how subjectivity is already inscribed into reality. To quote Lacan again, not only is the picture in my eye, but I am also in the picture. To make this key point again, in his rejection of transcendental correlationism, Malassa remains trapped within the confines of the Kantian transcendental opposition between reality the way it appears to us and the transcendent beyond of reality in itself, independently of us. In a Lenin-like manner, he then asserts that we can access and think reality in itself. But something is lost in this very field of the transcendental dilemma, something which concerns the very core of the Freudian discovery, the inherent twist/curvature that is constitutive of the subject itself. In other words, what Lacan asserts is precisely the irreducible discord, or non-correlation, between subject and reality. In order for the subject to emerge, the impossible object that is subject must be excluded from reality, since it is this very exclusion which opens up the space for the subject. The problem is not to think the real outside of transcendental correlation, independently of the subject. The problem is to think the real inside the subject, the hard core of the real in the very heart of the subject, its extimate center. The true problem of correlationism is not whether we can reach the in itself the way it is outside of any correlation to the subject, but the true problem is to think the new itself in becoming. The fossil is not the old the way it was/is in itself. The true fossil is the subject itself in its impossible objectal status. The fossil is myself, the way the terrified cat sees me when it looks at me. This is what truly escapes correlation, not the in itself of the object, but the subject as object. Usually we have the split in the object, but thinking and the subject are conceived as homogeneous. Lacan, however, introduces a split also into the subject, between its thinking and its non-thought, its non-thought, between discourse and the real. So the point is not only to overcome the inaccessible in itself by claiming that there is nothing beyond the veil of semblances except what the subject itself put there, but to relate the in itself to the split in the subject itself. Malassa ironically mentions the ridiculously ingenious Christian reply to the Darwinist challenge. One of Darwin's contemporaries proposed a neat reconciliation between the Bible and evolutionary theory. The Bible is literally true. The world was created c.4,000 years BC, but how then do we explain the fossils? They were directly created by God as fossils, to give humanity a false sense of living in an older universe. In short, when God created the universe, he also included in it traces of an imaginary past. Malassa's point is that post-Kantian transcendentalism answers the challenge of objective science in a similar way. If, for the theological literalists, God directly created fossils in order to expose men to the temptation of denying the divine creation, to test their faith, the post-Kantian transcendentalists conceive the spontaneous everyday naive notion of objective reality existing independently of us as a similar trap, exposing humans to the test, challenging them to see through this evidence and grasp how reality is constituted by the transcendental subject. Point 29. We should nonetheless insist that the Christian solution, meaningless though it is as a scientific theory, contains a grain of truth. What Lacan calls the objet, the subject's impossible real objectal counterpart, is precisely such an imagined object which never positively existed in reality. It emerges through its loss, it is directly created as a fossil. Simultaneously, the exclusion of this object is constitutive of the appearance of reality. Since reality is correlative to the subject, it can only constitute itself through the withdrawal from it of the object which is the subject, that is, through the withdrawal of the subject's objectal correlate. Or, to put it in the old jargon of the logic of the signifier, the subject is only possible out of its own impossibility, the impossibility of becoming an object. What breaks up the self-closure of transcendental correlation is thus not the transcendent reality that eludes the subject's grasp, but the inaccessibility of the object that is the subject itself. Point 30. This is the true fossil, the bone that is the spirit, to paraphrase Hegel, and this object is not simply the full objective reality of the subject, but the non-corporeal, phantasmatic lamella. Why this primordial loss? Why this constitutive withdrawal from reality of a part of the real? Precisely because the subject is a part of reality, because it emerges out of it. This is why, if the subject is to emerge as the non-substantial cogito, its being must be elevated into a spectral impossible object which forever haunts it. The official transcendental subject-object correlation is thus redoubled by a kind of negative correlation of the subject and the impossible real object. Before relating to objects which are part of external reality, the subject is haunted by its own objectal shadow. In the guise of this additional virtual object, the subject is exposed to the real, constitutively decentered, much more radically even than in the symbolic order. This is how we can read one of Lacan's reformulations of Descartes' cogito ergo sum, I am at that impossible piece of the real where I cannot think. We can also see in what way two lacks overlap in this impossible object, the constitutive lack of the subject and the lack in the other itself. Again, the object is not simply there at the intersection of the two lacks, it literally and much more radically emerges through the overlapping of the two lacks. So the real is not some kind of primordial being which is lost with the opposition of subject and object, the real is, on the contrary, a product. The real is not lost, it is what we cannot get rid of, what always sticks on as the remainder of the symbolic operation. It is here that Malassu is also too hasty in dismissing the transcendental position. Reality is always transcendentally constituted. The remainder of the real is the price we pay for the inversion of the natural order that pertains to the symbolic order. Although language is ultimately part of reality, reality is always already transcendentally constituted through language. Or, to put it another way, we cannot gain full neutral access to reality because we are a part of it. The epistemological distortion of our access to reality is the result of our inclusion in it, not of our distance from it. The objet is the splinter in the eye which distorts our clear perception of reality, and the agent of this distortion is desire. This brings us to the unique short circuit between epistemology and ontology. The very epistemological failure is an indication and effect of our being part of reality, of our inclusion within it. 31. In the opposition between the symbolic order and reality, the real is on the side of the symbolic, it is the part of reality which clings to the symbolic. The real is the point at which the external opposition between the symbolic order and reality is immanent to the symbolic itself, mutilating it from within. It is the non-all of the symbolic. There is a real not because the symbolic cannot grasp its external real, but because the symbolic cannot fully become itself. There is being because the symbolic system is inconsistent, flawed, for the real is an impasse of formalization. This thesis must be given its full idealist weight. It is not only that reality is too rich, so that every formalization fails to grasp it, stumbles over it. The real is nothing but an impasse of formalization. There is dense reality out there because of the inconsistencies and gaps in the symbolic order. The real is nothing but the non-all of formalization, not its external exception. Since reality is in itself fragile and inconsistent, it needs the intervention of a master signifier to stabilize itself into a consistent field. This master signifier marks the point at which a signifier falls into the real. The master signifier is a signifier which not only designates features of reality, but performatively intervenes into reality. As such, the master signifier is the counterpart of the objet. If the objet is the real which is on the side of the symbolic, the master signifier is the signifier which falls into the real. Its role is exactly homologous to that of the transcendental synthesis of apperception in Kant. Its intervention transforms the inconsistent multiplicity of fragments of the real into the consistent field of objective reality. In the same way that, for Kant, it is the addition of the subjective synthesis which transforms the multiplicity of subjective impressions into objective reality, for Lacan, it is the intervention of the master signifier which transforms the confused field of impressions into extralinguistic reality. This, then, should be the Lacanian answer to correlationism. While transcendental correlationism can think the intervention of the master signifier as constitutive of reality, it misses this other inverted correlation between the master signifier and the objet, that is, it cannot think the stain of the real which decenters the subject from within. So, to repeat Malasua's fossil question in the most direct way, is a dinosaur fossil proof that dinosaurs existed on Earth independently of any human observer, whether empirical or transcendental? If we can imagine transposing ourselves into the prehistorical past, would we encounter dinosaurs the way we reconstruct them today? Before rushing to an answer, we should remember how relative external reality is with regard to our point of view, which does not mean that we created it, but that out of the infinite complexity of the real in itself a part or slice of reality was selected as correlative to our perceptual apparatus. So we cannot ever escape the circle. The reality of a fossil is objective insofar as it is observed from our standpoint, in the same way that a rainbow objectively exists from our standpoint. What objectively exists is the entire field of interaction between subject and object as part of the real. Chapter 10. Objects, objects everywhere. Subtraction, protraction, obstruction. Destruction. Back in 2008, when confronted with his low position in the opinion polls, the Republican presidential candidate Mike Huckabee said, "I know the pundits and I know what they say, the math doesn't work out." Well, I didn't major in math, I majored in miracles. And I still believe in those, too. This anecdote is worth quoting not just to make fun of the standard of political debate in the US, but because, in a negative way, it points to a central component of Badiou's thinking which, precisely, brings together mathematics and miracles. When talking about miracles, we should of course bear in mind Lacan's qualification that the only irrationality he admits is that of irrational numbers in mathematics in a homologous way. The only miracles a radical materialist allows for are mathematical ones. A miracle is simply the sudden emergence of the new, irreducible to its preceding conditions, of something which retroactively posits its conditions. Every authentic act creates its own conditions of possibility. But what is this irrational element? As Badiou has pointed out, what defines a world is not primarily its positive features, but the way its structure relates to its own inherent impossibility. Classical mathematics dismissed the square root of -1 as an irrelevant externality, as nonsense to be ignored, while modern mathematics makes this impossible calculable, marking it with the letter I. Mathematics historically splits and remakes itself by creating constants that occupy these impossible places. The root square of -1 is baptized an imaginary number which is then used in a new space of calculations 1. Things are similar with Cantor's conceptualization of different modalities of the infinite, the transfinite and so forth. The distinction between transfinite and infinite as elaborated by Cantor roughly fits the Hegelian distinction between true and bad infinity. With the bad infinity, we never actually reach the infinite, another unit can be added to every number, and infinity here refers precisely to this constant possibility of adding, to the impossibility of ever reaching the ultimate element in the series. What if, however, we treat this set of elements forever open to addition as a closed totality and posit the infinite as an element of its own, as the external frame of the endless set of elements it contains? The transfinite is thus a number or an element with the paradoxical property of being insensitive to addition or subtraction. Whether we add a unit to it or subtract one from it, it remains the same point. 2. Did not Kant in a similar way construct the concept of the transcendental object? One is tempted to risk a pun here, Cantor. The transcendental object is external to the endless series of empirical objects. We arrive at it by way of treating this endless series as closed, and positing an empty object outside of it, the very form of an object, that frames the series. It is also easy to discern a further homology with the objet petit, the Lacanian object cause of desire. The latter is also transfinite, namely an empty object that frames the endless set of empirical objects. In this precise sense, our two objets petit, voice and gaze, are transfinite. In both cases, we are dealing with an empty object that frames the bad infinity of the field of the visible and / or audible by giving body to what constitutively eludes this field. Point 3. In his debate with the Athenians related in Acts, Paul makes deft use of the fact that the Athenians, in their pragmatic opportunism, built a statue to an unknown god on top of the statues of all their known gods. They just wanted to be sure that their series of statues also included a reference to a divinity ignored by them, a reference to what might be excluded or missing from their pantheistic pandemonium. Paul cunningly remarks that there already is in Athens a statue of the unique God of whom he speaks. The trick is that he replaces the indefinite article with a definite one, not a statue of an unknown God, but a statue of the unknown God, meaning the God who is/remains unknown, obfuscated by the glittering chaos of polytheism. Did not Paul also thereby internalize the point of impossibility of the pagan universe? The same holds for capitalism. Its dynamic of perpetual self-revolutionizing relies on the endless postponement of its point of impossibility. What for earlier modes of production was a dangerous exception is for capitalism normality. In capitalism, crisis is internalized, taken into account, as the point of impossibility which impels it into continuous activity. Capitalism is structurally always in crisis, which is why it is expanding all the time. It can only reproduce itself by borrowing from the future, in a foot en avant into the future. The final settling of accounts when all its debts will have been paid will never arrive. Marx proposed his own name for the social point of impossibility: class struggle. Perhaps, one should extend this to the very definition of humanity. What ultimately distinguishes humans from animals is not some positive feature, but the rise of a new point of impossibility designated by Freud and Lacan as das Ding, the impossible real ultimate reference point of desire. The often noted experimental difference between humans and apes acquires here all its significance. When an ape is presented with an object out of reach, it will abandon it after a few failed attempts to grasp it and move on to a more modest object, while a human will persist in its effort, remaining transfixed on the impossible object. This is why the subject as such is hysterical, precisely a subject who posits jouissance as an absolute. It responds to the absolute of jouissance in the form of unsatisfied desire. Such a subject is capable of relating to a term that remains outside the limits of the game. Indeed, this relationship to a term out of play is constitutive of the subject itself. Hysteria is thus the elementary human way of installing a point of impossibility in the guise of absolute jouissance. Is not Lacan's ILNY pas de rapport sexuel also such a point of impossibility constitutive of being human? When cognitivists from Dennett onwards try to explain consciousness, they enumerate a whole series of specifically human capacities which cannot really function without consciousness. What if, however, instead of focusing on what we can do with consciousness, we should shift the terrain and ask, what is the specific point of impossibility of consciousness? What is it that we cannot do with consciousness? How is consciousness related to what we a priori cannot become conscious of? And what unsurpassable failure gave birth to consciousness? Is consciousness at its zero level not consciousness of a failure of coming up against a radical impossibility? Here, the topic of mortality re-emerges. When Heidegger claims that only man is mortal, not animals, this again means that death is the ultimate possibility of impossibility for a human being, its inherent point of impossibility, something one calculates with, relates to, in contrast to the animal for whom death is simply external. Many a cognitivist tries to account for the paradox of consciousness by claiming that its inability to know itself, to account for itself as an object in the world, is co-substantial with consciousness itself, its inherent constituent. For what we get here is nothing less than an evolutionary biological explanation for the emergence of metaphysics. However, a Heideggerian counter-question, issuing from the framework of being and time, immediately pops up here. Does not consciousness necessarily question itself, asking itself about the enigma it is a priori unable to answer? How did this property emerge within the evolutionary logic? The point is not only that, on top of its adaptive functions, consciousness is also bothered by enigmas having no evolutionary, adaptive function. The further point is that this useless supplement, this compulsive fixation on problems which a priori cannot be solved, retroactively enabled an explosion of procedures which themselves had a major survival value. It is as if, in order to assert its priority over other living beings in the struggle for survival, the human animal has to forsake the struggle for survival itself and focus on other questions. Victory in the struggle for survival can only be gained as a byproduct. If one focuses directly on the struggle, one loses. Only a being obsessed with impossible or insoluble problems can make a breakthrough in possible knowledge. This means that, in contrast to the animal's struggle for survival, man's struggle is already reflective, as Heidegger would have put it, experienced as the horizon of meaning for his existence. The development of technology, the struggle for power, occur within and as a certain disclosure of being, rather than being an immediate fact of life. 5. When McGinn claims that there is, in reality, nothing mysterious about how the brain generates consciousness, the irony here is double. Not only do we incessantly try to understand consciousness, in clear contrast to monkeys, even humans themselves cannot really understand quantum physics. If we claim that what we are dealing with here is a mismatch between the very nature of these problems and the computational apparatus that natural selection has fitted us with, 6. The true enigma is not the enigma of the meaning of life as such, but, rather, why do we persistently probe into the meaning of life in the first place? If religion and philosophy are the application of mental tools to problems they were not designed to solve, how did this misapplication occur, and why is it so persistent? 7. Note the Kantian background of this position. It was already Kant who claimed that the human mind is burdened by metaphysical questions that, a priori, it cannot answer. These questions cannot be suspended, they are part of human nature itself. Imagine scientists have discovered a gigantic asteroid which they are certain will hit Earth in 35 years' time, not only destroying all life but throwing the planet itself off its track around the sun. How would people react? Would the social and ethical order collapse? Would people lose all shame and quickly try to realize their sexual and other fantasies? And yet, the true question is, do we not all know that, in a much more distant future, something like this will indeed happen and humanity will disappear without a trace? So what is the difference? The situation is akin to that in the famous anecdote about George Bernard Shaw at a dinner party. He asked the upper-class beauty at his side if she would spend a night with him for £10 million. When she laughingly said yes, he went on and asked if she would do it for £10. When the lady exploded in rage at being treated like a cheap whore, he calmly replied, "Come on, we have already established that your sexual favors can be bought, now we are only haggling over the price." The difference is the same as with death, of course. The event should be far enough in the future that we can ignore it, pretend not to know about it, and thus act as if we know nothing about it. This is why almost everyone, though they know very well they will die at some point, would refuse to know in advance the exact moment of their death. They secretly refuse to believe they will die, and the knowledge of the exact moment of their death would make this future death fully actual. Kafka wrote, "The lamentation around the deathbed is actually the lamentation over the fact that here no dying in the true sense has taken place." 8. But what if there is no dying in the true sense? What if dying is always and by definition improper, arriving at the wrong time and place? This point of impossibility is one feature of the Lacanian objet. It designates that which is subtracted from reality and thus gives it consistency. If it gets included in reality, it causes a catastrophe. In what sense is the objet as the frame of reality surplus enjoyment? In relation to cinema, think about the production of a couple, a motif which frames many a Hollywood narrative about a grand historical event like a war or natural catastrophe. This topic is, quite literally, the film's ideological surplus enjoyment. Although in a direct sense we enjoy the spectacular shots of the catastrophe, the surplus enjoyment is provided by the sub-narrative about the couple which forms a frame for the spectacular event. The asteroid which hits Earth in Deep Impact materializes the daughter's rage at her father's new marriage, the October Revolution in Reds reunites the lovers, the ferocious dinosaurs in Jurassic Park materialize the father figure's aggressive rejection of paternal authority and care, etc. It is this frame, through its surplus enjoyment, that libidinally bribes us to accept the ideology of the story. An example of subjectivity ruined by such a catastrophic inclusion is provided by the hero of Perfume. 9 Lacan supplemented Freud's list of partial objects with two further objects, the voice and the gaze. Perhaps, we should add another item to the series, smell. Perfume seems to point in this direction. Grenouille, the novel's unfortunate hero, is odorless, others cannot smell him, but he himself possesses such an extraordinary sense of smell that he is able to detect persons far away. When his ideal woman dies in an accident, he tries to recreate not the woman in her bodily existence. Perfume is a true anti-Frankenstein, but her odor by killing 25 pretty young women and scratching the surface of their skin to subtract their odors, mixing them into the ideal perfume. This irresistible perfume is the ultimate odor de femina, the extracted essence of femininity. Whenever ordinary humans smell it, they suspend all rational restraint and engage in a sexual orgy. So when, towards the novel's end, Grenouille is arrested for the murders and sentenced to death, it is enough for him to wave a napkin soaked in the perfume in front of the crowd, who then, instantly forgetting their cries for his death, start undressing to take part in an orgy. The extracted essence of femininity is what Lacan called the objet pétillant, the object cause of desire, that which is in you more than yourself and thus makes me desire you. This is why Grenouille has to kill the virgins in order to extract from them their essence, or, as Lacan put it, I love you, but there is something in you more than yourself that I love, the objet pétillant, so I destroy you. Grenouille's fate is tragic, however, being odorless, he is a pure subject, without an object cause of desire in himself, and as such never desired by others. What he gains from this predicament is the direct access to the object cause of desire, while ordinary individuals desire another person because of the lure of the objet in him. Grenouille has direct access to this object. Ordinary individuals can only desire insofar as they become victims of an illusion. They think they desire another individual because of the person they are, that is, they are not aware that their desire is caused by the essence or odor which has nothing to do with the person as such. Since Grenouille can bypass the person and directly target the object cause of desire, he can avoid this illusion, which is why for him eroticism is a ridiculous game of lures. The price he pays for it, however, is that he can never accept the inverse illusion that someone loves him. He is always aware that it is not him but his perfume that makes people adore him. The only way out of this predicament, the only way to posit himself as an object of the other's desire, is suicidal. In the final scene of the novel, he spills perfume on himself and is literally torn apart and devoured by a bunch of thieves, beggars, and whores. Is not this violent reduction of the thing to its objet also an example of what Badiou calls subtraction? One subtracts from the thing its descente or core, leaving behind its dead body. The opposite of this subtraction, and also a way to generate the objet, is protraction. An example from cinema is provided by one of Tarkovsky's formal techniques which, ironically given his Soviet origins, cannot but evoke the famous dialectical law of the inversion of quantity into quality, supplementing it with a kind of negation of the negation. As Sean Martin put it, Tarkovsky proposed that if a take is lengthened, boredom naturally sets in for the audience. But if the take is extended even further, something else arises, curiosity. Tarkovsky is essentially proposing giving the audience time to inhabit the world that the take is showing us, not to watch it, but to look at it, to explore it. Point 10. Perhaps the ultimate example of this procedure is the famous scene in Tarkovsky's Mirror, in which the heroine, who works as a proofreader for a daily newspaper in the Soviet Union of the mid-1930s, runs from her home to the printing office fearing she has missed an obscene misprint of Stalin's name. Point 11. Martin is right to emphasize an unexpected feature of the scene, its immediate physical beauty. It is as if Tarkovsky were content just to watch Margarita Tereshkova running through the rain, down steps, across yards, into corridors. Here, Tarkovsky reveals the presence of beauty in something that is apparently mundane and, paradoxically, also potentially fatal for Maria if the mistake she thinks she's made has gone to press. Point 12. This effect of beauty is generated precisely by the excessive length of the scene. Instead of just watching Maria running and, immersed in the narrative, worrying whether she will arrive on time to prevent the catastrophe, we are seduced into looking at the scene, taking note of its phenomenal features, the intensity of movements, and so forth. Christian Mungio's 4 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days, set in 1987 during the last years of Ceausescu's rule, tells the story of Otilia and Gabita, 2 university friends in Bucharest. When Gabita falls pregnant, Otilia arranges for her friend a meeting with Mr. Bibi in a hotel, where he is to perform the abortion. The frighteningly repulsive Mr. Bibi demands sexual favors from Otilia as the price for performing the operation. Otilia agrees for the sake of her friend, the abortion is performed, but at the film's end she remains alone, having lost even the respect of her friend for whom she made the sacrifice. Throughout the film, the threat that Mr. Bibi will do something terrifying lurks in the background. However, the elegance of the film is such that this threat remains purely virtual, nothing happens, everything basically goes as planned, and yet nevertheless the final result is bitter despair. This endless postponement of the threatened act functions in a similar way to the Tarkovskian protraction. It elevates Mr. Bibi to the objet, to a sublime figure of evil. Tarkovsky, however, all too often succumbs to the temptation of reinscribing this excess of phenomenality into hermeneutics. Recall the difference between Stanislaw Lem's classic science fiction novel Solaris and Tarkovsky's cinema version. Solaris is a planet with an oceanic fluid surface which moves incessantly and, from time to time, imitates recognizable forms, not only elaborate geometric structures, but also gigantic children or human buildings. Although all attempts to communicate with the planet fail, scientists entertain the hypothesis that Solaris is a massive brain which somehow reads our minds. Soon after his arrival there, Kelvin, the hero, finds at his side in his bed his dead wife, Harry, who, years ago on Earth, killed herself after he had abandoned her. Kelvin grasps that Harry is a materialization of his own innermost traumatic fantasies. Solaris, this gigantic brain, directly materializes the innermost fantasies which support our desire. Read in this way, the story is really about the hero's inner journey, about his attempt to come to terms with a repressed truth, or, as Tarkovsky himself put it in an interview, maybe, effectively, the mission of Kelvin on Solaris has only one goal, to show that love of the other is indispensable to all life. A man without love is no longer a man. In clear contrast to this, Lem's novel focuses on the inert external presence of the planet Solaris, of this thing that thinks. The point of the novel is precisely that Solaris remains an impenetrable other with which communication is impossible. True, it returns us our innermost disavowed fantasies, but it remains thoroughly impenetrable. It would thus be interesting to put Tarkovsky's film in the same bracket as Hollywood commercial rewritings of novels which have served as the base for a movie. Tarkovsky does exactly the same as the lowest Hollywood producer, reinscribing the enigmatic encounter with otherness into the framework of the production of the couple. But there is, perhaps, a link between these two aspects of Tarkovsky. In standard precritical metaphysics, finitude was associated with materialist empiricism, while infinity was the domain of idealist spiritualism. In an unexpected reversal, today, the main argument for spiritualism relies on the irreducibility of human finitude as the unsurpassable horizon of our existence, while it is the contemporary forms of radical scientific materialism which keep the spirit of infinity alive. The standard spiritualist argument is as follows: we should not forget that the technological dream of total mastery over nature and our lives is indeed just a dream, that we humans remain forever grounded in our finite life world with its unfathomable background, and that it is this finitude, this very limitation of our horizon, which opens up the space for spirituality proper. All today's predominant forms of spirituality thus paradoxically emphasize that we are not free-floating spirits but are irreducibly embodied in a material life world. They all preach respect for this limitation and warn against the idealist hubris of radical materialism. Exemplary here is the case of ecology. In contrast to the spiritualist attitude of limitation, the radical scientific attitude which reduces man to a biological mechanism promises the full technological control over human life, its artificial recreation, its biogenetic and biochemical regulation, ultimately its immortality in the guise of the reduction of our inner self to a software program that can be copied from one piece of hardware to another. The scientific basis of the claim that such immortality is feasible lies in the hypothesis of so-called substrate independence. Conscious minds could in principle be implemented not only on carbon-based biological neurons but also on some other computational substrate such as silicon-based processors. 13. The third figure of the objet, after subtraction and protraction, is that of obstruction, the objet as an agent of the cunning of reason, the obstacle which always perturbs the realization of our goals. Another example from cinema, the libidinal focus of the Coen brothers' No Country for Old Men is the figure of the pathological assassin played by Javier Bardem, a ruthless killing machine, with an ethic all his own, sticking to his word, a figure of what Kant called diabolical evil. When, at the film's end, he forces the hero's wife to choose head or tails to decide whether she lives or dies, she replies that he should not hide behind the contingency of flipping a coin. It is his will that will decide to kill her. He replies that she has not understood. His will, is like the coin. The key to this character is the fact that it represents not a real-life person, but a fantasy entity, an embodiment of the pure object obstacle, that unfathomable X of blind fate which always, in a weird mixture of chance and inexorable necessity, as the necessity of chance, intervenes to undermine the fulfillment of the subject's plans and intentions, guaranteeing that, one way or another, things will always somehow go wrong. The Bardem character is thus the opposite of the resigned old sheriff, who complains all the time about the crazy violence of modern times. It is to him that the film's title refers. They are the obverse of each other, the sheriff as the master rendered impotent, the failure of paternal authority, the Bardem figure as embodying the cause of his collapse. The proper way to read No Country for Old Men is therefore first to imagine the same story without the Bardem figure, just the triangle of the hero who runs away with the money after stumbling upon the site of the gangsters' gunfight, the gangsters hiring a freelancer to get the money back, and the sheriff observing their interplay from a safe distance, playing off one against the other, and guaranteeing a happy outcome. The Bardem figure is the fourth element, the objet which ruins the game. Another way to put it is that the objet prevents the letter arriving at its destination, but does it? Is there not a cunning of reason at work here, such that the very failure to reach the destination compels us to change our perspective and redefine the latter? The 2001 Darwin Award for the most stupid act of the year was posthumously conferred on an unfortunate Romanian woman who awoke in the middle of her funeral procession. After crawling out of her coffin and seeing what was going on, she ran from the procession in terror and, crossing a busy road, was hit by a truck and instantly killed. So they put her back in the coffin and the funeral procession carried on. Is this not the ultimate example of what we call fate of a letter arriving at its destination? The fate of Nicolae Bukharin's testament, a letter he wrote to his wife Anna Larina in 1938, on the eve of his execution, is a tragic case of the same thing. Bukharin exhorts his wife to remember that the great cause of the USSR lives on, and this is the most important thing. Personal fates are transitory and wretched by comparison. 14. The letter disappeared into the secret Soviet archives and was delivered to Anna Larina only in 1992. She was able to read it only after the fall of the Soviet Union. Bukharin's letter did arrive at its destination, did reach its addressee at precisely the right moment. One can even say that it was delivered as soon as was possible, that is, as soon as the historical situation made it possible for its delivery to produce a truth effect. Bukharin saw his personal fate as insignificant in comparison to the success of the great historical cause of the USSR. The continuity of this cause guaranteed that his death was not meaningless. Read after the USSR has disappeared, the letter confronts us with the meaninglessness of Bukharin's death. There is no big other to redeem it, he literally died in vain. The general lesson of this is that, in order to interpret a scene or an utterance, sometimes the key thing to do is to locate its true addressee. In one of the best Perry Mason novels, the lawyer witnesses a police interrogation of a couple in the course of which the husband explains in unusually great detail what happened, what he saw, and what he thinks happened. Why this excess of information? The answer is that the couple themselves committed the murder, and since the husband knew that they would both soon be arrested on suspicion and kept separated, he used the opportunity to tell his wife the story. They should both stick to the true addressee of his interminable discourse was thus not the police, but his wife. Subtraction, protraction, obstruction, three versions of the same excessive/lacking object, an object which is never at its own place, always missing and exceeding it. One finds all three dimensions of the objet in the formal structure of capitalism itself: subtraction, protraction, and obstruction. The gap between the subjective experience and objective social mechanisms is inscribed into the very notion of capitalism, and, on account of this gap, there always lurks the threat that individuals' intentions and plans will be sabotaged, obstructed. It is in this gap that one should locate the systemic violence proper to capitalism. To the three modes of the objet, of how it distorts reality by inscribing itself into it, one should then add a fourth: destruction. Is what happens in the case of a post-dramatic subject not the destruction of the objet? This is why such a subject is deprived of engaged existence and reduced to vegetative state of indifference. What we should nonetheless bear in mind is that this destruction results also in the loss of reality itself, which is sustained by the objet. When the subject is deprived of the excess, it at once loses that with regard to which the excess is an excess. This is why the Muslims, the living dead of the concentration camps, were simultaneously reduced to bare life and stood for the pure excess which remains when all the content of human life is taken away from the subject. To properly understand the world historical dimension of the post-dramatic subject, one should recognize in this extreme form of subjectivity the actualization of a possibility that announces itself in the Cartesian cogito, is not the radical desubstantialization of the subject, its reduction to the evanescent point of I think, the very operation that gives birth to the cogito. As such, the cogito, the modern subject, or, rather, the subject of modernity, should not be too hastily dismissed as Eurocentric. One can argue that the cogito stands for a kind of unhistorical excess which underlies and sustains every historical life form. The objet between form and content. What these paradoxes indicate is that, in the objet, form and content coincide. The objet is the indivisible remainder which escapes the symbolic form, and, simultaneously, pure form, a purely formal distortion of the content. More precisely, this oscillation of the objet between form and content involves four consecutive dialectical reversals, in a kind of complex negation of the negation. It is symptomatic that, when Lacan and his followers describe some process that clearly has the structure of a negation of the negation, they almost compulsively hasten to add that this is not meant in the Hegelian sense. Is this not a defense mechanism par excellence, the disavowal of an uncomfortable proximity? How, then, does it stand with the negation of the negation in Lacan? Is his version compatible with Hegel's? Since, in Lacan, in apparent contrast to Hegel, the double movement of negation produces an excess or remainder, that of the objet, let us begin with Miller, who, in his commentary on Lacan's Seminar 16, elaborated the crucial change in the status of the objet petit, the object cause of desire, the passage from corporeal specimen to a pure logical function. In this seminar, Lacan does not really describe objets as corporeal specimens, he constructs them as a logical consistency, logic being there in the place of biology. The logical consistency is like a function that the body must satisfy through different bodily deductions. 15. This passage is the passage from the foreign intruder, the grains of sand in the signifying machine which prevent its smooth functioning, to something which is totally immanent to the machine. When Lacan is describing the loops and twists of the symbolic space on account of which its interiority overlaps with its exteriority, he does not merely describe the structural place of the objet. Surplus enjoyment is nothing but this structure itself, this inward loop of the symbolic space. This can be clarified in relation to the gap that separates drive from instinct. While drive and instinct have the same object, the same goal, what differentiates them is that the drive finds satisfaction not in reaching its goal, but in circulating around it, repeating its failure to reach it. One can say, of course, that what prevents the drive from reaching its goal is the objet which is decentered with regard to it, so that, even if we reach the goal, the object eludes us and we are condemned to repeat the procedure. However, this objet is purely formal, it is the curvature of the space of the drive, hence the shortest way to reach the object is not to aim directly at it but to encircle it, to circle around it. This shift is deeply Hegelian, forming a kind of negation of the negation. We begin with the consistent big other, the self-enclosed symbolic order, then, in a first negation, this consistency is disturbed by the remainder of the real, a traumatic leftover which resists being integrated into the symbolic and thus disturbs its balance, rendering it barred, introducing into it a gap, flaw, or antagonism. In short, inconsistency. The second negation, however, requires a shift of perspective, in which we grasp this intrusive leftover of the real as itself the only element that guarantees the minimal consistency of the inconsistent big other. Take the logic of class struggle, it renders society inconsistent, antagonistic, perturbing its balance. However, it is simultaneously that which holds the entire social body together, its underlying structuring principle, since all social phenomena are overdetermined by class struggle. At a more prosaic level, is it not often struggle itself, a basic tension, that keeps different elements together? When struggle disappears, the elements drift apart into a sterile, indifferent coexistence. In the same way, while trauma is, of course, what disturbs the balance of a subject's symbolic space, it is simultaneously the ultimate reference point of the subject's psychic life. All its symbolizing activity ultimately aims at coping with the trauma, repressing it, displacing it, and so on. There is more, not only does the intruding element hold together the big other which, in the absence of this intruder, would have fallen apart, this element, the objet, has no positive objectal reality, its status is purely that of logical consistency, it is logically implied, presupposed, as the cause of the inconsistencies of / in the big other, that is, it can only be discerned retroactively, through its effects. Take an attractor in mathematics, all positive lines or points in its sphere of attraction can only endlessly approach it, never actually reaching its form. The existence of this form is purely virtual, being nothing more than the shape towards which the lines and points tend. However, precisely as such, the virtual form is the real of this field, the immovable focal point around which all elements circulate. The Hegelian logic of these twists can thus be rendered even more precise. There are not only 3, but 4 moments at work here. First, the consistent big other, then, the big other rendered inconsistent by the objet as intrusive remainder, then, this object as guaranteeing the consistency of the big other. Finally, we are back at the beginning, although at a different level. There is no object that, from outside, disturbs the consistency of the big other. The objet as the real is only a name for the purely formal twist, the internal loop, of the symbolic order itself. Insofar as it lacks its mirror image, is the objet then the vampiric object? It may seem so. Are not vampires versions of lamella, of the undead partial object? However, perhaps the exact opposite would be more appropriate as an image of the objet. When we look at a thing directly, in reality, we do not see it. It only appears when we look at the thing's mirror image, as if here there were something more than in reality, as if only the mirror image can bring out that mysterious ingredient for which we search in vain in the object's reality. To put it in Deleuzian terms, the mirror image desubstantializes a thing, depriving it of its density and depth, reducing it to a flat surface, and it is only through this reduction that the purely non-substantial objet becomes perceptible. 16. Perhaps this double status of the objet also provides a clue to the relationship between the death drive and the superego. Some time ago, Eric Santner raised a critical point about my work, questioning the link, even at times identity, of the organ without body and the superego. Should we just collapse the superego and the death drive like this? Doesn't everything depend on keeping at least a thin line between them? Shouldn't we speak of a superegoization of drive? 17. As Santner emphasizes, we are dealing here with a parallax split, not with the cosmic polarity of two opposed forces. The organ without a body and the superego are not like yin and yang or the principles of light and dark. Furthermore, the tension in question is asymmetric, the two poles are not balanced, the A-B aspect somehow has priority, but what kind of priority exactly? What we are not dealing with here is yet another case of the logic of self-alienation, at work from Marx and Nietzsche to Deleuze, of a generative power which misrecognizes itself in its own product, i.e., in the same way that, for Marx, capital is the result of collective labor turned against itself, its own origin, or, for Nietzsche, moral resentment is the productivity of life turned against itself, the superego excess is the excess of the A-B turned against itself. Read in this way, the task becomes one of returning the alienated result back to its origin, re-establishing the excess of A-B without its superego distortion. This, however, is the very logic one should avoid at all costs. Point 18. One path to take here would be to link this duality of the superego and the drive to the duality in the status of the objet petit, is not the superego, as the name for the excess of the drive, the object in its aspect of material reality, the foreign intruder that drives me crazy with its impossible requests, and is not the A-B the object in its aspect of a purely formal structure? Both aspects display the same self-propelling structure of a loop. The more the subject obeys the superego, the more he is guilty, caught up in a repetitive movement homologous to that of the drive circulating around its object. The passage from the first to the second aspect is itself structurally homologous to that of the Rubinovich joke, or of the problem which is its own solution. What, at the level of the superego, appears as a deadlock turns into the very source of satisfaction. Point 19. So, back to the two aspects of the objet, its corporeal reality and its logical consistency, although antinomic, they fit together, but how, exactly? Miller's first formulation is that of a whole and the contingent element filling it in, the small a, when it is designated as topological structure and as logical consistency, has, if I may say so, the substance of a whole, and then some detached pieces of the body are molded in this absence. 20. This formulation, however, appears all too simplistic. Does not the paradox of an object which is only its formal structure disappear here? How, then, are we to accomplish that move which, in the terms of the classical teachers, one could call the move from metaphysical/mechanical materialism to dialectical materialism? In his Logic of Sense, Deleuze provided a model which allows one to grasp the mediation of form and content in showing how the two series always contain a paradoxical entity that is doubly inscribed, a surplus of the signifier over the signified and the lack of the signified. In other words, as soon as the symbolic order emerges, a minimal difference is introduced between a structural place and the element that occupies or fills out this place. An element is always logically preceded by the place in the structure it fills out. The two series, therefore, can also be described as the empty formal structure and the series of elements filling out the empty places in the structure. From this perspective, the paradox consists in the fact that the two series never overlap. We always encounter an entity that is simultaneously an empty, unoccupied place and a rapidly moving, elusive object, an occupant without a place. We have thereby produced Lacan's formula of fantasy $A, since the matheme for the subject is $, an empty place in the structure, an elided signifier, while the objet is, by definition, an excessive object, an object that lacks a place in the structure. Consequently, the point is not simply that there is a surplus of an element over the places available in the structure, or the surplus of a place that has no element to fill it out. An empty place in the structure would still sustain the fantasy of an element that will emerge to fill the place. An excessive element lacking its place would still sustain the fantasy of some yet unknown place waiting to be filled. The point is, rather, that the empty place in the structure is strictly correlative to the errant element lacking its place. They are not two different entities, but the two sides of one and the same entity, that is, one and the same entity inscribed onto the two surfaces of a Mobius strip. In short, the subject qua dollar does not belong to the depths, it emerges from a topological twist of the surface itself. Does not Miller himself point in this direction later in the same text? When Lacan speaks of a whole at the level of the big other, he must say that the whole is not a lack, but it is what permits, on the contrary, in Lacan's logical elucubrations, the interior circle of the other to be considered as conjoined to the most exterior circle, almost as its inversion. Lacan says in passing that it is the structure itself of the objet, or rather that the objet is the structure in which the most interior is conjoined to the most exterior in its turning point 21. The or rather has to be given full weight here, from the structure of the object to a strange object which is nothing but this structure, its substantial identity merely a reified spectre. This object is the subject's impossible/real objectal correlate. This weird correlation subverts the standard transcendental correlation between subject and object. In it, the subject is correlated with the very impossible/real object that has to be excluded from the field of reality so that the subject can relate to this field. In order to delineate this unique character of the objet as the embodiment of a void, of the lack or loss of the primordial object which can only emerge as always already lost, Lacan opposes it to two other figures of nothingness, the nothingness of destruction and the Hegelian negativity which is the nullification constitutive of subjectivity, the nothing as the initial moment in the instauration of the subject. In contrast to these two versions, he relates the objet to what Kant called der Gegenstand ohne Begriff, the object without concept. The objet is as such irrational, in the strictly literal sense of being outside all ratio, all relation as proportion. In other words, when a particular element resists being subsumed under a universal concept, the objet, what is in you more than yourself, is precisely that je sais quoi which prevents this subsumption. Here, however, one must remain a consistent Hegelian and resist the empiricist temptation. The fact that the assertion of the existence of a particular element goes against the universal notion supposed to cover or contain this element should not be dismissed as a case of the wealth of particular content overwhelming abstract notional frameworks. The empirical excess should rather be read as an indication of the inherent inconsistency or failure of the universal notion itself. So when Lacan says that only with the analytic discourse can a universal find its true ground in the existence of an exception, which is why it is certain that we can in any case distinguish the universal which is thus grounded from all use of this same universal rendered common by the philosophical tradition. 22 He ignores the uniqueness of Hegelian concrete universality. Let us risk a political example here. When, in order to generate hope among radical leftists, certain intellectuals point out that there indeed exists today some authentic emancipatory agent, this triumphant assertion serves precisely as a fetish enabling us to avoid confronting the inadequacy of the standard notion of radical emancipatory agency for today's global struggle. What this means is that, in the opposition between concept and reality, the objet is on the side of the concept, it is not the excess of reality, but an immanent hole or crack in the conceptual edifice. The objet is thus not the core of reality which resists being subsumed by the conceptual frame imposed by the subject, it is, on the contrary, the objectivization of the subject's desire. The status of that which makes me desire an object is irreducibly linked to my subjective perspective. It is not simply an objective property of the beloved that X which fascinates me in the beloved exists only for me, not for an objective view. We can even go a step further and argue that the subjective mediation here is double, far from simply standing for the excess in the object eluding the subject's grasp. The objet is, at its most elementary, what I see in the other's gaze. In other words, what eludes me in a libidinal object is not some transcendent property, but the inscription into it of my own desire. What I see in the other is his or her desire for me, that is, I read in his or her eyes my own status as an object, the way I appear to the other. Voice and gaze. This brings us to the paradoxical status of the voice and the gaze, the paradigmatic objets in Lacan's theory. As noted above, the voice and the gaze are the two objects added by Lacan to Freud's list of partial objects. As objects, they are not on the side of the looking/hearing subject but on the side of what the subject sees or hears. Recall the archetypal scene from Hitchcock. A heroine approaches a mysterious, apparently empty house. She looks at it, yet what makes a scene so disturbing is that we, the spectators, get the vague impression that the house is somehow returning her gaze. The crucial point, of course, is that this gaze should not be subjectivized. It is not simply that there is somebody in the house, we are rather dealing with a kind of empty, a priori gaze which cannot be traced to a determinate reality. The heroine cannot see it all, there is a blind spot in what she is looking at, and the object returns her gaze from this blind spot. The situation is homologous with the voice. It is as if, when we are talking, whatever we say is already an answer to a primordial address by the other. We are always already addressed, and, again, this address is blank. It cannot be attributed to a specific agent but is a kind of empty a priori, the formal condition of possibility of our speaking, just as the object returning the gaze is a kind of formal condition of possibility of our seeing anything at all. What happens in psychosis is that this empty point in the other, in what we see and or hear, is actualized, becomes part of effective reality. The psychotic actually hears the voice of the primordial other addressing him, knows that he is being observed all the time. Usually, psychosis is conceived as a form of lack with reference to the normal state of things. Something is missing, the key signifier is rejected, foreclosed, excluded from the symbolic universe and thence returns in the real in the guise of psychotic apparitions. However, we should not forget the obverse of this exclusion, the inclusion. Lacan pointed out that the consistency of our experience of reality depends on the exclusion of the objet patia from it. In order for us to have a normal access to reality, something must be excluded, primordially repressed. In psychosis, this exclusion is undone, the object is included in reality, the outcome of which is the disintegration of our sense of reality, the loss of reality. Point 23. François Balmes draws attention to the radical ambiguity in how the Lacan of the 1950s defines the relationship between the real, the symbolic, and the lack. He shifts between the thesis that the symbolic introduces the lack of being into the real prior to the rise of the symbolic, there is no lack, just a flat positivity of the real, and the thesis that being arises only with the symbolic prior to the symbolic, there is no being. Point 24. Confronted with this ambiguity, we would be wise to avoid the all too easy Heideggerian solution that we are simply dealing with two different meanings of being in the ontological sense of the openness within which things appear, and being in the ontic sense of reality, of entities existing in the world lacks its place in the positive order of reality, that it cannot be reduced to an entity within the world, because it is the place of the very openness of a world. Balmes seeks the solution along a totally different path. He notes perceptively that Lacan resolves the problem, the question, by way of making a response out of this question, 25, of perceiving the question as its own answer. That is to say, being and the lack of being coincide, they are the two sides of the same coin. The clearance of the horizon within which things fully are only emerges on condition that something is excluded from it, that something in it is missing at its own place. More precisely, what characterizes a symbolic universe is the minimal gap between its elements and places they occupy. The two dimensions do not directly coincide, as is the case in the flat positivity of the real, which is why, in the differential order of signifiers, absence as such can count as a positive feature. This brings us back to Lacan's basic ontological hypothesis. In order for this gap between elements and their structural places to occur, some element has to be radically excluded. Lacan's name for this object which is always missing at its own place, which coincides with its own lack, is, of course, the objet patia, as the object cause of desire or surplus enjoyment, a paradoxical object which gives body to the very lack of being. The objet patia is that which should be excluded from the frame of reality, that whose exclusion constitutes and sustains the frame itself. And, as we have just seen, what happens in psychosis is precisely the inclusion of this object into the frame of reality. It appears within reality as the hallucinated object. Point 26. Is it possible to conceive of this tension between the objet A and the frame of reality at the level of the relationship between the visual and auditive dimensions themselves, so that the voice itself would function as the objet of the visual, as the blind spot from which the picture returns the gaze? Therein seems to lie the lesson of the talkies. That is to say, the effect of adding a spoken soundtrack to the silent film was the exact opposite of the expected naturalization, of an even more realistic imitation of life. What occurred from the very beginning of the talking movie was an uncanny autonomization of the voice, baptized by Kion as a cosmetization. 27 The emergence of a voice that is neither attached to an object within diegetic reality nor simply the voice of an external commentator, but a spectral voice which floats freely in a mysterious intermediate domain and thereby acquires a horrifying dimension of omnipresence and omnipotence, the voice of an invisible master. From Fritz Lang's Testament of Dr. Mabius to the mother's voice in Hitchcock's Psycho. In the final scene of Psycho, the mother's voice literally cuts a hole in the visual reality. The screen image becomes a delusive surface, a lure secretly dominated by the bodiless voice of an invisible or absent master, a voice that cannot be attached to any object in the diegetic reality, as if the true subject of enunciation of Norman/Mother's voice is death itself, the skull that we perceive for a brief moment in the fade-out of Norman's face. In his lectures on aesthetics, Hegel mentions an ancient Egyptian sacred statue which, every sunset, as if by a miracle, issued a deeply reverberating sound. This mysterious sound magically resonating from within an inanimate object is a good metaphor for the birth of subjectivity. However, we must be careful here not to miss the tension, the antagonism, between the silent scream and the vibrant tone, the moment when the silent scream resounds. The true object voice is mute, stuck in the throat, and what actually reverberates is the void. Resonance always takes place in a vacuum. The tone as such is originally the lament for the lost object. The object is there as long as the sound remains silent. The moment it resounds, the moment it spills out, the object is evacuated, and this voidance gives birth to dolor, the barred subject lamenting the loss of the object. This lament, of course, is deeply ambiguous. The ultimate horror would be that of an object voice coming too close to us, so that the reverberation of the voice is at the same time a conjuration destined to keep the voice object at sufficient distance. We can now answer the simple question: why do we listen to music? In order to avoid the horror of the encounter with the voice qua object. What Rilke said of beauty goes also for music: it is a lure, a screen, the last curtain protecting us from directly confronting the horror of the object. When the intricate musical tapestry disintegrates or collapses into a pure unarticulated scream, we approach voice qua object. In this precise sense, as Lacan points out, voice and silence relate as figure and ground. Silence is not the ground against which the figure of a voice emerges, quite the contrary. The reverberating sound itself provides the ground which renders visible the figure of silence. We have thus arrived at the formula of the relationship between voice and image. The voice does not simply persist at a different level with regard to what we see, it rather points towards a gap in the field of the visible, towards the dimension of what eludes our gaze. In other words, their relationship is mediated by an impossibility. Ultimately, we hear things because we cannot see everything. Point 28. The next step is to reverse the logic of the voice as the filler of the body's constitutive gap, the obverse of the voice that gives body to what we can never see, to what eludes our gaze, is an image that makes present the failure of the voice. An image can emerge as the placeholder for a sound which does not yet resonate but remains stuck in the throat. Munch's scream, for example, is by definition silent. In front of this painting, we hear with our eyes. However, the parallel is here by no means perfect. To see what one cannot hear is not the same as to hear what one cannot see. Voice and gaze relate to each other as life and death. The voice vivifies, whereas the gaze mortifies. For that reason, hearing oneself speaking, as Derrida has demonstrated, is the very kernel, the fundamental matrix, of experiencing oneself as a living being, while its counterpart at the level of the gaze, seeing oneself looking, unmistakably stands for death. When the gaze qua object is no longer the elusive blind spot in the field of the visible but is included in this field, one meets one's own death. Suffice it to recall how, in the uncanny encounter with a double, what eludes our gaze is always his eyes. The double strangely seems always to look askew, never to return our gaze by looking straight into our eyes the moment he were to do so, our life would be over. 29. It was Schopenhauer who claimed that music brings us into contact with the Ding and Sich, it renders directly the drive of the life substance that words can only signify. For that reason, music seizes the subject in the real of his or her being, bypassing the detour of meaning. In music, we hear what we cannot see, the vibrating life force beneath the flow of Vorstellungen. But what happens when this flux of life substance is itself suspended, discontinued? At this point, an image emerges, an image that stands for absolute death, for death beyond the cycle of death and rebirth, corruption and generation. Far more horrifying than to see with our ears, to hear the vibrating life substance beyond visual representation, this blind spot in the field of the visible is to hear with our eyes, to see the absolute silence that marks the suspension of life, as in Caravaggio's Testa di Medusa. Is not the scream of the Medusa by definition silent, stuck in the throat, and does not this painting provide an image of the moment at which the voice fails? 30. Against this background of hearing what one cannot see and seeing what one cannot hear, it is possible to delineate the illusory locus of the metaphysics of presence. Let us return for a brief moment to the difference between hearing oneself speaking and seeing oneself looking. Only the second case involves reflection proper, namely the act of recognizing oneself in an image, while in the first case we are dealing with the illusion of an immediate auto-affection which precludes even the minimal self-distance implied by the notion of recognizing oneself in one's mirror image. In contrast to Derrida, one is tempted to assert that the founding illusion of the metaphysics of presence is not simply that of hearing oneself speaking, but rather a kind of short circuit between hearing oneself speaking and seeing oneself looking, a seeing oneself looking in the mode of hearing oneself speaking, a gaze that regains the immediacy of vocal auto-affection. In other words, we should always bear in mind that, from Plato's Theoria onwards, metaphysics relies on the predominance of seeing. So how are we to combine this with hearing oneself speaking? Metaphysics resides precisely in the notion of a self-mirroring seeing which would abolish the distance of reflection and attain the immediacy of hearing oneself speaking. In other words, metaphysics stands for the illusion that, in the antagonistic relationship between seeing and hearing, it is possible to abolish the discord, the impossibility, that mediates between the two terms and to conflate them in a unique experience of seeing in the mode of hearing. True, the experience of s'entendre parler grounds the illusion of the transparent self-presence of the speaking subject, however, is not the voice at the same time that which undermines most radically the subject's self-presence and self-transparency? I hear myself speaking, yet what I hear is never fully myself but a parasite, a foreign body at the very heart of me. This stranger in myself acquires positive existence in different guises, from the voice of conscience and the voice of the hypnotist to the persecutor in paranoia. The voice is that which, in the signifier, resists meaning, it stands for the opaque inertia which cannot be recuperated by meaning. It is only the dimension of writing which accounts for the stability of meaning, or, to quote the immortal words of Samuel Goldwyn, a verbal agreement isn't worth the paper it's written on. As such, the voice is neither dead nor alive, its primordial phenomenological status is rather that of the living dead, of a spectral apparition which somehow survives its own death, namely the eclipse of meaning. In other words, while it is true that the life of a voice can be opposed to the dead letter of the written word, this life is the uncanny life of an undead monster, not the healthy, living self-presence of meaning. To make manifest this uncanny voice, it is sufficient to cast a cursory glance at the history of music, which reads as a kind of counter-history to the usual story of Western metaphysics as the domination of voice over writing. What we encounter here again and again is a voice that threatens the established order and which thus has to be brought under control, subordinated to the rational articulation of the spoken and written word, fixed in writing. In order to designate the danger that lurks here, Lacan coined the neologism jouissance, enjoyment in meaning, the moment at which the singing voice cuts loose from its anchoring in meaning and accelerates into destructive self-enjoyment. The problem is thus always the same: how are we to prevent the voice from sliding into a destructive self-enjoyment that effeminizes the reliable masculine word? The voice functions here as a supplement in the Derridean sense, One tries to restrain it, to regulate it, to subordinate it to the articulated word, yet one cannot dispense with it altogether, since a proper dosage is vital for the exercise of power. However, this brief description may create the wrong impression that we are dealing with a simple opposition between the repressive articulated word and the transgressive voice, on the one hand, the articulated word that disciplines and regulates the voice as a means of asserting social discipline and authority, on the other, the self-enjoying voice which acts as the medium of liberation, breaking the disciplinary chains of law and order. But what about the U.S. Marine Corps' mesmeric marching chants with their debilitating rhythm and sadistically sexualized content? Are they not an exemplary case of consuming self-enjoyment in the service of power? The excess of the voice is thus radically undecidable. The grandmother's voice. The magic power of the voice as object is perhaps best rendered towards the end of Chapter 1 of Marcel Proust's The Guermantes Way, part of his In Search of Lost Time. 31 In a memorable scene, the narrator Marcel, using the phone for the first time, talks to his grandmother. After a few seconds of silence, suddenly I heard that voice which I supposed myself, mistakenly, to know so well, for always until then, every time that my grandmother had talked to me, I had been accustomed to follow what she was saying on the open score of her face, in which the eyes figured so largely, but her voice itself I was hearing this afternoon for the first time. And because that voice appeared to me to have altered in its proportions from the moment that it was a whole, and reached me in this way alone and without the accompaniment of her face and features, I discovered for the first time how sweet that voice was. It was sweet, but also how sad it was, first of all on account of its very sweetness, a sweetness drained almost more than any but a few human voices can ever have been of every element of resistance to others, of all selfishness. Fragile by reason of its delicacy, it seemed at every moment ready to break, to expire in a pure flow of tears. Then, too, having it alone beside me, seen, without the mask of her face, I noticed for the first time the sorrows that had scarred it in the course of a lifetime. Proust's very precise description here uncannily points forward to Lacanian theory. The voice is subtracted from its natural totality of the body to which it belongs, out of which it emerges as an autonomous partial object, an organ magically capable of surviving without the body whose organ it is as if it stands alone beside me, seen, without the mask of her face. This subtraction withdraws it from reality into the virtual domain of the real, where it persists as an undead spectre haunting the subject, Granny. I cried to her, Granny, and would have kissed her, but I had beside me only that voice, a phantom, as impalpable as that which would come perhaps to revisit me when my grandmother was dead. As such, this voice signals simultaneously a distance and an obscene over-proximity, a presence more intimate, more penetrating, than that of a body in front of us. A real presence indeed, that voice so near in actual separation. But a premonition also of an eternal separation. Over and again, as I listened in this way, without seeing her who spoke to me from so far away, it has seemed to me that the voice was crying to me from depths out of which one does not rise again, and I have known the anxiety that was one day to wring my heart when a voice should thus return. The term anxiety is to be read in the precise Lacanian sense. For Lacan, anxiety does not signal the loss of the object, but, on the contrary, its over-proximity. Anxiety arises when the objet falls directly into reality, appears in it, which is precisely what happens when Marcel hears the grandmother's voice separated from her body and discovers for the first time how sweet that voice was. This sweetness is, of course, the extracted quintessence which led to Marcel's intense libidinal investment in the grandmother. This, incidentally, is how psychoanalysis approaches the libidinal subjective impact of new technological inventions. Technology is a catalyzer. It enlarges and enhances something which is already here. 32 In this case, a phantasmatic virtual fact, like that of a partial object. 33 And, of course, this realization changes the entire constellation. Once a fantasy is realized, once a phantasmatic object directly appears in reality, reality is no longer the same. Here we might mention the sex gadget industry. One can find today on the market a so-called stamina training unit, a masturbatory device which resembles a battery light. It works by putting the erect penis into the opening at the top and moving the device up and down until satisfaction is achieved. The product is available in different colors, widths, and forms that imitate all three main orifices. What one is offered here is simply the partial object alone, minus the embarrassing additional burden of a whole person. The fantasy is thus directly realized, which changes the entire libidinal economy of sexual relations. This brings us to the key question: what happens to the body when it is separated from its voice, when the voice is subtracted from the wholeness of the person? For a brief moment, we see a world robbed of fantasy, of the effective frame and sense, a world out of joint. 34 Grandmother appears to Marcel outside the phantasmatic horizon of meaning, the rich texture of his previous long experience of her as a warm, charming person. All of a sudden, he sees her red-faced, heavy and common, sick, lost in thought, following the lines of a book with eyes that seemed hardly sane, a dejected old woman whom I did not know. Seen after the fateful phone conversation, deprived of the fantasy frame, the grandmother is like a beached squid, a creature which moves elegantly in the water but turns into a disgusting piece of slimy flesh once out of it. Here is Proust's precise description of this effect. Entering the drawing room before my grandmother had been told of my return, I found her there, reading. I was in the room, or rather I was not yet in the room since she was not aware of my presence, and, like a woman whom one surprises at a piece of work which she will lay aside if anyone comes in, she had abandoned herself to a train of thoughts which she had never allowed to be visible by me. Of myself, thanks to that privilege which does not last but which one enjoys during the brief moment of return, the faculty of being a spectator, so to speak, of one's own absence, there was present only the witness, the observer, with a hat and traveling coat, the stranger who does not belong to the house, the photographer who has called to take a photograph of places which one will never see again. The process that mechanically occurred in my eyes when I caught sight of my grandmother was indeed a photograph. We never see the people who are dear to us save in the animated system, the perpetual motion of our incessant love for them, which before allowing the images that their faces present to reach us catches them in its vortex, flings them back upon the idea that we have always had of them, makes them adhere to it, coincide with it. But if, in place of our eye, it should be a purely material object, a photographic plate, that has watched the action, then what we shall see, in the courtyard of the Institute, for example, will be, instead of the dignified emergence of an academician who is going to hail a cab, his staggering gait, his precautions to avoid tumbling upon his back, the parabola of his fall, as though he were drunk, or the ground frozen over. So is it when some casual sport of chance prevents our intelligent and pious affection from coming forward in time to hide from our eyes what they ought never to behold, when it is forestalled by our eyes, and they, arising first in the field and having it to themselves, set to work mechanically, like films, and show us, in place of the loved friend who has long ago ceased to exist but whose death our affection has always hitherto kept concealed from us, the new person whom 100 times daily that affection has clothed with a dear and cheating likeness. I, for whom my grandmother was still myself, I who had never seen her save in my own soul, always at the same place in the past, through the transparent sheets of contiguous, overlapping memories, suddenly in our drawing room which formed part of a new world, that of time, that in which dwell the strangers of whom we say he's begun to age a good deal, for the first time and for a moment only, since she vanished at once, I saw, sitting on the sofa, beneath the lamp, red-faced, heavy and common, sick, lost in thought, following the lines of a book with eyes that seemed hardly sane, a dejected old woman whom I did not know. This passage should read against its implicit Kantian background: a network screens our raw perceptions of beloved persons, that is, before allowing the images that their faces present to reach us, catches them in its vortex, flings them back upon the idea that we have always had of them, makes them adhere to it, coincide with it, this network the complex web of past experiences, affections, etc., which colors our raw perceptions, plays exactly the role of a transcendental horizon which makes our reality meaningful. When deprived of this network, of the phantasmatic coordinates of meaning, we are no longer engaged participants in the world, we find ourselves confronted with things in their noumenal dimension. For a moment, we see them the way they are in themselves, independently of us, or, as Proust puts it in a wonderful formula, one becomes a spectator, so to speak, of one's own absence. Once the fantasy object is subtracted from reality, it is not only the observed reality which changes, but also the observing subject himself. He is reduced to a gaze observing how things look in his own absence. And is not this, precisely, the feature which makes the cameras so uncanny? Is not a camera our eye separated from our body, drifting around and recording how things look in our absence? So, to recapitulate, the grandmother's voice, heard on the telephone, separated from her body, surprises Marcel. It is a voice of a frail old woman, not the voice of the grandmother he remembers. And the point is that this experience colors his perception of the grandmother. When he later visits her in person, he perceives her in a new way, as a strange old woman drowsing over her book, overburdened with age, flushed and coarse, no longer the charming and caring grandmother he remembered. This is how voice as an autonomous partial object can affect our entire perception of the body to which it belongs. The lesson is precisely that the direct experience of the unity of a body, where the voice seems to fit its organic whole, involves a necessary mystification. In order to get to the truth, one has to tear this unity apart, to focus on one of its aspects in isolation, and then to allow this element to color our entire perception. In other words, what we find here is another case of Freud's anti-hermeneutic motto that one should interpret en detail, not en masse. To locate every feature of a human being in the organic whole of the person is to miss not only its meaning, but the true meaning of the whole itself. In this sense also, person and subject are to be opposed. The subject is decentered with regard to person, it obtains its minimal consistency from a singular feature, the objet petit, the object cause of desire. What we have to renounce is thus the common sense notion of a primordial, fully constituted reality in which sight and sound harmoniously complement each other. The moment we enter the symbolic order, an unbridgeable gap separates forever a human body from its voice. The voice acquires a spectral autonomy, it never quite belongs to the body we see speaking, there is always a minimum of ventriloquism at work, it is as if the speaker's own voice hollows him out and in a sense speaks by itself, through him. 35 In other words, their relationship is mediated by an impossibility. Ultimately, we hear things because we cannot see everything. When, in narrating the myth of the cave, Socrates describes the prisoners who can see only shadows on the wall in front of them, he asks, and if their prison had an echo from the wall opposite them, when one of the passers-by uttered a sound, do you think that they would suppose anything else than the passing shadow to be the speaker? 36 Does he not thereby refer to the gap between the speaking body and the speaking voice which is constitutive of our experience of a speaking subject? One can thus even go on to claim that this gap is that of castration, so that the ultimate modernist dream of seeing voices is the dream of entering a universe where castration is suspended. No wonder the Talmud declares that the elect have seen the voices. This is why directors like Eisenstein, Chaplin, and even Hitchcock were so resistant to embracing sound, as if they wanted to prolong their sojourn in the silent paradise in which castration is suspended. Hitchcock himself expected his spectators to have auditory eyes. 37 The disembodied seductive voice which threatens to swallow us thus simultaneously bears witness to the fact of castration. This same lesson, concerning the tension between bodily appearance and the voice as eccentric partial object, is given a sexualized twist in the story of Jacob. Jacob fell in love with Rachel and wanted to marry her. Her father, however, wanted him to marry Leah, Rachel's elder sister. So that Jacob would not be tricked by the father or by Leah, Rachel taught him how to recognize her at night in bed. Before the sexual act, Rachel felt guilty towards her sister and told her what the signs were. Leah asked Rachel what would happen if Jacob recognized her voice. So the decision was taken that Rachel would lie under the bed, and while Jacob was making love to Leah, Rachel would make the sounds, so he would not recognize that he was having sex with the wrong sister. 38. In Shakespeare's All's Well That Ends Well, we can also imagine Diana hidden beneath the bed where Helen and Bertram are copulating, making the appropriate sounds so that Bertram will not realize he is not having sex with her, her voice serving as the support for the phantasmatic dimension. Shakespeare's As You Like It proposes a different version of this logic of double deception. Orlando is passionately in love with Rosalind who, in order to test his love, disguises herself as Ganymede and, as a male companion, interrogates Orlando about his love. She even takes on the personality of Rosalind and persuades her friend Celia to marry them in a mock ceremony. Here Rosalind literally feigns to be what she is, truth itself, in order to win, has to be staged in a redoubled deception in a homologous way to All's Well, in which marriage, in order to be asserted, has to be consummated in the guise of an extramarital affair. 39. What then is the relation between the voice and the triad imaginary symbolic real? When Pascal, as a Jansenist, says that the authentic image of God is speech, we should take this claim literally and insist on image as the encompassing term whose subspecies is speech. Pascal's point is not simply the standard iconoclastic one that speech, not the visual image, is the domain of the divine. It is rather that speech remains a paradoxical image which sublates itself as image and thus avoids the trap of idolatry. Speech deprived of its mediation by image disintegrates in itself, as meaningful speech. For a Lacanian, the solution is simple: we should read the claim about speech being the true image of God together with the Jansenists' basic thesis on the Dukkhash. The word changes God into the void in the image, into what is hidden in and by the image we see. The image thus becomes a screen which offers itself as visible in order to conceal what is invisible in the sense of the dialectic of appearance deployed by Lacan. The symbolic is appearance as appearance, a screen which hides not another true content, but the fact that there is nothing to hide. In other words, the true function of a deceptive screen is not to conceal what lies behind it, but, precisely, to create and sustain the illusion that there is something it is hiding. The master and its spectre. This notion of the lacking other also opens up a new approach to fantasy, conceived as precisely an attempt to fill out this lack of the other, to reconstitute the consistency of the big other. 40 For that reason, fantasy and paranoia are inherently linked. At its most elementary, paranoia is a belief in an other of the other, in another other who, hidden behind the other of the explicit social reality, controls the unforeseen effects of social life and thus guarantees its consistency. This paranoid stance has acquired a further boost with the ongoing digitalization of our daily lives. It is easy to imagine, once our existence is entirely externalized, materialized in the big other of the global computer network, an evil programmer erasing our digital identity and thus depriving us of our social existence, turning us into non-persons. In the domain of ideology, the primordial phantasmatic object, the mother of all ideological objects, is the object of anti-Semitism, the so-called conceptual Jew. Beneath the chaos of the market, the degradation of morals, and so on, there lies the Jewish plot. According to Freud, the attitude of the male subject towards castration involves a paradoxical splitting. I know that castration is not an actual threat, that it will not really occur, yet I am nonetheless haunted by its prospect. And the same goes for the figure of the conceptual Jew. He does not exist, but for that reason I fear him even more. In short, the very non-existence of the Jew in reality functions as the main argument for anti-Semitism. That is to say, anti-Semitic discourse constructs the figure of the Jew as a phantom-like entity to be found nowhere in reality, and then uses this very gap between the conceptual Jew and actually existing Jews as the ultimate argument for anti-Semitism. We are thus caught in a kind of vicious circle. The more things appear to be normal, the more suspicion they arouse and the more panic-stricken we become. In this respect, the Jew is like the maternal phallus. There is no such thing in reality, but for that very reason, its phantom-like, spectral presence gives rise to an unbearable anxiety. Therein consists also the most succinct definition of the Lacanian real: the more my reasoning tells me that X is not possible, the more its specter haunts me, like the proverbial courageous Englishman who not only didn't believe in ghosts but was not even afraid of them. A homology imposes itself here between the conceptual Jew and the name of the Father. In the latter case, we also have a split between knowledge and belief. The empirical Father never lives up to his name, to his symbolic mandate, and insofar as he does live up to it, we are dealing with a psychotic constellation. Is not the transubstantiation, the sublation, of the real Father into the name of the Father therefore strictly homologous to the transubstantiation of the empirical Jew into the conceptual Jew? Is not the gap that separates actual Jews from the phantasmatic figure of the conceptual Jew of the same nature as the gap that separates the empirical, always deficient person of the Father from the name of the Father, from his symbolic mandate? In both cases, a real person acts as the personification of an irreal, fictitious agency, the actual Father as a stand-in for the agency of symbolic authority, and the actual Jew as a stand-in for the phantasmatic figure of the conceptual Jew. Convincing as it may sound, this homology has to be rejected as deceptive. In the case of the Jew, the standard logic of symbolic castration is reversed. In what, precisely, does symbolic castration consist? A real Father exerts authority only insofar as he posits himself as the embodiment of a transcendent symbolic agency, that is, insofar as he accepts that it is not himself, but the big other who speaks through him. Therein lies the ultimate lesson of the Freudian myth of parricide, of the primordial Father who, after his violent death, returns stronger than ever in the guise of his name, as a symbolic authority. If the real Father is to exert paternal symbolic authority, he must in a sense die while alive. It is his identification with the dead letter of the symbolic mandate that bestows authority on his person, or, to paraphrase the old anti-Native American slogan, only a dead father is a good father. For this reason, our experience of the paternal figure necessarily oscillates between lack and surplus. There is always too much or not enough of the Father, never the right measure. Either he is wanting as presence or, in his presence, he is all too much. Here 41. On the one hand, we have the recurrent motif of the absent Father, blamed for everything up to and including the crime rate among adolescents. On the other hand, when the Father is effectively there, his presence is necessarily experienced as disturbing, vulgar, boastful, indecent, incompatible with the dignity of parental authority, as if his presence as such is already an obtrusive excess. This dialectic of lack and excess accounts for the paradoxical inversion in our relationship to a figure of power. When this figure no longer successfully performs his function, when he no longer fully exerts his power, this lack is necessarily perceived as an excess. The ruler is reproached for having too much authority, as if we were dealing with a brutal excess of power. This paradox is typical of the pre-revolutionary situation. The more a regime is uncertain of itself, of its legitimacy, the more it hesitates and makes concessions to the opposition, the more it is attacked by the opposition as a tyranny. The opposition, of course, acts here as a hysteric, since its reproach concerning the regime's excessive exercise of power conceals its exact opposite. Its true reproach is that the regime is not strong enough, that it does not live up to its mandate of power. Another homology that has to be rejected for the same reasons is that between the name of the Father and the phantasmatic woman. Lacan's woman doesn't exist does not mean that no empirical, flesh and blood woman is ever she, that she cannot ever live up to the inaccessible ideal of woman. The gap that forever separates any empirical woman from woman is not the same as the gap between an empty symbolic function and its empirical bearer. The problem with woman is, on the contrary, that it is not possible to formulate her empty ideal symbolic function. This is what Lacan has in mind when he asserts that woman does not exist. The impossible woman is not a symbolic fiction, but again a phantasmatic spectre whose support is objet, not S1. The one who does not exist in the same sense as woman does not exist is the primordial Father enjoyment, which is why his status is correlative to that of woman. The trouble with most criticisms of Lacan's phallocentrism is that, as a rule, they refer to the phallus and or castration in a preconceptual, common-sense metaphorical way, within standard feminist film studies. For example, Every time a man behaves aggressively towards a woman or asserts his authority over her, one can be fairly sure his actions will be designated as phallic. Every time a woman is framed, rendered helpless, cornered, and so forth, her experience will most likely be designated as castrating. What gets lost here is precisely the paradox of the phallus as the signifier of castration. If we are to assert our phallic authority, the price to be paid is that we have to renounce the position of agent and consent to function as the medium through which the big other acts and speaks. Insofar as the phallus qua signifier designates the agency of symbolic authority, its crucial feature therefore resides in the fact that it is not mine, the organ of a living subject, but a place at which a foreign power intervenes and inscribes itself onto my body, a place at which the big other acts through me. In short, the fact that the phallus is a signifier means above all that it is structurally an organ without a body, somehow detached from my body. This crucial feature of the phallus, its detachability, becomes clearly visible in the use of the plastic artificial phallus in lesbian sadomasochistic practices, where it circulates as a plaything. The phallus is far too serious a thing for its use to be left to stupid creatures like men. 42. There is, however, a pivotal difference between this symbolic authority guaranteed by the phallus as the signifier of castration and the spectral presence of the conceptual Jew. Although in both cases we are dealing with the split between knowledge and belief, the two splits are of a fundamentally different nature. In the first case, the belief concerns the visible public symbolic authority, whereas in the second case, what I believe in is the power of an invisible spectral apparition. 43 The phantasmatic conceptual Jew is not a paternal figure of symbolic authority, a castrated bearer or medium of public authority, but something decidedly different, a kind of uncanny double of the public authority that perverts its proper logic. He has to act in the shadow, invisible to the public eye, irradiating a phantom-like, spectral omnipotence. On account of this unfathomable, elusive status of the kernel of his identity, the Jew is in contrast to the castrated father perceived as uncastratable. The more his actual, social, public existence is cut short, the more threatening his elusive phantasmatic existence becomes. 44. This phantasmatic logic of an invisible and for that very reason all-powerful master was clearly at work in the way the figure of Abimael Guzman Presidente Gonzalo, the leader of Sendero Luminoso in Peru, functioned prior to his arrest. The fact that his very existence was doubted only added to his power. The mysterious master criminal Kaiser Soze, from Bryan Singer's The Usual Suspects, is another example. Again, it is not clear whether he exists at all. As one of the characters in the film puts it, I don't believe in God, but I'm nonetheless afraid of him. People are afraid to see him or, once forced to confront him face to face, to mention this to others. His identity is kept highly secret. At the end of the film, it is disclosed that Kaiser Soze is in fact the most miserable of the group of suspects, a limping, self-humiliating wimp, like Alberich in Richard Wagner's Ring der Nibelungen. What is crucial is this very contrast between the omnipotence of the invisible agent of power and the way the same agent is reduced to a crippled weakling once his identity is made public. The phantasmatic feature that accounts for the power exerted by such a master figure is not his symbolic place but an act in which he has displayed his ruthless will and readiness to dispense altogether with ordinary human considerations. In short, the difference between the name of the Father and the conceptual Jew is the difference between a symbolic fiction and a phantasmatic spectre. In Lacanian algebra, between S1, the master signifier, and the objet petit. 45 When the subject is endowed with symbolic authority, he acts as an appendix of his symbolic title, that is, it is the big other who acts through him. In the case of the spectral presence, in contrast, the power I exert relies on something in me more than myself, best exemplified by numerous science fiction thrillers from Alien to Hidden, an indestructible foreign body that stands for the pre-symbolic life substance, a nauseous mucus parasite that invades my insides and takes over. So, back to Chabrol's joke about the millionaire, when someone says they love me not because of myself but because of my symbolic standing, my predicament is decidedly better than when I am told that I am loved because somebody feels the presence in me of something more than myself. If a millionaire loses his millions, the partner who loved him for his wealth will simply lose interest and abandon him, with no deep trauma involved. If, however, I am loved because of something in me more than myself, the very intensity of this love can easily convert into a no less passionate hatred, a violent attempt to annihilate the surplus object in me that disturbs my partner. 46 One can therefore sympathize with the poor millionaire's plight. It is far more comforting to know that a woman loves me for my millions. This awareness allows me to maintain a safe distance, to avoid getting caught up in the relationship too intensely, exposing to the other the very kernel of my being. When the other sees in me something more than myself, the path is wide open for the paradoxical short circuit between love and hate, for which Lacan coined the neologism enamoration. 47. The two sides of fantasy. This duality of symbolic fiction and spectral apparition can also be discerned in the utter ambiguity that surrounds the notion of fantasy. The latter offers an exemplary case of the dialectical coincidentia oppositorum. On the one hand, fantasy on its beatific side, in its stabilizing dimension, the dream of a state without disturbances, out of reach of human depravity; on the other hand, fantasy in its destabilizing dimension, whose elementary form is envy, all that irritates me about the other, images that haunt me of what he or she might be doing when out of my sight, of how he or she deceives me and plots against me, of how he or she ignores me and indulges in an enjoyment so intense it lies beyond my capacity to represent it, and so on. Does not the fundamental lesson of so-called totalitarianism concern the codependence of these two aspects of the notion of fantasy? Those who claim to have fully realized fantasy 1 had to have recourse to fantasy 2 in order to explain their failure. The foreclosed obverse of the Nazis' harmonious Volksgemeinschaft returned in the guise of their paranoiac obsession with the Jewish plot. Similarly, the Stalinists' compulsive discovery of ever new enemies of socialism was the inescapable obverse of their pretense to have realized the ideal of the new socialist man. Fantasy 1 and Fantasy 2, symbolic fiction and spectral apparition, are thus two sides of the same coin. Insofar as a community experiences its reality as regulated or structured by Fantasy 1, it has to disavow its inherent impossibility, the antagonism at its very heart, and Fantasy 2 gives body to this disavowal. In short, the success of Fantasy 1 in maintaining its hold depends on the effectiveness of Fantasy 2. Lacan rewrote Descartes' "I think, therefore I am," as "I am the one who thinks, therefore I am," the point being, of course, the non-coincidence of the two ams, and the phantasmatic nature of the second. The pathetic assertion of ethnic identity should be submitted to the same reformulation. The moment "I am French" is rephrased as "I am the one who thinks, therefore I am French," the gap at the core of my self-identity becomes visible, and the function of the conceptual Jew is precisely to render this gap invisible. What, then, is fantasy? The desire realized in fantasy is not the subject's own but the other's desire. That is to say, fantasy, a phantasmatic formation, is an answer to the enigma of Chevaux, which renders the subject's primordial, constitutive position. The original question of desire is not directly "what do I want," but "what do others want from me? What do they see in me? What am I for others?" A small child is embedded in a complex network of relations, serving as a kind of catalyst and battlefield for the desires of those around him. His father, mother, brothers and sisters, and so on, fight out their battles around him. While being well aware of this role, the child cannot fathom what object he is for the others, or the exact nature of the games they are playing around him. Fantasy provides him with an answer to this enigma at its most fundamental level. Fantasy tells me what I am for my others. It is again anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic paranoia, which reveals in an exemplary way this radically intersubjective character of fantasy. The social fantasy of the Jewish plot is an attempt to provide an answer to the question, "What does society want from me?" to unearth the meaning of the murky events in which I am forced to participate. For that reason, the standard theory of projection, according to which the anti-Semite projects onto the figure of the Jew the disavowed part of himself, is inadequate. The figure of conceptual Jew cannot be reduced to being an externalization of the anti-Semite's inner conflict. On the contrary, it bears witness to the fact that the subject is originally decentered, part of an opaque network whose meaning and logic elude its control. On that account, the question of la traversée du fantasme is not only crucial for the psychoanalytic cure and its conclusion in our era of renewed racist tension, of universalized anti-Semitism, it is perhaps also the foremost political question. The impotence of the traditional Enlightenment attitude is best exemplified by the anti-racist who, at the level of rational argumentation, produces a series of convincing reasons for rejecting the racist other but is nonetheless clearly fascinated by the object of his critique. Consequently, all his defenses disintegrate the moment a real crisis occurs, like in the classical Hollywood film in which the villain, though he will be officially condemned at the end, is nonetheless the focus of our libidinal investment. The foremost problem is not how to denounce and rationally defeat the enemy, a task which can easily result in its strengthening its hold upon us, but how to break its spell. The point of la traversée du fantasme is not to get rid of jouissance. Taking a minimal distance towards fantasy rather means that I, as it were, unhook jouissance from its phantasmatic frame and acknowledge it as that which is properly undecidable, as an indivisible remainder which is neither inherently reactionary, supporting historical inertia, nor a liberating force enabling us to undermine the constraints of the existing order. In his movie version of Kafka's The Trial, Orson Welles accomplishes such a breaking of the phantasmatic spell in an exemplary way by reinterpreting the place and the function of the famous parable before the law. In the film, we hear the story twice. At the very beginning, it serves as a kind of prologue, read and accompanied by ancient engravings projected from lantern slides. Then, shortly before the end, it is told to Joseph K., not by the priest, but by K.'s lawyer, who unexpectedly joins the priest and K. in the cathedral. The action then takes a strange turn and diverges from Kafka's novel even before the lawyer has warmed to his theme. K. cuts him short. "I've heard it. We've heard it all. The door was meant only for him." What ensues is a painful dialogue in which the lawyer advises K to plead insanity by claiming that he is the victim of a diabolical plot hatched by a mysterious state agency. K, however, rejects the role of victim. "I don't pretend to be a martyr. Not even a victim of society. No, I'm not a victim, I'm a member of society." In his final outburst, K then asserts that the true conspiracy consists in the very attempt to persuade subjects that they are victims of irrational, impenetrable forces, that everything is crazy, that the world is absurd and meaningless. When K thereupon leaves the cathedral, two plainclothes policemen are already waiting for him. They take him to an abandoned building site and blow him up. In Wells's version, the reason K is killed is therefore the exact opposite of the reason implied in the novel. He represents a threat to power the moment he unmasks, sees through, the fiction upon which the existing power structure is founded. Wells's reading of The Trial thus differs from both predominant approaches to Kafka, the obscurantist religious as well as the naive enlightened humanist perspectives. According to the former, K is effectively guilty. What makes him guilty is the very protestation of his innocence, his arrogant reliance on naive rational argumentation. The conservative message of this reading that sees K as representative of an enlightened questioning of authority is unmistakable. K himself is the true nihilist, who acts like the proverbial elephant in the china shop. His confidence in public reason renders him totally blind to the mystery of power, to the true nature of bureaucracy. The court appears to K as a mysterious and obscene agency bombarding him with irrational demands and accusations exclusively on account of K's distorted subjectivist perspective. As the priest in the cathedral points out to K, the court is in fact indifferent, it wants nothing from him. In the contrary reading, Kafka is seen as a deeply ambiguous writer who revealed the phantasmatic basis of the totalitarian bureaucratic machinery yet was himself unable to resist its fatal attraction. Therein resides the uneasiness felt by many enlightened readers of Kafka. In the end, did he not participate in the infernal machinery he was describing, thereby strengthening its hold instead of breaking its spell? Although it may seem that Wells aligns himself with the second reading, things are by no means so unequivocal. He, as it were, adds another turn of the screw by raising conspiracy to the power of 2, as Kay puts it in the Wells's version. The true conspiracy of power resides in the very notion of conspiracy, in the notion of some mysterious agency that effectively runs the show, that behind the visible, public power, there lies another obscene, invisible, crazy power structure. This other, hidden law acts the part of the other in the Lacanian sense, the part of the meta-guarantee of the consistency of the big other. Totalitarian regimes were especially skilled in cultivating the myth of a secret parallel power, invisible and for that very reason all-powerful, a kind of organization within the organization, the KGB, Freemasons, or whatever, that compensated for the blatant inefficiency of the public, legal power and thus assured the smooth operation of the social machine. This myth is not only in no way subversive, it serves as the ultimate support of power. The perfect American counterpart to it is J. Edgar Hoover, the personification of the obscene other power behind the president, the shadowy double of the legitimate power. Hoover held onto power by compiling secret files that allowed him to keep the entire political and power elite in check, while he himself regularly indulged in homosexual orgies dressed up as a woman. When K.'s lawyer offers him, as a desperate last resort, the role of playing the martyr victim of a hidden conspiracy, K turns it down, being well aware that by accepting it he would walk into the most perfidious trap of power. This obscene mirage of the other power brings into play the same phantasmatic space as the famous advertisement for Smirnoff vodka, which also deftly manipulates the gap between reality and the other surface of the fantasy space. The camera, placed behind a bottle of vodka on a tray carried by a waiter, wanders around the deck of a luxurious ocean liner. Every time it passes an object, we first see it as it is in its everyday reality, and then, as the transparent glass of the bottle comes between our gaze and the object, we see it distorted in a fantasy dimension. 2 gentlemen in black evening attire become 2 penguins, the necklace around a lady's neck a living snake, stairs a set of piano keys, etc. The court in Kafka's The Trial possesses the same purely phantasmagorical existence. Its predecessor is Klingser's castle in Wagner's Parsifal. Since its hold upon the subject is entirely phantasmatic, it is sufficient to break its spell via a gesture of distanciation, and the court or castle falls to dust. Therein resides the political lesson of Parsifal and of Wells's The Trial. If we are to overcome the effective social power, we have first to break its phantasmatic hold upon us. Point 48. Traversing the fantasy does not mean going outside reality, but vacillating it, accepting its inconsistent non-all. The notion of fantasy as a kind of illusory screen blurring our relation to partial objects may seem to fit perfectly the common-sense idea of what psychoanalysis should do. Of course it should liberate us from the hold of idiosyncratic fantasies and enable us to confront reality the way it is. This, precisely, is what Lacan does not have in mind. What he is aiming at is almost the exact opposite. In our daily existence, we are immersed in reality, but this immersion is disturbed by symptoms which bear witness to the fact that another repressed level of our psyche resists the immersion. To traverse the fantasy therefore means, paradoxically, to fully identify oneself with the fantasy which structures the excess that resists our immersion in daily reality. In Richard Boothby's succinct formulation, traversing the fantasy thus does not mean that the subject somehow abandons its involvement with fanciful caprices and accommodates itself to a pragmatic reality, but precisely the opposite. The subject is submitted to that effect of the symbolic lack that reveals the limit of everyday reality. To traverse the fantasy in the Lacanian sense is to be more profoundly claimed by the fantasy than ever, in the sense of being brought into an ever more intimate relation with that real core of the fantasy that transcends imaging. Point 49. Boothby is right to emphasize the Janus-like structure of a fantasy. A fantasy is simultaneously pacifying, disarming, and shattering, disturbing, inassimilable into our reality. The ideologico-political dimension of this notion of traversing the fantasy was made clear by the unique role the rock group Top Lista Nadrija Lista played during the Bosnian War in the besieged Sarajevo, their ironic performances which, in the midst of the war and hunger, satirized the predicament of the Sarajevan population, acquired a cult status not only in the counterculture, but also among the citizens of Sarajevo in general. Instead of bemoaning their tragic fate, they daringly mobilized all the clichés about stupid Bosnians common in Yugoslavia, fully identifying with them. The point thus made was that the path to true solidarity goes via a direct confrontation with obscene racist fantasies circulating in symbolic space, through a playful identification with them, not through the denial of them on behalf of what people are really like. This brings us to what, for Lacan, is the ultimate ethical trap, to confer on the phantasmatic gesture of deprivation some sacrificial value, something that can only be justified with a reference to a deeper meaning. This seems to be the trap into which The Life of David Gale fell, a film which has the dubious distinction of being the first big Hollywood production to include an explicit Lacanian reference. 50 Kevin Spacey plays a philosophy professor and opponent of the death penalty who, very early on, is seen delivering a course on Lacan's graph of desire. Later, he sleeps with one of his students, loses his job, is shunned by the community, and then gets blamed for the murder of a close female friend, ending up on death row, where a reporter comes to interview him. Initially certain that he is guilty, she begins to have doubts when he tells her, "Think about it, I was one of the biggest opponents of the death penalty, and now I'm on death row." Pursuing her research, Winslet discovers a tape which reveals that he didn't commit the murder, but too late, since he has already been executed. She makes the tape public, however, and the inadequacies of the death penalty are duly revealed. In the last moments of the film, Winslet receives another version of the tape in which the whole truth becomes clear: the allegedly murdered woman in fact killed herself, and Spacey was present as she did so. In other words, Spacey was engaged in an elaborate anti-death penalty activist plot. He sacrificed himself for the greater good of exposing the horror and injustice of death penalty. What makes the film interesting is that, retroactively, we see how this act is grounded in Spacey's reading of Lacan at the film's beginning. From the insight into the phantasmatic support of desire, it draws the conclusion that all human desires are vain, and proposes helping others, right up to sacrificing one's life for them, as the only proper ethical course. Here, measured by the proper Lacanian standards, the film fails. It endorses an ethic of radical self-sacrifice for the good of others. This is why the hero makes sure Winslet receives the final tape, because ultimately he needs the symbolic recognition of his act. No matter how radical the hero's self-sacrifice, the big other is still there. Image and gaze. It is against this background that we should read the mediation between the imaginary and the symbolic in Lacan. The imaginary relates to the scene, while the symbolic as it were redoubles the image, shifting the focus onto what cannot be seen, onto what the image that we see obfuscates or blinds us to. Lacan spells out very precisely the implications of this redoubling. It is not only that, with the symbolic, the imaginary turns into the appearance concealing a hidden reality. The appearance the symbolic generates is that of appearance itself, namely the appearance that there is a hidden reality beneath the visible appearance. The precise name for this appearance of something that has no existence in itself, that exists only in its effects and thus only appears to appear, is virtuality. The virtual is the invisible X, the void whose contours can only be reconstructed from its effects, like a magnetic pole which only exists inasmuch as it attracts the small metal pieces that gather around it. With regard to sexual difference, the fundamental virtual entity, the most elementary invisible X which only appears to appear, is the maternal phallus. The maternal phallus is imagined not directly, but as a forever invisible virtual point of reference. When Lacan spoke of the imaginary register, he was talking about images that could be seen. The pigeon is not interested in the void. If there is a void in the place of the image, the pigeon does not develop there, the insect does not reproduce. But it is a fact that Lacan does not stop talking about the imaginary once he has introduced the symbolic. He still talks a great deal about it, but it is an imaginary that has completely changed its definition. The post-symbolic imaginary is very different from the pre-symbolic imaginary from before the introduction of this register. How is the concept of the imaginary transformed after the symbolic has been introduced? In a very precise way. The most important part of the imaginary is what cannot be seen. In particular, taking the pivot of the clinical practice that, for example, is developed in Seminar 4, La Relation d'Objet, it is the female phallus, the maternal phallus. It is a paradox to call it the imaginary phallus when precisely one cannot see it. It is almost as if it were a question of imagination. In Lacan's celebrated observations and theorizations on the mirror stage, Lacan's imaginary register was essentially linked to perception. While now, when the symbolic is introduced, there is a disjunction between the imaginary and perception, and in some way this imaginary of Lacan is linked to the imagination. This implies the connection of the imaginary and the symbolic, and thus a thesis that is separated from perception. The image is a screen for what cannot be seen. Point 51. Insofar as the maternal phallus is by definition veiled, this brings us to the positive/constitutive ontological function of the veil. The image/screen/veil itself creates the illusion that there is something behind it. As one says in everyday language, with the veil, there is always something left to the imagination. One should take this ontological function at its strongest and most literal. By hiding nothing, the veil creates the space for something to be imagined. The veil is the original operator of creation ex nihilo, or, as Hegel put it in his Phenomenology, behind the so-called curtain which is supposed to conceal the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we go behind it ourselves, as much in order that we may see, as that there may be something behind there which can be seen. 52-10 pages. Earlier, he puts it in even stronger terms: our perception is limited to the sensible world. Beyond this world, there is only the void, and in order that, in this complete void, which is even called the Holy of Holies, there may yet be something, we must fill it up with reveries, appearances, produced by consciousness itself. It would have to be content with being treated so badly, for it would not deserve anything better, since even reveries are better than its own emptiness. 53. What Hegel is saying here is, of course, not that the sensible world is the only real one, and that the true supersensible beyond is only a product of our imagination. The sensible world is a world of vanishing, self-canceling appearances. Therein lies Hegel's idealism, but there is no separate true reality beneath it. The only true reality is the fact that appearances are mere appearances, the transformation of immediate sensible reality into appearance. The supersensible is therefore appearance qua appearance. 54. We thus have two levels of appearance: the appearances of the direct sensible world, and the appearance, within this world of appearances, of objects which are elevated to the dignity of a thing, that is, which give body to or point beyond themselves towards what is beyond appearance. Thanks to the veil, the lack of object is transformed into object, and the beyond makes its entrance in the world. 55. This gap is crucial, and is missed by Buddhist nihilism, where we have only flat appearances and the void. And, in the same way that, as Freud put it, the real inscribes itself in a dream in the guise of a dream within a dream, the real beyond appearances appears as an appearance within appearance, as what Plato called the imitation of imitation. As Lacan perceptively notes, this is why Plato was so adamantly opposed to painting, not because painting is even further away from true reality than the sensible reality it imitates, but because, in it, true reality appears within ordinary sensible reality. The painting doesn't compete with appearance, it competes with what Plato designated as the idea which is beyond appearance. It is because the painting is this appearance which says that it is what gives appearance that Plato rises against painting as against an activity which competes with his own. Point 56. This is why Hitchcock's Vertigo is the ultimate anti-Platonic film, a systematic materialist undermining of the Platonic project, the murderous fury that seizes Scotty when he finally discovers that Judy, whom he has tried to make into Madeline, is the fury of the deceived Platonist when he perceives that the original he wants to remake in a perfect copy is itself already a copy. The shock here is not that the original turns out to be merely a copy, a standard deception against which Platonism continually warns us, but that the copy turns out to be the original. Scotty's shock at the moment of recognition is also a Kafkaesque one. In the same way that, at the end of the parable before the law, the man from the country learns that the door was there only for him, in Vertigo 2, Scotty has to accept that the fascinating spectacle of Madeline, which he was secretly following, was staged for his gaze only, that his gaze was included in it from the very beginning. This brings us to Lacan's implicit theology: if God is the ultimate ground of all things, the reason why there is something rather than nothing, then God is the veil itself. There is something and not nothing thanks to the veil which separates us from the void of nothing. The statement God is the veil has to be read as a Hegelian speculative judgment which unites two opposite contents. God is the ultimate reverie with which our imagination fills in the void behind the veil. God is this veil itself as the ultimate creative power. The image conceals. The image that is showing is both an image that conceals, and that shows in order to conceal. All of Lacan's commentaries on images from that moment revolve around this idea. So the image is something that is presented, and a fortiori when it is a matter of the image in a tableau, the image that is given to be seen is a deception because it veils what is found behind. In this way it repeats a whole classic rhetoric that invites people to be wary, to reject images as deceitful. But at the same time I have said that the image hides at first. I've commented on this: the veil that hides causes what cannot be seen to exist. This is the schema that Lacan presents in Seminar 4, La relation d'objet, on the left, the subject, a point, then the veil, and on the other side, another point, nothingness. Without the veil it is as if there is nothingness. But with the veil between the subject and nothingness everything is possible. One can play with the veil, imagine things. A little bit of simulacra can also help. Where there was nothing before the veil there is, perhaps, something, and at least there is the beyond of the veil, and in this way, through this perhaps, the veil creates something ex nihilo. The veil is a god. Leibniz asks quietly why things exist rather than not. I say quietly because it's a little late. There already is something, and he should have thought about this a little before developing this world. I am addressing the God, who creates ex nihilo. But the veil is how one can respond to Leibniz: if there is something and not nothing, it is because there is a veil somewhere. With this function of the veil, the screen is introduced, this screen that converts the nothing into being. This is important to all of us inasmuch as we have come here dressed. One can hide what there is and, at the same time and in the same manner, what there is not, hiding the object and hiding, at the same time and with the same facility, the lack of the object. Clothing itself is in this movement of showing and hiding. The transvestite shows something and hides it at the same time. Which is to say, he gives something other than what he shows to be seen. Thanks to the veil, the lack of object is transformed into object, and the beyond makes its entrance in the world in such a way that with the veil, as Lacan says, already in the imaginary there is the symbolic rhythm of the subject, the object and the beyond. 57. The consequence of this insight is nothing less than an undermining of both the basic pre-Hegelian philosophical positions, the pre-critical metaphysics of a true substantial reality behind appearances, as well as Kant's critical transcendentalism. In order to fully grasp this consequence, we should take the crucial step from the veil masking the void to the gaze of the other, the gaze as object, the in itself beyond the veil. What the veil masks is not some substantial transcendent reality but the other's gaze, the point from which the other returns the gaze. What I do not see in what I see is the gaze itself, the gaze as object. Hence Lacan's axiom: in every picture, there is a blind spot, and the picture at which I look returns the gaze from this point. It is against this background that one should read Lacan's thesis on the reflexive character of the Freudian drive, as the stance of S. E. Fair. Does not Lacan here point towards the most elementary theatricality of the human condition? Our fundamental striving is not to observe, but to be part of a staged scene, to expose oneself to a gaze, not the determinate gaze of a person in reality, but the non-existing pure gaze of the big other. This is the gaze for which, on ancient Roman aqueducts, the details were carved on the reliefs at the top, invisible to any human eye, the gaze for which the ancient Incas made their gigantic drawings out of stones whose form could be seen only from high up in the air, the gaze for which the Stalinists organized their gigantic public spectacles. To specify this gaze as divine is already to gentrify its status, to deprive it of its acousmatic nature, of the fact that it is a gaze of no one, a gaze freely floating, with no bearer. The two correlative positions, that of the actor on stage and that of the spectator, are not ontologically equivalent or contemporary. We are not originally observers of the drama of reality, but part of the tableau staged for the void of a non-existing gaze, and it is only in a secondary moment that we assume the position of those who look at the stage. The unbearable impossible position is not that of the actor, but that of the observer, of the public. Presence. This brings us to a possible Lacanian definition of fantasy as an imaginary scenario which stages an impossible scene, something that could only be seen from the point of impossibility. Point 58. A fantasy scene is what fully deserves the term auratic presence. Insofar as it involves the point of impossibility, it can also be said to stage the objet petit. And, indeed, does not the Lacanian couple of signifier and objet correspond to the difference between representation and presence? While both are stand-ins, placeholders, of the subject, the signifier represents it, while object shines in its presence. In this sense, we can talk about, I quote Jacques-Alain Miller here, the representation of the subject through the objet, except that the word representation does not suit. Must one posit an expression, a presentation, an identification? 59. Precisely because the objet does not represent the subject, we should not conjoin them, limiting ourselves to putting only a and putting rays about it, rays because of the implicit presence, of presence as effacement of the subject, since, rather than of representation, of expression, of identification, it is a question here of effacement. The subject is present here essentially in its effacement, in its fashion of being effaced, what calls, with a great economy of words, using this neologism, the effacon. Point 60. Lacan's twist here is that this presence of the objet fills in the gap, the failure, of representation. His formula is that of the objet above the bar, beneath which there is s, the signifier of the barred, inconsistent other. The present object is a filler, a stopgap, so when we confront the tension between the symbolic and the real, between meaning and presence, the event of presence which interrupts the smooth running of the symbolic, which transpires in its gaps and inconsistencies, we should focus on the way the real corrodes from within the very consistency of the symbolic. And, perhaps, we should pass from the claim that the intrusion of the real corrodes the consistency of the symbolic to the much stronger claim that the real is nothing but the inconsistency of the symbolic. Heidegger liked to quote a line from Stefan George, Kein Ding sei wo das Wort gebricht, there is no thing where the word breaks down. When talking about the thing, this line should be reversed, ein Ding gibt es nur wo das Wort gebricht, there is a thing only where the word breaks down. The standard notion according to which words represent absent things is here turned around. The thing is a presence which arises where words fail, it is a thing standing for the missing word. In this sense, a sublime object is an object elevated to the dignity of the thing. The void of the thing is not a void in reality, but, primarily, a void in the symbolic, and the sublime object is an object at the place of the failed word. Point 61. This, perhaps, is the most succinct definition of aura. Aura envelopes an object when it occupies a void within the symbolic order. What this implies is that the domain of the symbolic is not all is thwarted from within. Point 62. So, again, what is presence? Imagine a group conversation in which all the participants know that one of them has cancer and also know that everyone in the group knows it. They talk about everything, the new books they have read, movies they have seen, their professional disappointments, politics, just to avoid the topic of cancer. In such a situation, one can say that cancer is fully present, a heavy presence that casts its shadow over everything the participants say and that gets all the heavier the more they try to avoid it. What if, then, the true line of separation is not the one dividing presence and symbolic representation, but the one which runs across this division, splitting from within each of the two moments? It is to the eternal credit of structuralism to have dehermeneuticized the very field of the symbolic, to have treated the signifying texture as independent of the universe of the experience of meaning, and it is the great achievement of the late Lacan's elaborations of the real to have uncovered a dramatic intrusive presence which wreaks havoc upon every meaningful oratic experience of presence. Recall Sartre's nausea, one of the paradigmatic literary approaches to the real. It is very difficult, counterintuitive, to subsume the disgusting slime of the inert real under the category of aura. Is not aura precisely a domestication of the real, a screen that protects us from its dramatic impact? The motif of a presence this side of hermeneutics is central for Lacan, for whom psychoanalysis is not hermeneutics, especially not a deep form. Psychoanalysis deals with the subject contemporary to the rise of the modern real which emerges when meaning is evacuated from reality, not only the scientific real accessible in mathematical formulae, but also, from Schelling to Sartre, the proto-ontological abyss of the inertia of the mere real deprived of any meaning. For Lacan, there is thus no need for a psychoanalytic hermeneutics. Religion does this job perfectly well. Here meaning and sense should be counterposed. Meaning belongs to the big other, it is what guarantees the consistency of our entire field of experience, while sense is a local, contingent occurrence in the sea of nonsense. In Lacanian terms, meaning belongs to the level of all, while sense is non-all. Ultimate meaning is guaranteed by religion, while sense is materialist, something which arises out of nowhere in a magical explosion of, say, an unexpected metaphor. Meaning is an affair of hermeneutics, sense is an affair of interpretation, such as interpreting the sense of a symptom which, precisely, belies and undermines the totality of meaning. Meaning is global, the horizon encompassing details which, in themselves, appear meaningless. Sense is a local occurrence in the field of nonsense. Meaning is threatened from the outside by non-meaning, sense is internal to nonsense, the product of a nonsensical, contingent, or lucky encounter. Things have meaning, but they make sense. Lacan's notion of interpretation is thus opposed to hermeneutics. It involves the reduction of meaning to the signifier's nonsense, not the unearthing of a secret meaning. 63. Even lower, if I may put it in this way, there is the level of what Lacan calls symptoms, as opposed to symptoms signifying knots of jouissance, enjoyment, meaning which directly penetrates the materiality of a letter. 64 Heinrich Kleist's short story Saint Cecilia or the Power of the Voice renders perfectly the voice in its uncanny embodiment of ugly jouissance. It takes place in a German town, torn between Protestants and Catholics, during the 30 Years' War. The Protestants plan to trigger a slaughter in a large Catholic church during midnight mass. 4 people are planted to start making trouble and thus give the signal to the others to cause havoc. However, things take a strange turn when a beautiful nun, allegedly dead, miraculously awakens and leads the chorus in a sublime song. The song mesmerizes the 4 thugs. They are unable to start making trouble, and so, since there is no signal, the night passes peacefully. Even after the event, the 4 Protestants remain numbed. They are locked into an asylum where for years they just sit and pray all day long. At midnight each night, they all promptly stand up and sing the sublime song they had heard on that fateful night. Here, of course, the horror arises, as the original divine singing which exerted such a miraculous, redemptive, pacifying effect becomes, in its repetition, a repulsive and obscene imitation. What we have here is an exemplary case of the Hegelian tautology as the highest contradiction. Voice, the ethereal sublime voice of a church choir encounters itself in its otherness in the grotesque singing of the madman. This effectively inverts the standard version of the obscene turn, that of the gentle girl's face all of a sudden distorted by rage as she starts to swear and spit out unspeakable blasphemies. This common version reveals the horror and corruption beneath the gentle surface. The semblance of innocence disintegrates. All of a sudden we perceive the intense obscenity behind it. What can be worse than this? Precisely what takes place in Kleist's story. The ultimate horror does not occur when the mask of innocence disintegrates, but rather when the sublime text is appropriated by the wrong speaker. In the standard version, we have the right object in the wrong place, while in Kleist the wrong object in the right place produces a much stronger profanation. 2 questions nonetheless arise here. How does this subversive practice relate to the similar practice of obscene marching chants? Where is the difference? Why is the first practice subversive and the second not? Furthermore, what would have been a parallel procedure for subverting the ruling ideology in the state socialist regimes? There is a song which comes pretty close to it, the 8.40-minute-long Gruisen die Partei, composed in 1976 by Paul Dessau, with words by again, Heiner Müller, putting together quotes from a speech by Erich Honecker, then General Secretary of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany. The legend of Honecker as a misrecognized poet was one of the GDR's standard jokes. The idea was to take a passage from one of his speeches and add a new line every few words, thereby creating an abstract modern poem. In Müller-Dessau's greeting to the party, a supreme example of what the Germans called Polit-Byzantinismus, this joke is realized in such a way that it is not clear whether Müller intended it as a secret parody, whether he wrote the words with his fingers crossed. What stands out is the extreme disparity, tension even, between the thoroughly modernist, non-melodic, atonal music and the utter banality of the words. Here are the first three Honecker poems. Great things were achieved. With the force of the people and for the well-being of the people. In the fraternal link with the Soviet Union. Never was so much done. In the community of socialist states. For peace and security. For the freedom of the people. Many things remain to be done. In the communist way. Year after year. The obscenity reaches its peak in the last poem where, towards its end, in a celebration of the ongoing passage from socialism to communism, the harsh declarations and injunctions, accompanied by rather brutal drum beatings, momentarily morph into a much softer and silent chant, like the climax of a religious hymn, signaling how, after the hard struggle of our epoch of socialism, the harmony of communism will win the day. Today everybody can see. Imperialism is in retreat. Progress is marching forward. With the power of the entire people. From the present of socialism to the future of communism. 65. The frontier between the sublime and the ridiculous is here effectively undecidable. One need only imagine Honecker, after a speech at the party congress, singing these words accompanied by a chorus and orchestra, to find oneself in the middle of the Marx Brothers duck soup. But perhaps laughing at such spectacles is all too easy. Perhaps it makes us miss their true addressee, the same imagined or inexistent gaze as the Inca's impossible gaze from above. In short, the most elementary phantasmatic notion is not that of a fascinating scene to be looked at, but the notion that there is someone out there looking at us, not a dream but the notion that we are characters in someone else's dream. Far from signaling a subjective pathology, such a phantasmatic gaze is a sine qua non of our normality, in contrast to psychosis, where this gaze appears as part of reality. To make this crucial point clear, let us begin by clarifying the status of the gaze and the voice in psychoanalytic theory, where we must always keep in mind their different status in neurosis, psychosis, and perversion. 66. In neurosis, we are dealing with hysterical blindness or loss of the voice, that is, the voice or gaze are incapacitated. In psychosis, on the contrary, there is a surplus of the gaze or voice, for a psychotic experiences himself as gazed upon or he hears non-existing voices. 67. In contrast to both these stances, a pervert uses the voice or gaze as an instrument, he does things with them. The couple gaze and voice should also be linked to the couple Sachvorstellungen and Wortvorstellungen. The representations of things involve the gaze, we see things, while the representations of words involve the voice, we hear words. Furthermore, the gaze and the voice are linked, respectively, to the ID and the superego. The gaze mobilizes the scopic drive, while the voice is the medium of the superego agency which exerts pressure on the subject. But one should also bear in mind here that the superego draws its energy from the ID, which means that the superego voice also mobilizes drives. In terms of the drives, the voice and the gaze are thus related as eros and then eidos, life drive and death drive. The gaze side rates, side tracks, transfixes, or immobilizes the subject's face, turning the subject into a Medusa-like petrified entity. The insight into the real mortifies, it stands for death, while the seductive voice stands for the pre-Oedipal maternal link beyond/beneath the law, for the umbilical cord which vivifies. The relationship between the four partial objects is that of a square structured along the two axes of demand/desire and to the other/from the other. The oral object involves a demand addressed to the other, while the anal object involves a demand from the other. In a homologous way, the scopic object involves a desire addressed to the other, while the vocal object involves a desire from the other. To put it in a slightly different way, the subject's gaze involves its attempt to see the other, while the voice is an invocation, an attempt to provoke the other to respond. This is why the gaze mortifies, pacifies, immobilizes the other, while the voice vivifies it, tries to elicit a gesture from it. How, then, are the gaze and the voice inscribed into the social field? Primarily as shame and guilt, the shame of the other seeing too much, seeing me in my nakedness, the guilt triggered by hearing what others say about me. 68 is not the opposition of voice and gaze thus linked to the opposition of superego and ego ideal? The superego is a voice which haunts the subject and finds it guilty, while the ego ideal is the gaze in front of which the subject is ashamed. There is thus a triple chain of equivalences: gaze, shame, ego ideal, and voice, guilt, superego. The picture is in my eye, but me, I am in the picture. This brings us to the properly ontological lesson of psychosis, of psychotic hallucinations in which what was foreclosed from the symbolic returns in the real, the lesson which effectively undermines the Cartesian cogito as the percipiens external to the perceptum. The lesson is that the percipiens is not exterior to the perceptum but that it is included, that there is a being in the perceptum itself that is not exterior to it, that it is not necessary to depart from the idea of a representation in which the exterior world would be convocate facing the subject sure of his existence, but that one must consider the inclusion of the subject of perception in the perceived. With hallucinations, for example, it is not enough to say that the subject perceives what is not found in the perceptum, or of only asking if the subject believes this, and of thinking that this is not consistent. Why doesn't someone other than the subject experience it? What Lacan stresses in verbal hallucinations is that they have their own linguistic structure and that it is not necessary to consider them as an error or a malady of the subject, but as exploitation of the structure itself of language. The subject does not unify perception, it is not a power of exterior synthesis of the perceived, but he is included. When the question is one of perception and more precisely of visual perception, of the relationship with the scopic, it is a matter of re-establishing the percipiens in the perceptum, of assuring and of basing the presence of the percipiens in the perceptum. One more presence, one more left out of classic theory. But there is also an absence. We must refer to Freud's concept of reality. The objectivity of reality implies, according to Freud, that the libido does not invade the perceptive field. This means that for Freud, the condition of objectivity of reality is a libidinal disinvestment. Its ingenuous translation is the ethics of the sensible scientist to meticulously try not to employ his personal passion and to efface any libido, or at least the libido sciendi, to describe or investigate reality. But the ethical supposition of the scientist is translated into the exigency of delibidinalization of perception that Lacan renders in his code as extraction of the objet petit and there, the condition of the objectivity of reality in quotations, because the subject is always included, as Lacan says the perceptum is always impure, extorts that reality be a desert of jouissance. This jouissance is condensed in the objet petit in such a way that the presence of the percipiens in the perceptum is correlative to what appears as an absence of surplus jouir. When one studies vision, which one studies in psychology, in medicine, in ophthalmology, it is a relationship to reality without jouissance. This is why Lacan distinguishes the field of vision from what he calls the scopic field. What he calls the scopic field is reality and jouissance. Lacan developed a theory of the scopic field by studying how the drive presents itself in this field. 69. This structure of the scopic field as opposed to the field of vision, This experience of when I look at the world, I always somehow feel that things stare back at me, as opposed to the pure Cartesian subject who perceives the world along clear geometric lines, provides the underlying minimal dispositif of religion. God is, at its most elementary, this other's gaze returned by objects, an imagined gaze, for sure, but no less real. This gaze exists only for a desiring subject, as the object cause of its desire, not in reality. In passionate love, there are moments when the beloved feels that her lover sees in her something of which she herself is not aware. It is only through his gaze that she becomes aware of this dimension in her. What the beloved feels in those moments is what is in herself more than herself, the je sais quoi, which causes the lover's desire for her and which exists only for the lover's gaze, which is in a way the desire's objectal counterpart, the inscription of desire into its object. What the lover sees is the lost part of himself contained in the other. As such, the object gaze cannot be reduced to an effect of the symbolic order. The gaze of the other remains, even if the other has ceased to exist. 70. Due to its inexistence, the status of this immaterial object cause is not ontological, but purely ethical. Perhaps this feeling of an other's gaze which sees in me more than myself is the zero-level deontological experience, what originally pushes me towards ethical activity whose goal is to render me adequate to the expectation written into the other's gaze. One cannot but recall here the last two verses of Rilke's famous sonnet Archaic Torso of Apollo, Den da ist kein Stell / die dich nicht sieht. Du musst dein Leben ändern. Peter Sloterdijk, who used the second line as the title for a book 71, noted the underlying enigmatic interdependence of the two statements. From the fact that there is no place which does not gaze back at you, the call somehow follows that you must change your life. How? In his grandiose reading of Rilke's poem, in a subchapter entitled The Order Out of the Stone, Sloterdijk illustrates how the torso regards or concerns me, addresses me, how the object returns the gaze. This gaze returned by the object is the aura, the minimum of religiosity, this ability to be affected by the other / thing's gaze, to see it as seeing. 72. Subject and object exchange places here, but not wholly. I remain subject and the object remains object, for I do not become an object of the subjectivized big other. This happens only in perversion. As Sloterdijk puts it, this gazing other is fantasized, never part of reality. It is only supposed, a supposed gaze. 73. Authentic religion never takes the fateful step beyond this supposed status of the other gazing at us. The moment we accomplish this step, we find ourselves in psychosis. A psychotic knows himself to be looked at in reality. Therein also resides the ultimate difference between knowledge and belief. I can know the objects I look at, but I can only believe that they return my gaze. More precisely, what returns the gaze is by definition the object and not another subject, as in psychosis. This is why, perhaps, there is nonetheless a psychotic core in every religion, insofar as every religio transforms the thing into another subject from which the gaze emanates. The clinical implications of this purely virtual status of the gaze are thus clear. What characterizes psychosis, the psychotic experience, is that this gaze is precisely no longer a virtual real but falls into perceptible reality. A psychotic can see the object gaze. The key point to bear in mind is that the counterpoint to the psychotic is not a normal subject who sees only what is really out there, but a subject of desire who relates to a virtual real of the gaze or the voice. What Lacan designates as objects we cannot perceive. What he calls gaze or voice are objects whose substance, the substantiality, cannot be captured. What he calls voice is not the tone, it is not the breath, not even the feeling. The voice is what is already present in each signifying chain, and what he calls gaze is not something that is found in the eye or that comes out of the eye. That is, he gives to these objects, gaze and voice, a definition exterior to perception. We can all approach these two terms through perception, but they are only really constituted when perception is not possible. It is in the experience of the psychotic that the voice that no one can hear, that the gaze that no one can see, find their existence. It is in relation to the psychotic that Lacan finally introduces the theory of perception in order to detonate it, in order not to reduce the experience of the psychotic to supposedly normal experience. In the psychotic experience, voice and gaze are not elided. It is the privilege of the psychotic to perceive Lacanian objects, voice and gaze. He perceives the voice present in each signifying chain. It is enough to have a signifying chain to have a voice, and it is enough to have an articulated thought in order to perceive the presence of a voice. Painfully, the psychotic experiences the gaze that comes from the world, but these are the things themselves that gaze on him. Something shows itself. Thus the well-known example of the sardine box, Lacan's famous little anecdote we remember, that gives precisely a simulacrum of a psychotic experience. This object gazes at me, myself, and I am, myself, in the perceptum of this object. Lacan says that the frame is in my eye, and this is the truth of the theory of representation, but myself, I, am in the frame. 74. It is at this point that Lacan's theory of visual art intervenes. With regard to the traumatic gaze embodied in an object, a painting is the process of taming a shrew. It imprisons or tames this gaze. A tableau gives pleasure to the spectator, who finds in reality something beautiful, and this appeases in him the anxiety of castration because nothing is lacking. The spectator can see the gaze in the tableau, but it is an imprisoned gaze, the gaze materialized in the form of the stroke of the brush. Thus the tableau is like a prison for the gaze. Lacan makes an exception for expressionist painting inasmuch as expressionist painting tries to activate the gaze that is in the tableau, and inasmuch as the spectator feels gazed upon and captured by the spectacle. 75. No wonder expressionism is usually associated with anxiety. Anxiety arises when the gaze object is displayed too directly. 76. Benjamin noted that the aura surrounding an object signals that it returns the gaze. He simply forgot to add that the auratic effect arises when this gaze is covered up, gentrified. The moment this cover is removed, the aura changes into a nightmare, the gaze becomes that of Medusa. This brings us again to the key difference between the Cartesian subject of the geometric perspective and the Freudian subject of the curved space of desire. The object gaze does not exist for a neutral gaze observing reality, but for a gaze sustained by desire. What I see in the object that I desire is the objectal counterpoint to my desire itself. In other words, I see my gaze itself as an object. Kant is here all too Cartesian, which is why the faculty of desire is for him thoroughly pathological. There is for Kant no a priori object cause of desire. Every desire is a desire for some contingent pathological object. Lacan supplements Kant by way of extending the notion of transcendental critique to the faculty of desire, in the same way that, for Kant, our pure reason implies a priori universal forms, and in the same way that our practical faculty is also pure, motivated by the a priori universality of the moral law. For Lacan, our faculty of desire is also pure since, beyond all pathological objects, it is sustained by non-empirical objects, which is why the most succinct formula for Lacan's endeavor is, in precise Kantian terms, the critique of pure desire. But what we should add is that this addition of a pure faculty of desire not only completes the Kantian edifice, but sets in motion its radical reconfiguration. In short, we have to move from Kant to Hegel. It is only with Hegel that the fundamental and constitutive reflexivity of desire is taken into account. What functions as an object in the curved space of such reflexivity of desire is an X which undermines the most elementary coordinates of modern philosophy, the opposition between objectivist realism and transcendental idealism. The object cause of desire is neither part of substantial objective reality nor another subject, but the impossible/insubstantial object that is the desiring subject itself. The intervention of this purely virtual, inexistent but real, object which is the subject means that the subject cannot be located in objective reality as a part of it, that I cannot include myself in reality and see myself as part of reality, but neither can the subject posit itself as the agent of the transcendental constitution of reality. It is here that the move from Kant to Hegel has to be accomplished, the move from transcendental constitution to the dialectical self-inclusion of the subject into substance. Lacan's most succinct formula for this inclusion is, the picture is in my eye, but me, I am in the picture. The picture is in my eye, as the transcendental subject I am the always already given horizon of all reality, but, At the same time, I myself am in the picture, I exist only through my counterpoint or counterpart in the very picture constituted by me, I as it were have to fall into my own picture, into the universe whose frame I constitute, in the same way that, in the Christian incarnation, the Creator God falls into his own creation. From the transcendental standpoint, such an inclusion of the subject into its own perceptum can only be thought as the transcendental subject's constitution of itself as an element of reality. I constitute myself as an inner-worldly entity, the human person that is me, with a set of positive ontic properties, etc. But the self-inclusion of the transcendental I itself into the field of its own perceptum is nonsensical from the transcendental standpoint. The transcendental I is the a priori frame of reality which, for that very reason, is exempted from it. For Lacan, however, such a self-referential inclusion is precisely what happens with the objet petit, the very transcendental I, is inscribed into the picture as its point of impossibility. A statement is attributed to Hitler, "We have to kill the Jew within us." A.B. Yehoshua has provided an adequate commentary. This devastating portrayal of the Jew as a kind of amorphous entity that can invade the identity of a non-Jew without his being able to detect or control it stems from the feeling that Jewish identity is extremely flexible, precisely because it is structured like a sort of atom whose core is surrounded by virtual electrons in a changing orbit. 77 In this sense, Jews are effectively the objet petit of the Gentiles. What is in the Gentiles? More than the Gentiles themselves, not another subject that I encounter in front of me but an alien, a foreigner, within me, what Lacan called the lamella, an amorphous intruder of infinite plasticity, an undead alien monster which can never be pinned down to a determinate form. In this sense, Hitler's statement says more than it wants to say. Against its intended sense, it confirms that the Gentiles need the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew in order to maintain their identity. It is thus not only that the Jew is within us. What Hitler fatefully forgot to add is that he, the anti-Semite, his identity, is also in the Jew. 78 Here we can again locate the difference between Kantian transcendentalism and Hegel. What they both see is, of course, that the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew is not to be reified, but is an ideological fantasy. It is in my eye. What Hegel adds is that the subject who fantasizes the Jew is itself in the picture, that its very existence hinges on the fantasy of the Jew as the little bit of the real which sustains the consistency of its identity. Take away the anti-Semitic fantasy, and the subject whose fantasy it is itself disintegrates. What matters is not the location of the self in objective reality, the impossible real of what I am objectively, but how I am located in my own fantasy, how my own fantasy sustains my being as subject. In philosophical terms, the task is to think the subject's emergence or becoming from the self-splitting of substance. The subject is not directly the absolute, it emerges out of the self-blockage of substance, out of the impossibility of substance fully asserting itself as one. Hegel's position here is unique. The subject is the operator of the absolute's finitization, and to conceive the absolute not only as substance, but also as subject means to conceive the absolute as failed, marked by an inherent impossibility. Or, to borrow terms from one interpretation of quantum physics, the Hegelian absolute is diffracted, splintered by an inherent virtual/real impossibility/obstacle. The key turning point in the path towards Hegel is Fichte. The late Fichte was struggling with the right problem resolved later by Hegel. After radicalizing the Kantian transcendental subject into the self-positing absolute I, Fichte then struggled till the end of his life with how to limit this absolute I, how to think the primacy of the trans-subjective absolute over the I without falling back into a pre-critical dogmatism. Friedrich Beiser is right to point out that the basic problem of all post-Kantian German idealism is how to limit subjectivity. Fichte's attempt to think a trans-subjective absolute is based on a correct insight, but he is unable to accomplish his task successfully. Later, Schelling and Hegel offer two different ways out of this Fichtean deadlock. Leave the screen empty. The external gaze is impossible in the precise sense that its place is libidinally too strongly invested to be occupied by any human subject. Recall the magic moment from Hitchcock's Vertigo when, in Ernie's restaurant, Scotty sees Madeleine for the first time. This fascinating shot is not Scotty's point of view shot. It is only after Elster rejoins Madeleine, with the couple moving away from Scotty and approaching the restaurant exit, that we get, as a countershot to the shot of Scotty behind the bar, his point of view shot of Madeleine and Elster. This ambiguity of subjective and objective is crucial. Precisely insofar as Madeleine's profile is not Scotty's point of view, the shot of her profile is totally subjectivized, depicting, in a way, not what Scotty really sees, but what he imagines, that is, his hallucinatory inner vision. No wonder, then, that although Scotty does not see Madeleine's profile, he acts as if he is mysteriously captivated by it, deeply affected by it. In these two excessive shots, we encounter the Kino I at its purest, as the shot which is somehow subjectivized, without the subject being given. 79. We thus have, twice, the same movement from the excess of subjectivity without subject agent to the standard procedure of suture. The excess is thus domesticated, captivated in being caught within the subject-object mirror relationship as exemplified by the exchange of objective shot and point of view counter shot. This scene can be connected to another wonderful moment in the film, the evening scene in Judy's Empire hotel room, to which the couple returns after dinner at Ernie's. In this scene, we see Judy's profile, which is completely dark. From this shot, we pass to a front shot of her face, the left half completely dark, and the right half a weird green. Instead of reading this shot as simply designating Judy's inner conflict, it should be allowed its full ontological ambiguity. Judy is depicted here as a proto-entity, not yet ontologically constituted in full, as can be found in some versions of Gnosticism. It is as if, in order to fully exist, her dark half waits to be filled in with the ethereal image of Madeleine. In other words, here we have literally the other side of the magnificent profile shot of Madeleine at Ernie's, its negative, the previously unseen dark half of Madeleine, plus the dark half to be filled in by Madeleine's dazzling profile. At this very point at which Judy is reduced to less than an object, to a formless pre-ontological stain, she is subjectivized. This anguished half-face, totally unsure of itself, designates the birth of the subject. Recall the proverbial imaginary resolution of Zeno's paradox of infinite divisibility. If we continue the division long enough, we will finally stumble upon a point at which a part will no longer be divided into smaller parts, but into a part and nothing. This nothing is the subject. Is this not, exactly, the division of Judy in the above-mentioned shot? We see half of her face, while the other half is a dark void. And, again, the task is to leave this void empty, not to fill it up by projecting onto it the disgusting slime called the wealth of personality. This void is not the result of an abstraction from the concrete fullness of human existence. This void is primordial, constitutive of subjectivity. It precedes any content which might fill it up. And it poses a limit to the common-sense idea that our conversation with others should follow the path of straightforward sincerity, avoiding the extremes of both hypocritical etiquette and unwarranted intrusive intimacy. Perhaps the time has come to acknowledge that this imaginary middle road has to be supplemented with both its extreme poles, the cold discretion of symbolic etiquette which allows us to maintain a distance towards our neighbors, as well as the risk of obscenity which allows us to establish a link with the other in the real of his/her jouissance. Let us conclude with a more political example of resisting the urge to project. The theologico-political topic of the king's two bodies returns violently in Stalinism, in the guise of the leader's two bodies. As Erich Santner has pointed out, the sublime body's obverse is a rotting undead body, disgusting in the literal German sense of entsetzlich, deposed, what remains after the king loses his title. This remainder is not the king's biological body, but the excess of an undead horrible spectre. This is why the Stalinists put the dead leader's body in a mausoleum, to prevent its putrefaction. 80. When the sovereignty of the state shifts from king to people, the problem becomes that of the people's body, of how to incarnate the people, and the most radical solution is to treat the leader as the people incarnated. In between these two extremes, there are many other possibilities. Consider the uniqueness of Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Marat, the first modernist painting, according to T.J. Clark. The oddity of the painting's overall structure is seldom noted, its upper half is almost totally black. What does this black void stand for? The opaque body of the people, the impossibility of representing the people? It is as if the opaque background of the painting invades it, occupying its entire upper half. What happens here is structurally homologous to a formal procedure often found in film noir and Orson Welles movies, when the discord between figure and background is mobilized. When a figure moves in a room, the effect is that the two are somehow ontologically separated, as in a clumsy rear projection shot in which one can clearly see that the actor is not really in a room, but just moving in front of a screen onto which the image of a room is projected. In The Death of Marat, it appears as if we see Marat in his bathtub in front of a dark screen onto which the fake background has not yet been projected. This is why the effect can also be described as one of anamorphosis. We see the figure, while the background remains an opaque stain. In order to see the background, we would have to blur the figure. But what is impossible is to get the figure and the background in the same focus. Is this not also the logic of the Jacobin terror? Individuals must be annihilated in order to make the people visible. The people's will can be made visible only through the terrorist destruction of the individual's body. Therein resides the uniqueness of The Death of Marat. It concedes that one cannot blur the individual in order to represent the people directly. All one can do to come as close as possible to an image of the people is to show the individual at the point of his disappearance, his tortured, mutilated dead body against the background of the blur that is the people. There is nonetheless a minimal sublimation at work here. What we see in The Death of Marat is Marat's body, not his flesh. That is to say, we all know Marat suffered from a disease which covered his skin with scars and caused constant itching. His flesh was almost literally burning. The only way to avoid the pain and the constant pressure to scratch was to be submerged in water. The real Marat was thus like a creature from the lagoon, incapable of surviving in fresh air and light, who can thrive only in an unnatural aquatic element. Significantly, David omits this feature in his portrait. Marat's skin on the parts of his body that we can see is smooth and shiny, plus there is a clear desexualization of his face, with its softly rounded, almost feminine features. Referring to the Paulinian opposition between body and flesh, where flesh belongs to the Jews caught up in the cycle of the law and its transgression, one can say that The Death of Marat also transforms the flesh of the real Marat into a body, in accordance with the Christological aspects of the painting. One usually talks here about a failed Christ, but why failed? As Thomas Altizer pointed out, in Christianity also only suffering can be vividly represented, not the heavenly bliss that comes afterwards. It is quite impressive that this uneasy and disturbing painting was adored by the revolutionary crowds in Paris, proof that Jacobinism was not yet totalitarian, that it did not yet rely on the phantasmatic logic of a leader who is the people. Under Stalin, such a painting would have been unimaginable. The upper part would have had to have been filled in with, say, the dream of the dying Marat, depicting the happy life of a free people dancing and celebrating their freedom. The greatness of the Jacobins lay in their attempt to keep the screen empty, to resist filling it in with ideological projections. They thereby set in motion a process which, in art, culminated in the minimalism of Kazimir Malevich, with his reduction of painting to the act of registering the minimal, purely formal difference between the frame and its background. Malevich is to the October Revolution what Marat was to the French Revolution. After the minimalist radically of his paintings of the 1910s and the early 1920s, with their variations on the motif of a square on a surface, Malevich's last decade is marked by a return to figurative painting. It is, of course, not the old realism. The figures are flat, composed of abstract color patches, but the patches are nonetheless clearly recognizable as figures. Can this return be written off as a mere compromise with the new cultural politics, as bowing to official pressure? Malevich himself signals his persistence, his fidelity to his minimalist breakthrough, in his late realistic self-portrait, where the open hand with outstretched fingers sketches the outline of the absent square. The same goes for portrait of the artist's wife and woman worker from the same year. The Virgin Mary becomes a worker, the child Christ disappears, but the hands retain the imprint of the child's form. 81 We should bear in mind that the minimalism of the square and surface paintings was not an asymptotic 0 point, but a starting point, a clearing of the decks ahead of a new beginning. The end is always a new beginning, which is why we should reject the topic of the asymptotic approach to 0. One is never quite there, where the real thing is. One can only reach the point of minimal difference/distance, of being almost there. The Hegelian lesson is that the 0 point is the point one must pass through in order to start again from 0 in art. Malevika's black square on a white surface is such a marking of the liminal 0 point of minimal difference which creates the conditions for a new beginning. What, however, does his return to figurality indicate? From the late 1920s, Malevich not only made many paintings of peasants, he himself started to dress like one. His peasants are painted in an abstract desubjectivized mode, figures reduced to brightly colored flat forms, with faces simplified to a black circle or divided geometrically into symmetric colored parts, as in young girls in the fields, sportsmen, peasant woman, peasants, red figure, and running man. How to read this desubjectivization? Do we really have here a defense of the peasantry against brutal mechanization and collectivization? Faces without faces, faces that have lost their beards, dummies without arms, stigmatized or crucified beings, Malevika's icons show humanity to be the victim of some nihilistic apocalyptic devastation. They are as if frozen in expectation of world's end. 82 But if this is the message, then it presupposes as its standard a fully realistic portrait of peasants with rich features. In other words, such a reading would imply that Malevich abandoned his minimalist breakthrough, retroactively reinterpreting it as a depiction of the soullessness of modern man, not as an act of artistic liberation. If, on the contrary, we take into account Malevich's continuing fidelity to his minimalism, then the peasants' faceless faces can be read as the instantiation of a new dimension of subjectivity, of the post-psychological desubjectivized subject. Such a reading allows us to establish an unexpected link between Malevich and Hitchcock's Vertigo. The black patches which depict faces in Malevich's late paintings belong to the same series as the black profile of Judy's head in Vertigo. Furthermore, with regard to the history of painting, one can posit Malevich as the third, concluding, term in the series David, Munch, Malevich. Recall Munch's Madonna, where the voluptuous feminine body is drawn within a double-lined frame. In the tiny space between the two lines of the frame, among the floating sperm-like drops, we recognize a small homunculus, none other than the figure from the Scream. This homunculus is desperate not because of a lack or void, but because it is overwhelmed by the flux of excessive enjoyment. The Madonna versus the sperm in the frame stands for the incestuous enjoyment thing versus the remainders of surplus enjoyment. The line that runs from David through Munch to Malevich is thus clear. In Munch, the figure of Marat is squeezed into the frame, reduced to a homunculus, while the dark void that covers most of David's painting is here filled in by the impossible incestuous object. In Malevich's Square, we get a kind of ironic negation of the negation. The reduction is total, both the frame and the center are reduced to nothing, all that remains is the minimal difference, the purely formal line which separates the frame from the content it encircles. Interlude 6. Cognitivism and the loop of self-positing. When a certain discipline is in crisis, attempts are made to change or supplement its theses within its basic framework, a procedure one might call Ptolemization. Then, the true Copernican revolution takes place, which, instead of just adding additional complications and modifying minor premises, changes the basic framework itself. So when we are dealing with a self-professed scientific revolution, the question to ask is always whether it is truly a Copernican revolution, or merely a Ptolemization of the old paradigm. Two examples of the latter: there are good reasons to claim that string theory, which pretends to provide the foundations of the unified theory, is still an attempt at Ptolemization, and that we are still waiting for a new beginning which will require an even more radical change in our basic presuppositions. Point 1. In social theory, there are also good reasons for claiming that all the new paradigm proposals about our epoch remain so many Ptolemizations of the old paradigm of the classic sociological models. The question is, How do things stand with psychoanalysis? Although Freud presented his discovery as a Copernican revolution, the fundamental premise of the cognitive sciences is that psychoanalysis remains a Ptolemization of classical psychology, failing to really abandon its most basic premises. Point 2. Only with today's brain sciences do we have the true revolution, namely that, for the first time, we are approaching a scientific understanding of the emergence of consciousness. Catherine Malibu draws a radical consequence from the cognitivist standpoint. The task now is not to supplement the Freudian unconscious with the cerebral unconscious, but to replace the former with the latter. Once we accept the cerebral unconscious, there is no longer any space for the Freudian version. There is, however, one problem with this easy and clear solution. Reading the classic cognitivists, one cannot help noting how their description of consciousness at the phenomenal experiential level is very traditional and pre-Freudian. Recall Damasio's narrative of the gradual emergence of self. First there is the proto-self as the agent which regulates the homeostasis of the body, the self-organizing agent which maintains the body within the limits of stability and self-reproduction. This, however, is not yet the domain of the mental proper. The proto-self is followed by the emergence of self-awareness, the singular I, and, finally, by the autobiographic self, the organization of the narrative history of what I am. 2 related points should be noted here. First, the common-sense simplicity of this description, which perfectly fits the naive evolutionist notion of how the self must have developed. Second, as such, this description stands on its own. It is fully understandable without its neurological scientific foundation. The key question here is what happens when this description is replaced with the much more counterintuitive Freudo-Lacanian description, with its paradoxes of the death drive, formations of the unconscious, and so forth. One cannot avoid the simple fact that the epistemological function of the development of the neuronal foundation of the self is to enable us to get rid of the paradoxes of the Freudian subject, so that we can return to the naive pre-Freudian figure of the self, this time legitimized by the neurological scientific notional edifice. Against this cognitivist dismissal, we should rehabilitate psychoanalysis in its philosophical core as a theory indebted to Hegel's dialectic and only readable against this background. This may well appear as the worst possible move to make, trying to save psychoanalysis, a discredited theory, with reference to an even more discredited theory, the worst of speculative philosophy rendered irrelevant by the progress of modern science. However, as Lacan pointed out, when we are confronted with an apparently clear choice, the correct thing is sometimes to choose the worst. We are dealing here with 4 basic positions: our common everyday understanding of what we are as selves, the philosophical understanding of the self, theories of the self in contemporary cognitivism and brain sciences, the psychoanalytic notion of the subject. The implicit premise of the brain sciences is that positions and are historical curiosities which have no inherent role to play in our knowledge of the human mind. All we really need is our everyday understanding of the self and scientific theories which explain that self. Point 4 the task is to see if and are really basically irrelevant, or if they indicate a dimension missed not only in our everyday experience, but also by cognitivism and the brain sciences. Let us begin with some strange echoes between cognitivism and German idealism. Does not the title of Douglas Hofstadter's book on the paradoxes of consciousness, I Am a Strange Loop, best capture Fichte's early thought? 5 Hofstadter understands his work as a contribution to the self-referentialist theory of consciousness. The underlying idea is not a simple reductionist neurological materialism, but a much more interesting one, independently of its material support, a certain abstract formal paradoxical structure of self-referentiality at the level of thinking itself is constitutive of consciousness. As is usually the case, Hofstadter understands the self-referentiality in terms of Gödel's theorem. In order to explain the illusion of consciousness, of the self as a clearly delimited self-identical entity, Hofstadter reports on a personal experience which, at first glance, may appear convincing as a metaphor but is much more weird in its presuppositions and consequences. Taking hold of a pack of envelopes in a box, all of a sudden he felt, between my thumb and fingers, something very surprising. Oddly enough, there was a marble sitting right in the middle of that flimsy little cardboard box. 6. He inspected the package envelope by envelope, looking for the small, firm object which must have somehow found its way there, but there was nothing. Finally, it dawned on me that there wasn't any marble in there at all, but that there was something that felt for all the world exactly like a marble. It was an epiphenomenon caused by the fact that, for each envelope, at the vertex of the V made by the flap, there is a triple layer of paper as well as a thin layer of glue. An unintended consequence of this innocent design decision is that when you squeeze down on 100 such envelopes all precisely aligned with each other, you can't compress that little zone as much as the other zones. 7. Hofstadter's point, of course, is that the self in its firm self-identity, the Cartesian ego, is an exactly homologous large-scale illusion created by the collusion of many small and indisputably non-illusory events. 8. Our everyday experience finds it difficult to accept that my meanness is more like a shimmering elusive rainbow than it is like a solid, mass-possessing rock. 9. We believe in marbles that disintegrate when we search for them but that are as real as any genuine marble when we're not looking for them. 10. Recall the famous formula of phrenology from Hegel's Phenomenology: the spirit is a bone. Hofstadter here offers as a common-sense view of the self a similar formula: the spirit is a stone. But was not this common-sense view of the self as a substantial thing undermined long ago by David Hume? Here is his classic formulation: it must be some one impression that gives rise to every real idea. But self or person is not any one impression, but that to which our several impressions and ideas are supposed to have a reference. If any impression gives rise to the idea of self, that impression must continue invariably the same, through the whole course of our lives, since self is supposed to exist after that manner. But there is no impression constant and invariable. Pain and pleasure, grief and joy, passions and sensations succeed each other, and never all exist at the same time. It cannot therefore be from any of these impressions, or from any other, that the idea of self is derived, and consequently there is no such idea. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. If anyone, upon serious and unprejudiced reflection, thinks he has a different notion of himself, I must confess I can reason no longer with him. All I can allow him is, that he may be in the right as well as I, and that we are essentially different in this particular. He may, perhaps, perceive something simple and continued, which he calls himself, though I am certain there is no such principle in me. 11. The mention of Hume is important here because his position on the non-existence of a substantial self draws attention to another key distinction which is ignored by Hofstadter, for whom the only alternative is that between our higher level, spontaneously illusory perception of the I as an isolated monad, a firm, self-identical mental agent who is exempted from the laws of material reality and, as such, freely causes its actions, and the lower level reality of neuronal loops etc., all that which the I really is but is unable to perceive itself as such. However, what Hume does when he turns his gaze upon the self and discovers the illusory character of its substantial identity is neither nor. He undermines the perception of self as a stable marble, but not through any scientific insight into the neuronal basis of consciousness. He simply provides a close description of our stream of consciousness itself, demonstrating that the stable identity of the self is not a spontaneous illusion of our experience, but the result of our imposing upon our immediate experience a set of metaphysical concepts. As James Giles notes, Hofstadter thereby confounds scientific reductionism and the no-self theory, which is more phenomenologically based than are the reductionist theories. To borrow Husserl's phrase, it goes back to the things themselves. That is, it starts with an examination of experience rather than with an attachment to the project of how to account for personal identity. This does not mean, of course, that the no-self theory need not face the issue of why someone might come to believe in his own identity. For if there is no such thing as personal identity, then it is essential that we can offer some other account of why someone might be led to think there is. In the earliest texts of Buddhism, we come across a distinction drawn between two types of discourse, that of direct meaning and that of indirect meaning. The former type of discourse is said to be one whose meaning is plain, while the latter type needs to have its meaning inferred with reference to the former. In the discourses of indirect meaning, words are used which apparently refer to persisting entities such as a self or an I, which, according to the Buddha, are merely expressions, turns of speech, designations in common use in the world which the Tathagata makes use of without being led astray by them. That is, although we may use words like self and I, we should not be led into thinking that they actually refer to something, for they are but grammatical devices. This non-denoting aspect of these expressions is something which must be inferred in light of the discourses of direct meaning. In this latter type of discourse, the non-existence of anything permanent or enduring, such as the self or I, is asserted, and the misleading features of language, those features which lead us astray into the belief in an I, are made explicit. Here there is no need for inference, since the meaning of such discourse is plain. Although the Buddha cites various characteristics that something must have if it is to be considered a self, the most important is that of permanence or identity over time. But when we look to our experience, there is nothing but impermanence. Our bodies, feelings, and thoughts are forever coming and going. In this sense the Buddha is in complete agreement with Hume, where there is diversity there can be no identity. Point 12. This brings us to the passage from Hume to Kant. While Hume endeavors to demonstrate how there is no self, Kant claims that this void is the self. The proper Kantian answer to Hume's argument against the self is a kind of Rubinovich joke: when you look into yourself, you can discover yourself. But I see no self there is nothing in me beyond the multiplicity of representations. Well, the subject is precisely this nothing. The limitation of Buddhism is that it is not able to accomplish the second step. It remains stuck at the insight that there is no true self. All the German idealists insist on this point, while Kant just leaves it empty. Fichte endlessly emphasizes that the I is not a thing, but purely processual, only a process of its appearing to itself. Hegel does the same. They would have been the first to laugh at what Hofstadter presents as the idealist view. The problem is that, in a sense, an I is something created out of nothing. And since making something out of nothing is never possible, the alleged something turns out to be an illusion, in the end, but a very powerful one, like the marble among the envelopes. However, the I is an illusion far more entrenched and recalcitrant than the marble illusion, because in the case of I, there is no simple revelatory act corresponding to turning the box upside down and shaking it, then peering in between the envelopes and finding nothing solid and spherical in there. We don't have access to the inner workings of our brains. And so the only perspective we have on our I-ness marble comes from the counterpart to squeezing all the envelopes at once, and that perspective says it's real. 13. This is patently wrong. We do have an exact counterpart to the simple revelatory act corresponding to turning the box upside down and shaking it, then peering in between the envelopes and finding nothing solid and spherical in there, namely, the simple act of focusing our gaze upon ourself itself and discovering precisely that there is nothing solid and spherical in there, the act performed in modern philosophy in an exemplary way by Hume. The post-Humean critical transcendental idealists, from Kant to Hegel, do not return to the pre-critical, rock-like, solid, substantial identity of the ego. What they struggled with was precisely how to describe the self which has no substantial identity, but nonetheless functions as the irreducible point of reference. Here is Kant's unsurpassable formulation in his Critique of Pure Reason. The simple, and in itself completely empty, representation I, we cannot even say that this is a concept, but only that it is a bare consciousness which accompanies all concepts. Through this I or he or it which thinks, nothing further is represented than a transcendental subject of the thoughts equals X. It is known only through the thoughts which are its predicates, and of it, apart from them, we cannot have any concept whatsoever, but can only revolve in a perpetual circle, since any judgment upon it has always already made use of its representation. Point 14. Kant thus prohibits the passage from I think to I am a thing that thinks. Of course there has to be some noumenal basis for consciousness, of course I must be something objectively, but the point is precisely that this dimension is forever inaccessible to the I and co-substantial with the very act of the I. A self that knew itself objectively would no longer be a self. 15. So when Hofstadter proposes to see the I as a hallucination perceived by a hallucination, which sounds pretty strange, or perhaps even stranger, the I as a hallucination hallucinated by a hallucination, the problem with this statement is not its strangeness, its shocking impact for common sense understanding, nor its apparent paradox, but, on the contrary, that it remains all too much within the confines of the common sense distinction between basic reality and higher level illusions. 16. What Hofstadter cannot see is how it is the higher level illusion which transforms the pre-ontological blur of the real into substantial reality. In Hegel's, in a hallucination hallucinated by a hallucination, hallucinating is self-sublated through its very self-relating, and a new reality is established. In a way, Fichte says the same thing when he claims that the I exists only for the I, that mental representation exists only for the mental representation, that it has no objective existence external to this loop. So when Hofstadter defines consciousness as a hallucination perceived by a hallucination, he is here not too radical, pushing things towards a paradox unacceptable to our common sense, but not radical enough. What he does not see is that the paradoxical redoubling of hallucination cancels itself, generating a new reality of its own. There is, of course, a way to account for the paradox of a hallucination itself perceived by a hallucination without getting caught up in a meaningless, vicious cycle. Stricto sensu, it is not a hallucination that perceives a hallucination, it is just that the asubjective neuronal process, together with the illusion that we directly perceive reality, generates the illusion that the agent of perception is a self. Both poles of the perceptual process, the perceived content and the perceiving subject, are in this sense hallucinations, and there is no paradox involved here. Thomas Metzinger has developed this position in detail. 17. According to him, human phenomenal experience is a dynamic multidimensional map of the world, but with a twist. Like only very few of the external maps used by human beings, it also has a little red arrow. The phenomenal self is the little red arrow in your conscious map of reality. 18. Metzinger here refers to city, airport, or shopping mall maps in which a little red arrow indicates the observer's location within the mapped space. Mental self-models are the little red arrows that help a phenomenal geographer to navigate her own complex mental map of reality. The most important difference between the little red arrow on the subway map and the little red arrow in our neurophenomenological troglodyte's brain is that the external arrow is opaque. It is always clear that it is only a representation, a placeholder for something else. The conscious self-model in the caveman's brain itself, however, is in large portions transparent. It is a phenomenal self characterized not only by full-blown pre-reflexive embodiment but by the comprehensive, all-encompassing subjective experience of being situated. 19. This red arrow, of course, is what Lacan called the signifier, which represents the subject for other signifiers. Metzinger illustrates our total immersion in the map with the metaphor of a total flight simulator. The brain differs from the flight simulator in not being used by a student pilot, who episodically enters it. A total flight simulator is a self-modeling airplane that has always flown without a pilot and has generated a complex internal image of itself within its own internal flight simulator. The image is transparent. The information that it is an internally generated image is not yet available to the system as a whole. Like the neurophenomenological caveman, the pilot is born into a virtual reality right from the beginning without a chance to ever discover this fact. 20. Again, how to avoid the vicious circle in this version of Plato's cave argument. A cavern projects an image of itself onto the cave wall, and it simulates the observer itself. But is it not the case that, while the cave can simulate the substantial identity or content of the observer, it cannot simulate the function of the observer, since, in this case, we would have a fiction observing itself? In other words, while what the observer immediately identifies with in the experience of self-awareness is a fiction, something with no positive ontological status, his very activity of observing is a positive ontological fact. Metzinger's solution is to distinguish between the reality of the observing process and the transparent perception of the agent of this process as a self. In other words, the distinction between appearance and reality transposed into the perceiving process itself. But does this solution actually work? In his analysis of the Cartesian I am certain that I exist, Metzinger introduces a distinction very close to Lacan's own between the subject of the enunciation and the subject of the enunciated. 21 Crucial for Metzinger is the distinct status of the two I's in I am certain that I exist, while the second I simply designates the content of the transparent self-model. Lacan's subject of the enunciated, the ego as an object. The first I stands for the opaque component of the very thinker that thinks this thought. Lacan's subject of the enunciation. The Cartesian confusion is that the self-transparent thinking substance which directly experiences itself is generated by the illegitimate identification of the two I's, where the first is embedded in the second. The opaque component has already been embedded in the continuously active background of the transparent self-model. 22 In other words, although the first I undoubtedly refers to something, to a system that generates this thought, it is not clear as if this system is actually a self. 23. But here we are in for a surprise. This distinction was already known to Kant, who, as we have seen, emphasized the thoroughly non-substantial character of the subject and defined its noumenal substratum as the I or he or it that thinks, effectively implying that the ignorance of one's own noumenal nature is a positive condition of thinking subjectivity. There is, however, something more in Kant, a key element which missing in Metzinger, the thoroughly non-substantial I, to be distinguished from its noumenal substratum, is also not what Kant calls a person, the positive phenomenal content of subjectivity, including all the psychological wealth of desires, dreams, knowledge, abilities, etc., which form my personality and which is what Metzinger calls the conscious self-model of the brain. The I is neither noumenal nor phenomenal, neither the I's objective neuronal substratum nor my representation of myself. This is what is missing in Metzinger. Let us quote him again. The most important difference between the little red arrow on the subway map and the little red arrow in our neurophenomenological troglodyte's brain is that the external arrow is opaque. It is always clear that it is only a representation, a placeholder for something else. The Kantian reply is that the red arrow that holds the place of the I in the I's cognitive mapping is also only a representation, a placeholder for something else. However, this something else is not the I's neuronal substratum, but the I itself as the empty point of reference, what Lacan calls the barred subject, $. This subject precisely cannot be in the map. To put it in the map would amount to the subject's full self-objectivization, for in it, I would be able to see myself objectively, as a part of the world. The paradox is here a very precise one. The red arrow that holds the place of the I in the I's cognitive map is only a representation, a placeholder for something else, but a representation of what? Not of something, but of nothing. I am not just my self-model, the content of my self-representation, but that elusive X to which this content appears, the myself which cannot be yet another appearance, since it is that to which/whom appearance appears as appearance. In other words, for the distance between noumenal and phenomenal, between my neuronal substratum and my self-model, to persist, a third virtual term is needed. Appearance cannot appear to another appearance, but it also cannot appear to reality itself. The subject is the non-phenomenal support of appearance, it is not part of reality, since, as Fichte clearly saw, a subject exists only for a subject, that is, there is no subject for an external objective view, but it is also not another appearance. In order to account for the self, we should thus problematize the standard opposition between appearance and reality and accept the embarrassing paradox encountered by the 20th century hard sciences. In quantum physics, the appearance of a particle determines its reality. The very emergence of hard reality out of the quantum fluctuation through the collapse of the wave function is the outcome of observation, of the intervention of consciousness. This notion of the ontological superiority of appearances is difficult to accept. No wonder it is often shared by otherwise fierce opponents, Hofstadter here shares a key premise with his official opponent, David Chalmers, whom he often mocks. When, in his argument against the reductive explanation of consciousness, Chalmers writes that even if we knew every last detail about the physics of the universe, the configuration, causation, and evolution among all the fields and particles in the spatio-temporal manifold, that information would not lead us to postulate the existence of conscious experience. He commits the standard Kantian mistake: such total knowledge is strictly nonsensical, epistemologically and ontologically. Point 24. It is the obverse of the vulgar determinist notion, articulated in Marxism by Nikolai Bukharin when he wrote that, if we knew all physical reality, we would also be able to predict precisely the emergence of a revolution. This line of reasoning consciousness as an excess, surplus, over the physical totality is misleading, since it has to evoke a meaningless hyperbole. When we imagine the whole of reality, there is no longer any place for consciousness. There are two options here: either subjectivity is an illusion, or reality is in itself not all. The premise Hofstadter shares is that of the theoretical possibility of a total description of reality at the most basic level. The difference is that he draws from it the opposite conclusion. He thinks that at this level, it would be possible to account for consciousness. Hofstadter conceives of the I as an agent in parallel with how we spontaneously perceive higher-level processes, ignoring their lower-level substratum. When a high wave approaches the seashore, we perceive it as a substantial entity moving across the surface of the water, but this wave has no substantial identity, its atoms are changing all the time. What is really going on is that an infinitely complex interaction of water and other molecules generates the effect of the same wave moving across the ocean. This is an effect of the spontaneous thinkadynamics of our psychic life. To avoid the infinite complexity of what really is going on, we construct higher-level entities and perceive them as agents. The same goes for the I. When we see a person perform an act, we cannot afford to analyze the infinitely complex interaction of brain and muscle which constitutes this act, so we construct the I to which we attribute the power to cause the act in question. Point 25. We thus have two levels. First, there is what Hofstadter calls the God's eye view, the view which perceives reality in its endless complexity and can establish the full fundamental causal chain. Here, we see it all, the causal network is complete, nothing is left out. Then, we have the highly compressed simplification in which vast amounts of information are thrown away. This simplification might seem to be the more useful one for us mortals, as it is so much more efficient. 26. The feeling of freedom is grounded precisely in our ignoring all the details we lose when we perceive things at the higher level of simplification. When we perceive some acts as intentional, we commit the same spontaneous simplification. When I raise a glass to my mouth and drink water from it, the true answer to the question "why did I raise the glass?" would involve the complex of neuronal processes, reacting to thirst, which sends signals to my hand muscles, and so on. At this level, there is no intention, just pure natural causality. In order to simplify things, I posit intention as a cause and say, I raised the glass in order to have a drink. So, what is wrong with this premise? Its initial presupposition, that there is something like a God's eye view, that the idea of an intelligence which sees it all, although epistemologically impossible, is ontologically grounded. The infinitely complex network of all reality really is out there, it is the ultimate true reality, it is just inaccessible to our finite minds. But what if there simply is no basic level? What if divisions go on indefinitely? What if the quantum level marks the beginning of the blurring of basic full reality, so that the only ultimate reality is a void? 27. This brings us to Hofstadter's limitation. He is precisely unable to think the downward causality displayed by the collapse of the wave function in quantum physics, for his opposition between reality and appearance remains the traditional one. The gap that separates the quantum level from our ordinary perceived reality is not a gap between ultimate hard reality and a higher level unavoidable but illusory hallucination. On the contrary, it is the quantum level which is effectively hallucinated, not yet ontologically fully constituted, floating and ambiguous, and it is the shift to the higher level of appearances that makes it into a hard reality. Furthermore, When Hofstadter defines the self not as a substantial thing, but as a higher-level pattern which can flow between a multitude of material instantiations, he is not consistent enough and repeats the mistake of the brain in the vat fantasy. The pattern which forms myself is not only the pattern of self-referential loops in my brain, but the much larger pattern of interactions between my brain and body and its entire material, institutional, and symbolic context. What makes me myself is the way I relate to the people, things, and processes around me, and this is what by definition would be lost if only my brain pattern were transposed from my brain here on Earth to another brain on Mars. This other self would definitely not be me, since it would be deprived of the complex social network which makes me myself. Hofstadter's alternative is, either myself is somehow directly linked to a mysterious, unknown physical property of my brain and thus irreducibly rooted in it, or it is a higher-level formal pattern of self-relating loops which is not limited to my individuality but can be transposed into others. What Hofstadter lacks here is simply the notion of the I as the singular universality, the abstract universal point of reference which, of course, is not to be identified with its material support in a Searle-like way, but is also not just a pattern floating around and capable of being transposed into other individuals. Point 28. This purely formal negative self-identity is the core of the Cartesian cogito, and this is why, whenever Hofstadter speaks of the Cartesian ego, he substantializes it into a thing. No wonder, then, that things get complicated when, in order to account for the threshold which separates humans from animals, Hofstadter refers to Turing's notion of a universal machine. The critical threshold for this kind of computational universality comes at exactly that point where a machine is flexible enough to read and correctly interpret a set of data that describe its own structure. At this critical juncture, a machine can, in principle, explicitly watch how it does any particular task, step by step. Turing realized that a machine that has this critical level of flexibility can imitate any another machine, no matter how complex the latter is. In other words, there is nothing more flexible than a universal machine. We human beings, too, are universal machines of a different sort. Our neural hardware can copy arbitrary patterns, even if evolution never had any grand plan for this kind of representational universality to come about. Point 29. How do we become universal machines? Through a self-referential loop. This is philosophically the crucial insight. It is the very limitation of universality, the fact that universality involves a short circuit with a singularity, which enables the universality to be posited for itself, to appear as such, to cut its links with a particular content. Point 30. The standard notion of self-referentiality remains at the level of the spurious infinity. An image endlessly mirrors itself. Say, on a TV screen, we see a table with a TV set whose screen shows a table with a TV set whose screen shows, and so on. In order to distinguish the true infinity that gives rise to the self from this infinite regress, Hofstadter evokes a nice old example, namely, the famous label of a Morton salt box, which shows a girl holding a box of Morton salt. You may think you smell infinite regress once again, but if so, you are fooling yourself. The girl's arm is covering up the critical spot where the regress would occur. If you were to ask the girl to please hand you her salt box so that you could actually see the infinite regress on its label, you would wind up disappointed, for the label on that box would show her holding a yet smaller box with her arm once again blocking the regress. And yet we still have a self-referential picture, because customers in the grocery store understand that the little box shown on the label is the same as the big box they are holding. How do they arrive at this conclusion? By using analogy. To be specific, not only do they have the large box in their own hands, but they can see the little box the girl is holding, and the two boxes have a lot in common, and in case that's not enough, they can also see salt spilling out of the little one. These pieces of evidence suffice to convince everyone that the little box and the large box are identical, and there you have it, self-reference without infinite regress. 31. Through such self-referential inclusion, we get the elephant into a matchbox, the frame is inscribed as an element in the framed content, the whole becomes part of itself. The price to be paid for this victory over infinite regress is that the second image within the image is incomplete, curtailed, not fully the same but recognized as the same only by analogy. The supplementary self-reflexive image has to be minimally metonymic. And to simplify things to the utmost, the idea is that the same curtailed symbolic self-representation is constitutive of what we call self. The self is constituted through its representation, that is, the two meanings of the term self, substantial and predicative, are closely linked. There is human speech only insofar as the speaking subject who uses language to designate objects and processes self-reflexively inscribes itself into its speech. This self-inscription which constitutes the subject cannot be reduced to a simple inclusion of a representation of me into the chain of my speech. The catch is that this representation has to function as the stand-in of me, the speaker itself, as the unique point from which I perceive the world and engage with it, the point for which words have meaning. Since this operation is basically impossible and yet necessary, it can only be performed in a truncated way. To put it in Lacanese, the signifier which signifies me is a signifier without a signified. Lacan's name for this exceptional signifier is the master signifier, as opposed to the chain of ordinary signifiers, and we can see now how the topic of downward causality can be translated into Lacanian terms. This exceptional signifier exerts downward causality insofar as it falls into the signified, that is, insofar as it constitutes the very unity of the signified object. This causality runs downward in contrast to the standard upward causality of signs which reflect the reality they designate. Causality runs here upward, things cause words, they determine their signs, while in the case of the master signifier, a word determines/causes the designated thing. Does this then mean that the self is the X caused through its nomination in the same way a Jew emerges through his nomination? We must introduce a key distinction here. The self is not self-referential in the direct sense of referring to itself and thus being accessible to itself. The self is the void that enables the infinite regress to be cut short, and the sign that directly represents the self is therefore an empty sign, a sign which holds the place of a void. This is the dimension missing in the Metzinger metaphor of the subject, as the red arrow on the map here is the key passage again. The most important difference between the little red arrow on the subway map and the little red arrow in our neurophenomenological troglodyte's brain is that the external arrow is opaque. It is always clear that it is only a representation, a placeholder for something else. The conscious self model in the caveman's brain itself, however, is in large portions transparent. It is a phenomenal self characterized not only by full-blown pre-reflexive embodiment but by the comprehensive, all-encompassing subjective experience of being situated. 32. What Metzinger misses is that, in contrast to ordinary signs, which are placeholders for something else, the red arrow which stands in for the self is a placeholder for nothing. Here one should correct the standard notion of the I as a set of features in which I recognize myself. I by definition experience myself as absent, as an emptiness towards which my stand-ins point. I never directly identify myself with my stand-ins or with my self-model. It is here that the reference to Gödel's theorem acquires a precise meaning, in the same way that, for Gödel, the lack of proof of the undecidable proposition is a direct consequence of its truth. The very failure of the subject's representation is a proof that we are dealing with the dimension of subjectivity. This brings us back to one of our formal definitions of the subject. A subject tries to articulate itself in a signifying chain, this articulation fails, and by means and through this failure, the subject emerges. The subject is the failure of its signifying representation. This is why Lacan writes the subject of the signifier as dollar, as bard. In this precise sense, the subject is a non-provable presupposition, something whose existence cannot be demonstrated but only inferred through the failure of its direct demonstration. This weird coincidence of the inaccessible thing with the very obstacle which prevents direct access to it signals that the status of the subject is that of a real, that, as Lacan would have put it, the subject is an answer of the real to the failed attempts to enforce its symbolization. The reason Hofstadter misses this dimension is that, when he describes upside-down causality, he ultimately presents it as a kind of necessary illusion. Evolution tailored human beings to be perceiving entities that filter the world into macroscopic categories. We are consequently fated to describe what goes on about us, including what other people do and what we ourselves do, not in terms of the underlying particle physics, but in terms of such abstract and ill-defined high-level patterns as mothers and fathers, friends and lovers, grocery stores and checkout stands, soap operas and beer commercials, crackpots and geniuses, religions and stereotypes, comedies and tragedies. 33. Applied to ourselves, the same mechanism accounts for the emergence of the self. We are powerfully driven to create a term that summarizes the presumed unity, internal coherence, and temporal stability of all the hopes and beliefs and desires that are found inside our own cranium, and that term, as we all learn very early on, is I. 34. And since we perceive not particles interacting but macroscopic patterns in which certain things push other things around with a blurry causality, and since the grand pusher in and of our bodies is our I, and since our bodies push the rest of the world around, we are left with no choice but to conclude that the I is where the causality buck stops. This is a surprisingly reliable and totally indispensable distortion. 35. The I is thus a useful shorthand standing for a myriad of infinitesimal entities and the invisible chemical transactions taking place among them. 36. As a description of our innermost self-experience, this is wrong. The I does not stand for any unity, coherence, stability of the substantial content of my personality, but for an evanescent, self-referential singularity which is at a distance from all substantial content. Furthermore, when Hofstadter talks about the tendency of our mind to reduce complex reality to abstract and ill-defined high-level patterns, he seems to confuse two levels of ontologically different nature. Mature human brains are constantly trying to reduce the complexity of what they perceive, and this means that they are constantly trying to get unfamiliar, complex patterns made of many symbols that have been freshly activated in concert to trigger just one familiar pre-existing symbol. In fact, that's the main business of human brains: to take a complex situation and to put one's finger on what matters in it, to distill from an initial welter of sensations and ideas what a situation really is about. To spot the gist. 37. Here, we have to be precise. The reduction of complexity Hofstadter is talking about is not the same as the reduction of lower-level neuronal processes to the higher-level perceptions and symbols, but a reduction, inherent to this level of symbols, of complex patterns to the simple choice which condenses the entire situation to a simple feature. These two levels are, of course, linked, but in a way which escapes Hofstadter. The upward leap from raw stimuli to symbols, namely the emergence of the symbolic order, can only occur when, within this order, a master signifier quilts and thus stabilizes the field of meaning. In a perceptive observation, Hofstadter suggests that it is this level shifting which accounts for the difference between the simple feedback loop and the strange loop that constitutes a self, in the second case. The level shifting acts of perception, abstraction, and categorization are central, indispensable elements. It is the upward leap from raw stimuli to symbols that imbues the loop with strangeness. What makes a strange loop appear in a brain and not in a video feedback system, then, is an ability, the ability to think, which is, in effect, a one-syllable word standing for the possession of a sufficiently large repertoire of triggerable symbols. 38. We should add here a key feature noted by Hofstadter elsewhere. In contrast to the infinite reiteration of a simple feedback loop, the strange loop is precisely not infinite. The infinite series is cut short by a stopgap, a reflexive symbol, the odd one out in the series. Furthermore, as Hofstadter is quick to note, this variability is grounded in an inability which is its obverse, the inability to peer below the level of our symbols. It is our inability to see, feel, or sense in any way the constant, frenetic churning and roiling of microstuff, all the unfelt bubbling and boiling that underlies our thinking. 39. Consequently, the combination of these two ingredients, one an ability and the other an inability, gives rise to the strange loop of selfhood, a trap into which we humans all fall, every last one of us, willy-nilly. 40. Here, Hofstadter again displays his eternal oscillation. He as a rule dismisses downward causality as an indispensable distortion, as in the following passages. The I, yours, mine, everyone's is a tremendously effective illusion, and falling for it has fantastic survival value. RIS are self-reinforcing illusions that are an inevitable byproduct of strange loops, which are themselves an inevitable byproduct of symbol-possessing brains that guide bodies through the dangerous straits and treacherous waters of life. The I is a necessary, indispensable concept to all of us, even if it's an illusion, like thinking that the sun is circling the earth because it rises, moves across the sky, and sets. Ceasing to believe altogether in the I is in fact impossible, because it is indispensable for survival. Like it or not, we humans are stuck for good with this myth. 41. There is thus an unbridgeable gap between my spontaneous self-experience, which tells me that I am the agent of my acts, and the scientific knowledge which tells me that there is no I, just a complex network of neuronal processes. In this sense, the I is literally a fetish, for we are stuck in a situation of fetishistic disavowal, I know very well, but nonetheless, at the same time, however, Hofstadter often reiterates that high-level, emergent, self-referential meanings in a formal mathematical system can have a causal potency just as real as that of the system's rigid, frozen, low-level rules of inference. 42. Indispensable illusion or just as real. We encounter the same problem with the question, how do choice and genetic determinism relate? If I stop smoking by genetic intervention, not through my strenuous effort, does this deprive me of my freedom of choice? The spontaneous mystification here is, if my attitude is just a contingent fact, I perceive it as my choice and myself as responsible for it. If, on the contrary, my ceasing to smoke is the result of a biogeneticist's intervention, it is as if I am deprived of my freedom, under the control of others. But, if my ceasing to smoke is conditioned by the geneticist's meddling with my genes, then my previous smoking was also determined by the previous constellation of my genes. If, on the contrary, my previous smoking was my choice, then even after the geneticist's meddling I am still free to stop smoking, even if this now takes more effort. If genes determine me, then they determine me always, whether their constellation is the result of natural blind chance or the result of the intervention of another person who changed my genome. Why, then, does it appear that the geneticist's meddling deprives me of my freedom? There is only one consistent answer: if my genome depends on blind chance, then I can pretend that I am free, save the appearances. In my spontaneous perception, I thus secretly believe in the truth of determinism. What I want to save is not freedom but the appearance of freedom. One should thus reject the positive ontology which presupposes some zero level of reality where things really happen and dismisses the higher levels as mere abbreviations, illusory self-perception, and so forth. There is no such zero level. If we go all the way down, we arrive at the void. Back in 1959, Richard Feynman announced nanotechnology in a speech entitled "There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom." From the standpoint of the incompleteness of reality, we can even make a step further and claim that, at the very bottom, there is all the room we want, since there is nothing else there, just the void. And it is only within such an incompleteness that the notion of the self is thinkable. In other words, what is the self? When we see a table, we accept that there is nothing behind its components, no secret X that stands for the core of its identity beyond and independently of all its properties, while, when dealing with the self, we spontaneously assume that the self is not simply a combination of its properties and of things that happens to and in it. There has to be some X beneath all this wealth that gives the self its uniqueness. The problem is that, after we abstract all determinate qualities from the self, what remains is just plain nothing, a void. So we should accept that our self is, like a table, nothing but the network of its properties, of its contents, or, to put it in a more postmodern vein, of stories it tells itself about itself. As Nietzsche put it, there is no mysterious doer behind the multitude of deeds. There is, however, one option that this account leaves out of consideration. What if our self is this void itself? What if its core is not some positive content, but the self-relating negativity, the very ability to negate every determinate content? The dilemma here is that between the upward or downward status of freedom. That is to say, on the one hand, there are the attempts to account for freedom as a higher-level property emerging out of the complex interaction of lower-level elements which are part of a determinist network. The problem is then to determine what the status of freedom is if the same process which, at this higher level, involves freedom, can also be described at the lower level of its constituent elements in deterministic terms. On the other hand, there are attempts to ground freedom in the fact that the deterministic interaction is not the lowest ontological level. In terms of quantum physics, it takes place at the level of constituted reality, beneath which there are quantum oscillations which do not obey deterministic laws. The problem here is that freedom in no way involves pure contingency, for if an event is underdetermined, if it is genuinely accidental, this in no way means that it is free, since freedom is not the lack of causal determination, but a sui generis form of determination. Furthermore, Hofstadter distinguishes the I from a content-free feedback loop. If one points a TV camera at the middle of a blank screen to which the camera is linked, all that we shall see on the screen is a fixed white image, the endless series of self-reflected images indistinguishable from each other. When, however, the camera turns or zooms out enough to take in something external to the blank screen, this non-blank patch gets sucked into the video loop and cycled around, populating the screen with many bits of color forming a complex pattern. Similarly, a bare strange loop of selfhood does not give rise to a distinct self. It is just a generic, vanilla shell that requires contact with something else in the world in order to start acquiring a distinctive identity, a distinctive I-43. Is this not what Lacan was aiming at with his formula $A? What Hofstadter calls a bare strange loop of selfhood is the void of self-relating negativity, the empty form of self-reflexivity deprived of all content. To fill in this form with content, to pass from a pure/empty subject to a person, one needs a minimum of contingent external input, what Lacan calls l'épou de real. From a strict Lacanian point, however, is not this scheme of the relationship between and A, between the empty form of a subject and the pathological content which fills it in, too close to common sense? What it misses is the proper dialectical twist. L'épou de real of minimal content is not merely the stain which spoils the purity of the bare strange loop of selfhood, but its formal condition of possibility. It is the very minimal motivation, the cause which sets in motion the self-reflecting of the pure I. And vice versa, the bare strange loop of selfhood, the pure form of self-relating negativity, always accompanies every positive content that forms a personality as a permanent threat of radical negativity, that is, of the erasure of all content. In Hegel's, the pure empty form of self-relating negativity and the minimal stain of a contingent content without form that affects the self from outside are the two sides of the same coin. They are identical in the sense of an infinite judgment. Therein resides the difference from the TV set endlessly reflecting itself. In the case of the I, the bare loop is formally, not only empirically, impossible. If one erases the stain, the self implodes, collapses in on itself. The problematic nature of identifying a self with the individual self model becomes clear when Hofstadter approaches the topic of the interpenetration of selves. The more intimately someone comes to know you, the finer-grained will be the portrait of you inside their head. The highest resolution portrait of you is of course your own self-portrait, your own mosaic of yourself, your self-symbol, built up over your entire life. 44. From this notion of the self as self-model, Hofstadter draws the logical conclusion that, when I know another person intimately enough, part of his self is effectively in me. Once the self is defined as the texture of psychic features, there is no longer any strong qualitative difference between my feature and the same feature as it reverberates in the minds of those close to me. It is just that, for the obvious reasons, I am present in others in a much reduced way. Hofstadter goes on to draw other conclusions. First, selves are not equal. There is an infinite variety of selves, up to persons with great souls who can integrate elements of numerous other selves. Second, one can rehabilitate the old topic of the soul's immortality. Once a self is defined in this way, the biological death of an individual does not automatically entail the death of his self, since parts of his self literally survive in the lasting memory of all those who remember him and continue to mentally interact with him. This apparently neutral and benevolent notion that there are large and small souls is not without potentially dangerous political consequences. If there is no underlying equality between selves, why should we all be politically equal? Hofstadter is aware of the problematic character of the distinctions between the values of souls. Any hint at such a distinction risks becoming inflammatory, because in our culture there is a dogma that states, roughly, that all human lives are worth exactly the same amount. 45 Hofstadter's counter-argument is here a common-sense comparison of the difference between human souls with the difference between human and animal souls. Most people I know would rate cat souls as higher than cow souls, cow souls higher than rat souls. And so I ask myself, if soul size distinctions between species are such a commonplace and non-threatening notion, why should we not also be willing to consider some kind of spectrum of soul sizes within a single species, and in particular within our own? 46 Is then political equality just an illusion, a pure ethico-political presupposition without any foundation in reality? The solution is to focus on the I as the pure subject, the evanescent point of self-relating negativity. At this level, we effectively are all equal. One should thus nonetheless endorse our common-sense intuition, which tells us that something is missing in Hofstadter's account, not some mysterious paranatural ingredient, but simply the self-relating singularity of me in which a self is only actualized. There is no substance to this one. It is neither some minimal feature of my psychic content nor the biological base which instantiates it. It is merely the abstract form of self-relating, but a form which is as such essential for the self's actuality. It is this oneness which makes us equal in the moral and political sense. No matter how rich or pure our content, we are all ones, points of irreducible singularity. Sarah Bartman was a young woman from the Khoikhoi tribe who, in 1810, was taken from Cape Town to London and then exhibited as a freak across Britain, where the image of the Hottentot Venus fascinated the public. After a court battle waged by abolitionists to free her from her exhibitors failed, she was in 1814 taken to France, where she became the object of scientific research. Cuvier himself measured and examined her body in detail, and was especially fascinated by her extended labia minora. Sarah died a year later, but her body remained an object of scientific fascination for decades after her death. Her sexual organs and brain were displayed in the Musée d'Elhome in Paris until 1985. Two outstanding films on Sarah Bartman were made recently, a documentary The Life and Times of Sarah Bartman by Zola Masiko, and a fictional film Black Venus by Abdelatif Kechiche with Yahima Torres playing Sarah. Torres rendered with disturbing and breathtaking force the feature emphasized by many witnesses. Although Sarah was hurt and felt betrayed when she was examined, she stood with silent dignity when scientists touched her behind and poked and measured her labia. The contrast here is absolute between her poise and the vulgarity of her explorers. If the word civilization has any meaning after its history of abuses, it is Sarah who was truly civilized when confronted with the barbarism of European scientists, and the difference between barbarism and civilization is here not only quantitative, but qualitative and, as such, absolute. The very fact of Sarah's dignity refutes one of the more disgusting books of European cultural conservatism, Max Scheler's Ressentiment, an attempt to Christianize Nietzsche. 47 When Scheler debates the issue of slavery, he introduces the distinction between a mere human being and a free person. For Aristotle, slaves are of course human, but they are not persons, since they do not possess the inner dignity and free autonomy of a true person, and, as he adds to dispel any ambiguity, this does not mean only or primarily that a slave is not treated as a free person, but that he does not treat himself as a person, that he does not truly respect himself, has no sense of the dignity of his person, is not mortally offended when something is done to him that would deprive a free person of their dignity. What Scheler misses here is that this lack of dignity of a slave is not a simple fact, but something imposed on him or her by education and harsh discipline exerted by the masters. If a slave displays dignity, it is either brutally suppressed or mocked, taken as a ridiculous imitation of true dignity. This was Sarah's position. her dignity was simply ignored by her ordinary and scientific observers. And this brings us to the dimension Hofstadter misses. The unique dignity of a person has nothing to do with the greatness of his or her soul in Hofstadter's sense of integrating elements of numerous other selves. Chapter 11. The non-all, or, the ontology of sexual difference. Sexual difference in the disenchanted universe. On a first approach, there is nothing shocking about the link between ontology and sexual difference. Is not such a link the defining feature of all pre-modern cosmologies which explain the origin of the universe in terms of a primordial conflict between a masculine and a feminine principle? Back in the hippie era of 1960s, I remember reading a book by Alan Watts, the Zen popularizer, in which he explained how, in the simple activity of lovemaking, the whole cosmos resonates, the two opposing cosmic principles, yin and yang, dancing with each other, a message which no doubt boosted the confidence of adolescents wanting sex as well as spiritual fulfillment. What we call the modern disenchantment of the universe involves not only the assertion of the gap between the meaningless and cold objective reality accessible to mathematicist science and the subjective universe of meanings and values which we project onto reality. Underlying this gap is the desexualization of reality. It is against this background that Lacan's achievement should be measured. He reasserts the ontological status of sexual difference within the field of modern science. How can this be done without regressing into a pre-scientific mythology? That is to say, for modern transcendental philosophy, sexual difference is deontologized, reduced to the ontic sphere of the human race. If one ontologizes it, one is accused of anthropomorphism, of projecting onto the universe what is merely an empirical feature of human beings. This is why neither the Kantian transcendental subject nor the Heideggerian Dasein is sexualized. In his analytic of Dasein, Heidegger totally ignores sexuality. So how exactly does Lacan succeed in re-ontologizing sexual difference without regressing to a pre-modern sexualized cosmology? Clearly, for Lacan, sexuality does not designate a particular ontic sphere of human reality, it stands for a certain displacement, an anamorphic distortion, whose status is strictly formal. Every sphere of human reality can get sexualized, not because sexuality is so strong that it can spill over and contaminate all other spheres, but for the very opposite reason, because it does not have its own proper sphere, because it is primordially out of joint, marked by a constitutive gap or discord. Point 1. The first philosopher to articulate this deadlock was Kant, when, in his Critique of Pure Reason, he described the ontological scandal of the antinomies of pure reason, the inner inconsistency of the basic ontologico-transcendental framework we use to approach reality. Mathematical antinomies render the deadlock which characterizes the feminine position, and dynamic antinomies the deadlock of the masculine position. Point 2. Kant himself, as we have seen, was unable to confront and assume the radically of his breakthrough. He ultimately confers on these antinomies a merely epistemological status. Antinomies are indications of the inability of our finite reason to grasp the noumenal reality. The moment we apply our categories to what can never become an object of our experience, we become caught up in insoluble contradictions and antinomies. As Hegel put it with his acerbic irony, Kant, the great destroyer of metaphysics, all of a sudden developed a tenderness towards things in themselves and decided to spare them from antinomies. Here, however, Lacan is at the level of modern science. What he does with Kant is, in a way, to raise his Newtonianism to the level of quantum physics. The passage from Einstein to Bohr repeats the logic of the passage from Kant to Hegel. For Einstein, in a thoroughly Kantian way, the antinomy of velocity and position demonstrates that quantum physics does not reach the noumenal reality of things in themselves. For Hegel, antinomy is the very sign that we have touched the noumenal real. In the first case, ontological incompleteness is transposed into an epistemological form. The incompleteness is perceived as an effect of the fact that another agency has constructed our reality as a simulated universe. The truly difficult thing is to accept the second choice, the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. Common sense will immediately complain loudly, but how can this ontological incompleteness hold for reality itself? Is not reality defined by its ontological completeness? 3. If reality really exists out there, it has to be complete all the way down, otherwise we are dealing with a fiction which just hangs in the air, like appearances which are not appearances of a substantial something. Here, precisely, quantum physics enters in, offering a model of how to think such an open ontology. Alain Badiou formulated the same idea with his notion of pure multiplicity as the ultimate ontological category. Reality is the multiplicity of multiplicities which cannot be generated or constituted from some form of ones as its elementary constituents. Multiplicities are not multiplications of one, they are irreducible multiplicities, which is why their opposite is not 1 but 0, the ontological void. No matter how far we progress in our analysis of multiplicities, we never reach the zero level of its simple constituents. The only background for multiplicities is thus zero, the void point. For therein resides Badiou's ontological breakthrough. The primordial opposition is not that of 1 and 0, but that of 0 and multiplicities, and the 1 emerges later. To put it even more radically, since only ones really exist, multiplicities and 0 are the same thing. 0 is multiplicities without the ones which would guarantee their ontological consistency. This ontological openness of the one-less multiplicity also allows us to approach in a new way Kant's second antinomy of pure reason. Every composite substance in the world consists of simple parts, and there exists nothing that is not either itself simple, or composed of simple parts. 5. Here is Kant's proof. 4. Grant that composite substances do not consist of simple parts. In this case, if all combination or composition were annihilated in thought, no composite part, and no simple part would exist. Consequently, no substance, consequently, nothing would exist. Either, then, it is impossible to annihilate composition in thought, or, after such annihilation, there must remain something that subsists without composition, that is, something that is simple. But in the former case the composite could not itself consist of substances, because with substances composition is merely a contingent relation, apart from which they must still exist as self-subsistent beings. Now, as this case contradicts the supposition, the second must contain the truth that the substantial composite in the world consists of simple parts. It follows, as an immediate inference, that the things in the world are all, without exception, simple beings, that composition is merely an external condition pertaining to them, and that, although we never can separate and isolate the elementary substances from the state of composition, reason must cogitate these as the primary subjects of all composition, and consequently, as prior thereto and as simple substances. 6. What if, however, we accept the conclusion that ultimately nothing exists? Such a move, although rejected by Kant as obvious nonsense, is not as un-Kantian as it may appear. It is here that we should apply yet again the Kantian distinction between negative and infinite judgment. The statement material reality is all there is can be negated in two ways, in the form of material reality is not all there is and material reality is non-all. The first negation leads to standard metaphysics. Material reality is not everything, there is another, higher, spiritual reality. As such, this negation is, in accordance with Lacan's formulae of sexuation, inherent to the positive statement material reality is all there is. As its constitutive exception, it grounds its universality. If, however, we assert a non-predicate and say material reality is non-all, this merely asserts the non-all of reality without implying any exception. Paradoxically, one should thus claim that the axiom of true materialism is not material reality is all there is, but a double one, there is nothing which is not material reality is non-all. 7. If we want to simulate reality within an artificial medium, we do not have to go all the way, we just have to reproduce those features which will make the image realistic from the spectator's point of view. For example, if there is a house in the background, we do not have to program the house's interior, since we expect that the participant will not want to enter the house, or, the construction of a virtual person in this space can be limited to his exterior, no need to bother with inner organs, bones, etc. We just need to create a program which will promptly fill in this gap if the participant's actions necessitate it. It is similar to scrolling down a long passage of text on a computer screen. The pages do not pre-exist our viewing them. The truly interesting idea here is that the quantum indeterminacy we encounter when inquiring into the tiniest components of our universe can be read in exactly the same way, as a feature of the limited resolution of our simulated world, as the sign of the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. Imagine a God creating the world for us, its human inhabitants, to dwell in. His task could be made easier by furnishing it only with those parts that its inhabitants need to know about. For example, the microscopic structure of the Earth's interior could be left blank, at least until someone decides to dig down deep enough, in which case the details could be hastily filled in as required. If the most distant stars are hazy, no one is ever going to get close enough to them to notice that something is amiss. Point 8. The idea is that the God who created or programmed our universe was too lazy. He thought that we humans would not succeed in probing into the structure of nature beyond the level of atoms, so he programmed the matrix of our universe only to the level of its atomic structure. Beyond that, he simply left things fuzzy. Point 9. This theologico-digital interpretation, however, is not the only way to read the paradox in question. It can be read as a sign that we already live in a simulated universe, but it can also be taken as a signal of the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. Does not this ontological fuzziness of reality also offer us a new approach to modernism in painting? Are not the stains which blur the transparency of a realist representation, which impose themselves as stains, precisely indications that the contours of constituted reality are blurred, that we are approaching the pre-ontological level of fuzzy proto-reality? Therein lies the crucial shift a viewer has to accomplish. Stains are not obstacles that prevent our direct access to represented reality, they are, on the contrary, more real than reality, something that undermines its ontological consistency from within, or, to put it in old-fashioned philosophical terms, their status is not epistemological but ontological. Along these lines we can also address the standard problem of how to unite the causal description of an event with its reading as a free human act, where, in the network of natural necessity, is the space for freedom? Is the teleological causality of motivation just an epiphenomenon, the mental translation of a process which can be fully described at the purely physical level of natural determinism, or does such a teleological causation actually possess a power of its own, which fills in a gap in physical causality? The underlying premise here is that the causality of natural necessity reaches all the way down, but is this level of total determinism really the zero level of the ontological structure of reality? The lesson of quantum physics is that, beneath solid material reality, there is a quantum level at which determinism breaks down. Hence the claim that the indeterminacy discovered by quantum physics opens up a space within which the higher-level teleological causality can determine the lower-level material events, without relying on any spiritualist notion of the power of our minds to magically suspend natural causality. The only true alternative to this ontological fuzziness is the aforementioned and no less paradoxical idea that, at some point, the endless progress of dividing reality into its components reaches its end when the division is no longer a division into two parts, but a division into a part and nothing. This would be proof that we had reached the most elementary constituent of reality, when something can only be further divided into a something and a nothing. Do not these two options relate again to Lacan's formulae of sexuation, so that the irreducible multiplicity option is feminine and the division of the last term into a something and a nothing is masculine? Furthermore, is it not the case that, if we could reach the point of the last division, then there would be no creation proper, nothing really new would emerge, there would be only a combination of existing elements, while the feminine fuzziness of reality leaves open the space for creation proper? The underlying problem here is how to pass from the multitude that is zero to the emergence of one. Is it that one is a multiple which stands for nothing? Is it that ones only exist at the level of representation? The real of sexual difference. On a first approach, sexuality is thus a force of disfiguration, something which distorts our objective view of reality. As such, It points towards an irreducible, unsurpassable, ontological scandal, the true euthanasia of reason by which Kant was so shocked. Every attempt to think reality in its totality has to end in a deadlock, an inconsistency. The paradox and the properly Hegelian insight is to accept that this distorting sexual bias of our perception, far from separating us from reality in itself, provides a direct link to it. Sexuality is the way the ontological deadlock, the incompleteness of reality in itself, is inscribed into subjectivity. It is not a subjective distortion of objective reality, but a subjective distortion which is directly identical with the non-all, the inconsistency/out-of-jointness, of reality itself. This is why sexuality is, at its most radical, not human, but the point of inhumanity. The operator of the inhuman pagan sexualized cosmology is a phantasmatic attempt to supplement and obfuscate the ontological scandal inherent in the deadlock of human sexuality. An old Slovene joke: a young schoolboy has to write a short composition with the title "There is Only One Mother," in which he is expected to illustrate, apropos a singular experience, the love which links him to his mother. Here is what he writes: "One day I returned home earlier than expected, because the teacher was ill. I looked for my mother and found her naked in bed with another man who was not my father. My mother angrily shouted at me, 'What are you staring at, you idiot? Why don't you run to the refrigerator and get us 2 cold beers?' I ran to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, looked into it and shouted back to the bedroom, 'There is only one, mother.' Is this not a supreme case of an interpretation in which a single diacritical sign simply changes everything, as in the well-known parody of the first words of Moby Dick, 'Call me, Ishmael'? We can find the same operation in Heidegger, or in the superego displacement of the prohibitive injunction of the symbolic law. However, here one should risk a more detailed interpretation. The joke stages a Hamlet-like confrontation of the son with the enigma of the mother's excessive desire. In order to escape this deadlock, the mother as it were takes refuge in an external partial object, the bottle of beer, designed to divert the son's attention from the obscene thing he has just stumbled upon. The message of her demand is, 'You see, even if I am in bed with a man, my desire is for something else that only you can bring me. I am not excluding you by getting completely caught up in the circle of passion with this man.' The 2 bottles of beer stand for the elementary signifying dyad, like Lacan's famous 2 restroom doors observed by 2 children from the train window in his instance of the letter in the unconscious. From this perspective, the child's riposte is to be read as giving the mother an elementary Lacanian lesson: 'Sorry, mother, but there is only one signifier, for the man only, there is no binary signifier, this signifier is urverdrankt, primordially repressed.' In short, you have been caught naked, you are not covered by the signifier. And what if this is the fundamental message of monotheism, not the reduction of the other to the one, but, on the contrary, the acceptance of the fact that the binary signifier always already lacks? This imbalance between the one and its primordially repressed counterpart is the radical difference, in contrast to the great cosmological couples which can only emerge within the horizon of the undifferentiated one. Even attempts to introduce a balanced duality into trivial spheres of consumption, like the small blue and red bags of artificial sweetener found in many cafes, betray yet another desperate effort to provide a symmetrical signifying couple for sexual difference. The point is not that sexual difference is the ultimate signified of all such couples, but rather that their proliferation is an attempt to compensate for the lack of the founding binary signifying couple that would directly stand for sexual difference. This is also why the Lacanian problematic of sexual difference, of the unavoidability of sexuation for human beings, has to be strictly distinguished from the constructionist problematic of the social construction of gender, the contingent discursive formation of gender identities which emerge in being performatively enacted. An analogy with class antagonism may be of some help in grasping the crucial distinction. Class antagonism also cannot be reduced to the notion of the social construction of class identity, since every determinate construction of class identity is already a reactive or defense formation, an attempt to cope with the trauma of class antagonism. Every symbolic class identity already displaces the class antagonism by way of translating it into a positive set of symbolic features. The conservative organicist notion of society as a collective body, with different classes as bodily organs, is only the most obvious case. For Lacan, things are the same with sexuation. It is impossible to stay outside of it. The subject is always already marked by it, always already takes sides, always already partial with regard to it. The paradox of the problematic of the social construction of gender is that, while presenting itself as a break with metaphysical and or essentialist constraints, it implicitly accomplishes a return to the pre-Freudian philosophical subject. The problematic of the social construction of gender presupposes the subject as given, presupposes the space of contingent symbolization, while, for Lacan, sexuation is the price to be paid for the very constitution of the subject, for its entry into the space of symbolization. Therein lies the crucial difference between psychoanalysis and philosophy concerning the status of sexual difference. For philosophy, the subject is not inherently sexualized, sexualization only occurs at the contingent, empirical level, whereas psychoanalysis raises sexuation into a kind of formal a priori condition for the very emergence of the subject. We should thus defend the claim that what philosophy cannot think is sexual difference in its philosophical dimension. Sexual difference stands for the primordial antagonism, for the non-all that subverts any totality, and this is what philosophy, up to Heidegger, has to ignore. The Greeks had two words for what we call life, bios and zoe. They used bios in a twofold sense. First, in the sense of biology, the science of life. Here we think of the organic growth of the body, glandular activity, sexual difference, and so on. Another sense of bios for the Greeks is the course of a life, the history of a life, more or less in the sense that the word biography still has for us today. Bios here means human history and existence, so there can be no bios of animals. Bios, as human bios, has the peculiar distinction of being able either to stand above the animal or to sink beneath it. Point 11. If there is a lesson of psychoanalysis, it is that sexual difference belongs to the domain of bios as history, not to the domain of glandular activity, and so forth. Even the mystical experience of depersonalization is marked by sexual difference. In this experience, I see myself as part of a picture which is not mine, does not involve my standpoint. In short, I see myself objectively. Recall Lacan's formula: the picture is in my eye, but I am in the picture. If, in the common subjectivist perspectival view, every picture is mine, in my eye, while I am not in the picture, the mystical experience inverts this relation: I am in the picture that I see, but the picture is not mine, in my eye. This is how Lacan's formula of the male version of the mystical experience should be read. It identifies my gaze with the gaze of the big other, for in it I see myself directly through the eyes of the big other. This reliance on the big other makes the male version of the mystical experience false, in contrast to the feminine version in which the subject identifies her gaze with the small other. When Lacan claims that sexual difference is real, he is therefore far from elevating a historically contingent form of sexuation into a trans-historical norm. The claim that sexual difference is real equals the claim that it is impossible to symbolize, to formulate as a symbolic norm. In other words, it is not that we homosexuals, fetishists, and other perverts are proof of the failure of sexual difference to impose its norm. It is not that sexual difference is the ultimate point of reference which anchors the contingent drifting of sexuality. It is, on the contrary, on account of the gap which forever persists between the real of sexual difference and the determinate forms of heterosexual symbolic norms that we have the multitude of perverse forms of sexuality. Therein lies the problem with the accusation that sexual difference involves a binary logic. Insofar as sexual difference is real/impossible, it is precisely not binary, but, again, that on account of which every binary interpretation always fails. Point 12. In short, what marks the difference between the two sexes is not a direct reference to the series of symbolic oppositions, but a different way of coping with the necessary inconsistency involved in the act of assuming one and the same universal symbolic feature. It is not that man stands for logos as opposed to the feminine emphasis on emotions, it is rather that, for man, logos as the consistent and coherent universal principle of all reality relies on the constitutive exception of some mystical ineffable X, while, in the case of woman, there is no exception, one can talk about everything, and, for that very reason, the universe of logos becomes inconsistent, incoherent, dispersed, non-all. Or, with regard to the assumption of a symbolic title, a man who tends to identify with his title absolutely, to put everything at stake for it, nonetheless relies on the myth that he is not only his title, the social mask he is wearing, that there is something beneath it, a real person. In the case of a woman, on the contrary, there is no firm, unconditional commitment, everything is ultimately a mask, and, for that very reason, there is nothing behind the mask. Or again, with regard to love, a man in love is ready to give everything for it. The beloved is elevated into an absolute, unconditional object, but, for that very reason, he is compelled to sacrifice her for the sake of his public or professional cause, while a woman is entirely, without restraint or reserve, immersed in love. There is no dimension of her being which is not permeated by love, but, for that very reason, love is not all for her, it is forever accompanied by an uncanny fundamental indifference. If, then, the active-passive contrast cannot serve to differentiate the two sexes, is the contrast between interactivity and interpassivity more appropriate? Interactivity is feminine, according to the cliché about women knowing how to remain in the background and, with their cunning plots, how to manipulate men into doing their dirty work. Agatha Christie's Curtain, Poirot's last case concludes with a self-relating twist. The final murder is committed by Poirot himself. The true criminal of the novel, Norton, is responsible for a series of deaths but without getting blood on his hands. He has perfected the Iago-like technique of manipulating someone psychologically to provoke them into committing a murder. In the middle of the novel, Hastings himself, Poirot's Watsonist companion, plans a poisoning and is prevented at the last minute by Poirot. Since Poirot, himself close to death, cannot bring Norton to court, he shoots him in cold blood and then lies down to die, denying himself the pills that would have saved his life. No wonder the author of this story is a woman. Norton is interactive evil at its purest. Interpassivity, on the contrary, is more a masculine strategy. Since men are not expected to display their emotions in public, they let women to do it for them, while they retain their self-constraint. The traditional metaphysics of subjectivity opposes man and woman as pure subject and impure subject. To paraphrase Hegel, woman is a substance which has failed to fully become a subject, to purify itself into subject. For example, in the domain of ethics, only a man is able to abstract from his substantial family ties and reason according to universal principles, that is, to act in a truly ethical way, while with women, universality is always colored by their particular interests. If a woman acquires universal political power, she uses it to promote the interests of her particular kin, a wisdom endlessly varied by anti-feminists like Otto Weininger. Lacan introduces a key complication into this traditional scheme. For him, a subject is the failure of its own actualization. A subject endeavors to actualize, express itself, it fails, and the subject is this failure. What Lacan calls the objet patia gives body to this failure. It is the substantial remainder of the process of the subjectivization of substance, of the latter's Aufhebung in a subjective order. This is why, for Lacan, the subject is constitutively linked to the remainder, it is strictly correlative to it, as registered in Lacan's formula of fantasy, dolere. Insofar as woman is an impure subject, and insofar as the objet patia is the index of this impurity, we can therefore conclude that, on account of her very impurity, only woman is a pure subject, the subject as such, in contrast to masculine subjectivity whose purity is by definition fake, sustained by a hidden substantialization. In Cartesian terms, only a woman is a cogito, while a man is always already a residential cogitans. So, how does all this relate to our concrete, lived experience of sexual difference? Let us begin with an archetypal melodramatic scene, that of a woman writing a letter explaining the situation to her lover, and then, after some vacillation, tearing it apart, throwing it away, and going to him, offering herself, in flesh, in her love, instead of the letter. The content of the letter is strictly codified. As a rule, it explains to the beloved why the woman he fell in love with is not who he thinks she is, and, consequently, why, precisely because she loves him, she must leave him in order not to deceive him. The tearing up of the letter then functions as a retreat. The woman cannot go right to the end and tell the truth, she prefers to go on with her deception. This gesture is fundamentally false. The woman's presence is offered as a screen destined to repress the traumatic truth which was to be articulated in the letter, as in transference in psychoanalysis, where the patient offers herself to the analyst as the ultimate form of defense, in order to block the emergence of truth. Point 13. In other words, love emerges when the analysis gets too close to the unconscious traumatic truth. At this point, the analysand offers herself to the analyst as the object of love, instead of the authentic letter to the analyst which would articulate the traumatic truth. In transferential love, I offer myself as object instead of knowledge. Here you have me. 14. This, however, is only one way to interpret the enigma of the letter which is written but not posted. In his Why Do Women Write More Letters Than They Post?, Darien Leader proposes a series of answers to this question 15 which can be systematized by grouping them into two couples. With regard to its addressee, the true addressee of a woman's love letter is the man, the absent symbolic fiction, its ideal reader, the third in the scene, not the flesh and blood man to whom it is addressed. Alternatively, its true addressee is the gap of absence itself, for the letter functions as an object. It is its very play with absence which provides jouissance, since jouissance is contained in the act of writing itself, and since its true addressee is thus the writer herself. With regard to the way it relates to its author, the letter remains unposted because it did not say all, or, it remains in itself forever unfinished, for there is always something more to say, since like modernity for Habermas, woman is in herself an unfinished project, and the non-posting of the letter acknowledges this fact that woman, like truth, cannot be all told, that this is, as Lacan put it, materially impossible. Do we not encounter here the split between the phallic economy and the non-phallic domain? Not posting a letter as a false act of repression is clearly correlated to the split between the man, its flesh and blood addressee, and some third man, the bearer of phallic power, its ultimate addressee. In an homologous way, not posting a letter because it is an object which contains its own jouissance is correlated to the non-all of feminine jouissance, to the jouissance which can never be said in its entirety. The direct sexualization of the gap itself which characterizes feminine sexuality, namely the fact that, in it, much stronger than in man, the absence as such is sexualized, also accounts for the gesture of feminine withdrawal at the very moment when she could have had it all in a series of novels from Madame de Lafayette's Princesse de Clovis to Goethe's Elective Affinities. Point 16. Although ideology gets invested in this gesture of renunciation, the gesture itself is non-ideological. One reading of this gesture to be rejected is the standard psychoanalytic interpretation according to which we are dealing with the hysterical logic of the object of love who is desired only insofar as he is prohibited, only insofar as there is an obstacle in, example the guise of the husband. The moment the obstacle disappears, the woman loses interest in the love object. In addition to this hysterical economy of being able to enjoy the object only insofar as it remains prohibited, in other words in the guise of fantasies about what might be, this withdrawal can also be interpreted in a multitude of other ways, as the expression of so-called feminine masochism preventing a woman from fully seizing the day, as a proto-feminist gesture of breaking with the phallic economy which posits happiness in a relationship with a man as the woman's ultimate goal, and so on. However, all these interpretations seem to miss the point, which consists in the absolutely fundamental nature of the gesture of withdrawal or substitution as constitutive of the subject herself. If, following the great German idealists, we equate the subject with freedom and autonomy, is not such a gesture of withdrawal, not as a sacrificial gesture addressed to some version of the big other, but as a gesture which generates its own satisfaction, finding jouissance in the very gap that separates the subject from the object, the ultimate form of autonomy. 17. The conclusion to be drawn from this is that it is wrong to contrast man and woman in an immediate way, as if man directly desires an object, while woman's desire is a desire to desire, the desire for the other's desire. We are dealing here with sexual difference as real, which means that the opposite also holds, albeit in a slightly displaced way. True, a man directly desires a woman who fits the frame of his fantasy, while a woman alienates her desire much more thoroughly in a man. Her desire is to be the object desired by man, to fit the frame of his fantasy, which is why she endeavors to look at herself through the other's eyes and is permanently bothered by the question, what do others see in her/me? However, a woman is simultaneously much less dependent on her partner, since her ultimate partner is not the other human being, her object of desire, but the gap itself, that distance from her partner in which the jouissance feminine is located. Vulgari eloquentia, in order to cheat on a woman, a man needs a partner, while a woman can cheat on a man even when she is alone, since her ultimate partner is solitude itself as the locus of jouissance feminine beyond the phallus. Sexual difference is thus real also in the sense that no symbolic opposition can directly and adequately render it. The real difference is not a difference between opposed symbolic features, but a difference between two types of opposition. A woman is essential to a man's sexual life, yet for that very reason he has a domain outside his sexual life which matters more to him. To a woman, sexuality tends to be the feature which permeates her entire life. There is nothing which potentially, at least, is not sexualized, yet for that very reason a woman's sexuality involves much more than the presence of a man. The point, of course, is that this reversal is not purely symmetrical, but slightly displaced, and it is this displacement which points towards the real of sexual difference. Again, the underlying structure here is that of Lacan's formulae of sexuation, the universality with an exception in man's case, the non-universality with no exception in woman's case. This paradox of the feminine position is captured by the ambiguity of Emily Dickinson's celebrated poem 732. She rose to his requirement, dropped the playthings of her life, to take the honorable work of woman, and of wife. If aught she missed in her new day of amplitude, or awe, or first perspective, or the gold in using, wear away, it lay unmentioned as the sea. Develop pearl, and weed, but only to himself be known. The fathoms they abide 18. This poem, of course, can be read as alluding to the sacrifice of the agilma, the objet petit, the playthings of feminine jouissance, which occurs when the woman becomes a woman, when she assumes the subordinate role of wife, underneath, inaccessible to the male gaze, the part of she which does not fit her role as woman continues to lead its secret unmentioned existence. However, it can also be read in an opposite, and far more uncanny, way. What if the status of this secret treasure sacrificed when the woman becomes a wife is purely phantasmatic? What if she evokes the secret in order to fascinate his gaze? Is it not also possible to read but only to himself, in the sense that the notion of the feminine treasure sacrificed when a woman enters into a sexual liaison with a man is a semblance intended to fascinate his gaze, and thus stands for the loss of something which was never present, never possessed? In short, does not this lost treasure follow the line of the male fantasy about the feminine secret which lies beyond the limit of the symbolic order, beyond its reach? Or, in Hegel's, the feminine in itself, out of reach of the male gaze, is already for the other, an inaccessible mystery imagined by the male gaze itself. This is why Badiou is fully justified in rejecting the standard version of Lacan's jouissance feminine, which links its infinity to the mystical unsayable as the remainder of the cultural, that feminine enjoyment ties the infinite to the unsayable, and that mystical ecstasy provides evidence for this, is a theme I would characterize as cultural. One feels that, even in Lacan, it has not yet been submitted to a radical test by the ideal of the matheme. 19. All one should add here is that there is also a more literal reading of the jouissance feminine which totally breaks with the topos of the unsayable. On this opposite reading, the non-all of the feminine implies that there is nothing in feminine subjectivity which is not marked by the phallic symbolic function. If anything, woman is more fully in language than man. Which is why any reference to pre-symbolic feminine substance is misleading. According to a recently popular theory, the male is just a detour in female self-reproduction, which, in principle, is possible without men. Elizabeth Badinter claims that, biologically, we are all essentially feminine. For that reason, development into a male implies a labor of differentiation that female embryos are spared. 20 Furthermore, in relation to social life, males start off as citizens in a female homeland before being forced to emigrate and live their lives as homesick exiles. That is to say, since men were originally created female, they must have become differentiated from women by means of social and cultural processes, so it is man, not woman, who is the culturally formed second sex. 21 This theory can be useful as a kind of political myth accounting for the contemporary insecurity of male identity. Badinter is at a certain level right to point out that the true social crisis today is the crisis of male identity, of what it means to be a man. Women are more or less successfully invading man's territory, assuming male functions in social life without losing their feminine identity, while the obverse process, the male conquest of the feminine territory of intimacy, is far more traumatic. While the figure of publicly successful woman is already part of our social imaginary, problems with a gentle man are far more unsettling. This theory, however, while it seems to assert in a feminist way the primacy of the feminine, reproduces fundamental metaphysical premises concerning the relationship between the masculine and the feminine. Badinter herself associates the male position with the values of being prepared to take the risk of exile, to leave the safe haven of home, and of the need to create one's identity through labor and cultural mediation. Is this not a pseudo-Hegelian theory which, on account of the fact that labor and mediation are on the male side, clearly privileges man? In short, the notion that woman is the base and man the secondary mediation/deviation with no proper/natural identity, lays the ground for the anti-feminist argument par excellence, since, as Hegel never tires of repeating, spirit itself is, from the standpoint of nature, secondary, a pathological deviation, nature sick unto death, and the power of spirit resides in the very fact that a marginal/secondary phenomenon, in itself a mere detour within some larger natural process, can, through the labor of mediation, elevate itself into an end in itself which posits its own natural presupposition as part of its own spiritual totality. On that score, the apparently depreciating notions of femininity as a mere masquerade, lacking any substantial identity and inner shape, of woman as a castrated, deprived, degenerated, incomplete man, are potentially of far greater use for feminism than the ethical elevation of femininity. In short, Otto Weininger is more useful than Carol Gilligan. Formulae of sexuation, the all with an exception. Lacan elaborated the inconsistencies which structure sexual difference in his Formulae of Sexuation, where the masculine side is defined by the universal function and its constitutive exception, and the feminine side by the paradox of non-all. Recall the shifting status of the ineffable in Wittgenstein. The passage from early to late Wittgenstein is the passage from all to non-all. That is to say, in the early Wittgenstein of the Tractatus, the world is comprehended as a self-enclosed, limited, bounded whole of facts which precisely as such presupposes an exception, the mystical ineffable which functions as its limit. In late Wittgenstein, on the contrary, the problematic of the ineffable disappears, yet for that very reason the universe is no longer comprehended as a whole regulated by the universal conditions of language. All that remains are lateral connections between partial domains. The notion of language as a system defined by a set of universal features is replaced by the notion of language as a multitude of dispersed practices loosely interconnected by family resemblances. 22. A certain type of ethnic cliché renders perfectly this paradox of the non-all. The narratives of origin in which a nation posits itself as being more X than X itself, where X stands for another nation commonly regarded as the paradigmatic case of some property. The myth of Iceland is that it became inhabited when those who found Norway, the freest land in the world, too oppressive, fled to Iceland. The myth about Slovenes being miserly claims that Scotland became populated when Slovenes expelled to Scotland someone who had spent too much money. The point is not that Slovenes are the most avaricious or Icelanders the most freedom-loving Scots remain the most miserly, but Slovenes are even more so. The people of Norway remain the most freedom-loving, but Icelanders are even more so. This is the paradox of the non-all. If we totalize all nations, then the Scots are the most miserly, yet if we compare them one by one, as non-all, Slovenes are more miserly. A variation on the same motif occurs in Rossini's famous statement on the difference between Beethoven and Mozart, when asked, "Who is the greatest composer?" Rossini answered, "Beethoven." When asked the additional question, "What about Mozart?" he added, "Mozart is not the greatest, he is the only composer." This opposition between Beethoven and Mozart points towards the well-known opposition between the two notions of God, God as the greatest, above all creation, the ruler of the world, and so on, and God who is not the greatest but simply the only reality, who does not relate to finite reality as separate from him, since he is all there is. The immanent principle of all reality. Point 23. The famous first paragraph of Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus contains another unexpected example of universality grounded in an exception. It begins with a long list of what the unconscious does. It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats. It shits and fucks. 24. Talking is conspicuously missing from this series. For Deleuze and Guattari, there is no ca parle, the unconscious does not talk. The plethora of functions is in place to cover up this absence, as was clear already to Freud. Multiplicity is the very image of castration. Multiplicity signals that the one is lacking. Point 25. The logic of universality and its constitutive exception should be deployed in three moments. First, there is the exception to universality. Every universality contains a particular element which, while formally belonging to the universal dimension, sticks out, does not fit its frame. Then comes the insight that every particular example or element of a universality is an exception. There is no normal particularity, every particularity sticks out, is in excess and / or lacking with regard to its universality. Then comes the proper dialectical twist, the exception to the exception still an exception, but the exception as singular universality, an element whose exception is its direct link to universality itself, which stands directly for the universal. The starting point for Lacan's formulae of sexuation is Aristotle. Why? Aristotle oscillates between two notions of the relationship between form and matter. Either form is conceived as universal, a possibility of particular beings, and matter as the principle or agent of individualization, or matter is conceived as neutral universal stuff, a possibility of different beings, and form as the principle of individualization, as the agent which transforms neutral matter into a particular entity. For Hegel, of course, the first notion is that of abstract universality, while the second notion already contains the germ of concrete universality. The form is in itself the principle or agent of its own individualization, of its concrete self-articulation. It is in order to resolve or obfuscate this deadlock that Aristotle has to have recourse to sexual difference. Being is the unity of form and hyle, of masculine and feminine, of active and passive. This point is crucial to bear in mind. Lacan's claim is not the rather obvious one that the Aristotelian couple of form and hyle is sexualized, that Aristotelian ontology remains in the lineage of the ancient sexualized cosmologies. It is, on the contrary, that Aristotle has to have recourse to a sexualized couple in order to resolve a strictly conceptual problem, and that this solution does not work, since the paradox of gender is that it disturbs the clear division into genus and species. We cannot say that humanity is a genus composed of two species, men and women, since a species is a unity which can reproduce itself. No wonder our everyday use of these terms turns this hierarchical distinction around. We talk about the Human species composed of two genders. 26 What this confusion indicates is that there is indeed gender trouble, but not in Judith Butler's sense. The point is not only that the identity of each sex is not clearly established, neither socially nor symbolically nor biologically. It is not only that sexual identity is a symbolic norm imposed onto a fluid and polymorphous body which never fits the ideal. The trouble is rather that this ideal itself is inconsistent, masking a constitutive incompatibility. Sexual difference is not simply a particular difference subordinated to the universality of the human genus/gender, but has a stronger status inscribed into the very universality of the human species, a difference which is the constitutive feature of the universal species itself, and which, paradoxically, for this reason, precedes the two terms it differentiates between. Perhaps, the difference which keeps apart one from the other belongs neither to the one nor to the other. 27.